Heartlessly unfriended and abandoned by his girlfriend, just so she could step into the luxury car of a toxic ex. But at his lowest point he unexpectedly triggers a bizarre system loaded with a mind-blowing fortune of 90 billion yuan. The catch, every single cent of this money can only be spent on women, and so an insane transformation begins. He swipes black cards without blinking, buying out luxury boutiques, throws down thousands of rockets that literally crash live streaming platforms, casually snaps up a Ferrari LaFerrari, and hands out multi-million-dollar villas like they're cheap groceries. Going from a widely mocked simp to a jaw-dropping muscular heartthrob, he plays the piano with blinding afterimage speed, clears a 3-meter-high jump to shatter world records, sends every rival flying with a single punch, and can even catch a sniper bullet with his bare hands. Cold campus beauties, powerhouse female CEOs, and famous award-winning actresses, they all make a complete U-turn, desperately fighting for a piece of his affection. This epic journey of insane spending and ultimate face-slapping has officially begun. Welcome back to Hali Recaps. Let's dive in and see how this guy turns his entire world upside down using the power of money. Let's get started. The story begins on a night in a dormitory. In front of a phone screen, the beep of a message notification sounds, and what comes into view is the pitiful face of a young man. Chen Yuan, let's break up. Why, Tong Tong, are you playing truth or dare with your roommates? Don't be like this. I'm very serious about our relationship. Is there something else I'm doing wrong? But I've already planned out our future. In the future, we'll have a happy family, 2 lovely children, our own house and car. I can work hard to achieve all of that. Is it because I didn't buy that skincare essence you mentioned last time? If so, I apologize, but I've really been saving up lately. I can buy it for you when next month's living expenses come through. That was also the last message Chen Yuan sent to his girlfriend, because she had already deleted him as a friend. The male lead is no longer her friend now. To send a message, he first needs to send a friend request. The other party can only chat after becoming friends. At that moment, that notification shattered Chen Yuan's fragile heart. There was nothing left to hold on to. Even the message from his buddies inviting him to play games was instantly retracted after being sent. Sorry to bother you. That was enough to show just how terrible the male lead's mood was after the breakup. Unable to take it anymore, Chen Yuan punched the table, rushed out the door, and slammed it shut with a bang. His roommates could only watch helplessly. Another breakup, the 6th time this month. The scene shifts to Tong Tong's side where murmurs arise from the crowd. That's Chen Yuan, right? Oh my god, that famous guy. Yeah, he's been chasing after Lin Sitong for 3 years now. Chen Yuan, don't be like this. Everyone's watching. Sitong, I know you're mad at me. I bought you meat buns. Forgive me. Don't mention breaking up. Whatever I'm doing wrong, I'll change. The crowd continues gossiping. I heard he worked 4 part-time jobs just to buy her gifts. What's the use? He still got dumped. No matter how ridiculous the male lead acted. Tong Tong still made excuses. Chen Yuan, I'm not angry. My ex-boyfriend wants to get back together with me. After careful consideration, I think he needs me more. Hearing this, the male lead could no longer stay calm and shouted loudly, Huang Zhengkai, then what am I? He's that scumbag. Have you forgotten he cheated on you and forced you to have an abortion? Meanwhile, Tong Tong's ex-boyfriend's luxury car had also pulled up by the roadside. Before leaving, he smugly curled his lips and said goodbye. Chen Yuan, let's not see each other anymore. I'm afraid my boyfriend might misunderstand. The car gradually drove away, leaving the young man alone to endure endless sorrow. The sky that day also seemed gloomy and mournful. As if to drown his sorrows, the male lead threw away the buns and bag in his hand quite decisively. He walked straight to a convenience store and picked out a bottle of alcohol to drown his grief, his heart filled with resentment. Why is sincerity always let down? Is this really my fate, to be nothing but an ultimate lifelong simp? No, being a simp isn't so bad. As long as I simp enough, I won't be a simp anymore. I'll be a playboy. Just as he was getting fired up about becoming a playboy, a system suddenly appeared. The ultimate simp system has detected a suitable host. This voice snapped Chen Yuan's wandering thoughts back. System binding successful. The system panel also displayed information. Name, Chen Yuan. Personal assets, 230 Chinese yuan. Reinforcement points, unlimited. Simp gold, 90 billion. The appearance of this strange system left Chen Yuan stunned, thinking, is this system here to give me a cheat? But what's this cheat for? While deep in thought, Chen Yuan was startled by a stream of curses. You pervert. Have you looked long enough trying to make a move? That girl over there had been glaring at me this whole time. Are you crazy? How shameless. This girl is Su Luoluo, 24 years old, height 1.65 meters, weight 49 kilograms, appearance score 7.9, affection toward the male lead, -50. The system also relayed information. With the help of the Simp system, if this girl's affection for Chen Yuan exceeds 95 points, the counterattack mission succeeds and Su Luoluo will officially become the host simp. After reading the system notification, the male lead was dumbfounded. Using the system, that means the simp money is meant to be spent on women, 90 billion. Following the male lead's question, the system sent a notification. Yes, 90 billion in simp funds have been transferred to this card, but can only be used on women. After the other party becomes the host's simp, 1/10 of the amount spent will be awarded to the host's personal account as the host's private property, along with additional bonuses. Since the system had made things clear, Chen Yuan made up his mind. In that case, he'd try it out on this woman in front of him. The male lead walked gently toward the girl. Beautiful, don't be mad. Whatever you buy today, I'll cover it. As soon as the male lead started taking action toward a woman, the system followed up with an announcement. Simp relationship bound successfully. Counterattack Su Luolua mission. Mission completion reward is 10 of the simp funds and 5 reinforcement points. Reinforcement points can be used to enhance the host's physical attributes, including constitution, spirit, strength, and agility. After hearing Chen Yuan's invitation, although Su Luolua's expression showed displeasure, her face immediately turned hypocritically responsive. Oh, playing the big shot, trying to mess with me, do you even have what it takes? Just then, the people around also began gossiping about the girl before the male lead. That's Su Luoluo, right? The art department's campus beauty. I hear she's something else. They say she once got a man to spend 30,000 on her with just 3 sentences. This guy's in for trouble. Ignoring the gossip around him, Chen Yuan curled his lip and replied, whether I've got what it takes, you'll know if you give it a try. As soon as the male lead finished speaking, Su Luoluo immediately started spending. Then today I'm going to treat all the classmates in the cafeteria to snacks. You cover the bill for me, okay? Inside, she was full of disdain. Dressed so shabbily and trying to pick up girls, I'll show you what embarrassment means. But her attitude quickly changed. When she received a transfer of 50,000 yuan, everyone around was stunned. 50,000 just like that. Treating money like paper. This guy looks poor but turns out he's a hidden rich second generation. The envious gazes of the onlookers made Chen Yuan even more smug. 50,000 isn't much. I wonder if that's enough to get your WeChat. Su Luoluo still couldn't believe what was happening. She even suspected she'd gone blind. Could this guy really be a rich second generation? If so, hold on. Adding WeChat isn't out of the question, but you'll have to take me somewhere first. After saying this, she schemed internally. Watch me fleece you. Women's minds are indeed hard to read. The scene shifts to the bustling city center. Su Luoluo stated in advance, let me make one thing clear, I'm not a gold digger, I just want to see your sincerity and attitude. Hearing Su Luoluo say this, Chen Yuan understood. This girl was something else, clearly trying to up the difficulty on me. He thought to himself, alright, I'll just say it straight, no problem. Pick whatever you like, just don't be too greedy. Perfect chance to test out this simp system. Just as Chen Yuan was gazing intently at the store, a voice rang out, Brother Junkai, does this bag look good on me? The male lead unconsciously recognized the voice. Tong also looked around curiously upon hearing it. Meeting an ex again, Chen Yuan's gaze was still full of infatuation. That look was suddenly interrupted by Su Luoluo's sweet voice. An ex-girlfriend, huh? Looks like I came at the wrong time. Chen Yuan smiled faintly. No, you came at the perfect time. Hearing the male lead's words, Su Luoluo also felt reassured and started shopping. Do you still have any spring styles left? There's one last piece, but this young lady is trying it on. That young lady the store clerk mentioned was none other than Tong. Being singled out, Tong thought bitterly. How is Chen Yuan still haunting me? Fine, let him see the wealth gap between him and Brother Junkai. Tong turned and cozied up to that bad boy. Brother Junkai, my birthday is coming up. Unfortunately, she was met with impatience on his face. Birthday? Didn't you just have one? Tong continued making excuses. That was my lunar birthday. I still have my solar birthday too. Hearing this outrageous reason, Junkai's expression darkened. He said seriously, Tong, listen, you know I don't like materialistic girls. And you're not with me for the money, right? These words made Tong's expression change. She knew she couldn't lose face in front of her old classmates. Just as she hesitated over whether to buy that bag, the bag in Tong's hand was instantly snatched away by Su Luoluo. Sorry, if you're not buying, I'll take it. The feeling of snatching something from someone else's hands boosted Su Luoluo's affection for the male lead by 20 points. The male lead's dashing payment made Su Luoluo even more excited. Affection 20 more. Chen Yuan watched with glee. This is the power of money. One bag directly added 60 affection points. At this rate, a few more bags and Su Luoluo's affection would max out. But the male lead suddenly realized that would mean too little cashback. While Luoluo was delighted, Tong had to endure the gossip from the store clerks. Sister Lee, I don't get it. Why do some people who look like rich second-generation types act so stingy with their girlfriends, while others who seem ordinary drop tens of thousands without a blink? That's why we're trained not to judge by appearances. Spending power can't be measured by looks alone. These words hung like a dark cloud over Tong's heart. Beyond her sadness, Su Luoluo sincerely and smugly realized, indeed, bags are like boyfriends. The ones you snatch are the most useful. She inwardly longed for and resolved to reel in this big fish. Luoluo began to shift her attitude, from coldness to acting spoiled and cute, clinging tightly to Chen Yuan. Satong looked at the male lead with a pitiful, resentful stare. Chen Yuan, you're going too far. That look made the male lead even more certain of what he needed to do. Going too far? Tisk Lin Satong. We've got all the time in the world. At that very moment, the system notified that a second simp relationship had been bound. This person was none other than Lin Satong, 21 years old, height 1.63 meters, weight 49 kilograms, appearance score 7.5. Affection toward the male lead, -10. When this female lead's affection for the host exceeds 95 points, the counterattack succeeds. Her identity transforms into the host's simp. Completion rewards include 10 of simp funds and 20 reinforcement points. Su Luoluo pressed close to Chen Yuan. Feeling better now? I did pretty well back there, didn't I? Where to next? Where to? Keep shopping, of course. No way. Are you really satisfied with just one bag? He took Shu Luoluo on a shopping spree, ignoring the prices. His cool, card-swiping demeanor really impressed the department flower. Her favorability kept climbing until Shu Luoluo's hands were too full of shopping bags to carry more, and she started politely declining. Enough, enough. If I buy more, my rental apartment won't have room. So her greed wasn't bottomless. But Chen Yuan wasn't about to let this fish off the hook easily. As he mentally tallied the money spent, he casually mentioned that if her apartment couldn't fit it, he could buy her a house. This caused Shu Luoluo's favorability to drop by 5 points. She was clearly startled. That's not right, you've already spent so much. On our first meeting, spending this much, I was just joking. Chen Yuan calmed down too. Indeed, if someone offered to buy a house worth millions on a first date, he'd feel uneasy too. Time to change tactics. Chen Yuan suddenly stepped closer and rattled off a string of info. Shu Luoluo, Art Department Junior, 21 years old, 165 centimeters, 49 kilograms, favorite color black, loves Korean food, Capricorn, shoe size 37, loves horror movies but is scared of walking alone at night. Shu Luoluo was stunned. He got every detail right. He only knew because of the system. But to charm her, he lied, saying he'd had a crush on her for so long that he'd memorized everything. Then he topped up 500,000 yuan into the luxury store's membership card and handed it to her. If I scared you earlier, consider this card my apology. Shu Luoluo blushed, and her favorability skyrocketed by 30 points. She looked him over and asked curiously, "You've given me so much, aren't you going to buy anything for yourself?" "I'm broke," Chen Yuan shrugged. Anyone hearing that would think he was showing off. But he really was broke, that 90 billion could only be spent on women. "In that case, it's my turn to give you a gift." Shu Luoluo flashed a sly smile and grabbed his hand. She figured that to reel in a big fish, she couldn't just take. She had to give something back to. So she took Chen Yuan to buy new clothes, then got him a new haircut. Seeing the transformed handsome Chen Yuan, her favorability went up by another 15 points. Wow, clothes really make the man. Once he cleaned up, he was drop-dead gorgeous. Chen Yuan felt a bit shy under her gaze, as if she wanted to devour him. For the first time in his life, he was dressed so sharply. Thankfully, he didn't have to pay. Shu Luoluo kept staring at him like she was admiring her own masterpiece. Then she blew him a kiss and said goodbye. After a whole day with the beauty, Shu Luoluo's total favorability toward Chen Yuan had reached 68. That night, Chen Yuan returned to his dorm. His flashy new look left his roommates dumbfounded. "Holy crap, what's the occasion?" "Chen Yuan, why are you dressed like that?" "Went on a date with Shu Luoluo," Chen Yuan said casually. His roommates burst out laughing. Shu Luoluo and Lin Shutong weren't even in the same league. Chen Yuan couldn't even get that Lin ex-girlfriend. And now he was dreaming of the department flower. They thought he was traumatized from being dumped and tried to talk him out of his fantasies. But Chen Yuan didn't care, because just then, Lin Shutong messaged him. "Chen Yuan, if you hate me that much, let's just unfriend each other." Chen Yuan sneered. Miss Lin was clearly testing the waters. If he deleted her, how would he boost her favorability? He still needed her to make money and level up. "How could I hate you? In my heart, you'll always be the most special one." Chen Yuan replied with a disgustingly sweet message. Men were strange creatures. Morning, a heartbroken simp. Night, a smooth-talking player with a harem. Lin Shutong played the victim, explaining she got back with Huang Junkai not out of vanity, but because her mom was sick and needed 50,000 yuan for medicine. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate and transferred her 50,000 yuan. This move shocked both Lin Shutong and his roommates. Huang Junkai was rich but wouldn't even buy her a bag, yet dirt poor Chen Yuan transferred 50,000 without blinking. What was going on? This was insane. Lin Shutong's favorability started to rise. She couldn't help but send more messages to ask, "Chen Yuan, what does this mean? Where'd you get all this money? And in the store today, what's your relationship with Shu Luoluo? You bought her a bag? Don't tell me you're secretly a rich kid." She even threw away her pride, desperately trying to get close. Bombarded by her messages, Chen Yuan got annoyed and just put her on mute. This woman was too obviously a fake. He couldn't rush it. He had to let her fall in slowly. As for Shu Luoluo, he didn't want to rush either. Chen Yuan started looking for ways to spend money legitimately to please women. Suddenly an idea struck. Weren't female streamers making bank on live streaming platforms? Why not just go there and tip them? He quickly found a new target, a streamer named Xiaomir. Word was the biggest tipper she'd ever had spent $1 million in one go. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate. He sent Xiaomir 100 rockets. One rocket cost 10,000 yuan, so 100 was $1 million. Not only was Xiaomir stunned, but the whole stream exploded. Chen Yuan didn't stop. He had 90 billion in system funds. What was a little money like this? So he kept going. Adding another 900 rockets, the news quickly reached Xiaomir's guild manager. Boss, big trouble, some random tycoon just dropped 10 million on Xiaomir. Holy crap. The whole company's in an uproar. The manager spat out his tea. 10 million? It's not our own operation. Even the boss's first thought was that the guy might be laundering money. Meanwhile, in the streamer's lounge, several pretty female streamers were buzzing about Chen Yuan's ID. The tips he casually threw around were more than they earned in months. Chen Yuan's streaming account DMs exploded like fireworks on New Year's. Which beauty wouldn't want to latch onto this golden thigh for a worry-free life? Xiaomir was still basking in the euphoria. Someone tipped her 10 million. It felt like a dream. Then a guild staff member walked in. He told Xiaomir to hold on to this tycoon with the ID Lonely Smoke at all costs. If she succeeded, the company would give her an extra 10 commission. Xiaomir flashed a calculating smile. Even without the company's orders, she'd do it. How could she let go of such a massive golden thigh? Thanks for the rockets, Lonely Smoke bro. You can DM me, and I'll give you a mod spot. Xiaomir showed off her best assets and angles on screen, blowing a kiss. But Chen Yuan's DM never came, so she sent one herself. By then, Chen Yuan was already fast asleep. The next morning, his 10 million tip to Xiaomir even trended on social media. The whole dorm was buzzing about it. Woken by the noise, Chen Yuan's first move was to check his bound simp list. He'd tipped that streamer 10 million yesterday. But the list still only had Shu Luoluo and Lin Shutong. Could it only bind with women he met in person? So that money was wasted, he grumbled while brushing his teeth, opening the streaming app. As soon as he logged in, a flood of DMs hit him like he'd stumbled into a spider's den. He couldn't reply because his 3 roommates were rushing out to catch a class. They were so eager today because there was a public class with the campus beauty, Zhao Yuki. Everyone wanted to get a good seat to admire the goddess up close. Zhao Yuki? The name brought a beautiful image to Chen Yuan's mind. She wasn't just the campus beauty, but also the student council vice president. Classic baby face with curves, great personality, top grades and a piano level of 10. She was not only the lead dancer of the ballet troupe but also a national-level second-grade fencer. She was the dream girl of every boy in the school. But precisely because she was so talented and stunningly beautiful, getting close to this goddess was nearly impossible. Chen Yuan walked into the lecture hall with burning ambition. A peerless beauty like this, whom no one could win over. If he could actually win her heart, the system's rewards would surely be unimaginably generous, right? With his mind completely focused on Zhao Yuki, Chen Yuan didn't even notice that he had become the center of attention himself. He used to be unkempt, but today, after being meticulously styled by Shu Luoluo, he looked incredibly handsome. Many girls fell for him at first sight. Coincidentally, Lin Shutong and her roommate were also attending this class today. They even flattered themselves into thinking that Chen Yuan had dressed up just for her. Seeing her ex-boyfriend suddenly become so handsome and stylish, Lin Shutong couldn't help but steal a few glances, and her fondness for him began to rise rapidly. Chen Yuan shot her a disdainful glance, just a change of hairstyle and clothes, and she had already gained 30 points of affection. Lin Shutong really was a shallow woman. Setting her aside, Chen Yuan focused entirely on figuring out how to win over this campus belle, Zhao. Just then, a vulgar man who seemed to come out of nowhere walked over. He wanted to add the goddess as a friend, but due to his crude behavior, not only did he fail to catch her eye, but he was also severely scolded by Zhao Yuki's roommate Wu Xiaofei. That was just a misunderstanding. I only wanted to join the student council. Since Comrade Zhao is the vice president, I thought I'd add her as a friend to ask for advice. Get lost, a toad lusting after a swan's flesh. Faced with the assertive Wu Xiaofei, the guy immediately backed down and slunk away. Taking advantage of Zhao Yuki being busy calming her angry roommate, Chen Yuan launched his offensive. Comrade Yuki, I'd like to add you as a friend too. Wu Xiaofei's face turned green with anger. What kind of day was this? Why were clowns lining up one after another to hit on the goddess right in front of her? But seeing that Chen Yuan was handsome and had a clean aura compared to the rude guy just now, he was somewhat more likable. Even so, he still faced Wu Xiaofei's blunt teasing. Oh, much better looking than that last one. What, you want to join the student council too? I'm not interested in the student council. Chen Yuan shrugged and answered honestly. I just want to pursue Comrade Yuki. Zhao Yuki couldn't help but be surprised. She had had many suitors before, but she had never seen anyone dare to be so straightforward, sincere, and to the point in front of so many people. The entire lecture hall thought Chen Yuan was overestimating himself. He might look confident now, but he'd surely be crying later. Yet, to everyone's surprise, the next second, the campus belle pulled out her phone and broke into a smile. "All right, I'll scan you then." The whole room erupted in uproar. Lin Shutong was so angry she couldn't speak for a long time. Last night she still thought Chen Yuan was devoted to her, and today he was openly pursuing the new goddess in front of the whole class. The boys in the class were grinding their teeth in frustration. How could they accept that their cold, snow lotus-like goddess had so casually added Chen Yuan, a nobody with no reputation, as a friend? Through this move, the system successfully bound Zhao Yuki as the third target. With an initial affection score of 0, it seemed this class trip today was really worth it. After class, Chen Yuan's roommates were all buzzing with excitement. They hadn't even recovered from the shock of his overnight transformation from beggar to heartthrob, and now they had to digest the bombshell news of him successfully hitting on the campus belle in public. "Yuanzi, if you really win over Goddess Zhao, you've got to have her introduce us to some of her girlfriends. It's not even close to that yet. She's the campus belle, and I'm nothing. You guys are exaggerating." Suddenly, a furious voice rang out behind them. "HMPH, at least this poor loser knows his place, kid." Smart move. The one walking over was none other than the vulgar guy who had just been severely scolded by Wu Xiaofei for trying to add the goddess as a friend. Enraged and humiliated, he planned to take out his anger on Chen Yuan, who had been favored by the goddess. Facing such a lowlife, Chen Yuan showed no fear and immediately fired back. "Indeed, you're quite professional at humiliating yourself. I'll have to learn from you in the future." Chen Yuan's 3 roommates were stunned. Was the usually introverted fourth brother suddenly this bold today, ready to pick a fight? "I think so too." The guy was indeed completely provoked by Chen Yuan's words. He charged forward to teach Chen Yuan a lesson, but was firmly held back by his gang of friends. "Boss, calm down, you've already been written up several times. If you fight again, you'll get expelled." Chen Yuan sighed. This guy was not only hard to look at but also had the temperament of a grade schooler. No wonder the goddess didn't fancy him. He couldn't be bothered to argue with such a person because there was something more important waiting for him. Xu Luoluo had come to him on her own. She had dressed up meticulously today, even more alluring than yesterday, and was carrying the designer bag Chen Yuan had given her the day before. As soon as she saw him, Xu Luoluo approached him, swaying her body, and coquettishly said, "Brother Yuan, why are you so late? I've been waiting for you for ages." This scene made the onlooker's eyes nearly pop out. "Oh my god, who is this?" This is Xu Luoluo, the 6th-ranked campus belle on the school's beauty list, the department flower of the arts department. And crucially, she was nicknamed Straight Man Slayer, a well-known high-level player. Chen Yuan pretended not to notice the curious stares around him and replied with a smile, "My bad keeping a beautiful lady waiting so long. I must treat you to a meal to make up for it." "How annoying," Xu Luoluo said, flicking her hair seductively. "Brother Yuan, do you like how I look in this outfit? You gave me all of this. How could the clothes compare to you? This bag suits you perfectly. It's absolutely stunning." Hiding in the crowd, Lin Shutong witnessed all of this, her heart a whirlwind of emotions. Watching Chen Yuan and Xu Luoluo walk away arm in arm, she finally broke down, tears streaming down her pretty face as she sobbed uncontrollably. "What does she have that I don't? Why, I was here first. Who does she think she is?" To secure this wealthy patron, Xu Luoluo had put in a lot of effort. Today she had specially brought a portrait of Chen Yuan, and she didn't forget to play the victim, claiming she had stayed up all night drawing it. Chen Yuan felt a slight stir in his heart. This was the first time in his life he had received a gift from a girl. But looking at Xu Luoluo's enchanting smile, his mood quickly calmed down. He knew well the principle of beauty is a curse. This was just bait thrown by the department flower. From the moment he started spending money on her, this woman had been scheming to trap him. Unfortunately, the naive, love-struck Chen Yuan of the past was no more. He wouldn't be easily fooled by these little tricks of women anymore. Seeing his indifferent expression, Xu Luoluo began to worry. "Don't you like it? Why are you giving this to me?" Chen Yuan asked back. Xu Luoluo awkwardly tried to take back the painting. "Ah well, I stayed up all night drawing this. If you don't like it then," before she could finish, Chen Yuan reached out and took the painting. "If I never receive such a great gift again, how are you going to make it up to me?" As he spoke, he leaned in close to Xu Luoluo, their eyes meeting, creating an atmosphere of intimacy. Xu Luoluo blushed and tried to grab the painting back, but Chen Yuan gently caught her wrist. Then he launched a deep and affectionate offensive determined to charm her until she surrendered. "More than your gift, I actually prefer you, lazy person." Xu Luoluo's cheeks burned, and she thought to herself, "Oh no, this guy was also a master of flirtation," and her affection for him rose by another 5 points. The corners of Chen Yuan's mouth curled up involuntarily. "Trying to play me? You're not there yet." Just obediently be my tool for leveling up and earning cash. Shu Luoluo? Just then an angry roar suddenly rang out. A guy rushed over and forcibly inserted himself between them. With red-rimmed eyes and tears in his voice, he demanded, Shu Luoluo, didn't you say you were getting your nails done with your girlfriends? Who the hell is this man? Headache, looks like he's been caught red-handed. The guy tearfully accused Shu Luoluo. Chen Yuan sighed helplessly. In this guy he saw a reflection of his past self. Compared to the guy's embarrassment, the department flower Shu was exceptionally cold and ruthless. Seeing them arguing endlessly, Chen Yuan decided not to stand by any longer. He stepped between them, blocking Shu Luoluo while proactively asking the guy, Hello classmate, I'm Chen Yuan, what's your name? How long have you been pursuing Shu Luoluo? I am Wang Yu from the Arts College. I've been chasing Luoluo for half a year. Chen Yuan sighed with sympathy. Unable to bear watching this young man remain stubbornly deluded, he lowered his voice and told Wang Yu his own story. How he had once chased a girl for 3 years, worked 4 part-time jobs, and ate only steamed buns and pickled vegetables every day, only for her to end up in someone else's Mercedes. Wang Yu was both shocked and indignant. How could there be such a terrible woman? So Chen Yuan leaned in, warmly patted Wang Yu on the shoulder and said, Everyone who gives up on us becomes the motivation for us to strive to be better. Go back to your dorm and forget about her. Work hard, and when you succeed in the future, make her regret her choice for the rest of her life. Wow, who would have thought that after deciding to become a player, Chen Yuan had also unlocked such powerful motivational speaking skills. Wang Yu was moved to tears and immediately decided to turn back from the brink, no longer acting like a lovesick fool around Shu Luoluo. Watching him leave, the department flower Shu began to panic and quickly explained, Brother Yuan, he's really just an ordinary friend. I didn't think, Luoluo, I don't care about your past, Chen Yuan interrupted her, then expressionlessly tore the portrait she had given him into pieces. But I feel like you don't respect me enough, nor do you respect yourself. You can keep using yesterday's card, but until you've completely sorted out your relationships, let's not see each other for now. This was the legendary masterful tactic of playing hard to get. Chen Yuan walked away with extreme decisiveness, but inside he was very curious about how Shu Luoluo would react. At this moment, Shu Luoluo felt like half the sky had fallen. As a famous straight man killer, she was now crying her eyes out in grievance. He was so sincere with me, and I messed it up, she sobbed, wiping her tears, her regret overwhelming. Her affection for Chen Yuan actually increased by another 5 points as a result. Chen Yuan secretly rejoiced. Indeed, you can't be too accommodating with women, or they'll just take advantage. Shu Luoluo was basically settled for now. It was better to focus back on Zhao Yuki. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and was surprised to find that Zhao Yuki was live streaming. Was this universally adored goddess also a streamer? Chen Yuan clicked in and saw that Zhao Yuki was much cuter on camera than usual. Seemingly someone who was cold on the outside but warm on the inside. Even her account ID had a soft and adorable vibe. Little cutie Chi-Chi. However, because she was a newcomer, her follower count was pitifully low. Just then, Xiao Mir proactively sent him a private message. But when Chen Yuan suggested meeting up, she declined, citing a busy schedule. Although Xiao Mir promised to dance exclusively for Chen Yuan in the livestream tonight, Chen Yuan was completely unmoved, spending so much money on her without even binding her affection. That money would be better spent on Zhao Yuki. As he was thinking this, Chen Yuan received a notification. Zhao Yuki was about to engage in a live-streaming PK battle. Wu Xiaofei was silently praying that the goddess wouldn't be matched with a big streamer. But she never expected that her opponent in the PK would be none other than Xiao Mir. Oh, I got matched with a newbie girl. Looks like this win is in the bag. Seeing that her opponent was a nobody, Xiao Mir's face was full of smugness. Chen Yuan hadn't expected these two to clash either. What a strange twist of fate, but who would come out on top was anyone's guess until the very end. As the PK just started, Zhao Yuki was already far behind in terms of tips. She was playing the piano on one side, while Xiao Mir was energetically dancing on the other. Xiao Mir not only had high popularity but also rich streaming experience, exuding extreme confidence. She even boasted in her livestream that she had a wealthy patron backing her and advised Zhao Yuki to just give up early. Soon a barrage of rocket gifts began flooding the screen. Seeing the familiar ID, Xiao Mir was overjoyed. Wow, the wealthy patron is here. Thank you, big brother. She cooed her thanks while blowing kisses into the air. But just 2 seconds later, Xiao Mir felt like she had been doused with cold water, because she suddenly realized that all the rockets Chen Yuan had sent were landing in Zhao Yuki's livestream, and just like yesterday, there were a full 1,000 of them. On the other side, Zhao Yuki and Wu Xiaofei were completely stunned. They never expected to attract such top-tier support on their very first stream. Xiao Mir, on the other hand, was so angry her eyes were practically shooting flames. Just then, the same guild staff member pushed the door open again. Like last time, he held up a whiteboard to avoid interrupting her stream. It turned out that the company's big boss had called personally to ask why Xiao Mir had let such a huge fish slip away. And to a nobody newbie streamer at that, Xiao Mir hastily said goodbye to her viewers and abruptly ended the stream. The chat was flooded with mocking comments from haters, laughing at her for being slapped in the face. Just moments ago she was bragging about having a wealthy patron backing her, and the next second that patron didn't even leave a word and gave all the gifts to her opponent. Chen Yuan watched from his computer, feeling immensely satisfied. Xiao Mir was just a small-time streamer, and she thought she could manipulate him. She deserved this fate entirely. The news that the wealthy patron smoking alone in loneliness had once again splurged 1,000 rockets spread like wildfire through Xiao Mir's guild. The company's general manager even wondered if this patron was an oil prince from the Middle East. Xiao Mir's fellow streamers began racking their brains to curry favor with Chen Yuan. Seeing Zhao Yuki playing the piano, they assumed Brother Smoke was an art connoisseur and started preparing to showcase their musical talents to attract his attention. Soon after, Chen Yuan's account was trending on the platform again, and Zhao Yuki gained some fame along with it. However, Zhao Yuki wasn't too thrilled about it. After all, live streaming was just a side gig for her. Relying on pleasing men online was no long-term solution. In Zhao Yuki's view, the most important thing for a woman was to have her own career. Both financially and personally, she had to remain independent. Seeing the goddess so serious, Wu Xiaofei quickly changed the subject tactfully. All right, you're lecturing me again, but tell me honestly, do you actually know that wealthy patron who was showering you with gifts? I've told you 100 times, I really don't, believe it or not. Zhao Yuki really hadn't expected that the person who had just given her 1,000 rockets was actually the new classmate she had just added as a friend in class. She just felt that since he had given such a generous gift out of politeness, she should send a private message to thank him. Seeing the smile on her face, Wu Xiaofei couldn't help but pout, thinking, wasn't it just a moment ago that she was saying pleasing men wasn't a long-term solution? What a hypocrite. Suddenly, Zhao Yuki let out a gasp, startling Wu Xiaofei. Xiaofei, I think I might actually know this wealthy patron. The goddess handed her phone to Wu Xiaofei. It turned out that just as she was about to send a thank you message, she suddenly realized that the owner of this account was already on her WeChat friends list. Although the streamer's nickname was Smoking Alone in Loneliness, the linked note was none other than Chen Yuan, whom she had just added today. Seeing that Chen Yuan was so generous, Zhao Yuki's mind quickly conjured up a dramatic idol drama scenario. She thought Chen Yuan was actually a top-tier chaebol heir, born into luxury but naturally low-key, which is why he enjoyed experiencing ordinary life. It wasn't until he got to college and met the girl he loved that he bravely pursued her as a regular person. In this grand play, Zhao Yuki confidently cast herself as the leading lady. In short, those 1,000 rockets had indeed left her feeling a bit giddy. So she took the initiative to message Chen Yuan, inviting him to dinner. They quickly agreed to go eat crawfish together. Meet at the school gate at 4 tomorrow afternoon. Chen Yuan read Zhao Yuki's message, finding it somewhat intriguing. This girl didn't even ask where the money for the tips came from. She simply invited him to eat. Compared to people like Lin Shutong, Zhao Yuki was clearly different. This made Chen Yuan even more curious about what she was really up to. At 4 that afternoon, Chen Yuan arrived at the school gate on his electric scooter. As soon as he got there, he saw a rough-looking middle-aged man leaning against a brand-new Audi. From the tone of the man's phone call, he seemed to be picking up his goddaughter. But given his sleazy demeanor, this so-called goddaughter was probably just his kept canary. After a few casual exchanges, Chen Yuan saw Zhao Yuki walking out of the school gate. He was about to call out to her, when the Audi guy rudely interrupted. Pretty lady, huh, but don't bother, kid. You need to work harder to make more money. Otherwise, beauties like her will all be snatched up by our generation. The man's pretentious, greasy demeanor disgusted Chen Yuan. Just then, the goddess Zhao also spotted Chen Yuan. As the saying goes, beauty is in the eye of the beholder. Even though Chen Yuan was dressed plainly and riding a beat-up scooter, through her rosy-tinted lens, he looked like a Prince Charming in a white suit, riding a sleek, powerful motorcycle. Zhao Yuki, ignoring everything else, followed her heart and jogged over. Meanwhile, the greasy guy was still puffing on his cigarette, smugly flaunting his wealth. But then he watched helplessly as the young, beautiful campus belle hopped right onto Chen Yuan's battered scooter. The two young people then rode off, laughing and chatting, speeding past his polished Audi. This scene, brimming with youthful campus romance, dealt a heavy blow to the man. Boo-hoo, what was the point of making so much money? In all his years he had never carried such a stunning beauty. Though they were on a broken scooter, in Zhao Yuki's eyes, it was the most romantic scene in the world. Chen Yuan parked in front of a well-known crawfish restaurant near the school. He ordered one spicy and one non-spicy portion, then carefully wiped Zhao Yuki's utensils. This tiny, thoughtful gesture in the campus belle's eyes instantly elevated into the refined upbringing and aristocratic grace of a top-tier family. Perfectly measured, not too sycophantic nor too aloof, this was definitely a well-bred young master from a prestigious family, describable with countless beautiful words. After cleaning the utensils, Chen Yuan eagerly dug in. Having been dirt poor before, he never had the chance to eat crawfish, so he savored every bite. Zhao Yuki, convinced Chen Yuan was a top-tier heir, believed he chose this street-side spot to keep her from feeling pressured. He's truly elegant and gentle, she thought. In the goddess's eyes, Chen Yuan at that moment seemed like a Prince Charming stepping out of a painting. Her fondness for him instantly rose by 10 points. Chen Yuan was baffled. He was just wolfing down food like a starving ghost, so how did that boost her affection? Not only that, but the goddess Zhao even started peeling the shrimp shells herself and gently fed them to him. Faced with such a stunning beauty and her soft words, refusing would be a waste of a gift. Chen Yuan obediently opened his mouth and bit into the shrimp meat Zhao Yuki offered. This scene happened to be witnessed by Lin Shutong, who had just walked into the restaurant. What a small world. Today, she and Huang Zhengkai had also chosen this place for a late-night snack. Lin Shutong was both angry and shocked. Yesterday it was Shu Luluo, and today it was Zhao Yuki. How did Chen Yuan have the incredible ability to charm all these top-tier beauties? Seeing this, she felt a sharp sting in her eyes. Plus, still harboring feelings for Chen Yuan, Lin Shutong didn't want him to see her with Huang Zhengkai. With that in mind, she linked her arm with Huang Zhengkai's and coquettishly said, "Brother Zhengkai, it's too crowded here. Let's go somewhere else." Unexpectedly, this Huang guy was extremely chauvinistic. Hearing Lin Shutong's suggestion, he showed no sympathy and instead snorted, "What's wrong with crowds, or is it that you know too many people here? I like eating in crowded places. The busier the better." With that, he dragged Lin Shutong over to Chen Yuan's table, condescendingly tossed a few bills onto Chen Yuan's head and said arrogantly, "You're Chen Yuan, right? Here's $500. Give me your seat." Chen Yuan was utterly speechless at Huang Zhengkai's childish behavior. His look of disdain, however, made Huang think he wasn't satisfied with just 500. So he pulled out another 1,000 and threw it down. Zhao Yuki was fuming with rage. After all, her perfect date was being ruined by this idiot. Seeing the goddess's grim expression, Chen Yuan was puzzled. He was the one being humiliated. Logically, he should be the one angry. Why was Zhao Yuki even more furious than him? Seeing Chen Yuan still unresponsive, Huang Zhengkai pulled out his wallet again, ready to throw down another 2,000. Just then, a waiter appeared out of nowhere. "Bro, don't waste your money. Give it to me and I'll set up an extra seat for you." Huang Zhengkai, in the middle of his grand gesture, was interrupted and redirected his anger at the waiter. He swung his fist, but before the punch landed, Zhao Yuki's bag flew over and hit him square in the face. It turned out that the usually delicate campus belle had surprising strength. Leaving Huang Zhengkai's face a mess, Chen Yuan was amazed. He never expected the gentle and quiet Zhao Yuki to be so decisive. "You bastard, Huang Zhengkai, you eat my food, wear my clothes, drive my car, and now you dare use my money to pick up girls?" Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from behind Chen Yuan. The owner of that voice, how to describe her build? Let's just say she was about the size of 3 young Gaius. Chen Yuan was completely stunned by this woman. The moment Huang Zhengkai saw this fat woman, his face turned pale. "Wei Zhaoqing, what are you doing here? If I weren't here, how would I catch you cheating on me behind my back? You're worse than an animal." The woman's fury was beyond words. It turned out that the so-called rich second-generation Huang Zhengkai was a fraud, essentially a kept man supported by a wealthy woman. Seeing Wei Zhaoqing lose it, Huang had no backbone left, only kneeling and begging for mercy, even shamelessly shifting all the blame onto Lin Shutong, calling her a shameless vixen who seduced him. Lin Shutong, caught in the crossfire, refused to accept such humiliation and fought back fiercely, only to be slapped hard by the despicable Huang Zhengkai, sending her to the ground. Not stopping there, to prove his innocence to Wei Zhaoqing, he prepared to hit Lin Shutong again. But before his second slap landed, Chen Yuan swiftly intercepted it. Though Lin Shutong was a textbook green tea, Chen Yuan couldn't stand by and watch a scumbag hit a woman. Chen Yuan's righteous intervention, filtered through Lin Shutong's lens, became Chen Yuan still loves her. Her affection for him skyrocketed by 60 points, breaking through the 95 mark. This meant Chen Yuan had successfully turned the tables on Lin Shutong. He had spent a total of 50,000 yuan on her before, and after the reversal, he received a 10 cashback 5,000 yuan as personal property, plus an extra 20 enhancement points. Chen Yuan's attribute panel included strength, constitution, spirit, agility, and insight. With these 20 points, he didn't hesitate to add 10 each to strength and constitution. Huang Zhengkai, unfortunately, became Chen Yuan's guinea pig for testing his strength. After taking a heavy hit, Huang Zhengkai, enraged, grabbed a nearby bottle and aimed it at Chen Yuan's head. but before he could get close, Chen Yuan's powerful punch sent both him and the bottle flying. Huang Zhengkai crashed to the ground, utterly pathetic. Huang Zhengkai, being a kept man isn't shameful, but hitting a woman while being one makes you worse than an animal, Chen Yuan said casually, his words cutting deep into Huang's fragile pride. The bastard even had a weapon on him. Humiliated publicly, he hysterically pulled out a switchblade. Chen Yuan, watch out, Zhao Yuki screamed in terror. But the 20 enhancement points had transformed Chen Yuan. He disarmed Huang barehanded, grabbing his wrist and then throwing him to the ground with a shoulder toss. The scumbag was now completely immobilized and powerless. Huang Zhengkai passed out, foaming at the mouth on the floor. Not wanting to be the center of attention among the other diners, Chen Yuan was about to leave with Zhao Yuki when Lin Shutong grabbed his leg tightly. Chen Yuan, I was wrong, I was blind, can you give me another chance? Lin Shutong sobbed hysterically, begging. But Chen Yuan's face was cold as ice, his heart unmoved. He replied coldly, which Chen Yuan are you talking about? The one who carried you over 10 kilometers to the at 3 in the morning, or the one who bought you a phone with half a year's savings? The one you looked down on because it wasn't the latest model? Chen Yuan's words were like daggers, tearing apart Lin Shutong's fake mask. She cried and shook her head desperately. Seeing his icy gaze, she was utterly crushed. She knew their statuses were now worlds apart, and she had no chance to reach him anymore. Chen Yuan walked Zhao Yuki back to school, apologizing along the way for the day's chaos, worried he had ruined her fun. Zhao Yuki smiled sweetly and waved it off. Though outwardly gracious, her eyes were full of curiosity. After this meal, she felt Chen Yuan was shrouded in mystery, hard to read. Because of this, Zhao Yuki's interest in Chen Yuan only grew stronger. As for Lin Shutong, she ran all the way back to her dorm in the rain. She wanted to cry in her roommate's arms but instead learned about Chen Yuan's 10 million yuan gift to Zhao Yuki the day before. Already heartbroken, Lin Shutong completely broke down, wailing in her dorm at midnight, waking up half the female dormitory building. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was comfortably playing online games with his roommates. To his surprise, he won 18 MVPs in a single night. He used to be terrible at games, but tonight he was on fire, leaving his roommates stunned. Even Chen Yuan found it unbelievable. After adding those 20 attribute points, even gaming became effortless. Yuanzi, why don't you become a game streamer? When you're a big million-follower streamer, take us along, one roommate suggested. Chen Yuan brushed it off as a joke and decided to take a shower. But when he took off his clothes and looked in the mirror, he was shocked to see his body had transformed dramatically. The once scrawny boy now had well-defined abs. Chen Yuan admired himself in the mirror, feeling he could rival heartthrob Peng Yuyan with a body like this. He wondered which girl would be lucky enough to have him. Lost in his narcissism, Chen Yuan heard his roommate shouting for him. It was Xu Luoluo calling. Seeing her name on the screen, Chen Yuan immediately pictured her scheming face, wondering what new trick she had up her sleeve this time. He answered the phone in a cold tone. Senior Xu, what do you need so late? On the other end came sobbing. Xu Luoluo's voice was broken, tears streaming. Chen Yuan, sob. I really don't know who else to turn to, so I'm begging you. Can you lend me 500,000 yuan? Xu Luoluo sniffled, pouring out her tragic story. According to her, her father was a gambling addict. Their once wealthy family had fallen apart because of his debts. She had become so materialistic only to pay off her father's debts, forced into being a gold digger. Chen Yuan didn't believe a word of this flimsy script, but he couldn't be bothered to question it. He just told her to send her bank account number. The campus belle was stunned by his quick agreement and obediently sent the number. Soon her account received a full 5 million yuan. Xu Luoluo was both shocked and scared. Why is it 5 million? Oh, nothing. My hand slipped and I added an extra zero, Chen Yuan replied casually. On the other end, Xu Luoluo let out a scream of sheer shock. But even so, she made no move to return the extra money, instead promising repeatedly to repay him double in the future. At the same time, her affection for Chen Yuan began to climb rapidly, hitting 94 points in no time. Chen Yuan was a bit disappointed. Throwing down 5 million still hadn't won her over. This woman was indeed a high-level player, not easy to deal with. He thought about confessing directly but decided against it. In matters of the heart, whoever shows their need first loses the upper hand. Whoever confesses first loses. So he chose to stay put and observe the campus belle's attitude. The next morning, as Chen Yuan and his 3 roommates stepped out of the dorm, they ran into Lin Shutong. It wasn't really a coincidence. She was holding a bag of steamed buns waiting specifically for him. It seemed that after hearing about the 10 million, this green tea drama queen still wouldn't give up. Chen Yuan's roommates were dumbfounded. Holy crap. Was the sun rising from the west today? Lin Shutong was actually bringing breakfast to Chen Yuan. But before they could recover from the shock, an even bigger blow came. Xu Luoluo also hurried over with breakfast, a lovingly homemade seafood congee, saying Chen Yuan needed to nourish himself. The 2 vain women locked eyes and the air instantly filled with a thick tension. sparks practically flying between them. Chen Yuan felt they might start tearing into each other any second. But it didn't stop there. A sweet, gentle voice called out Chen Yuan's name. His 3 roommates were on the verge of tears, their hearts sour with envy. The world was so unfair, some had too much while others had nothing. Sure enough, this time it was Zhao Yuki carrying a steaming bowl of beef noodles. Lin Shutong and Xu Luoluo immediately stopped glaring at each other and turned to size up this new rival. But Zhao Yuki, as the recognized campus belle, effortlessly overpowered the other two with her strong aura. Chen Yuan took the noodles from her, touched, and asked, "How did you know I like beef noodles? When we had crawfish yesterday, I noticed you could handle spicy food. I happen to know a place with super authentic Tianjin beef noodles, so I grabbed some for you on the way. Feels good to be cared for, right? Thank you, Chi-Chi." Chen Yuan wore a perfectly flattered expression, thanking her warmly. But deep down he wasn't that moved. He just thought Zhao Yuki was indeed on a different level from the other 2 shallow women, able to pick up on his preferences through his taste. In this round, Zhao Yuki had completely outshone the other 2. Not only that, but Zhao Yuki then pulled out a brand new phone as a thank you gift for the tips from yesterday. The phone was worth over 10,000 yuan, making Lin Shutong and Xu Luoluo's eyes pop. This campus belle was incredibly generous. In this battle the 2 were utterly defeated. Chen Yuan accepted the gift and noodles, happily leaving with Zhao Yuki, leaving Lin Shutong standing there, utterly dejected. Lin Shutong felt like the world was collapsing. She just wanted to win Chen Yuan back. Why was it so hard? In just a few days another rival, Zhao Yuki, had appeared. Seeing Lin Shutong sighing endlessly, Xu Luoluo took the initiative to strike up a conversation. But Green Tea Lin Shutong was extremely hostile toward Green Tea Xu Luoluo. Ever since their first meeting at the luxury handbag store, she couldn't stand Xu Luoluo. "What's there to talk about? I have nothing to say to you. You despicable snake, it's all because of you." Lin Shutong rudely pointed at Xu Luoluo's nose and started cursing wildly. However, Xu Luoluo didn't get angry. Instead, she proactively suggested they join forces, since they had a common enemy, Zhao Yuki. An enemy's enemy is a friend. Wasn't that the simplest way to build a connection? Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was unboxing the phone Zhao Yuki had given him to try out. Using such a high-end phone for the first time felt incredibly satisfying. This school beauty Zhao's affection for him was only at 40 points right now. If it weren't for this data, Chen Yuan might have thought she was already in love with him. No wonder she was the universally acknowledged goddess of the school. Her game was far above other women's, almost making him, the prey, feel like he was the hunter. Chen Yuan felt a bit impatient. It seemed he'd need to speed things up to win over Zhao Yuki. Just then, the female streamer Xiao Mir sent him a message again, apologizing for refusing to meet last time, but her attitude was rather perfunctory. Chen Yuan was getting annoyed with her when he received a new message from someone named Dragon Emperor. "Hi, I'm Dragon Emperor, the top donor in Xiao Mir's livestream room. I have a group with all the top donors from major streamers. Interested in joining?" Attached was an invitation to a group chat called Imperial Ambitions. Chen Yuan found it amusing. This must be the legendary Sugar Daddy elite group for sponsoring female streamers. As soon as Chen Yuan entered the group, the chat exploded. Everyone showered him with flattery, praising his wealth and generosity. But Chen Yuan knew their real motive wasn't just to get close. Sure enough, he soon received a private message. "Bro, you're really loaded. Tens of thousands are pocket change to you. I've got a business deal. Would you be interested in checking it out?" Chen Yuan sneered inwardly. These so-called tycoons were probably testing his background. Let's see what they're really up to. He added the person who sent the private message, whose ID was Breeze Comes Naturally. As soon as Breeze Comes Naturally accepted the friend request, he got straight to the point, saying he had a villa in Zhongkou District to sell and asked if Chen Yuan was interested. Chen Yuan knew Zhongkou District was the city's famous wealthy area, where villas cost at least tens of millions. Though he didn't have the money himself, he replied generously, "Sure, I've been meaning to buy a place to store junk. I can check it out the day after tomorrow." The other tycoons initially thought Chen Yuan was just a braggart, but seeing he seemed serious about buying a house, they panicked. Damn, Dragon Emperor wasn't lying. This guy's really rich. Whether he's legit or not, we'll find out when he shows up. Even if we're wrong, making a connection with a big shot who can drop tens of millions without blinking is a win-win. The tycoons then sent Chen Yuan the villa's location and address. Chen Yuan didn't have the money to buy a villa for himself, but for a woman he had plenty. So this time he brought Zhao Yuki along to view the property. Watching her graceful figure, Chen Yuan was curious. How much affection would gifting her a villa earn him? He took Zhao Yuki to the site but kept the destination a mystery along the way. The person greeting them, Breeze Comes Naturally, turned out to be a bald, pot-bellied, middle-aged man in real life. He discreetly sized Chen Yuan up from head to toe. Noticing Chen Yuan's plain clothes but the extraordinary aura of the girl beside him, he concluded Chen Yuan was no ordinary man. The man hurried forward, shook Chen Yuan's hand politely, and introduced himself. I'm Hong Yuanchao in small business. Due to some recent cash flow issues, I have to sell this villa. With that, he led Chen Yuan and the girl inside to start the tour. The villa had a building area of 500 square meters, but the actual usable space was a whopping 2,000 square meters. The interior decor was all designed by world-renowned artists, and the furniture was imported from Italy. From the terrace, one could overlook the surging river and the bustling city. Excellent feng shui. Hong Yuanchao kept emphasizing that if not for the urgent need for funds, he'd want to live there forever. As Hong Yuanchao rambled on, Zhao Yuki's face suddenly changed. She finally realized belatedly that Chen Yuan had brought her here to buy a house, but a mansion of this caliber started at least at tens of millions, a mind-boggling sum Zhao Yuki had never even dared to imagine. This place is pretty good. Spare me the sales pitch and just name your price. Chen Yuan, tired of Hong Yuanchao's chatter, cut straight to the chase. Hong Yuanchao, seeing his decisive attitude, felt a bit nervous. His target price for the villa was 50 million, but selling a house always meant starting high to leave room for negotiation. So he tentatively quoted 60 million. Chen Yuan sighed, a hint of disappointment on his face. Hong Yuanchao thought he'd scared him off with a high price and silently cursed Chen Yuan as a fraud. But then Chen Yuan spoke up unexpectedly. Only 60 million? Fine, I didn't expect it to be so cheap. Chen Yuan's didn't expect it to be so cheap hit Hong Yuanchao like a boulder. He instantly regretted not quoting 70 or 80 million to make a bigger profit. Chen Yuan ignored his thoughts and turned to Zhao Yuki with a gentle tone. Chi-Chi, do you think I should buy this house? Zhao Yuki was still stunned by the figure, 60 million. Hearing his question, she looked confused. Why are you asking me? Whether you buy it or not has nothing to do with me. How is it nothing to do with you? This house is meant to be a gift for you, Chen Yuan replied casually. Hong Yuanchao was shocked. A 60 million villa given away like that. Who was this young man with such terrifying wealth and audacity? Zhao Yuki, hearing this, was even more stunned. A multi-million-dollar mansion spoken of as lightly as a 6 yuan bunch of greens at the market. Instead of joy, a hint of fear crept into her heart. Could this be some kind of telecom scam or a human trafficking trap? Giving her a mansion for no reason, then forcing her to be an obedient slave for life. Oh, that doesn't seem right. I can't accept it. Zhao Yuki trembled as she tried to refuse, but Chen Yuan cut her off. He took her soft, boneless hand and poured out a textbook-perfect line. Chi-Chi, listen to me. Haven't there been new property purchase restrictions lately? I have too many properties under my name, so I want to put this one in yours. Besides, I want to give you a home. Zhao Yuki's cheeks flushed bright red, and the absurd kidnapping thoughts vanished. But the problem was, wouldn't such a direct property transfer and registration require a marital relationship legally? Thinking this, Zhao Yuki felt Chen Yuan must already be planning a lifetime with her. As if reading her mind, Chen Yuan continued his sweet talk. What are we to each other? What's mine is yours. Why be so clear about it? Even though Zhao Yuki was used to handling storms, she couldn't resist this sweet assault. Her affection for Chen Yuan skyrocketed by 50 points, hitting 90 in an instant. Chen Yuan smirked inwardly. His acting skills were getting Oscar-worthy. The young secretary standing beside Hong Yuanchao witnessed this beautiful scene, and her heart fluttered too. She nudged her boss enviously. Boss, look how generous he is. When will you give me one? Hong Yuanchao forced a calm exterior but was crying inside. He couldn't dream of casually dropping tens of millions on a villa for a woman like Chen Yuan did. The transaction proceeded swiftly. Chen Yuan swiped his card to pay a 10 million deposit with the remaining balance to be transferred after the paperwork was done. Hong Yuanchao thanked Chen Yuan profusely as he saw him out, marveling. Such a wealthy big shot, yet always taking taxis, the richer the more low-key. On the way back, Chen Yuan and Zhao Yuki were lost in their own thoughts. Chen Yuan calculated that he'd already spent 70 million on Zhao Yuki. Once she became his devoted simp, he'd get a 7 million cash rebate plus system bonus points. This deal was a sure win. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuki was completely swept away, abandoning all pretense and strategy. Drawing on years of reading romance novels, she was convinced Chen Yuan would confess to her soon. She even fantasized about the proposal, wedding venue, children's names, and how they'd grow old together. Just as she was lost in her pink fantasy, the taxi stopped at the school gate. Zhao Yuki got out first, but Chen Yuan stayed seated. Aren't you getting out? Oh, my roommate invited me to game at the internet cafe. You go back to the dorm first. Chen Yuan casually brushed her off and closed the window. The taxi sped away, leaving Zhao Yuki standing in the wind, bewildered. Had she overthought it? Where was the romantic confession scene? Chen Yuan did go to the internet cafe to game with his roommates, but at the counter when buying a card and drinks he was shocked to find the cashier was Shu Luoluo. She said the cafe was her father's, and because of the 5 million Chen Yuan had generously given her, she made him a lifetime free member, with free drinks included. Chen Yuan was about to decline when the cafe door was violently kicked open. Several thugs with weapons stormed in, led by a long-haired guy with a thick gold chain. Clearly loan sharks collecting debts. Xu Luoluo angrily shouted that they'd already paid back 5 million last time. But the thugs were unreasonable, claiming that 5 million was just the principal, with 15 million in interest still owed. Xu Luoluo was furious. This wasn't debt collection, it was outright robbery, but these thugs weren't the type to reason with. Seeing her reaction, they grabbed her wrist, their eyes filled with undisguised greed and filth. "Stop playing dumb. If you can't come up with 15 million today, you're coming with us. With your looks, you'd be the top girl in my nightclub. Earning 15 million in a year would be a breeze." The leader's laughter echoed through the cafe. Chen Yuan couldn't stomach this disgusting scene and decided to step in for another heroic rescue. The thug leader immediately ordered his men to surround Chen Yuan. But after system enhancement, Chen Yuan's physical abilities were far beyond normal. He easily fought his way through alone. The sight of Chen Yuan taking on 5 opponents left his roommates dumbfounded. In just one night, Chen Yuan had transformed from a pathetic, foolish simp into a rich, handsome man with incredible fighting skills. His roommates were utterly shocked. His fluid moves were even cooler than a game character's. The beaten thugs, bruised and swollen, retreated in disgrace. Once safe, Xu Luoluo burst into tears and threw herself into Chen Yuan's arms, whining pitifully, "Brother Yuan, thank you for saving me again. I was so scared I almost lost my soul." After this incident, Xu Luoluo's affection for Chen Yuan officially broke 95 points. His total spending on her was 5.3 million. Thus, a 10 rebate of 530,000 yuan was quickly deposited into Chen Yuan's account, along with 5 system enhancement points. Chen Yuan was overjoyed, holding the warm, soft woman in his arms while mentally calculating where to best allocate these 5 points. However, the embrace was spotted by Lin Shutong passing by. Lin Shutong lost all reason and rushed over like a madwoman, cursing Xu Luoluo. "Xu Luoluo, you shameless woman, we agreed to a lie. And you're secretly seducing Chen Yuan?" Watching the two women fight, Chen Yuan sensed trouble and quickly allocated all 5 points to agility. This was no place to linger. Eventually, his roommates had to step in to pull the two crazy girls apart, while Chen Yuan, the root cause, had already slipped away. Now, Chen Yuan faced a new problem. He'd successfully conquered Lin Shutong and Xu Luoluo, and Zhao Yuki was almost done. He needed new targets or he'd run out of women to simp for and couldn't earn money. Just then, a new target appeared. A girl in sportswear with a somewhat bossy attitude. "Hey, the track field is taken by the track team for a sprint race. Can you move aside?" Chen Yuan immediately saw an opportunity and pulled out his phone, offering a QR code. "Sure, moving is easy, just add me on WeChat." The girl was baffled, full of question marks. But before she could react, Chen Yuan's eardrums were nearly shattered by a furious roar. "Stop, what are you doing?" A tall, crew-cut guy charged over with hostility, stepping between Chen Yuan and the girl claiming to be her boyfriend. Chen Yuan squinted. This guy looked familiar. This guy had publicly humiliated and even beaten him multiple times before. A toad lusting after a swan. "I suggest you give up." Chen Yuan slowly clenched his fist, a cold, murderous smile curling on his lips. What a small world. In that case, he'd pursue this woman even more. Just then, the system chimed. New target successfully bound. The girl was He Ziying, 19, stunningly beautiful. Even more so than Xu Luoluo, her current affection for Chen Yuan was -5 points. If successful, besides the cash rebate, Chen Yuan would get 22 system attribute points. 22 points were incredibly tempting. Definitely worth a shot. He Ziying's boyfriend was about to compete in the 100-meter sprint and shot a smug look at his girlfriend before starting. Facing a taken woman, Chen Yuan didn't mind playing the male green tea. He casually walked to the outer lane and mimicked the other runner's starting stance. At the gunshot, Chen Yuan sprinted off with the crowd. He Ziying's boyfriend quickly outpaced the others. But Chen Yuan, not even a registered competitor, effortlessly overtook him in front of everyone. Chen Yuan's speed completely crushed He Ziying's boyfriend, Li Yang. Being humiliated in his own strongest field by an outsider was an unprecedented shame. Veins bulging on his forehead as if unsealing a hidden power, Li Yang gritted his teeth and fought to regain the lead. But when he looked around for Chen Yuan again, he was nowhere in sight. "Damn, where'd that guy go?" "To your left, buddy." A mocking voice rang in Li Yang's ears. Unbelievably, Chen Yuan had lapped him. Chen Yuan was thrilled. This guy's years of athletic training were nothing against his cheat-like system stats. Chen Yuan's emergence and his defeat of Li Yang plunged the entire stadium into shock. The commentator naturally seized on this highlight, deliberately fanning the flames. "What am I seeing? A true flying man has been born. Even Astro Boy would have to bow in the face of his speed." Chen Yuan, head held high and chest puffed out, accelerated and crossed the finish line first. He Jijung was stunned, never imagining her boyfriend would lose. Chen Yuan was surrounded by a crowd hailed and cheered like an athlete who had just won an Olympic gold medal. He had not only broken a record but also pushed the limits of human potential. Even the school track team coach personally approached Chen Yuan. He personally extended an invitation, hoping Chen Yuan would join the track team, and promised to recommend him to the national team. Hearing this, Li Yang was on the verge of tears. "Coach, didn't you say that spot was for me?" Everyone expected Chen Yuan to agree without hesitation, but faced with this tempting offer, no one anticipated his cold reply. "Sorry, not interested." It was both cool and aloof, with a touch of arrogance. He Jijung's heartstrings involuntarily trembled for this boy, and her favorability toward Chen Yuan shot up by 15 points. Seeing her look so lost, Li Yang's face turned extremely ugly. He Jijung quickly handed him a few bottles of water, brushing it off by saying she was just worried about him. As for Zhao Yuki, after saying goodbye to Chen Yuan, she returned to the dormitory. No sooner had she arrived than the goddess Zhao eagerly told Wu Xiaofei about Chen Yuan giving her a house. Moreover, the price of that house was a whopping 60 million yuan. Zhao Yuki wanted Wu Xiaofei to check the housing prices in Zhangkou district online to make sure Chen Yuan hadn't wasted money. But as soon as Wu Xiaofei opened the webpage, she was met with a glaringly provocative post on the school forum titled, "Lake University's top scumbag Chen Yuan playing multiple women." Wu Xiaofei quickly handed her phone to Zhao Yuki, and the two stared at each other in bewilderment. Meanwhile, the person involved, Chen Yuan, was equally dumbfounded when he saw the post. It seemed he had been too flashy lately, stirring up resentment in some people. But he had no clue who was stabbing him in the back. Coincidentally, the post was written by Li Yang's roommate. When Li Yang returned from the stadium, he saw his 3 roommates huddled around a laptop whispering. Seeing him come back, they gleefully boasted about their masterpiece. "Bro Yang, there's this guy named Chen Yuan in the Chinese department who's been acting all high and mighty. We're taking him down." Li Yang glanced at the post they'd written and was shocked to find that the person in the photos was the same guy who had beaten him in the sprint. Li Yang's anger flared up again. He sneered a few times and said, "I know this kid. We graduated from the same high school. He's been a total utter simp since childhood. I've got plenty of dirt on him. Actually, he doesn't even deserve the label scumbag. He's probably just clinging desperately to some girl again." The roommates' gossip-loving souls ignited instantly. They even took out paper and pens to take notes, ready to continue exposing Chen Yuan on the forum. Though this behavior was far from gentlemanly, Li Yang was all for it. Because Chen Yuan had not only defeated him but also stolen the coach's favor, Li Yang wanted nothing more than to ruin Chen Yuan's reputation immediately. The post used extremely harsh language against Chen Yuan, calling him the ceiling of simps, claiming he had pursued no fewer than 100 girls and juggled multiple relationships simultaneously. Not only that, but once he set his sights on a target, he would relentlessly pester her, even going after girls who already had boyfriends. His shameless harassment allegedly severely impacted female students' academics. The most absurd claim was that his presence had caused their high school's undergraduate admission rate to drop by a full 10 compared to previous years. This news not only sparked gossip among students, but even reached the principal's office, infuriating the principal. "I will not tolerate such a black sheep in our school. I will investigate this personally. If it's true, I will expel this scum." The principal quickly launched an investigation, and the first person to speak up for Chen Yuan was Zhao Yuki. In her account, Chen Yuan came across as a generous and noble young master, always appearing to help others in trouble. Chen Yuan not only spent money without blinking an eye, but also stood up to protect women when facing thugs and bullies. In Zhao Yuki's eyes, Chen Yuan was a towering hero. The principal felt the campus belle's words were a bit too biased, but regardless, she was the vice president of the student union with a spotless record. Thus the principal's secretary also believed she had no motive to lie. They continued investigating Chen Yuan through his classmates. The next person they called in was Lin Shudong. Of all people, they had to pick Lin Shudong, the girl Chen Yuan had once idolized as a goddess. As soon as she heard the first few questions, she couldn't help but burst into tears, repeatedly murmuring that Chen Yuan was actually a good person and that she was the one who was vain and unworthy of him. "Chen Yuan rejected you, and you still think he's a good person?" The security guard handed Lin Shudong a box of tissues, as the girl was crying so hard her tears seemed endless. "I deserve this. I don't deserve love. Chen Yuan is truly a good person. He did nothing wrong, he just stopped loving me." Watching Lin Shudong sob so heartbreakingly, the principal was deeply shaken. He lit a cigarette and began to wonder, had he really misjudged Chen Yuan? Things quickly took an even stranger turn. Xu Luolu arrived at the principal's office with her father, even bringing a banner to commend Chen Yuan's bravery and generosity. The principal was stunned. Xu Luoluo's father began recounting how Chen Yuan had generously donated 5 million yuan to help their family through a crisis. After hearing their story, the principal was fully convinced that he had indeed wronged Chen Yuan. He logged back into the school forum to check the post, only to find a new one clearing Chen Yuan's name. The post included a video capturing Chen Yuan's most impressive moments, such as his sprint victory over Li Yang, and his gentlemanly behavior in helping girls. Beneath the clarifying post, almost all the comments were from girls voicing their support and defense. Seeing this, the principal clicked his tongue, feeling that Chen Yuan reminded him of his younger self. Back in the day, he too had been a campus heartthrob. As the saying goes, the tallest tree catches the most wind. It was only natural for an outstanding youth like Chen Yuan to attract jealousy. Thinking back to those days, the principal had once been ostracized by envious classmates and nearly faced expulsion. Now, sitting in the principal's seat, he saw his former self in Chen Yuan. Thus his attitude did a complete 180-degree turn, from wanting to eliminate this scum, to fiercely defending Chen Yuan's honor. The principal even went to great lengths, gathering all students in the gymnasium. Standing on stage with authority, he declared that the forum posts were nothing but shameless slander against Chen Yuan. Today, I stand here personally to clear Chen Yuan's name. Not only is Chen Yuan upright and helpful, but he has also done countless good deeds in secret, never seeking recognition. What a great character, what a noble soul! Chen Yuan was covered in goosebumps from the principal's praise, unsure where to put his hands and feet. At the end of his speech, the principal urged all students to follow Chen Yuan's example and strive to be useful to society, even awarding him a certificate of honor on the spot. Though Chen Yuan had no idea what was happening or how he had gone from being a scumbag to a moral role model for the entire school, since the principal himself was bestowing the honor, he had to accept it. Under the stage, Li Yang's eyes burned with rage. He had thought this would ruin Chen Yuan, but instead it had boosted his popularity. What infuriated him even more was that among the girls below, He Jijung was clapping the hardest, her favorability toward Chen Yuan rising steadily. After the assembly, Li Yang dragged He Jijung into a corner, and the two erupted into a fierce argument. He Jijung, you'd better give me a reasonable explanation, I saw it clearly. Why were you clapping for that Chen Yuan? What do you mean by that? He Jijung thought Li Yang was being utterly unreasonable. She was just genuinely admiring Chen Yuan. What was wrong with that? We're all students, yet he quietly does so many good deeds without seeking fame or profit. Even after beating you, he could have become the center of attention, but he chose to remain an ordinary person. Hearing this, Li Yang's suppressed anger completely lost control. He roughly grabbed He Jijung's wrist, his face twisted with rage as he roared, "Shut up, he can never beat me, never!" Even though He Jijung winced in pain, Li Yang refused to let go. After losing the race, he started bragging about his father's wealth, feeling that being born with a silver spoon made him superior, and that Chen Yuan was nothing compared to him. Just as their argument reached a peak, Chen Yuan happened to stroll by leisurely. "Old Hong, just drive in. I'm on campus. Don't bring anything too expensive to pick me up, keep it low-key." Chen Yuan pretended not to see the two, focusing on his phone call. Soon, Hong Yuanchao pulled up in a Maybach parked by the roadside and personally jogged over to respectfully open the door for Chen Yuan. This scene dealt a devastating blow to Li Yang's confidence. Then He Jijung broke up with him. It wasn't because she was gold-digging and wanted to chase after Chen Yuan, but simply because she felt her boyfriend was not only inferior in skill, but also extremely narrow-minded. Hong Yuanchao accompanied Chen Yuan to the bank to complete the transaction. With 50 million yuan directly transferred into old Hong's account, and the villa deed smoothly landed in Chen Yuan's hands, Chen Yuan was still thinking about getting something else for Zhao Yuki, feeling that just giving a property deed was a bit thin. Meanwhile, the tycoon group chat exploded again. The members practically deified him, as spending 60 million on a villa for a woman was unheard of. One of the tycoons took the opportunity to pitch luxury cars to Chen Yuan, which suited him perfectly since he was planning to get a matching gift for the campus belle Zhao. So Chen Yuan promptly contacted a car dealer named Zhang Heotian. Chen Yuan knew that Zhang Heotian was the son of the city's leading enterprise, the Zhang Group. It seemed this guy was a genuine top-tier rich second generation. Chen Yuan politely exchanged pleasantries. "Brother Zhang running such a large car dealership at such a young age, truly impressive for your years. President Chen, please don't call me brother. I can't bear it. Just call me Xiao Zhang. You're the one who's truly impressive. When I heard old Hong mention President Chen, I thought it was some venerable old-timer." Seeing Zhang Heotian personally come out to entertain, the beautiful saleswomen in the store's eyes lit up. They guessed that Chen Yuan must be some mega-tycoon's son, but such an unattainable man was clearly out of their league. Zhang Heotian led Chen Yuan around the showroom, proudly boasting that his store had the city's most comprehensive collection of top-tier luxury cars. but Chen Yuan glanced around and immediately asked to buy a Bugatti Chiron. Zhang Haoshan was stunned. That was a globally limited edition hypercar with only 20 units worldwide, priced at 160 million yuan. Chen Yuan shrugged and then threw out names like the Lamborghini Veneno and Pagani Zonda, all dream cars with staggering prices and global limits. Cold sweat broke out on Zhang Haoshan's forehead. He wondered if this guy was here to cause trouble. President Chen, our store's regular inventory ranges from 2 to 3 million to 8 to 9 million yuan. Perhaps so none of what I want is here, Chen Yuan interrupted bluntly. How can you have nothing, Xiao Zhang? Your dealership doesn't seem that impressive. Zhang Haoshan knew the other was deliberately testing him but refused to back down. He figured that even if Chen Yuan could afford a tens of millions villa, he couldn't casually drop tens of millions on a sports car. So, gritting his teeth, he brought out his store's crown jewel, a dazzling Ferrari LaFerrari, equipped with a V12 naturally aspirated engine, with a 6.3-liter displacement producing a maximum of 588 kilowatts, paired with an independent 120 kilowatts electric motor for a total of 800 horsepower. Mated to a dual-clutch transmission, this dream car was priced at 22.5 million yuan. Zhang Haoshan eagerly awaited Chen Yuan's reaction. But Chen Yuan just thought for a moment. 22.5 million was just right for the card he had. With a smooth move, he pulled out a black card and patted Zhang Haoshan's shoulder. 22.5 million it is. Looks like this is your limit, Xiao Zhang. Swipe it. Zhang Haoshan took the card with trembling hands, feeling like he was in a dream. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone buzzed. It was his best buddy Lu Wenj. As soon as he answered, a deafening cry nearly burst his eardrums. UNZ, holy shit, I've been cuckolded. Woo woo woo, we're really brothers. Same damn fate. That day was Lu Wenj's birthday. His girlfriend Lu Jia said she was going for a manicure with her girlfriends. Since it was late and raining heavily, Lu Wenj thoughtfully took an umbrella to pick her up. Instead, he saw Lu Jia passionately kissing a sleazy-looking guy next to a luxury car. The sight shattered Lu Wenj's heart. After all, they had been together for 3 years, and Lu Wenj had even planned to take her home to meet his parents. Lu Wenj was chugging booze and sobbing uncontrollably, and Chen Yuan couldn't calm him down no matter what. Lu Wenj even thought about debasing himself to win Lu Jia back. Chen Yuan couldn't take it anymore and shouted into the phone, "Snap out of it. She's the one who messed up, not you. Pick up your dignity and stop being a damn simp." Lu Wenj was jolted by the scolding, stumbling back a few steps before collapsing to the floor. Chen Yuan felt the pain too deeply. His best buddy now was just like his former self. That unwillingness, that stubborn urge to make excuses for the other, that self-deception that the girlfriend was just momentarily confused and not a bad girl. Chen Yuan let out a deep sigh. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson. With that, he pulled out his phone to make a call. Lu Wenj was confused on the other end. What are you talking about? What lesson? Who are you calling? Wenj, don't worry. Leave everything to me. I'll make sure Lu Jia comes crawling back to you to apologize. The call Chen Yuan made was to Zhang Haoshan. He wanted to buy a few luxury cars worth millions and needed some trustworthy drivers to bring them to a designated spot. Zhang Haoshan was overjoyed and quickly agreed. After that, Chen Yuan called Xu Luoluo, saying he missed her and wanted to meet up that night. Soon, Xu Luoluo arrived excitedly. Lu Wenj's eyes nearly popped out. One call and a stunningly beautiful girl showed up, and judging by the dynamic, Chen Yuan was clearly in control. This was nothing like the pathetic simp he used to know. Over a few beers, Chen Yuan formally introduced Lu Wenj to Xu Luoluo. Xu Luoluo thought Chen Yuan was bringing her to meet his best buddy to make their relationship official, feeling sweet inside, believing Chen Yuan still cared for her. So she acted especially obedient and gentle. Then, Chen Yuan revealed the real purpose of the night. He needed Xu Luoluo to help him stage a show. The next day, Lu Jia was riding in the car of that ugly nouveau riche Ma cruising around, when a top-tier luxury car suddenly overtook them. Ma was cursing the driver's incompetence, but the moment someone stepped out of that car, he was struck dumb. With fair, slender legs and an impeccable, stunning figure, Xu Luoluo stepped out in a striking red dress, her breathtaking beauty outshining even the supercar beneath her. Ma couldn't stop swallowing, almost drooling, and compared to Xu Luoluo, Lu Jia beside him looked like a country bumpkin, no contest at all. However, the person who stepped out of the car next left the adulterous pair utterly stunned. It was none other than Lu Wenj, dressed in a sharp-branded outfit, sporting a luxury watch on his wrist and a thick gold chain around his neck. He looked every bit the newly minted nouveau riche. As soon as Lu Wenj got out, Xu Luoluo naturally linked her arm through his, coquettishly whining, "Wenj, you scared me just now. The new car you gave me almost got wrecked by them. So what if it's wrecked? No big deal, I'll buy you a new one." Unlike Xu Luoluo's flawless acting, Lu Wenj was internally a nervous wreck. To make matters worse, Xu Luoluo's sizzling figure was pressed tightly against him, leaving him at a complete loss for where to put his hands. The nouveau riche surnamed Ma was utterly panicked, unable to fathom why Lu Wenj seemed like a completely different person after just one day. He even began to suspect Lu Wenj was a low-key hidden rich second-generation heir. But Lu Jia was far shrewder, immediately seeing through the act. "Lu Wenj, stop wasting your time putting on this pathetic show," she screeched. Yet Lu Wenj didn't even bother to glance at her. Turning to Shu Luoluo, he said gently, "Some stray dogs barking, ignore her, babe. Let's get in the car." Lu Jia, however, wasn't about to let him off so easily. After all, she had been with him for 3 years and knew exactly what his family was like. So faced with this flashy version of Lu Wenj, she felt nothing but fury, not a shred of attraction. "Lu Wenj, I admit I was wrong to cheat on you, but this lousy act of yours today makes me sick. Don't you have any fault in this, you bastard?" What a venomous, unreasonable woman. Meanwhile, Zhang Haoshan and Chen Yuan were sitting in a nearby car, quietly observing everything. Sensing trouble, Chen Yuan immediately activated Plan B. Zhang Haoshan's wealthy second-generation buddies roared in from all directions in their top-tier supercars. They all got out and enthusiastically greeted Lu Wenj like old friends. One of them, a young man in a white suit who looked the most roguish, even walked up to strike up a conversation with the nouveau riche surnamed Ma. Of course, his tone was dripping with contempt. "Oh, look who it is, isn't this dog Ma? Still recognize me?" The man surnamed Ma trembled all over, never expecting to run into an acquaintance here. "Be young Master Bai." Young Master Bai, the one in the white suit, took a deep drag of his cigarette, slung one arm around Ma Kai's shoulder and casually placed the other on Lu Jia's shoulder. "Little lady, did this guy tell you his name's Ma Kai, that he owns a mine and studied abroad in the States? Let me clue you in. He's nothing but a con artist, a gold digger who pretends to be rich to sleep with women. You didn't actually think he was a rich heir, did you?" "Ha ha!" Young Master Bai's laugh was filled with undisguised sarcasm and mockery, leaving Lu Jia both humiliated and furious. He didn't forget to trash Ma Kai further, calling his methods crude but perfectly matched with a brainless fool of a woman, a perfect pair. The blow to Lu Jia was devastating, but faced with this formidable young master, she had no power to retort. All she could do was kick off her heels and chase after Ma Kai in a frenzy to vent her anger. Lu Wenj didn't want to stay and dirty his eyes any longer. He turned to leave with Shu Luoluo, only to have Lu Jia grab his leg in a death grip. These money-grubbing green tea types all had the same begging routine, just like when Lin Shutong had clung to Chen Yuan. Lu Jia tearfully recited the same old pleas for forgiveness, but no matter how pitifully she cried, Lu Wenj had already made up his mind. He ruthlessly shook off her hand. "Don't call me that, we're done today. Don't contact me again." Seeing the job was done, Zhang Haoshan's gang of friends burst into laughter. Ma Kai tried to slip away unnoticed, but there was no such easy way out. The moment he lifted his foot, Chen Yuan grabbed him. The price for wrecking someone else's relationship had to be paid today. Chen Yuan coldly ordered him to slap himself 100 times before he could leave. Reluctant as he was, Ma Kai had no choice but to comply, red-eyed under the pressure. That evening, to show his gratitude, Chen Yuan took the rich second-generation crew out for drinks. On the surface, they showered Chen Yuan with praise, but their words soon twisted into hints, trying to get him to fund their whims. "Boss Chen, I've recently gotten hooked on a female streamer and really want to support her. But my monthly allowance is tapped out. Think you could help a brother out?" The one asking was the sharp-tongued young man in the white suit from earlier. Chen Yuan took a sip of his drink, his face clearly displeased. These guys were pretending to ask for help, but really they were testing his limits. Zhang Haoshan, annoyed by the awkward atmosphere, cut in bluntly. "Xiao Bai, if you want to support your goddess, why should Brother Chen foot the bill? That's way out of line. Go play somewhere else." Xiao Bai pouted and made to leave. Just then, Chen Yuan slammed his glass down on the table with a bang. The rich kids jumped, thinking he was truly angry. But instead, Chen Yuan casually pulled out his phone and unlocked it. "What's a few gifts? I'm going to the bathroom. Use my account and go wild." With that, Chen Yuan generously tossed his phone to Xiao Bai. Xiao Bai was dumbfounded, the sudden fortune hitting him like a golden pie from the sky. He never expected Chen Yuan to be so generous as to hand over his phone. "Well then, Brother Chen, I won't hold back." Xiao Bai grinned and started tapping furiously on the screen, sending a barrage of super rockets to his goddess. Chen Yuan really did go to the bathroom. But when he came back, all the rich kids were crowded around Xiao Bai. They had already blown through 1,000,000. The moment he saw Chen Yuan return, Xiao Bai was almost in tears with excitement. "Boss Chen, you're back, save me. After all that, you've only spent 20 million? That's pretty weak." Chen Yuan took his phone back, tossing out a casual jab. But that light-hearted remark left every rich kid in the room utterly stunned. At that moment, they were completely convinced of Chen Yuan's financial might. Normally, Xiao Bai would at most drop 100,000 on a streamer. 20 million was enough to buy several supercars. Who would have thought Chen Yuan was planning to add another 20 million? 20 million feels a bit lacking. How about I round it up to 60 million? Xiao Bai was terrified out of his wits, snatching Chen Yuan's phone away. No, brother Chen, have mercy, that's enough really, she doesn't deserve that much money, please call off the divine power. Seeing Xiao Bai utterly crushed, Zhang Heoshan laughed and hooked an arm around his neck. Now you know how weak you are, huh? Hurry up and toast to Boss Chen. Becoming a legend isn't that easy. Today, you've seen the real deal. Boss Chen, you're a big man. Don't hold a grudge against a small fry like me. I'm truly convinced, heart and soul, from now on wherever you point, I'll go. I'll be at your beck and call without a word. Xiao Bai raised a full glass and respectfully toasted Chen Yuan. This humble gesture of his was witnessed by several beauties at a nearby booth. After all, Xiao Bai was no ordinary guy. He was the famous White Qilin, the son of the city's leading real estate giant, the Bai Group. That table was filled with the city's top-tier wealthy heirs, yet now these arrogant young masters were all showing deep respect to Chen Yuan, making the beauties at the next table even more curious about his identity. After a few rounds of drinks, Chen Yuan received a message from Xiao Mir and left early. It turned out Xiao Mir had come all the way to Chen Yuan's city just to meet him, and they had arranged to see each other the next day. For this in-person meeting, Xiao Mir had spent a lot of effort on her appearance. She was determined to latch onto Chen Yuan, this golden catch, ensuring a worry-free life for the rest of her days. The next day, Chen Yuan went to meet Xiao Mir as promised. Midway through, he received another long message from Lin Shutung. It was the same old clichés, admitting fault and begging for forgiveness, but by now Chen Yuan had zero patience left for this woman. He simply cleared the chat history. However, his constant focus on his phone didn't sit well with Xiao Mir. It was understandable. She was a beautiful woman, and his cold treatment stung her pride. Still, Xiao Mir didn't give up on her plan to cling to him. Her real name was Xu Yihan, 26 years old, slightly less attractive than He Ziying, but there was a tricky problem. Because Chen Yuan had given her a massive tip earlier, her favorability toward him was now at 60 points. With such high favorability, the system couldn't trigger a binding. Chen Yuan was frustrated. He couldn't just let 10 million go down the drain for nothing. To successfully bind her, he had to find a way to lower her favorability. So he started deliberately acting vulgar and uncouth, shaking his leg, picking his nose, and even admitting outright that he was unemployed. Xu Yihan found the man moody and crude, but for the sake of the money, she held back. Brother Chen, you don't have a job? Then you must be a big boss running your own company, right? Otherwise, how could you casually tip me 10 million, run a company? The money I tipped you was all from squandering my dad's assets. Now my dad's company has gone bankrupt from my spending and we owe the bank tens of millions. Then, Chen Yuan grabbed Xu Yihan's hand, startling her. Actually, I came to see you today to ask if you could refund some of the tips I gave you. Seeing his unwashed hand that had just been picking his nose combined with this outrageous request, Xu Yihan's favorability instantly dropped by 20 points. The original 60 points plummeted to 0. Xu Yihan flew into a rage, dropping all pretense and pointing at Chen Yuan's nose, cursing, "You're broke and still pretending to be rich, you've ignored me time and again. I've put up with you long enough and now you want me to refund the money. What kind of man are you?" With that, she immediately dialed another man's number in front of him, putting on a weak act, crying about being harassed by a poor guy, and urging him to pick her up at the airport. Chen Yuan watched with amusement. He had seen plenty of gold diggers, but never one so shamelessly two-faced. Soon, the backup guy Xu Yihan had called rushed over. He kicked open the cafe door and without even seeing who it was, yelled, "Who dares to harass my woman in broad daylight on my turf? Don't you know whose territory Hanchang is?" The moment Xu Yihan saw him, she immediately put on a pitiful face, ready to throw herself into his arms. The man walked over excitedly, but he completely ignored Xu Yihan's open embrace and rushed straight to Chen Yuan, gripping his hand tightly. "Brother Chen, what are you doing here? What a coincidence." Seeing Chen Yuan's confused look, the man quickly introduced himself as Xiao Lan, saying he had toasted Chen Yuan the night before with White Qilin. Watching the two of them chat so amiably, Xu Yihan's face turned extremely ugly. This Xiao Lan was one of the top-tier rich heirs in Hancheng with a family fortune to match. Yet he was so respectful and polite to Chen Yuan. Xu Yihan timidly spoke up, but before she could get 2 words out, Boss Lan cut her off with a furious scolding. "Do you know Brother Chen is my big brother? His money could bury your entire family alive, do you understand?" Xu Yihan never expected Chen Yuan to have such terrifying backing. She even thought his earlier behavior was a test of her sincerity. So she did a complete 180, putting on a fawning, seductive face and begging for forgiveness. At the same time, the system chimed, indicating a successful binding. Successfully winning over Xu Yihan would earn Chen 25 yuan enhancement points. Looking at the woman pleading before him, Chen Yuan decided not to make things too difficult for her. "Forget it. You're young and inexperienced. That was just a joke earlier, don't take it to heart." "Thank you, Brother Chen, I love you so much." Xu Yihan shamelessly spewed out this sickeningly sweet line. At the same time, her favorability toward Chen Yuan began to skyrocket. Chen Yuan sneered inwardly, typical seasoned female streamer. As long as there's money, her favorability shoots up faster than a shot of adrenaline. But this woman was too scheming and low quality for him to let off so easily. Meanwhile, Boss Lan felt it was too shabby for Chen Yuan to drink coffee in an ordinary airport cafe, so he insisted on taking him to a more upscale place to show some hospitality. Xu Yihan shamelessly followed them into the car. Inside, she used her beauty to the fullest, showering Chen Yuan with affection. Yet even faced with the seductive allure of a hot streamer pressed against him, Chen Yuan remained unmoved. After all, he had long seen through the ugly faces of these vain women. "Brother Chen, are you still mad at me? I know I was wrong. Don't be angry, okay? How could that be? You're overthinking it," Chen Yuan replied coldly. As he spoke, he opened the Shark Live app, the platform where Xu Yihan usually streamed. Then every time he scrolled to a pretty female streamer, he would shower them with tips right in front of Xu Yihan. Without a word, Chen Yuan sent 3,000 super rockets to one streamer, worth 30 million RMB. The move sent that streamer into a faint. Xu Yihan meanwhile gritted her teeth in fury. She knew he was doing it to spite her, but the way he spent money without blinking was irresistibly cool. As a result, her favorability toward him actually shot up to 60 points. Chen Yuan felt a chill run down his spine. This woman was bizarre. The more he tipped others, the more she fell for him. The car drove for a while before reaching their destination, Hancheng's most famous 3-star upscale restaurant. Boss Lan kept bragging about how hard it was to get a reservation there, accessible only to top-tier members. Then he went on and on about the restaurant's 3 great pleasures: exquisite cuisine, stunning views, and the boss's daughter, the stunning woman playing the zither in the pavilion. But when Chen Yuan's eyes landed on the woman playing the zither, he froze, because the boss's daughter was none other than Zhao Yuqi, and Zhao Yuqi had just spotted Chen Yuan walking arm in arm with Xu Yihan. Her face turned pale with anger, and her favorability toward him instantly dropped by 5 points. The Ice Queen's eyes welled up with tears, and she turned to run outside. Chen Yuan couldn't let his hard-won prize slip away. He dashed forward, blocking Zhao Yuqi and pinning her against the wall. "You jerk, how dare you toy with my feelings, let me go." Zhao Yuqi sobbed, shouting at Chen Yuan. If this continued, all the favorability he had painstakingly built up would go down the drain. Cornered, Chen Yuan decided to take a risky gamble. "Chi-Chi, have you seen the movie Hello, Mr. Billionaire?" Zhao Yuqi was taken aback by his random question, her anger and hurt deepening. "I'm confronting you about two-timing, and you're bringing up a movie. I am that billionaire." Chen Yuan cut her off, then lit a cigarette with a dramatic flare, taking a deep drag. "You've probably guessed I'm not ordinary, right? Aren't you curious why I play the part of a regular guy at school instead of living like a rich heir?" Chen Yuan let his wild imagination run wild, spinning a tale. He claimed to come from an ancient, mysterious, hidden family. According to family rules, the heir had to spend 1 billion in cash within a month after turning 18 to qualify for inheriting the family's 50 billion fortune. "So after I turned 18, I've been stressing over how to spend money every day. Whether it's investing, donating to charity, or sponsoring environmental projects, it's all part of the family trial. That Xu Yihan is just a streamer I tipped 10 million on a whim. I only went out to eat with her today to keep spending. If you don't believe me, I won't bother explaining. Goodbye." With that, Chen Yuan dropped his most devastating line. Unbelievably, Zhao Yuqi was completely taken in by his wild fabrication. Instead of being angry, she felt she had been too unreasonable, misunderstanding him as he exhausted himself trying to inherit the family fortune. But she only knew suspicion and irrationality. Watching Chen Yuan's lonely figure, Zhao Yuqi finally couldn't hold back, and rushed over to hug him tightly. "No, I don't want to say goodbye. Chen Yuan, don't go, I was wrong about you." This girl must have lost her mind. Not only did she take all the blame on herself, but she also firmly believed in that story he just told. Zhao Yuqi felt that since Chen Yuan was so open as to share his family's secrets with her, it must mean she held a place in his heart. With that thought, her affection for him instantly skyrocketed by 20 points. Her total affection score had now reached 92, just a mere 3 points shy of the breakthrough threshold. Then Zhao Yuqi took Chen Yuan's arm and returned to face President Lan and Xu Yihan, taking the initiative to break the awkward silence. "Sorry everyone, I was in a bad mood earlier and ruined your meal. Since you're Chen Yuan's friends, you're my friends too. This meal's on me." President Lan couldn't help but silently give Chen Yuan a thumbs up. He had resolved the situation in just 5 minutes. What a legend. Meanwhile, Xu Yihan gritted her teeth in fury, thinking, who does she think she is, acting like the queen? The game isn't over yet. With that in mind, she immediately put on an innocent, pure expression, and looked at Chen Yuan asking, "President Chen, aren't you going to introduce this sister to us? Who is she to you?" President Lan watched with excitement, ready to witness a showdown between two top-tier beauties. Before Chen Yuan could speak, Zhao Yuki jumped in, calling him President Chen all the time. Big sister, he hasn't even told you his name, so don't just throw titles around. He's probably younger than you. This scene was like a fire phoenix crushing a sparrow. President Lan felt this wasn't a petty jealousy spat or a fair fight. It was Zhao Yuki utterly dominating Xu Yihan. Zhao Yuki's proud yet graceful demeanor and transcendent aura were indeed on a whole other level compared to Xu Yihan. Each big sister hit the live streaming beauty's age-related sore spot perfectly. Just as the two women were about to start a full-blown fight, Chen Yuan finally stepped in. All right, let's eat. I'm starving. Though Xu Yihan and Zhao Yuki were both fuming inside. Since Chen Yuan had spoken, they couldn't keep bickering. President Lan, taking it all in, was utterly impressed by Chen Yuan's masterful flirting skills. On one side was the famous live streamer known as the rich man's magnet, and on the other was Han City's renowned talented woman, whose standards were sky high. Yet Chen Yuan effortlessly had both women wrapped around his finger. If President Lan had only envied Chen Yuan's wealth before, now his polished flirting techniques had completely won him over. That evening, Chen Yuan returned to the university. He had to admit, dining at Zhao Yuki's family restaurant was ridiculously expensive. Luckily, after spending over 10,000, Zhao Yuki rounded it down to 8,000, and the bill was actually paid by President Lan, so Chen Yuan didn't spend a cent. As he strolled, Chen Yuan took a moment to check his progress. Lin Shutong and Xu Lulu's breakthrough tasks were complete, and both Zhao Yuki and Xu Yihan's affection levels were at a very high stage. Additionally, there was a girl he hadn't paid much attention to but who had long been bound by the system. He Ziying. Her affection score had surprisingly reached 76. Chen Yuan remembered it was negative the last time they met. When had it increased so much? Could his charm really be that powerful? Lost in thought, he noticed a group of people rushing past him, catching his attention. Word was that someone was confessing to a girl downstairs. The guy had arranged candles in a heart shape, playing guitar and handing out roses. It looked pretty tacky, yet the onlookers were all moved, cheering for the girl to forgive him and get back together. But when Chen Yuan got closer, he realized it was someone he knew. The guy strumming and apologizing with his head down was Li Yang. And the girl was none other than He Ziying. He Ziying felt nothing but disgust for her ex-boyfriend's flashy antics, not a hint of being moved, however. The moment she spotted Chen Yuan in the crowd, her gloomy mood instantly brightened. Ignoring Li Yang, who was down on one knee, she dashed straight toward Chen Yuan. Her face lit up with a radiant smile, her bright eyes sparkling, unable to hide her joy. Chen Yuan, you're Chen Yuan, right? I finally found you. He Ziying beamed as she eagerly pulled out her phone, wanting to add Chen Yuan on WeChat. The surrounding onlookers were baffled. This plot twist was beyond their imagination. What was happening? Where did this guy come from? Li Yang had lost this round badly. Li Yang felt utterly humiliated, shame and rage overwhelming his reason. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan seized the opportunity, a new mischievous idea forming in his mind. He strolled over to Li Yang, looking down at him, and asked, Li Yang, aren't you feeling resentful, confused? Do you think He Ziying is playing both sides? Li Yang felt Chen Yuan was deliberately humiliating him, nearly losing his temper and throwing a punch. But to everyone's surprise, Chen Yuan then changed his tone, sighing and saying he actually envied Li Yang. This left Li Yang stunned. Chen Yuan continued, guys like you, handsome and good at sports, easily catch girls' attention. So you started taking their affection for granted. It's only when you lost your shine that you began to panic. Your mind is full of winning and losing, but you've completely ignored your girlfriend's feelings. Chen Yuan was just rambling off the cuff, but he hit the nail on the head, exposing the fatal flaw in their relationship. Li Yang was someone who feared losing above all else, so he trained relentlessly. And during that time, He Ziying felt like an outsider in the relationship. It was Li Yang himself who had pushed her further away, yet now he was here, playing the victim and begging for a reunion. In Chen Yuan's eyes, he was nothing but a clown. However, Chen Yuan's bitter words struck Li Yang like a hammer, snapping him out of his delusion. Li Yang broke down sobbing and the crowd fell silent, no one speaking up for him anymore. The one most affected was He Ziying. She felt Chen Yuan was her soulmate. Seeing right through her thoughts, her affection for him soared, hitting 91 points, just 4 points shy of a full conquest. Unfortunately, Wu Xiaofei witnessed the whole scene. She immediately labeled Chen Yuan a scumbag and rushed back to the dorm to tattle on him to Zhao Yuki. Zhao Yuki, leisurely applying a face mask, was startled by Wu Xiaofei's frantic entrance, but after hearing her out she remained calm. Xiaofei, stop. Every man in the world might change, but Chen Yuan never will. Wu Xiaofei thought her best friend had lost her mind. A girl had just confessed to Chen Yuan downstairs and they were flirting in public. Not only did Zhao Yuki not get jealous, but she also thought others liking Chen Yuan was beyond his control, and it meant nothing. Wu Xiaofei was speechless, then brought up how Chen Yuan had splurged on gifts for other women, even trending online. But that didn't shake Zhao Yuki either, because during that afternoon's meal Chen Yuan had thoroughly brainwashed her. The foundation of a relationship is trust. He trusts me, and I must trust him too. Xiaofei, as someone who's never been in love, you wouldn't understand the bond we share. Wu Xiaofei felt a dagger to her heart, left utterly speechless. She couldn't fathom how the usually sharp Zhao Yuki could become so foolish when in love. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was leisurely gaming with his roommates at an internet cafe. Some girls in the cafe noticed him and came over to join. To his surprise, Lin Shutong, who never played games, also showed up. Chen Yuan overheard his roommates whispering that Lin Shutong had recently been to the hospital, seemingly pregnant. He wasn't sure if the child was his or that scumbag Huang Zhengkai's who had once forced her to have an abortion. Reflecting on his recent actions, Chen Yuan felt a twinge of guilt. Lin Shutong might be vain and pretentious, but she didn't deserve to be destroyed. He even began to doubt himself. Had he been too ruthless? Lost in thought, a girl eagerly approached him. Chen Yuan, everyone's saying you're the online tycoon President Chen. Is it true? Your usernames are exactly the same. Before Chen Yuan could respond, someone sneered. Ha, if Chen Yuan is President Chen, I'll chop off my head and let you kick it around. President Chen casually drops tens of millions on Shark Live. What are you, Chen Yuan, to compare? The speaker was the cafe owner, Li Yuntao. Not only did he mock Chen Yuan, but he also sidled up to Lin Shutong, trying to add her on WeChat. Li Yuntao was Chen Yuan's high school rival, always flaunting his family's wealth and bullying Chen Yuan. This time was no different. He showed up and openly provoked him. But Chen Yuan was no longer the same person. He just didn't want to show off in front of old classmates. Since Li Yuntao loved to show off, Chen Yuan decided to let him have his moment. And it would also serve as a test of Lin Shutong's loyalty. With that in mind, Chen Yuan stepped forward, put an arm around Li Yuntao's shoulder, and introduced him to the crowd. Let me introduce you all. This wealthy man is Li Yuntao, my high school classmate. Not only did he get into a top university, but he also started his own company, with assets over 10 million, a true young tycoon. The girl's eyes lit up at that. Lin Shutong began to waver. Chen Yuan paused, then smiled. As for me, I'm not President Chen. I just got some compensation from a recent demolition of my old home, just 3 to 5 million, nothing special. Hearing this, Lin Shutong's heart was in turmoil. On one side was a top university graduate with millions. On the other was Chen Yuan, who had once chased her desperately and now had some demolition money. Tempted by wealth, her affection for him plummeted. In the end, the green tea girl agreed to add Li Yuntao on WeChat right in front of him. Chen Yuan watched with cold contempt. Good thing he hadn't softened toward her. Li Yuntao, having successfully added Lin Shutong, was smug. He didn't really care for her. He just wanted to spite Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, you're something else. The girl you brought actually added me. I used to beat you like a dog, and now you're still under my heel. Before leaving, Li Yuntao grandly told the manager to waive Chen Yuan's table's fees, but Chen Yuan suddenly burst out laughing, tears streaming down his face. His roommates were baffled, but Chen Yuan didn't bother explaining. He just found the whole scene hilariously ironic. Lin Shutong was still Lin Shutong. Old habits die hard. He had given her a chance, but she couldn't seize it. Chen Yuan silently vowed that from now on, no matter what happened to Lin Shutong, he wouldn't feel a shred of pity, because she didn't deserve it. As they were leaving the cafe after gaming, the annoying Li Yuntao came back to provoke him, saying he was organizing a high school reunion at Jojo Hotel the next day and taunting, "So what? Do you dare to come?" Chen Yuan had no interest in such a show-off reunion, but since Li Yuntao was asking for it, he was happy to oblige. Since young Master Li insists, I'll be there on time. The next day, Chen Yuan showed up as promised. Sure enough, Li Yuntao seized every chance to show off, announcing he'd cover all expenses and reminding his old classmates to put in a good word for him when Xiao Ruoyu arrived. Just then, the door opened and Xiao Ruoyu walked in. This girl was not only stunningly beautiful with a perfect figure but also exuded an air of noble elegance. She was Chen Yuan's moonlight throughout high school, the one who lit up his youth. Mysterious and aloof, she was like an unsolvable equation, captivating countless boys at school. She was even more beautiful than the school beauty Zhao Yuki. After she sat down, Chen Yuan boldly approached her to add her on WeChat for future contact. This made Li Yuntao's eyes burn with jealousy. Though surprised, Xiao Ruoyu graciously agreed, though she wondered why this Chen Yuan seemed so different from the quiet guy in high school. After successfully adding the goddess, the system chimed, binding Xiao Ruoyu as a new target. If he succeeded in winning her over, Chen Yuan would gain 35 enhancement points and, even more enticingly, a new skill: fluency in English, French, Russian, and Korean. Meanwhile, the classmates began whispering. In their memory, Chen Yuan was timid in high school, nothing like the confident person he was now. This scene was particularly grating to Lu Jia, who hadn't forgotten her recent humiliation. She sneered loudly. Who's he pretending to be? He's just a lackey for rich kids, always hanging around Lu Wenge and his crew. Those rich brats are all notorious playboys. Do you know how many innocent girls they've deceived? Before Chen Yuan could respond, Lu Wenge, sitting nearby, slammed the table in anger. Lu Jia, stop spewing nonsense, it was you who. He was cut off by Lu Jia's shriek. Did I say anything wrong? You toyed with my feelings, dumped me, and immediately moved on to someone else. And now I'm pregnant, woo woo woo. This woman's audacity was beyond words. Her ability to twist the truth unparalleled. Instantly, everyone in the room glared at Lu Wenge and Chen Yuan with contempt. Whispers of disgusting and shameless could be heard. None of it good. As a result, Xiao Ruoyu's budding goodwill toward Chen Yuan plummeted to negative. Li Yuntao naturally seized the chance to stomp on Chen Yuan, gleefully mocking, Chen Yuan, if you're short on cash, why not work for me? I'll hook you up with a job. Running errands for me is better than hanging with those rich kids. At least my money's clean, haha. Seeing Lu Jia play the victim and Li Yuntao fan the flames. Chen Yuan knew these two had probably planned this. Anyone else would be hard-pressed to clear their name against such slander. But Chen Yuan was prepared. Who would end up embarrassed was still up in the air. Calmly, he pulled out his phone and texted Zhang Heotian, asking him to drive his Ferrari LaFerrari to the Jojo Hotel entrance. Zhang Heotian agreed without hesitation. The dinner ended awkwardly, and when it was time to pay, Li Yuntao swaggered over to settle the bill. The freeloading classmates showered him with praise, calling him generous. This fed Li Yuntao's ego, especially since he had trampled on Chen Yuan and Lu Wenge's dignity. Seizing the moment, Li Yuntao offered to drive the goddess Xiao Ruoyu home, but she clearly wasn't interested and politely declined. Just then, a hotel staff member hurried over and politely asked Li Yuntao to move his car. This made Li Yuntao feel humiliated in front of the goddess, and he snapped, "Why should I move my car? I'm a paying customer here. Don't I deserve a parking spot? Ridiculous." The staff explained that after 9 p.m. the VIP parking spots were reserved for special guests. A VIP member needed the space, so they had to ask him to move. Hearing this, Li Yuntao felt as if he had been hit where it hurt. He was determined to see who this newcomer was and what kind of big shot they were. So he personally ran to the parking lot to check things out. To his surprise, he saw a Ferrari LaFerrari worth over 20 million yuan, a car he had only ever seen at auto shows. Stepping out of it was none other than Zhang Heotian, a well-known figure in the top circles of the wealthy second generation in Hancheng. Li Yuntao breathed a sigh of relief, glad he hadn't provoked this big shot earlier. But he never expected that the next second Zhang Heotian would walk straight up to Chen Yuan and respectfully hand him the car keys. Chen Yuan then put his arm around Zhang Heotian's shoulder in a friendly manner, smiling as he thanked him for going out of his way to deliver the car. Zhang Heotian replied politely, "President Chen, don't mention it. We're like brothers. It's my honor to help deliver the car." At this point, not only Li Yuntao but all of Chen Yuan's old classmates present were stunned. Lu Jia had just confidently mocked Chen Yuan as a mere errand boy for the rich second generation, but judging by Zhang Heotian's attitude now, it was far from an equal relationship. He clearly held Chen Yuan in awe. Just Chen Yuan's red steel beast alone could buy dozens of cars like Li Yuntao's. "President Zhang, let me introduce you. This is my old classmate, also a rich second generation," Chen Yuan said, pretending to be magnanimous as he waved his hand. Li Yuntao had no choice but to scurry over nervously, as docile as a kitten. Meanwhile, Lu Jia's face had already turned extremely ugly. Xiao Ruoyu looked at Lu Jia's pale expression, then at Chen Yuan's calm demeanor, and instantly understood that Lu Jia's accusations against Chen Yuan were nothing but shameless slander. Xiao Ruoyu found it intriguing that Chen Yuan, with such a high status, didn't bother to defend himself. The goodwill that had plummeted earlier began to rise sharply, much to Chen Yuan's satisfaction. Seizing the opportunity, Chen Yuan offered to take the goddess home. Faced with a man who was both attentive to details and humble, Xiao Ruoyu couldn't find a reason to refuse. "All right then, I'll trouble you to take me home." Xiao Ruoyu got into Chen Yuan's car and drove off, leaving behind a group of old classmates who couldn't stop marveling. Lu Wenge, standing next to Zhang Heotian, didn't miss the chance to vent his pent-up frustration with some cutting remarks. "President Zhang, as the saying goes, comparing people can drive you crazy, but now it seems it's more like the gap between humans and dogs." As night fell, the streets were still bustling with traffic. Xiao Ruoyu sat in the passenger seat, looking a bit uneasy. She glanced secretly at Chen Yuan, thinking to herself, was she too impulsive? She barely knew Chen Yuan, yet she had casually gotten into his car. Just as she was lost in thought, Chen Yuan suddenly spoke up. "Actually, I've noticed this for a while." He pointed at the charm on her bag. "Classmate Xiao, that charm on your bag, it's Ultraman Tiga, right?" Xiao Ruoyu was taken aback at first, then blushed slightly as she asked, "Yes, you recognize it too?" Chen Yuan smiled sincerely and said, "Because I also love watching Ultraman, especially Tiga. I think his transformation pose is really cool. Hearing this, Xiao Ruoyu's interest was piqued and she nodded in agreement. Right, me too. I've watched it since I was a kid. Unfortunately, none of the girls around me like it. Their eyes briefly met in the air. Xiao Ruoyu shyly pouted and turned her head away, but then secretly smiled. Chen Yuan saw a different side of her at that moment. He never imagined that the usually cold and aloof Xiao Ruoyu could be so lively. Her usual icy demeanor was probably just a disguise to protect herself. Watching Xiao Ruoyu's relaxed and happy state, Chen Yuan's heart stirred slightly. Such a wonderful and joyful girl made one want to protect her. He turned to look at her, a rare tenderness in his eyes. For the first time in his life he felt his heart flutter. The sports car eventually drove into a villa area. Chen Yuan parked the car and smiled, saying, "Tonight I got to see a different side of you, classmate Xiao. I'm really happy." Xiao Ruoyu playfully mimicked Ultraman's transformation pose and smiled back. "Just call me Ruoyu. Thank you for seeing me home." Their farewell was a bit silly, and after a moment they both couldn't help but burst out laughing. Xiao Ruoyu watched the taillights of Chen Yuan's car as he drove away, her heart full of curiosity. This Chen Yuan was really interesting. He didn't think watching Ultraman was childish, unlike those self-righteous, greasy so-called mature men. Just then, the villa's door slowly opened and her mother, Li Fang, walked out with a stern face, immediately scolding, "Didn't I tell you not to run around these past few days? Why are you back so late?" Xiao Ruoyu stammered as she took off her shoes, unable to find the right words. But Li Fang didn't give her a chance to catch her breath, cutting straight to the chase. "Have you thought about the blind date I mentioned last time?" Seeing Xiao Ruoyu stay silent, Li Fang pressed on relentlessly. "You know very well that your father's company is barely hanging on. Han Corporation's capital injection this time is crucial. We're at our wits' end." Xiao Ruoyu's eyes welled up with tears as she retorted indignantly, "But Mom, what about my marriage, my happiness? Why should I marry that notorious playboy from the Han family?" Li Fang didn't back down either, pointing a trembling finger at Xiao Ruoyu and demanding why. "Because we raised you with our money, everything you eat, wear, and play with. None of it comes without the family." Li Fang even said something extremely cruel to hit where it hurt. "If your father's company goes bankrupt, our whole family is finished." She stepped forward, took Xiao Ruoyu's hand and began to alternate between soft and hard tactics. "That Han Shaogang from the Han family is indeed no good, but the Han family has power. Besides, men settle down after marriage. Do you want me to kneel down and beg you before you'll agree?" Xiao Ruoyu had no strength to resist and could only compromise painfully. "I understand, Mom." Tears silently streamed down her face, dripping onto the charm on her bag. Meanwhile, in the group chat, a bunch of rich second-generation kids were buzzing with discussion. In the Imperial Ambition group chat, another piece of gossip: "Is it a new streamer? She's pretty good looking. I'll go show some support." Suddenly, an urgent message came in. "Gossip alert, big scoop." At that moment, Chen Yuan was also staring at his phone. Gossip? What was Zhang Haoshan up to? Then, the news headline prominently displayed two very familiar names: blind date or merger, forced alliance or coercion. Suspected capital chain break at Xiao Group, heiress Xiao Ruoyu to marry Han Group's young master. Chen Yuan was so shocked that the bread in his hand dropped and he gasped. The gossip had landed on him. His mind was instantly filled with just a few words. Xiao Ruoyu was going on a blind date. Her beautiful face flashed through his mind and Chen Yuan's expression darkened. He clenched his fist tightly, took a deep breath, and his eyes became resolute. "No, this time I won't back down. I won't just be a passerby in your life." At that moment, Shen Shuyi, standing by the roadside, watched Chen Yuan approach and asked curiously in a low voice, "Is that Chen Yuan?" The subordinate beside her immediately confirmed. "Yes, that's him. The guy in the video wearing shorts and a t-shirt, looking unkempt." Suddenly, a hand reached out to block Chen Yuan's path. Shen Shuyi handed him a business card and introduced herself. "Hello, Chen Yuan. I'm Shen Shuyi, interested in becoming an internet celebrity." The business card prominently read, "Dream Building Media, Shen Shuyi." But Chen Yuan, anxious to save someone, flatly refused. "Sorry, not interested." Shen Shuyi narrowed her eyes in displeasure. Such a blunt refusal. Had he already signed with another company? She quickly changed her approach and hurried after him, persistently persuading, "Hey, wait up, our company is a well-known legitimate MCN agency with immense resources. We can offer you extremely generous terms." She slapped Chen Yuan's arm and emphasized smugly, "And most importantly, our company is backed by the super-rich tycoon Yan Zong. You've heard of Yan Zong, right? He's the unbeatable super tycoon on the Shark platform." Then she put on a fake, sinister smile and threatened, "If you don't sign with us, watch out. Yan Zong might blacklist you." Chen Yuan's anger flared up, but he couldn't reveal his identity on the spot. "What a pest!" And Yan Zong, "I am Yan Zong himself. Don't waste my time with important matters." Shen Shuyi leaned in mysteriously and asked, "So have you made up your mind?" Chen Yuan was furious. Did this old woman think he had no way to deal with her? He immediately pulled out his phone and started typing frantically. If he couldn't handle it himself, that didn't mean others couldn't. He quickly sent a help message in the Imperial Ambition group chat. Does anyone know about dream building media? There's a woman named Shen Shuyi who keeps bothering me, using my name to scam people. Can someone help me deal with her and her company? The big shots in the group immediately responded enthusiastically. I'll look into it right away, Yanzong, leave it to me. Give me a few minutes and I'll make sure this woman and her company disappear from Hancheng. Yanzong, is there some misunderstanding? A few minutes passed, and Shen Shuyi clung to him again, asking, So, have you decided? Suddenly her phone vibrated violently. She muttered in surprise, Why is the boss calling me all of a sudden? As soon as she answered, the boss's hysterical roar came through. You crazy woman, get back here immediately. If you don't want the job, pack your bags and leave, you idiot. Shen Shuyi was stunned and stammered in defense. Boss, I didn't. But Chen Yuan had already lost interest in her. His mind focused on the real matter. Han Group, how you dare to mess with my woman, you must be tired of living. Meanwhile, Lai Feng softened her tone and patiently advised Xiao Ruoyu, this time it's just meeting and having a blind date with that Han kid. Don't look so down all the time. She sighed and continued to pressure her. Our Yuan Group's capital chain is completely broken. Your father's hair has turned white from begging for help everywhere. This time, Uncle Han is willing to invest to help us through this. The conditions aren't too harsh, just think of it as making a friend, and that Han Xiaoging kid seems pretty honest. You can try getting to know him. Xiao Ruoyu silently fiddled with her phone, then suddenly received a WeChat message from Chen Yuan. Ruoyu, where are you now? She didn't hide it and replied truthfully. On my way to the Emperor Grand Hotel. There's something the family arranged. Chen Yuan understood immediately and quickly replied, Okay, send me the specific room number later. Wait for me. Seeing Chen Yuan's attitude, Xiao Ruoyu's heart stirred. Chen Yuan, does he know I'm going on a blind date? Chen Yuan's face flashed through her mind and Xiao Ruoyu's cheeks flushed slightly. If she had to be with someone compared to the disgusting Han Xiaoging, Chen Yuan seemed more. At that moment, Xiao Heng, who was driving, spoke in a weary tone, pleading, Ruoyu, your father has never asked you for anything in his life. I just ask that you hold back a little during this meeting. Help your dad out, okay? Xiao Ruoyu was silent for a long time, then her face darkened as she whispered, I understand, Dad. After a long journey, they finally arrived at the Emperor Grand Hotel. The car stopped smoothly at the grand entrance, and a man who looked like a secretary hurried over to guide them. Hello, President Xiao. President Han has been waiting for you in conference room 305. Please follow me, the secretary said politely as he led the way. Xiao Heng replied, Thank you for your trouble. The secretary led the way but couldn't help sneaking glances at Xiao Ruoyu. He had heard that the Xiao family's daughter was a stunning beauty, and today he saw that it was true. But a lecherous thought crossed his mind. Too bad, this swan will soon be our young master's prey. At that moment, Xiao Ruoyu also noticed something unusual. Was this just a simple blind date? Why was her father holding so many documents? The secretary pushed open the door and respectfully invited them in. President Xiao, please come in. Inside the conference room, Han Sanshui was already seated at the head of the table. When he saw them, he put on a fake smile and said, Old Xiao, you're finally here. Xiaoging, pour your Uncle Xiao some tea. We'll be family soon. At that moment, Xiao Ruoyu saw the table covered in contracts and her heart jolted. This couldn't possibly be a simple blind date, she frowned. What had her father been hiding from her? The Han Group, as one of Hancheng's largest and most deeply entrenched conglomerates, was involved in many businesses, including some gray industries, and Han Sanshui, as its controller, was known in the industry as a cunning old fox who never acted without a clear profit. Han Sanshui puffed on a cigar, sizing up Xiao Ruoyu with a critical eye, and hypocritically praised, Ruoyu has grown even more beautiful. She's truly elegant and poised. Xiao Ruoyu maintained basic politeness while quickly sending a WeChat message to Chen Yuan. Uncle Han, you flatter me. I'm in conference room 305. Just then, Han Xiaoging impatiently pounced on her, grabbing her delicate hand and drooling as he fawned. Ruoyu, you're finally here. Ever since that night at the bar, I've been thinking about you day and night, dreaming of you. Don't worry, my dad will definitely help your family through this. Xiao Ruoyu forced back her disgust and pulled her hand away, replying stiffly, Thank you. Seeing her cold attitude, Han Xiaoging pouted in displeasure. Ruoyu, why are you being so polite with me? As he spoke, his wandering hand reached for her shoulder. We'll be family soon anyway. Xiao Ruoyu finally lost her temper and slapped him hard across the face. Show some respect, who's family with you? Keep your dirty hands off me. Xiao Heng's face changed instantly, and he shouted, Ruoyu, how can you be so rude to Xiaoging? You're so undisciplined. Xiao Ruoyu clenched her teeth, full of grievances with no outlet. Xiao Heng quickly put on a fawning smile and said to Han Sanshui, President Han, my daughter doesn't know her place, please don't take it to heart. Actually, I think Xiaoging and Ruoyu make a good match. Han Sanshui waved his hand and said, All right, let's all sit down and talk. Old Xiao, take a look at the contract. He pointed at the documents on the table and explained, This is a share transfer contract. Let me go over the additional terms in detail. According to the agreement, the Han family would invest 100 million yuan to acquire 20 of the Xiao family's Yuanong Group shares on the condition that Xiao Ruoyu marry Han Xiaoging. This 100 million would be paid in installments into Yuanong Group's corporate account. The additional terms Han Sanshui then laid out hit Xiao Ruoyu like a thunderbolt. Only after Xiao Ruoyu gave birth to an heir for the Han family would the final payment be made. Xiao Ruoyu snatched the contract, her body trembling violently, her face full of disbelief. Marriage, childbirth, this was utterly absurd. Her eyes reddened, tears streaming down as she turned to Xiao Heng and demanded, "Dad, you tricked me into coming here for this. You've been selling me off all along." Li Feng saw the tension and quickly stepped in to soothe her. "Ruoyu, calm down." But Xiao Ruoyu was on the verge of breaking down, crying out, "Mom, how can I calm down? I can't understand this. Why should I have to sacrifice my life just because your business failed?" Xiao Ruoyu's expression was desolate, but her tone was resolute. "Don't you know Han Xiaoging is a good-for-nothing who drinks, gambles, and does everything evil? I'd rather die than marry him." A sharp slap rang out as Xiao Heng, enraged and humiliated, struck her across the face, leaving her cheek red. Xiao Heng trembled with anger and scolded, "I've spoiled you too much at a time when the Xiao family is on the brink of life and death. You only think of yourself. How did I raise such an unfilial daughter?" Xiao Ruoyu covered her swollen face, smiling bitterly. "Only think of myself?" Li Fen saw this and quickly came over to comfort her softly. "Ruoyu, you need to understand your father. He's doing this for the family. You've always been the most sensible one. If Yuanong Group goes bankrupt, our family will be completely finished." Xiao Ruoyu looked at her mother in disbelief and asked, "Mom, how can you say that too? If Yuanong goes under, we can all work together to start over. As long as Dad, Mom, and I are here, this family won't fall apart, and Yuanong won't." But before she could finish, Li Feng suddenly dropped to her knees with a thud, tears streaming as she played the emotional card, begging, "Ruoyu, I'm begging you, have some pity on your mother, okay?" The three men in the room were drawn to this scene, while Xiao Ruoyu stood frozen, her mind completely blank. Xiao Ruoyu rushed over, her voice trembling with fury as she demanded, "Mom, what are you doing? Get up!" But Li Feng showed no intention of rising. "I'm forced into this. We're at the end of our rope. If you don't agree to the marriage, I won't get up." Cornered, facing her parents, her lips quivered, unable to speak. Just then, Han Xiaoging behind her seized the chance to boast, "Ruoyu, I truly like you. If you marry me, I'll pluck the stars from the sky for you. Look at Auntie, just say yes." Tears silently streamed down Xiao Ruoyu's cheeks as she was caught in an agonizing dilemma. Was this her fate, born into such a family? She was destined to pay the price. Feeling lost and hopeless, she finally decided to surrender to reality. "I agree, Mom, please get up. Dad, Mom, from now on whatever you say goes." Li Feng's attitude did a complete 180, praising her. "That's my good girl, good girl." Xiao Heng quickly tried to smooth things over. "Ruoyu, I lost my temper earlier. Don't take it to heart. We're first-time parents and we might slip up sometimes." Han Sanshui lit a cigar and reminded them, "Since your daughter has no objections, let's continue with the contract." Xiao Heng immediately pulled out the documents. "Right, the contract is key. Mr. Han is absolutely right." Han Sanshui, cigar in mouth, agreed firmly. "Sign the contract early, and Xiaoging and Ruoyu can get married sooner, and the funds for the Xiao family will come through quickly." Han Xiaoging licked his lips, wearing a smug, greedy expression, sneering inwardly. "She acted so aloof before, but in the end she'll still be my wife." He even began to fantasize shamelessly about what this noble, cold beauty would be like in bed. But just as the room fell into an eerie silence, Chen Yuan suddenly kicked the door open with a loud bang and stormed in. "Which stray dog dares to poach on my turf? Get the hell out!" Xiao Ruoyu instantly recognized the familiar voice and spun around. The others in the room were also startled by the sudden roar. Chen Yuan's eyes blazed with fury. "Daring to poach on my turf, you must be tired of living. Who is it? Get out here." The moment Xiao Ruoyu saw Chen Yuan, a glimmer of hope lit up her beautiful eyes. It was Chen Yuan he had actually come. Han Xiaoging, enraged, charged over, waving his fists and shouting, "What stray dog is barking here looking for death, are you?" But before his fist could land, Chen Yuan punched him square in the face. Han Xiaoging's bulky body tumbled to the ground like a rolling gourd. Chen Yuan sneered in disgust. "You look like a pig from Journey to the West. Get out of my way." Han Xiaoging, clutching his face, gritted his teeth and screamed, "You dare hit me? You actually dare hit me?" The surrounding bodyguards, faces flushed with anger, shouted, "How dare you, striking young Master Han? Are you asking for death? Do you know who's sitting over there? You're clueless." Chen Yuan just laughed coldly, sneering, "Identity, just two old geezers, one selling his daughter, the other buying a wife. Try laying a finger on me, and I'll make sure the Han family disappears from Hancheng." Han Sanshui's expression shifted slightly as he raised a hand to stop them. "Enough. This deal with the Xiao family was highly secretive. Other families thought it was just a blind date. This kid not only knew the details but had also found the exact location." Han Sanshui, sizing up the situation, narrowed his eyes, thinking this young man was no ordinary person. He put his hands in his pockets and feigned calm, asking, "May I ask which family's young master you are? I'll pay a visit another day." But Chen Yuan wasn't interested in wasting words, replying dismissively, "No need, you're not qualified." Han Shaoging, his face swollen like a pig's head, still shouted, "What a big mouth!" Han Sanshui turned and barked, "Shut up, how many times have I told you? Think before you act. Let's see what tricks he's playing." Chen Yuan then turned to Xiao Ruoyu, gently comforting her. "Don't worry, I'll help solve your family's problems." Xiao Ruoyu's face flushed as she nodded shyly. Xiao Hang, watching the contract being taken, panicked. "What are you doing? That's the contract." Chen Yuan picked it up, feigning indignation. "Mr. Xiao, you're really underestimating your daughter. Selling her off for a mere 100 million and throwing in 20 of the shares? Are you losing your mind?" With that, Chen Yuan tore the contract to shreds and made an offer. "How about this? I'll give you 500 million to acquire 60 of the Xiao family's Yuanong group." Everyone in the room was stunned, unable to believe their ears. 500 million, Han Sanshui broke out in a cold sweat, suspicion swirling in his mind. Throwing around 500 million like that means he's backed by assets worth tens of billions. He stared hard at Chen Yuan, trying to see through him, but found no answers. Han Sanshui prided himself on reading people, but this kid was a complete mystery. It was eerie. Xiao Heng's eyes lit up at the mention of such a huge sum, his heart racing. 500 million, with that money he could not only recover but also expand his business. However, Chen Yuan, as if expecting this, continued, "Of course I won't give you that money for nothing. Besides the shares, I have one condition." He pointed directly at Xiao Ruoyu. Xiao Ruoyu's heart sank, guessing his intentions. Was Chen Yuan also trying to buy her with 500 million? Her bag slipped from her hand and she slumped to the ground, pale-faced. So he was no different from the others. She couldn't accept this cruel truth. Everyone, including Chen Yuan, saw her as a commodity to be bought and sold. But just as she was losing hope, Chen Yuan's words made her tremble violently. "My condition is to transfer all 60 of the shares to Xiao Ruoyu's name." He raised his hand and declared firmly, "Once the transfer is done, I'll transfer the 500 million immediately." These words were like a key unlocking heavy chains, freeing her from the gilded cage. Xiao Ruoyu's gaze toward Chen Yuan changed completely. So there really were heroes in this world, and Chen Yuan was her legendary hero. The system interface lit up with a prompt. Xiao Ruoyu's affection 10, current affection 85 points. Xiao Heng quickly placed a newly drafted contract on the table. "Young Master Chen, the new contract is ready. You can sign it." Chen Yuan handed the pen and paper to Xiao Ruoyu. "Ruoyu, sign it. From now on, no one will control your life." Xiao Ruoyu was caught off guard, her cheeks flushing as she shyly said, "Chen Yuan, you sigh." Then a bank notification sounded. "Dear customer, your account has received a transfer of 500 million yuan." Lifeng, staring at her phone, couldn't contain her excitement, shouting, "Old Xiao, the money's here, 500 million." Xiao Heng stammered in disbelief. "Young Master Chen, is that really all your conditions?" Chen Yuan turned, his expression calm and indifferent. "Of course, what else did you think?" Chen Yuan leaned in, staring Xiao Heng down with an icy, commanding tone. "The rise and fall of the Xiao family is in my hands. If you ever force Ruoyu to do anything she doesn't want again, I'll make sure you experience what it means to," he emphasized each word, "wish for death but find none." After the warning, he smiled and turned to Xiao Ruoyu. "Ruoyu, there's nothing worth staying for here. Let's go." Witnessing all this, Han Sanshui immediately changed his tune, fawning, "Young Master Chen, what boldness, I admire it. My son was rude earlier. I apologize on his behalf. Please be magnanimous." His face was grim as he calculated the opponent's strength. To casually throw out 500 million. Even the richest man in the country couldn't top that. This kid's power was unfathomable. His methods profound. He must not be made an enemy. Han Shaoging, however, cried out in defiance, "Dad, he hit me first." Before he could finish, Han Sanshui slapped him hard across the face. "Shut up, you idiot. This family's fortune will be ruined by you." Even as Chen Yuan and Xiao Ruoyu walked away, Han Sanshui continued beating his son. "I'll beat you to death tonight." Under the night sky, a car drove smoothly toward the Emperor Grand Hotel. Xiao Ruoyu's face was flushed with gratitude. "Chen Yuan, thank you for saving me again." Chen Yuan, adjusting the car's music, replied casually, "No problem. It's not the first time I've saved you." Xiao Ruoyu's mind drifted back to that dark, unlit night. It was late and she was cycling home alone, feeling uneasy. "It's so late, what if I run into trouble?" Suddenly, a blinding white light flashed ahead. She screamed in terror, "Who's there? What do you want?" A tattooed thug leered. "We're not up to much. Just a bit short on cash. Thought we'd borrow some from you." He grabbed her, licking his lips. "No money, that's fine. You're pretty enough. Come have some fun with us." She screamed, struggling desperately. "I don't know you, let me go. I'll call the police." But her reaction only made them more brazen. "Scream all you want, the louder the better." Terrified, she begged through tears, "No, let me go." Just then, Chen Yuan rushed out from the side, shouting, "Run, classmate, run!" He clung to the thug's leg with all his might, yelling, "Run, don't look back." She fled in panic, glancing back instinctively. The thugs, furious, took out their anger on Chen Yuan. "Where'd this brat come from?" Beat him to death. She was so scared that she could only run, not even seeing her rescuer's face. After calming down and calling the police, she returned with them to find the scene empty. The boy and the thugs were gone. Thinking back, Xiao Ruoyu's eyes welled up again, filled with emotion. "I thought I'd never see my savior again." Then she looked up at him with joy. "I never imagined it was you, Chen Yuan." At that moment the system prompt lit up. Xiao Ruoyu's affection 10. In Chen Yuan's eyes, Xiao Ruoyu's delicate features were now especially captivating. System prompt: "Congratulations, host. Current affection has reached 95 points. Congratulations, host. Counterattack successful." Watching the system data change, Chen Yuan's face reddened slightly. Detected host cumulative spending of 500 million yuan. Cashback of 50 million yuan awarded. Xiao Ruoyu has successfully transformed into the host's exclusive admirer. Reward 35 enhancement points and mastery of English, French, Russian and Korean. Name: Chen Yuan. Age: 21. Height: 181 centimeters. Weight: 70 kilograms. Strength: 29. Constitution: 29. Spirit: 15. Agility: 19. Status: superhuman. Exceptional physical fitness. Skills: mastery of dance, English, French, Russian, Korean. Remaining enhancement points 35. Chen Yuan stared at the result in disbelief. "That's it, counterattack successful. Too fast. I still had so many flirting tricks left unused," but after thinking it over he figured it wasn't bad. He could clearly feel the vast difference from his past self. This time he was no longer just a distant observer. Now he had the confidence and courage to stand openly before her and pursue her. Chen Yuan was absolutely confident in his new self. This time he hadn't let down his former humble self. Their faces drew closer, warm breaths mingling, lips parting, the distance shrinking. Suddenly a sharp phone ringtone shattered the intimate atmosphere, startling them apart. The screen showed the caller's name, Zhao Yuki. As soon as he answered, Zhao Yuki's cheerful voice boomed. "Hey Chen Yuan, I've moved into the villa and spent the last 2 days buying furniture. Do you know what tomorrow is?" Chen Yuan broke out in a cold sweat, sneaking a glance at Xiao Ruoyu, and replied stiffly, "Of course I know, it's your birthday. I've already prepared a gift." Why did she have to call at this exact moment? Zhao Yuki suddenly remembered something and quickly added, "Oh, and don't send me anything too expensive tomorrow." Zhao Yuki, getting a facial at a beauty salon, whispered mysteriously, "I've invited a lot of classmates to my birthday party. If the gift's too pricey, I'll feel awkward accepting it." Chen Yuan could only agree, but inwardly he was troubled. "Great, that blocks my plan. How am I supposed to give her that Ferrari now?" Meanwhile, Wu Xiaofei stood behind her holding a painting, urging sourly, "Chi-Chi, stop chatting. Where should I hang this painting?" Zhao Yuki turned, embarrassed, and hurriedly said into the phone, "Gotta go, I'm busy. Bye." After hanging up, she couldn't help spinning around in joy, her heart full of sweetness. "From now on I have my own home, a 60 million yuan mansion." Zhao Yuki's mind was filled with sweet fantasies of the future. Back in the car, Chen Yuan glanced at Xiao Ruoyu in surprise. She hadn't asked who called, so he awkwardly explained, "A college classmate's birthday party tomorrow. Want to come?" Chen Yuan knew women well. Inviting her proactively showed honesty and openness, preventing suspicion. Lies wrapped in truth were the hardest to detect. That was his Chen's strategy. Xiao Ruoyu, a clever girl, smiled and tactfully declined, "I'll pass. I just signed the contract and there's a lot to handle at home tomorrow. Besides, they're all your classmates. It wouldn't be appropriate for me to go. Some questions are worth asking, but others won't yield satisfying answers even if you do." She was smart enough to know that leaving it unasked was better, giving each other space. Chen Yuan sighed with feigned regret. "What a shame. If you came, you'd definitely outshine everyone." Xiao Ruoyu generously promised, "If there's a chance I'll visit you at school." Chen Yuan smiled contentedly, but inwardly breathed a sigh of relief. "Phew, I was just being polite. If you actually came, my backyard would be on fire." In this silent psychological battle they were evenly matched. Xiao Ruoyu also showed strong confidence. An outstanding man would inevitably attract admirers. But what was meant for her would eventually be hers. She had absolute faith in her charm. Getting out of the car, she turned and said sincerely, "Chen Yuan, thank you so much for today. You've spent a lot." Chen Yuan seized the moment, leaning in with a teasing grin. "Ruoyu, if you really feel bad, how about paying me some interest?" Xiao Ruoyu blushed, then suddenly leaned in and planted a light kiss on his cheek. Afterward she declared possessively, "That's the interest. You're marked now. You're mine." Chen Yuan's face turned red, marveling inwardly, "Xiao Ruoyu is absolutely incredible." Then he turned away smugly, thinking, "Today was perfect. Time to head back to the dorm and game." Suddenly a voice behind him exclaimed, "Chen Yuan, is this car yours?" Startled, Chen Yuan turned around. Two girls stood there, hands over their mouths in shock. But Chen Yuan coldly got into the car, slammed the door and sped off under their stunned gazes. Su Rui, standing nearby, wore a malicious grin and whispered, Chen Yuan was definitely lying last time. He's way richer than Li Yuntao, or maybe he was testing you. Lin Shutong was dumbfounded, her mind reeling. Recalling the past, she felt a surge of panic and fear. Testing her, and she had completely blown it. She was such a stupid fool. She hugged her best friend, tears streaming down, heartbroken. Rui, I missed my chance again. I wasted such an important opportunity. Chen Yuan will never forgive me. Surui paused, her expression shifting. Yeah, Shutong, you really did miss it. Surui's eyes turned icy cold, clearly premeditated. At this point you're out of luck, but if it were me, there might still be hope. Lin Shutong's eyes widened in disbelief and panic. She grabbed Surui's shoulder, demanding, What do you mean? Are you after Chen Yuan too? Surui smirked slyly, admitting matter-of-factly, Yeah, he's so outstanding now. Isn't it natural for me to pursue him? Why can you and not me? Surui was smug, even taunting. Maybe Chen Yuan is already sick of someone like you and prefers someone like me. Lin Shutong went berserk, grabbing Surui's hair and screaming, Surui, you shameless bitch, was it you who set me up at the last class reunion? Surui fought back, grabbing her hair in return. Me, shameless? You think you're some princess? Weren't you the one who climbed into Huang Zhengkai's bed for money? Lin Shutong completely broke down, shrieking hysterically. Shut up, I want to kill you. Surui finally roared out the truth she had been holding in for so long. I've put up with you for way too long, you damn green tea. She was furious and declared firmly, I'm cutting ties with you. At that moment, people around them gathered, snapping photos non-stop while the campus echoed with pitiful sobs. Lin Shutong was crying uncontrollably, blaming herself endlessly. First her boyfriend was gone, and now even her best friend. She gradually realized the gap between them. Chen Yuan was getting better and better, drifting further and further away from her. Lin Shutong hung her head in despair, feeling utterly lost. If things continued like this, she would truly have no chance left. Suddenly a gentle voice came from behind, startling her into turning around sharply. Little girl, don't cry. You're Lin Shutong, right? The woman handed over a business card and introduced herself. Hello, I'm Shen Shuyi. She held the card up to Lin Shutong's face. Interested in becoming an internet celebrity at our company? She began enthusiastically, extending an invitation. I can help you win Chen Yuan back. The scene shifted to Chen Yuan's place. He was resting his hand on his forehead, deep in thought. What should he give Chairman Zhao for her birthday? This was a big problem. If he picked the right gift tonight, he might just turn things around. Finally, Chen Yuan decided to get up and go pick something out. After thinking for ages, he still had no idea what to buy. Shang Dao stared at the computer screen and suddenly shouted, Lin Shutong is live streaming, what is she doing? That's so bizarre. He looked at the streaming page, puzzled. The stream title read, My Little Stories with Tycoon Yan. The streamer's nickname was Tong Tong Loves Fish, with 2,762 followers. But today's viewership had reached 3,700. What the hell was going on? Lin Shutong was wiping her tears with a tissue, sobbing as she spoke. I was Tycoon Yan's first love. We met in our freshman year and he pursued me. Back then I had no idea he was so rich. I just thought he was a simple guy, so I agreed. Tycoon Yan used to buy me meat buns all the time, and he even worked 3 part-time jobs to buy me a new phone. She deliberately put on a pitiful act to gain sympathy. We were so in love, so sweet back then. But later he abandoned me. In the comment section, the barrage was full of sarcasm. Streamer, go see a neurologist. Tycoon Yan would never look at you. Another bad woman trying to ride on Tycoon Yan's fame. Streamer, just go work at an electronics factory. Tycoon Yan had to work part-time to buy a phone? Hilarious. Streamer, check your DMs. I want to know more about Tycoon Yan's real story. Chen Yuan stared at the screen, his face red with anger. That bitch. Meanwhile, Shang Dao was holding his head in shock. Is this for real? Lin Shutong had a past with Tycoon Yan? Chen Yuan was fuming, grinding his teeth as he muttered, Does this woman have no shame? She was acting like a lovesick victim. But after calming down and thinking it over, Chen Yuan sensed something was off. With Lin Shutong's pig brain, she could never come up with a tactic that both self-deprecates and gains sympathy. Using the name Tycoon Yan to stir up buzz and manipulating public opinion to paint herself as a victim, someone had to be helping her behind the scenes. Chen Yuan pulled out his phone and immediately made a call for help. Hey old Hong, look up a shark live stream with room number 0187639. Find out which agency it belongs to. The person on the other end immediately agreed respectfully. Not long after, a report text came through. Tycoon Yan, found it. That stream belongs to Dream Building Media, with the legal representative being Shen Shuyi. Chen Yuan's face changed, his eyes turning icy. Shen Shuyi had provoked him multiple times. Did she really think he wouldn't do anything? At that moment in the Dream Building Media office, praise was pouring in. President Shen, Lin Shutong's stream has broken 100,000 viewers. You're amazing. Shen Shuyi held a water cup, looking arrogant and smug. The tactic of hitting from a distance always works best. But before she could bask in her glory for long, someone rushed in and started cursing her out. Xiao Shen, are you out of your mind? Do you know who you've provoked? One word from them and our company is bankrupt, Shen Shuyi stubbornly retorted. "Boss, have you had too much to drink? Isn't he just an ordinary college student?" The boss jumped up in rage, shouting, "College student, screw your college student, that's Tycoon Yan. Have you ever seen a college student with that kind of extraordinary aura?" Shen Shuyi turned pale with fear, cold sweat pouring down, stammering, Tycoon Yan, the one who blew several $100 million on Shark Live in half a month?" Just then an employee excitedly opened a computer screen and reported, "Found it. Tycoon Yan did have a first love at school. Her name is Lin Shutong. Tycoon Yan pursued her for 3 whole years, but they've broken up now." Shen Shuyi's eyes lit up with excitement as she confidently declared, "Perfect. Tycoon Yan must still be hung up on this girl. First loves are always the sweetest." She squinted, feeling like her turning point had finally arrived. Shen Shuyi schemed. If she could turn Lin Shutong into a big internet celebrity, not only would Tycoon Yan's anger be appeased, but he might even look favorably on their company. She was a genius, but just then a sudden phone ring broke the silence. After answering, Shen Shuyi froze, her face full of disbelief. "What? Our company has been blacklisted across the entire internet?" Blacklisted. At that moment, Chen Yuan's fingers flew across the keyboard as he sent out a plea for help. "Everyone, there's an MCN company called Dream Building Media that I really don't like. I don't want any of my partners to have anything to do with them. Ideally, I want this company to disappear completely." As dusk fell and the sun set, the big shots who received the message immediately sprang into action. "Terminate all cooperation with Dream Building Media," understood. "Offered double the price to poach all their signed bloggers, no problem." Even relevant authorities got involved. "Report Dream Building Media for tax evasion. We'll open an investigation immediately." Every step was clearly divided, systematically seizing Dream Building Media's assets. Received, it was as if thunderbolts had suddenly struck the sky. When Shen Shuyi heard the news, she was completely stunned, her eyes wide. "What? The company is blacklisted across the entire internet, and all cooperation has been terminated?" The employee continued, holding the computer. "President Shen, the major shareholders have just announced they're pulling their investments. According to the contract, we need to pay 10 million to buy back their shares." Shen Shuyi slumped her head, trembling uncontrollably. 10 million, where would the company get that kind of liquid cash? She was terrified, completely unable to figure out who was behind this. Then bank staff showed up to notify her. "Shen Shuyi, your company's loan has been overdue for 6 months. The court has decided to freeze all your assets." Following that, employees left one by one, heads down. "President Shen, we're sorry, but we've decided to resign. Good luck." Even the building's security guard came to remind her helplessly, "President Shen, if you don't pay the property fees soon, we'll have to follow the rules." The sky took on an eerie purple hue, and the office was left with only Shen Shuyi and one last employee. She was shaking, her clothes soaked in cold sweat. Finally realizing it had to be him, it must be Tycoon Yan, only he had that kind of power. But why? Just then, Lin Shutong's stream info popped up on the phone screen. "Tong Tong loves fish. This stream has been permanently banned for violating regulations." It seemed the big shots had really gone all out. Chen Yuan checked and was very satisfied. Efficient work. He'd have to treat Long Huang and the others to a good meal another day. He had just buckled his seatbelt, ready to head out and pick a birthday gift for Chairman Zhao, when he turned and saw a face pressed against the car window, scaring him half to death. "Dam, what the hell?" Shen Shuyi was crying, tears streaming down her face, begging through the glass. "Tycoon Yan, I was wrong. I shouldn't have played tricks. Please have mercy and give me a way out." Just then the system chimed in. "Detected target Shen Shuyi has been bound. Counterattack mission initiated. Current affection 0. Chen Yuan shuddered in annoyance. "Damn it, system, why did you bind her? I have no interest in an old aunt like her." He took a deep breath to calm down and coldly warned, "Auntie, consider this a lesson. Know your place from now on and don't come looking for trouble. Get lost." Shen Shuyi collapsed to her knees, her face red, drool dripping from her mouth, thinking why hadn't she noticed before that this man called Tycoon Yan was so handsome. A strange thrill surged within her, especially when he told her to get lost. Just then the system chimed again. Shen Shuyi's affection 10. Chen Yan floored the accelerator and sped off, feeling a chill of disgust and confusion. Why did her affection go up? Was this woman a masochist? Was she crazy? Meanwhile, in front of Villa Number 1, classmates were exclaiming in awe, "Oh my god, this is Garden Villa Number 1, worth 50 to 60 million. Everyone was amazed. "Is Chairman Zhao a rich heiress? Rich lady, take me in," Zhao Yuki awkwardly explained. "It's not like that." Just then, Zhang Lily suddenly asked suspiciously, "Chairman Zhao, is this villa really yours?" She pretended to be knowledgeable, showing off. "When the Riverside Villa complex launched, I came to look with my dad. I heard Villa Number 1 was bought by a boss surnamed Hong who's already in his 30s or 40s. This was Zhang Lily, the head of the student union's publicity department, who had always been at odds with Zhao Yuki. Xiao Fei immediately got angry and accused, "Zhang Lily, what do you mean? How could Chi-Chi lie to everyone?" A guy named Tian Yu with his arm around Lily's shoulder chimed in. "Lily's right. Boss Hong even held his daughter's birthday party here before. I was lucky enough to attend. His daughter is already 12. The crowd buzzed with whispers. The villa owner is a boss surnamed Hong. So this isn't Chairman Zhao's place? Could Zhao Yuki be a kept woman? I heard Zhao Yuki's family is well off, but buying a villa like this is too much. Xiao Fei then slammed a red property deed onto the table, confidently challenging everyone. Look for yourselves. Whose name is on the owner? Zhao Yuki, sole ownership. Xiao Fei smirked, arms crossed. Some people just love to stick their faces out to be slapped. Unbelievable. The other classmates turned to praise and envy. I knew it. Chairman Zhao couldn't be that vain and shameless. Chairman Zhao, when you start making money streaming, take me along. Zhao Yuki smiled modestly. No, just lucky. Chairman Zhao is already financially free before graduating. That's amazing. Meanwhile, Zhao Yuki kept glancing at the door, anxious. Why isn't he here yet? Is he stuck in traffic? At the same time, Chen Yuan had just stepped out of a taxi. Finally here. He was holding a big bear plush, walking slowly inside. Tonight, Chairman Zhao had invited many classmates, so he decided to park his Ferrari far away to avoid being too flashy. Suddenly, Chen Yuan spun around in shock as a car roared past him recklessly. Damn, who drives that fast? The classmates inside were also excitedly guessing. Is that a Ferrari 488? Could it be Senior Tang? Yeah, that's Senior Tang's car, worth over 4 million. It must be him. The door opened and a handsome young man in shiny leather shoes stepped out. He was on the phone, speaking arrogantly. Yeah, Riverside Villa number 1. Just park the car inside when you get here. It was Tang Shuwen, the campus heartthrob of Lake University, and the second son of the Han City Tang Group. Tang Shuwen suddenly hung up and turned to look at Chen Yuan with utter disdain. What's wrong with Yuki inviting a sewer rat like this to her birthday party? Tang Shuwen sneered at the bear in Chen Yuan's hands, giving a cheap bear as a birthday gift. Ridiculous. Just then, Zhao Yuki ran out with a beaming face. You're finally here, she shouted excitedly, her face full of anticipation and joy. I've been waiting for you. Tang Shuwen immediately opened his arms to greet her. Hey Yuki, happy birth. But before he could finish, Zhao Yuki walked right past him and threw herself at Chen Yuan behind him. Chen Yuan handed over the big bear plush, smiling. Chi-Chi, happy birthday. This is for you. Like it? Zhao Yuki blushed, her face full of shyness and gratitude. Thank you, I love it. The classmates around were stunned. Am I dreaming? The Ice Queen has melted. I gave Chairman Zhao a watch worth over 2,000 and she wasn't this happy, bro. Look. Someone once gave Chairman Zhao a Prada bag worth over 20,000 and she turned it down on the spot. His face turned green. Tang Shuwen's face darkened with jealousy. I've been chasing Yuki for so long without success. When did this sewer rat show up? Suddenly a red truck pulled up to the door, and Tang Shuwen's gloom vanished, replaced by a smug smile. His chance had come. He stepped forward to reclaim Zhao Yuki's attention. Yuki, I've prepared a gift for you too, and you're going to love it. Several deliverymen carried down a massive object. Tang Shuwen shot a provocative glance at Chen Yuan, smugly saying, rats should stay in the sewer. Today I'll show you what class difference means. He pointed to the newly installed piano and introduced, this is a Yamaha CFG professional concert piano, pure imported. He put on a heartfelt expression. I think only this piano is worthy of tonight's birthday star. Tang Shuwen walked up and asked with a smile, Yuki, happy birthday. This is a gift I specially prepared for you. Like it? Zhao Yuki nervously brushed her hair and said, I like it, but this piano costs over $1 million. It's too expensive. I'll transfer the money to you, Senior Tang. Tang Shuwen waved his hand generously, pretending to be magnanimous. Yuki, as long as you like it, it's nothing. Then he elegantly sat down on the piano bench, looking deeply affectionate. Besides the piano, I've also prepared a piece I composed myself for you. The girls around screamed in excitement. Oh my God, Senior Tang is going to play. This is his first public performance since his solo recital in Vienna last year. Tonight was totally worth it. I need to go live so my friends can see. Tang Shuwen's slender fingers landed on the keys and a melodious tune flowed out. The watching girls were mesmerized, full of admiration. Amazing, Senior Tang's music is so healing. He and Chairman Zhao are a perfect match. Yeah, I'm totally shipping Senior Tang and Chairman Zhao. After the performance, Zhao Yuki stepped forward and sincerely thanked him. Thank you, Senior Tang, that was beautiful. I'm really outclassed, Tang Shuwen humbly replied. Yuki, you flatter me. I'm just throwing out a brick to attract jade. Then, with a challenging look at Chen Yuan, he said, since this classmate has impressed Yuki, he must be talented too. Why don't you come up and show us something? Chen Yuan shook his head with a laugh, seeing through the guy's scheme. He just wanted to embarrass him publicly. Instead of backing down, he confidently stepped forward. Sure, since Senior Tang insists, I'll grant your wish. Zhao Yuki was shocked, her face full of disbelief. Chen Yuan, you can play the piano too. The others looked at him skeptically. This guy dresses like a beggar and he can play the piano? You don't get it. Senior Tang is giving him a way out. Just wait and see. Tang Shuwen looked on gleefully, eager to see Chen Yuan make a fool of himself. Chen Yuan casually sat down on the piano bench, but his face suddenly fell. Damn, I don't know how to play at all. System, use enhancement points. Chen Yuan thought he had found a shortcut. but the system's ruthless voice rang in his head. System detects that the host has no piano skills and cannot upgrade directly. Acquiring this skill requires an additional 10 enhancement points. Chen Yuan smiled confidently, ready to use attribute points to leap ahead. He shot a provocative glance at Tang Shuwen, thinking, "Trying to step on me? No way." He composed himself and silently commanded in his mind, "System, directly enhance me with 50 years of piano experience instantly." A flood of professional playing techniques surged into Chen Yuan's mind. Watching this, Tang Shuwen's face froze, full of disbelief. What was happening? How had this guy's aura suddenly changed completely? His fingers flew across the keys with extreme professionalism. Suddenly his eyes widened in shock. Shuwen couldn't believe it. Terrified, wasn't this the piece he had just played? How was that possible? No one could memorize the entire score in such a short time. Chen Yuan turned his head, gave a slight glance and blinked. Surprised by this, the real skill was yet to come. He played with increasing fervor, his fingers racing over the keys. Shuwen's eyes bulged, filled with shock and fear. He was speeding up too fast, but not a single note was wrong. Chen Yuan's speed became terrifying. The others were sweating and stunned. A pianist felt like the two were playing together. Was I seeing things? How could there be 4 hands? Could it be the long-lost technique the teacher once mentioned? Chen Yuan was using an ancient method, Beethoven's basic high-speed legato-staccato technique. To achieve this skill, he needed training time. The training for this technique was extremely brutal. Perseverance, talent, and physical fitness were all indispensable. But Chen Yuan was also well aware of its effects. Once mastered, every note played was incredibly precise and powerful, striking straight to the heart, like a ruthless machine relentlessly assaulting the listener's eardrums. Then he forcefully swept across the keys. Chen Yuan lowered his hands, left the keys, and finished. It was over. The entire auditorium fell into a dazed silence. He took a cigarette from his case. Chen Yuan turned around and struck the body of the piano. Instantly, the cigarette lit up with a flame. Then he handed the cigarette to him. "Shuwen?" At that moment, Chen Yuan leaned in with a very good attitude and earnestly advised, "Actually, your skill level is quite high. Keep working hard and you'll achieve something." Then he placed the cigarette in Shuwen's mouth. While Shuwen stood dumbfounded, Chen Yuan reasoned, "But the piano is a tool to express one's inner self, not a toy for power struggles and jealousy." Shuwen was still dazed, not yet understanding, and nodded in agreement. "Okay," the others then chimed in with praise. "A hidden talent. With such skill, no wonder Chairman Zhao sees you differently. Indeed, the difference is clear. Senior Tang dug his own grave. Senior Tang has hit a wall this time, meeting a true master. He brought shame on himself." Yuki's eyes shone with a mysterious light, and she proudly admitted that she hadn't misjudged him. Chen Yuan was not only astonishingly wealthy but also had a refined talent that was like 2 stories high. She looked at him sitting there marveling repeatedly. This man was truly the cream of the crop, a real treasure of a guy. The system then sent an update on Zhao Yuki's affection. 5. The system also continuously sent notifications to the third simping target. Affection for the host exceeded 95 points. Congratulations to the host for a successful counterattack. Congratulations to the host for upgrading piano proficiency to level 60. Finally, he received an additional reward. Zhao Yuki became the host's simp, rewarding 26 enhancement points. Chen Yuan immediately received a large sum of money. The third simping target spent a total of 78.16 million simping coins. The host was rewarded with 7.18 million. The hand holding his cup began to tremble slightly. 7.18 million, the biggest rebate after 60 million. Chen Yuan was immensely proud of his decision at this moment. Buying this villa was really worth it. He looked at the screen with great interest. There were still 25 enhancement points. Where should he add them? Suddenly, Yuki's sweet voice rang out. "Chen Yuan, you've really given me so many surprises." Chen Yuan glanced lightly and turned his head curiously. She leaned in, showing a brilliant smile. "I'm really happy tonight." He didn't hesitate to lean in and ask, "Consider it my second gift to you. How does Chairman Zhao plan to thank me?" Yuki blushed shyly. "How annoying." Shuwen, standing behind, had a vacant look in his eyes. "I lost." He slumped in a corner, feeling gloomy. "I've completely lost." Everyone suddenly focused on one person. It was Qin Bingshui. Senior Qin, she came too. Chen Yuan was also very surprised, and turned his head curiously. Qin Bingshui and the others turned to look at the figure at the door, marveling incessantly. Qin Bingshui, the top-ranked school beauty. Oh my god, my goddess, seeing her in person for the first time. There were many rumors about Bingshui at school. She was an ice queen. Qin Bingshui had topped the campus beauty rankings for 4 consecutive years and was also the president of the Lake University Student Union. But what she was most famous for wasn't her beauty but her aversion to men. Therefore many guessed that Qin Bingshui was a lesbian. And because she and Vice President Zhao Yuki were both very attractive, many paired them together. But according to Qin Bingshui's roommate, she had been kidnapped as a child. Although the police arrived in time and nothing happened to her, it made her develop a dislike for men. Back to the present, Yuki gently tugged at Chen Yuan and asked with a smile, "Chen Yuan, who do you think is prettier, Senior Chen or me?" He gently lifted her chin and softly praised, "Among 1,000 beauties I only take one. You are the most beautiful in my heart." After saying this, Chen Yuan sighed inwardly, thinking that he should stay as far away from a woman like Qin Bingshui as possible. "I'm just a simp, I don't want to be a jinx." Suddenly, Yuki beside him shouted loudly, over here, Senior Qin over here, you're late." Chen Yuan was immediately startled, thinking, do we have to call her over too? Bingshui quickly approached the two and politely said, "Sorry Yuki, traffic was heavy, I'm late." Yuki pulled Chen Yuan over and happily replied, "It's okay, let me introduce you. This is Chen Yuan." Bingshui frowned slightly as she looked him over. Chen Yuan hurriedly said, "Hello Senior Qin, I've heard so much about you." She asked curiously, "Was it you playing the piano just now?" Chen Yuan quickly nodded and replied, "Yes." Bingshui showed a hint of displeasure and sarcasm. "I've heard of you. You've been quite popular at school lately, flirting everywhere. You're ambiguous with many girls. Someone like you, talented but immoral, trash." Hearing this, the person behind Chen Yuan immediately flared up, wanting to rush forward. "Does this old woman have a problem?" Yuki quickly hugged him to stop him. "Senior Qin is like that, tough on the outside but soft on the inside. Don't take it to heart." At the same time, the system voice quickly sounded, "Simping mission begins. Name Qin Bingshui, 22 years old, height 171 centimeters, weight 52 kilogram, attractiveness score 9.3, female's affection for the host, -80 counterattack completed. Will reward 10 of the simp spending amount. Reward 35 enhancement points. Reward combat proficiency skill." Looking at the system's information, Chen Yuan became even more furious. "Are you broken? Last time it was Shen Shuyi, now it's Qin Bingshui. I don't want to simp for her." He cursed the system harshly in his mind. "And what's with -80 points? I only said one sentence to her." The system continued to notify, affection decreased by 80 points. After a while, Chen Yuan calmed down. He secretly looked at Bingshui and thought, am I really a lecher? Impossible. Chen Yuan muttered to himself while focusing on admiring the beauty. The lecher must be the system. A few minutes later, at the important moment of the banquet, Chen Yuan quickly pushed out a large cake. At the same time, everyone clapped and sang, "Happy birthday to you." Yuki smiled happily, closed her eyes to make a wish in front of the birthday candles, and then she and Chen Yuan cut the cake together. While distributing the cake to everyone, Yuki said, "Eat more cake, everyone have fun today." Bingshui approached her and softly called, "Yuki, do you have a moment? There's something I want to talk to you about." Yuki turned back in slight surprise. After a while, the two came outside the birthday banquet hall, and Bingshui softly advised, "Yuki, I think you should keep your distance from that Chen Yuan from now on." Yuki asked in confusion. "Why?" Bingshui said seriously. "No reason. Chen Yuan is entangled with many girls at school. I hope you won't fall into this scumbag's emotional trap." She took a light sip of her drink and continued, "Also, I'm about to graduate. I plan to hand over the position of student council president to you." Hearing this, Yuki was immediately stunned and covered her mouth. The president's position? She recalled the past. She and Senior Qin had argued about many things in the student council, neither giving in. Yuki thought nervously, but she wants me to take over as president. Does she have some concerns or fears? Could Senior Qin really be a lesbian like the rumors say? Has she had her eye on us all along? Thinking this, Yuki's face turned pale, and she waved her hand and said, "Senior Qin, I've always respected you. My abilities are not enough to be the student council president or anything, and Chen Yuan is not what you think." Bingshui quickly walked up to her and said loudly, "My decision is made. You don't need to say more." She leaned in close to Yuki and said firmly, "Love makes people blind. Look at yourself now. Where is the serious, disciplined, and morally upright senior student council cadre?" Yuki's face flushed slightly. She said softly, "Actually, I've been thinking about whether to resign from the student council so I can spend more time with Chen Yuan." Bingshui scolded angrily. "Fool, how can you be so confused? Where is your sense of responsibility and career ambition? That scumbag is really harmful." At the same time, the system voice sounded, "Qin Bingshui affection -5. The notification was quickly sent to Chen Yuan. "Qin Bingshui affection -5, current affection -90. Looking at the two women, he complained and cursed. "Big sister, did I provoke you? Did eating a piece of cake offend you?" Affection drops another 10 points. After the banquet, Yuki politely smiled as she saw the guests off. "Is the car here? Be careful on the road." "Thank you, everyone." She looked at Chen Yuan and softly called, "Chen Yuan, wait a moment." Yuki blushed and stammered shyly, "I have something to tell you." After a while, Chen Yuan walked out of the villa gate, excitedly muttering to himself, "After Chairman Zhao's affection is maxed out, she's getting cuter and cuter." As he imagined Yuki's appearance, he thought excitedly, "Just asking me to watch a movie tomorrow is so formal. I thought she was going to ask me to stay overnight. Suddenly, Chen Yuan paused slightly. He heard crying nearby coming from in front of a car. Shu Wen was sobbing, complaining about what was the use of practicing the piano. Seeing this, Chen Yuan frowned slightly and said, "Isn't this Senior Tang Shu Wen? Why hasn't he left yet? I thought I heard a ghost crying." He agilely climbed onto the hood, lowered his head, and appeared in front of Shu Wen. "Hello, Senior Tang." As soon as he saw Chen Yuan, Shu Wen backed away in fright. "Are you that Chen Yuan?" Chen Yuan chuckled lightly. "Senior Tang remembers my name, how approachable," he asked, somewhat puzzled. "It's just losing a piano match. What's there to cry about?" he thought to himself. "You lost to the system's bonus points, it's not embarrassing." Hearing this, Shu Wen suddenly became angry and demanded, "What do you mean, that look, that expression? Are you looking down on me?" Chen Yuan quickly jumped off the car and replied, No, Senior Tang is too sensitive. I had too much dinner, a bit stuffed." Shu Wen glared at him hatefully and said through gritted teeth, "I admit that you little brat, are indeed better at playing the piano than me. But so what?" Then he immediately boasted, "My family background, my wealth, my status, you can't catch up even on horseback." Shu Wen lightly pressed the remote for his Ferrari and said smugly, "Chen Yuan, look at your poor appearance. You probably can't even afford a car, right? How about I show some mercy and let you?" When Shu Wen turned around and saw Chen Yuan's car, he froze. Shu Wen angrily crushed the car key in his hand and roared in frustration, "Why dressed in rags, driving a Ferrari LaFerrari? Is heaven blind?" A few minutes later, in the car, Chen Yuan was already cheerfully planning what movie to watch tomorrow. Wolf Warrior 6, The Wandering Earth. Should he wear a short-sleeved shirt or a vest? Suddenly, when he looked at the roadside, he recognized a familiar figure. Wasn't that Senior Chen, waiting for a car alone? Chen Yuan thought worriedly, the temperature difference between day and night this season is big. Wearing so little, she'll catch a cold. Then he immediately showed a sly smile. "But what does it have to do with me? This crazy goddess deserves to freeze." Chen Yuan laughed heartily, thinking, and floored the gas pedal, speeding past. "Bye-bye, Senior Chen. Go ahead and deduct another 5 affection points." "I don't care." When he looked in the rearview mirror again, he felt something was wrong. Hey, Chen Yuan saw a group of people surrounding Bing Shui and asked himself, what's going on? Over at Bing Shui's place, a group of men were blocking her and harassing her. "Pretty lady, alone, it's dangerous at night. How about us brothers being your bodyguards?" Li Biao reached out to grab Bing Shui. "Free bodyguards, you just have to have some fun with us." She angrily shook off his hand and warned, "What are you doing? If you keep this up, I'll call the police." Hearing this, Li Biao and his gang burst into laughter. "Call the police, she says she'll call the police." He smirked and licked his lips, drooling as he said, "A chick with this much attitude must be fun to play with." Before Li Biao could finish, he suddenly screamed in pain. Bing Shui had quickly kicked him in the groin and then immediately withdrew her foot. The opposite Li Biao was clutching his groin in pain. The lackeys hurriedly asked in panic, Brother Biao, are you okay?" Brother Biao loudly ordered his lackeys, "Brother Biao, my ass. Get that woman for me." Just a few seconds later, Li Biao's gang quickly caught up with the fleeing Bing Shui. "Don't run, stop." She looked behind her and thought anxiously, "A bunch of despicable animals, damn it. If it weren't for their numbers, with my fighting skills, I could definitely make them cry for their mothers." Just then, Bing Shui bumped into someone and stopped. Chen Yuan softly greeted, "Are you okay?" Bing Shui looked up and recognized the familiar face as him. At the same time, Li Biao's gang had surrounded the spot where the two now stood. He pointed while clutching his groin and cursed, "Crazy woman, run. Why don't you run again? Today I'm going to teach you a lesson." Bing Shui thought angrily, despicable and shameless. Men are all no good. She looked at Chen Yuan in front of her and complained, "And this Chen Yuan too, if it weren't for him I would have gotten away. Can't help but mess things up." Chen Yuan spoke coldly, "That's enough. This is a society governed by law, not a place for you to run wild. I'll give you 2 minutes to get out of here." Li Biao smacked his lips and replied aggressively, "A hero saving a beauty. I'm not leaving." Just moments later, when Li Biao's gang was about to attack Chen Yuan, the group was quickly knocked down by him, lying scattered on the ground. Chen Yuan clapped his hands and said smugly, "People really should listen to advice." Then he asked Bing Shui with concern, "Senior Chen, are you okay?" At this moment, the system voice also sounded, "Affection -5. Chen Yuan turned his head and saw Bing Shui's angry expression and the notification, "Affection -95. Bing Shui glared at Chen Yuan with displeasure. He thought in confusion, "Big sister, I saved you, and that's wrong. Not only no affection increase, but a decrease, down to 95 points in your eyes. Am I no different from shit?" Bing Shui coldly asked, "Chen Yuan, do you think this is interesting?" She angrily demanded, "Do you think I'll be dragged down by you like other girls?" Bing Shui pointed at Li Biao's gang on the ground and continued, "I casually call a car and run into thugs, and then you coincidentally appear to save the damsel in distress." She gritted her teeth as she approached Chen Yuan. "You overestimate your own intelligence," Bing Shui said angrily, "and you underestimate mine." She quickly grabbed Chen Yuan by the collar and pulled him close. Bing Shui shouted, "Yuki is willing to give up the position of student council president for you, and you're doing everything you can to flirt with me." Then she dropped a sentence and turned to leave. "Scumbag, you make me sick." After hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately stammered in panic, trying to explain. "It wasn't me," he thought in confusion. "This imagination is way too wild. Could it be paranoia?" Chen Yuan quickly caught up with Bing Shui and said, "No, Chairman Chin, let me explain." She interrupted and warned him. "No need to explain. I hope you treat Yuki well. If you try any tricks again, I'll have you castrated." Chen Yuan stood frozen for a long moment. Meanwhile, Li Biao also woke up. Chen Yuan, fuming, kicked him away and cursed. "What bad luck, I'm never meddling in others' business again." As he walked off, he muttered, "I feel like I forgot something, whatever, forget it." At the university dormitory entrance, Chen Yuan returned to his place, still grumbling to himself in anger. "What rotten luck. The more I think about it, the angrier I get. I gave her plenty of face." Suddenly, his phone vibrated lightly in his hand. He pulled it out and thought, "Who's calling this late?" Seeing the notification on the screen, he realized it was Ruoyu. She answered and quickly asked, "Chen Yuan, are you free tomorrow?" Chen Yuan asked back in confusion, "What's up?" Ruoyu explained softly, "Well, I don't have class tomorrow, so I wanted to invite you to a movie." Chen Yuan's heart tightened. "Tomorrow, Chairman Zhao also invited me to a movie." Schedule conflict. The supercar sped down the highway, the low engine hum mixed with a teasing voice. "What the hell?" Chen Yuan sat in the driver's seat, the glow of his phone screen illuminating his face. "Wenzi, where are you?" Wenj replied almost instantly. "Almost there. Wait for me a bit." His voice choked with a hint of sobbing. "Yuenzi, I asked a girl to a movie and got rejected. I already bought the tickets. Come with me." He closed his eyes gently, rubbed his temples and sighed helplessly. He thought he'd only have to watch 2 movies today, but it turned out to be 3, Man Plans and Fate Laughs. A sly glint flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes. He leaned back in his seat, gently stroking his chin. "Ah well, Wenzi is my good buddy. When I had no money for food, he often helped me out." 3 time slots flashed through his mind. He gave a bitter smile, leaned back and muttered to himself, "I need to arrange today's time wisely. Guess I'll have to watch 3 movies in one day." Suddenly, as if remembering something, Chen Yuan tilted his head, a hint of confusion in his eyes. "Wenzi, why are you so late?" Just as he was thinking, he was startled. In the passenger seat, Xiao Yue was leisurely checking herself in a mirror, holding a powder brush, completely at ease. Who was she? A flicker of panic crossed her face, followed by an awkward smile. Her voice was soft, tinged with embarrassment. "Sorry, I was too into my makeup, got into the wrong car." Chen Yuan gave her a once-over, his gaze cold, his tone flat and distant. "It's fine, you can get out now. Be more careful next time." Xiao Yue tilted her head slightly, offering a soft smile, her voice drawn out and seductive. "Even if I got into the wrong car, maybe I've met the right person, big brother." Her eyes shifted, turning sly. She thought to herself, "Get out? How can I seduce you if I get out? A handsome guy in a luxury car, I can't let this slip away." She pretended to be shy. Xiao Yue pulled out her phone, opened her WeChat QR code, and her voice was as sweet as honey. "Big brother, want to add me on WeChat? I feel like we have a real connection." He glanced at his phone indifferently, his face expressionless, his voice icy. "Sorry, I don't have a phone." A hint of mockery flashed in Chen Yuan's eyes, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Unlike Wenzi, who was still an old-school traditional Chinese man, we Sigma men never fall into women's traps. She froze, then her face darkened. "Fine, you win. I'm getting out." Just as the door opened, a familiar male voice sounded outside. "Du Xiao Yue? What are you doing here?" He turned in surprise, his eyes full of confusion. "Lu Wenj." Xiao Yu's eyes widened as she stammered. The atmosphere instantly tensed. Wenj stared blankly at the two, his eyes full of bewilderment. "Didn't you say you had to go to the hospital to see your mom this afternoon and couldn't watch a movie with me? So why are you in my friend's car now?" Their words trailed off, and the air inside the car froze. Chen Yuan frowned slightly. So this was the girl who rejected Wenzi. He wouldn't misunderstand, would he? Not wanting things to escalate, he immediately opened the door and got out. Just as he was about to explain, "Wenzi, listen to me. Before he could finish, his eyes darkened, his voice low and simmering with anger. "She's a stranger, no connection at all." Wenj was furious, veins bulging on his forehead, his hand trembling as he swung it sharply, pointing at Xiao Yu's face. "Du Xiao Yue, you saw my friend driving a Ferrari and wanted to seduce him, but he didn't fall for it and told you to get out. You two have nothing to do with each other. You were just shamelessly clinging to him, right?" Chen Yuan, standing nearby, could only give an awkward smile and nod repeatedly, echoing, "Right, right, right." The car sped down the road. She stared blankly at the receding car, her eyes full of doubt and disbelief. "Lu Wenj actually knows such a rich friend," Xiao Yue muttered softly, her voice mixed with anger and confusion. "Isn't he just a poor loser with only $800 a month for living expenses?" Sunlight streamed across the glass curtain walls of the buildings, reflecting bands of light in the bustling street. The scene shifted to inside the cinema, where the smell of popcorn mixed with the aroma of drinks filled the air. Wenj hunched his shoulders, his face gloomy, his eyes tinged with sadness. Yuanzi, am I just not good enough? Why do you always have girls hanging around you while my love life is so rough? Chen Yuan leaned back in his seat, looking relaxed. How should I know, but why chase after girls? Are you short of an ancestor to worship? Wenjie's eyes widened, still not catching on when whispers came from behind. These two are so weird, two grown men watching a movie together. The person next to her chimed in curiously. Keep your voice down, they might be gay. Chen Yuan tilted his head slightly, glancing back, a sly smile curling at the corner of his mouth. The one who shows need first is often the weaker side. Love is like a battlefield, no tricks, and it's a bloody knife. Chen Yuan leaned in close to Wenj, his voice low but firm. His eyes were serious and mysterious. The more you grovel, the cheaper you seem to girls. It's not about the tactics, it's about how strong you are yourself. He smiled slightly, lifting his chin as if declaring an unshakable truth. The fool spends money on women. The real man makes women spend money on him. Wenj was stunned, muttering blankly. You make so much sense. In that moment of realization, Wenj clumsily grabbed Chen Yuan's hand. Master, Godfather, I get it. Please teach me how to become strong. Chen Yuan immediately felt awkward as misunderstandings began to spread in the eyes of those around them. Wenzi, calm down. Don't be like this. Everyone's watching. Chen Yuan frowned, looking smug and arrogant. Wenzi, I have nothing to teach you. I'm just a bit better looking than you, a bit richer, and have a few more girlfriends. Honestly, it's tough being me. Guys like you, average and ordinary, can hardly understand. As soon as he finished, his expression changed. His voice choked with a hint of threat. Yuanzi, stop talking or I might lose it and hack you to pieces. A moment later, Wenjie's face softened, and he walked alongside him with a relaxed smile. Yuanzi, talking to you made me feel a lot better. Sorry for always bothering you lately. Next time I'll… Chen Yuan cut him off, looking unconcerned. Don't say next time. You need to repay me now. He turned, gripped his hand, a sly glint in his eyes. In about 2 hours, give me a call. That'll be a huge help. Wenj hesitated. I can call, but why? Nearby, 2 girls were whispering, their eyes lighting up with excitement at the inexplicable intimacy between the two. See, I told you they're a couple. Chen Yuan walked leisurely, the corners of his mouth lifting slightly. Why, of course there's a reason. To bail out of Chairman Zhao's date for another one. The scene shifted to a luxurious building. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief, his eyes quickly scanning the crowd. Close call, made it. Yuki stood among the crowd looking anxious. Half an hour to go. Why isn't Chen Yuan here yet? She was slightly startled when a voice came from beside her. Hello, pretty lady. Banqi approached with a confident stride, his flirtatious eyes unable to hide his intent. Hi, I'm Wu Banqi. I saw you standing here for a while. Can I add you on WeChat? Yuki immediately refused bluntly. Sorry, I have plans, not convenient. He still smiled faintly, his tone persistent. Then I'm really sorry. But just adding WeChat, I won't disturb your date. Banqi cut in eagerly, his gaze burning. If you find me annoying, you can delete me. Just consider it granting me a wish. A hand suddenly landed heavily on his shoulder. Bro, the lady already turned you down. Being pushy is just pathetic. He winked, smiling arrogantly. Come on, let me teach you how to pick up girls. Chen Yuan propped one hand against the wall, slightly leaning in to enclose her. He lowered his voice, seductive and deep, his eyes full of passion. Pretty lady, you're so beautiful. How about we find a private place and get to know each other better? Seeing this, he froze, his face darkening. That's it, are you a pervert? But Yuki laughed happily, her eyes sparkling. Sure. Banqi stood dumbfounded, stammering, what the hell? Dusk settled in, casting a soft orange glow. On the screen the movie was reaching its climax. Yuki tilted her head, her eyes a little lonely. She spoke slowly, catching Chen Yuan off guard, making him jolt awkwardly. Chen Yuan, are you not interested in this movie? I've noticed you keep looking at your phone. His face paled, cold sweat beading on his temples as he quickly waved his hands. No. I've been busy with family business lately. A bit worried. Yuki's face softened slightly. Her eyes filled with sympathy. She thought to herself, he has to inherit such a huge empire. The pressure must be immense. We ordinary folks live carefree, but he has to bear so much. A soft sigh echoed in her heart. Others only saw Chen Yuan's extraordinary skills, unaware of the effort behind them. In her memory, Chen Yuan was a man who could do anything. His exceptional abilities must have come from years of hard training since childhood. Someone like him, raised with elite aristocratic education, had never complained about hardship or fatigue. He just silently shouldered his responsibilities. Yuki lowered her head slightly, a flicker of self-blame in her eyes. He works so hard, and I'm wasting his time for my own selfish reasons, making him watch a movie with me. I'm such a bad woman. Her hand trembled, then decisively and gently placed it on the back of his hand. Chen Yuan froze, his eyes surprised, feeling like an electric shock. Yuki looked up slightly, her eyes reddening, glistening with tears. His face turned pale, cold sweat dripping from his neck, utterly flustered. Isn't this an action movie? Why is she crying? A moment later, the two walked side by side on the brightly lit street, the evening breeze brushing past. Chen Yuan, are you hungry? Want to grab a bite? Just as Chen Yuan opened his mouth, his phone rang. Eat. The corners of his mouth lifted, a sly glint in his eyes. Wenzi, you're a true brother, perfect timing. Chen Yuan calmly answered the phone, immediately changing his tone. Hello, Wenj. His expression turned serious, his voice panicked. What? That's serious? I'll be right there. On the other end, Wenj stared blankly at his phone, utterly confused. He hung up, his face grim, and forced out the words, Chairman Zhao, I have to go. Something came up with my friend. Yuki asked softly with concern. It's fine, go help your friend. I'll be okay. Watching Chen Yuan leave quickly, she followed him with her eyes, moved and silently marveled. Chen Yuan's friend must be in serious trouble. He's such a loyal and caring man. A moment later, he sat smugly in the car, his gaze fixed on his phone. I'm a genius. Now I need to hurry to the next cinema. Shao Ruoyu. The night deepened, rows of yellow light spilling onto the road. Chen Yuan got out of the car, pulled out his phone and sent a message. I'm downstairs at your new place. Within seconds the screen lit up. Okay, I'm coming down. Wait 2 minutes. He rubbed his temples wearily, sighed softly and looked helpless. Finally, just one movie left. Today's been like a battlefield, never juggling multiple lines again. Just then, a familiar voice sounded behind him. Chen Yuan? Ruoyu was walking slowly, her long hair gently swaying in the wind, her voice soft. Sorry to keep you waiting. Chen Yuan's cheeks suddenly flushed, his gaze involuntarily fixed on her face, hot and flustered. She's stunning today. He stood frozen, silently marveling. Classmate Shao can pull off any style. No wonder she's the cream of the crop among women. Ruoyu smiled softly, her voice gentle. Let's go. Chen Yuan snapped back to reality, awkwardly replying, Yeah, let's go. A flicker of panic crossed his eyes, but deep down there was anticipation. If today goes smoothly, maybe I can take things further with classmate Shao. Inside the cinema, colorful lights and shadows played across their faces, then the scene shifted to a bustling restaurant. Laughter and chatter filled the air as the two chatted happily, their eyes sparkling, their laughter blending with the aroma of the food. The night grew late, the moon hung high, casting a soft silver glow on the silent road. The supercar glided slowly down the nearly empty street. She turned her head gently, her voice as soft as the wind. Chen Yuan, you should head home early. Thanks for hanging out with me so late. I had a great time. Chen Yuan suddenly spoke, making her pause. I'll rue you. His eyes were a little flustered, his cheeks reddening as he hesitated. Can I come up to your place for a glass of water? Ruoyu froze, her heart skipping a beat. The light in the apartment cast a warm glow over the quiet space. The sound of water running in the bathroom came steadily. She sat on the sofa, clutching a throw pillow tightly. Her cheeks flushed, muttering to herself, What's wrong with me today? This isn't like me. Ruoyu's face was crimson, her eyes shy. He said he'd just have a glass of water and leave, but then he said it was too late and wanted to stay over. She turned and patted the pillow, her eyes flustered. And I actually agreed. Ruoyu's heart pounded, mixed with anticipation and excitement. If he makes a move later, what should I do? If it's him, maybe it's not so bad. Thinking this, she immediately buried her face in the pillow, screaming internally, What am I thinking? Suddenly, Ruoyu's gaze accidentally swept over the pocket of the jacket draped nearby. What's this? Her hand trembled, her heart sinking, her eyes darkening. Movie tickets. Why are there 4? Did he watch movies with other girls too? The night deepened, rows of yellow light spilling onto the road. Chen Yuan casually draped in a bathrobe, his hair still dripping, looking both lazy and sexy. I'm done showering, we can? Before he could finish, his gaze suddenly stopped. On the table lay 4 movie tickets, their edges already wrinkled. Ruoyu stood there, her hands clenched, her voice filled with anger as she demanded, Chen Yuan, why are there 4 movie tickets in your pocket? Did you watch movies with other girls today? Her eyes darkened, and every word seemed stuck in her throat. If you don't like me, you can reject me. Why did you barge into my life and then go on dates with other girls? Chen Yuan stammered, his lips moving but no words coming out. Ruoyu immediately raised her voice. Did you ever consider my feelings? Just then, the system's cold voice rang out. Shao Ruoyu's affection decreased by 10. She pointed decisively at the door. Get out. I don't want to see you anymore. Shao Ruoyu's affection decreased by 10. As the prompt sounded, his gaze froze. Current affection level 75. Chen Yuan lowered his head in silence, his body trembling slightly. In this situation, a sly smile I had anticipated curled at the corner of my mouth. It was time to pull out the big guns. You lifted your head, your expression shifting, your voice deepening with sincerity and a hint of hurt. So I'm not worthy of your trust in your eyes. A few movie tickets can erase everything I've done. Ruoyu, still angry, furrowed her brows and replied, You still want to argue. Chen Yuan said no more, simply pulling out his phone and pressing the dial button. He calmly handed the phone over. Go ask Lu Wenj yourself if I went to the movies with him today. The ringtone echoed in the silent room. Each ring seemed to press down on the air. Wenjie's sleepy voice came through. Hey Yuenzi, why are you calling so late? She took a deep breath, struggling to stay calm, her voice icy. Lu Wenj, this is Shao Ruoyu. I want to ask, did Chen Yuan go to the movies with you today? There was a few seconds of silence on the other end. Then he answered groggily, Yeah, we went to see Wolf Warrior 14. I originally asked Du Xiaoyue, but she turned me down, so I had to drag Yuanzi along. Hearing this, Wenj suddenly paused, his voice like a thunderclap. Isn't this Yuanzi's phone? Why is it in your hands? Are you two together? Curses mixed with anger came through. That bastard Chen Yuan actually managed to win you over? I don't believe it. Ruoyu frowned, her voice turning colder. All right, that's all. Sorry for disturbing your rest. Bye. If Wenj said that, it seemed she had misunderstood him. But just for a moment a flicker of doubt remained in her eyes. No, what if Lu Wenj is covering for him? Ruoyu quickly opened her contacts and dialed classmate Du Xiaoyu's number. Let me confirm again, she spoke calmly, her voice tinged with suspicion. Hey Xiaoyue, this is Xiao Ruoyu. Did Lu Wenj ask you to go to the movies today? A sigh came from the other end. Yeah, that guy invited me to see Wolf Warrior, but I turned him down. I even saw a handsome guy picking him up in a Ferrari. If I'd known he had such connections, I would have said yes. Silence filled the room. Chen Yuan just crossed his arms and spoke calmly. So, confirmed. Want to check my phone's payment records too? Ruoyu stammered, her voice trembling. Chen Yuan, I'm not. He took a deep breath, his gaze turning cold, and left the room. Xiao Ruoyu, I'm really disappointed in you today. She panicked instantly, standing there frozen as tears silently streamed down her face. Chen Yuan, I was wrong. Don't be mad. I shouldn't have misunderstood you. Please forgive me. The door slammed shut, echoing in the dead of night. Outside, Chen Yuan leaned against the wall, letting out a soft sigh of relief, his hand on his forehead. That was close. Good thing I was prepared or I'd have been screwed. A modern building appeared in the tranquil scene. His phone screen lit up with a message from Ruoyu, full of apologies. I'm sorry, I misunderstood you last night. You're right, two people should trust each other. I've reflected on it. Can you forgive me? On the other end, Chen Yuan received the message and replied immediately. It's okay, Ruoyu. I didn't explain clearly either. I apologize too. She held her phone, gently looking at the message. A thought crossed Ruoyu's mind. It was clearly my fault, but he apologized first. He's so warm. Just then, the system's prompts rang out in succession. Xiao Ruoyu's affection increased by 10. Xiao Ruoyu's affection increased by 10. Xiao Ruoyu's affection increased by 1. The scene shifted to him. Chen Yuan looked exhausted but thoughtful. He sighed. It went up again. Another prompt appeared. The affection of the sixth female lead, Xiao Ruoyu, toward the host has exceeded 96 reward enhancement points 10. A flicker of surprise crossed Chen Yuan's eyes. He blamed himself, looking somewhat confused. It's even higher than before. I can't do this again. I almost screwed myself over. Images of a series of beautiful women flashed through Chen Yuan's mind, each with different charms and personalities, reminding him to properly categorize his bound targets. At that moment, a sly smile curled at the corner of his mouth, a glint of cunning in his eyes. Decide who to use as tools and who to maintain good relations with. I'll raise their affection until they're devoted to me. Chen Yuan's face twisted in extreme anger, veins bulging as he shouted, Kids make choices, I want them all. He raised his hand and pointed, his posture full of provocation. I'm going to be a playboy. Who doesn't dream of a harem? Suddenly, two girls walked past Chen Yuan, chatting animatedly, their eyes sparkling with interest. I heard Senior Tang sponsored the school team to host the strongest rookie competition. The other girl chuckled and nodded in agreement. Yeah, it's at the school gym. Let's go watch. There are plenty of handsome guys on the basketball team. Hearing this, his expression turned serious, curiosity flickering in his eyes. Chen Yuan silently repeated what he'd just heard. Tang Shuwen, strongest rookie? Without overthinking, he headed toward the gym out of curiosity. Interesting. I'll go check it out. As soon as he arrived, he saw the gym packed with students, the atmosphere as lively as a festival, everyone buzzing with excitement. He was surprised. So many people. Among the crowd, girls' eyes sparkled as they held up cheering signs and shouted, Senior Tang, we love you. Senior Tang, go for it. Senior Tang, I want to have your babies. Chen Yuan stood in the crowd, a look of disdain on his face. He muttered to himself, his expression helpless and amused. Tang Shuwen's rookie competition feels like it's just for showing off. Just then, two girls walked in. The surroundings remained lively, but Chen Yuan's thoughts were filled with dissatisfaction. Did this guy hire a bunch of actors to be his backdrop? What a joke. Shu Tong rushed over in a panic, shouting as soon as she saw someone beside her. Chen Luoluo suddenly disappeared, leaving only her voice echoing. Chen Yuan. She charged straight up to him and stopped, the two locked eyes exchanging gentle smiles. Luoluo said happily, You're here too, what a coincidence. Chen Yuan was a bit surprised but smiled back. Hey Luoluo, you're here too? In the distance she was fuming, her face red, teeth grinding audibly. A soft hand gently rested on his shoulder, making Chen Yuan freeze. Surprise and caution filled his eyes. She looked at him, smiling brightly, her cheeks flushed. Chen Yuan, hello. Do you like basketball too? Her voice was soft but full of excitement. Chen Yuan could only sweat, his expression helpless. Another one. Nearby, a group of students were chatting. One of them's eyes lit up when they saw him. Is that Chen Luoluo? Who's that guy? Another immediately answered. Chen Yuan from the School of Literature. Not just Chen Luoluo, look at He Jian. She ignored her ex-boyfriend for Chen Yuan right on the school basketball court. As two beautiful girls walked out from behind the whispering pair, the atmosphere seemed to explode. Bing Shui spoke angrily. Talking behind a girl's back like that is disgusting. The two were startled. One shouted, "Spare us, President." The other was terrified too. "We won't do it again. Please forgive us." She looked cold, curling her lip in disdain. "Men are disgusting. This place stinks." Yuki listened, gave an awkward smile and said softly, "All right sis, stop it. Let's just watch the game." The scene shifted to the court where Shuwen was holding a basketball, his face full of rage. He gritted his teeth, his blue eyes flashing. "Damn it, that rat Chen Yuan, why is he here?" Standing on the sidelines, seeing him talking to several pretty girls, Shuwen's hair practically stood on end as he shouted, "Why are so many girls hanging around him? Are they all blind? Can't they see a handsome guy like me?" Just then, Bing Shui and Yuki passed by and he flashed a sinister smile. "Perfect, Yuki is here too. This is my chance for revenge." Shuwen took a deep breath, his brow furrowed, his voice ringing in his mind with pride and determination. "I've been practicing basketball for 2.5 years. That noob Chen Yuan definitely can't beat me." The atmosphere heated up as a ball suddenly flew straight toward Chen Yuan as if foreshadowing something. His eyes widened in surprise. Chen Yuan caught the ball, lowered his head slightly, then spun it in his hand. His grip tightened and his voice rang out coldly and firmly. "Tang Shuwen, what's your game? Can't handle losing, so you're sneak attacking me for revenge? That's pathetic." On the other side of the court, Shuwen sneered, his lips curling contemptuously. "Revenge? You're not worthy. Dare to go one-on-one with me, I'll give you a 3-point handicap." His teammate stood nearby, a thoughtful look in his eyes. "Shuwen, are you serious? This guy looks like a shut-in on a sunny morning in a modern campus." Chen Yuan's strong hands gripped the ball tightly. He thought, "You want to play?" His face was cold, his eyes decisive, and he forcefully threw the ball at Shuwen, full of provocation. "I'll play with you." The atmosphere was tense as a drawn bowstring. Seeing the serve, Shuwen was confident and laughed arrogantly. Just an ordinary serve, but his joy didn't last long before he was sent flying into the air. Shuwen's face was full of terror as he screamed. The teammates around him were also stunned by his powerful shot. In the stands, 2 girls witnessed the whole thing. Yuki exclaimed in surprise, "Oh my god, Senior Tang is the captain. And he couldn't even catch Chen Yuan's serve," Bing Shui observed seriously, replying with a contemptuous tone, "Just brute force. Men love to fight." Under the bright lights of the basketball court, the atmosphere suddenly turned chaotic as teammates rushed over in panic, shouting loudly, "Captain, are you okay, Captain?" He lowered his head, breathing heavily, a shocking thought echoing in his mind. So much force. That weakling Chen Yuan looks so frail, but he's got that much strength? At the center of the court, Chen Yuan stood proudly, a half smirk of provocation on his lips as he looked down at his panting opponent. His voice was low but loud. "What's the fun in one-on-one? How about we go 5-on-5? Let me test the captain's level." The stands erupted in commotion, countless eyes wide with surprise. Jian and Yuki were dumbfounded, unable to believe what they'd heard. Other female students also had their mouths hanging open, some covering them in shock, while the referees and the audience in the back stared in disbelief. On the court, the red team stood in a line of 5. Shuwen thought, 5-on-5, the players and referees are all my people, and he wants to play 5-on-5 with me? His face was full of arrogance, his eyes sparkling as if about to explode. Shuwen gritted his teeth, filled with rage. "Idiot Chen Yuan, this isn't 5-on-5, it's 1-on-5. You're going to lose this time." Moments later, the spacious court was brightly lit, the cheers from the stands deafening as the opening tip-off was thrown. Shuwen shouted, "Nice pass." He dashed out like the wind, his face full of determination and anger. A thought burning with jealousy flashed through his mind. "This basketball noob, watch me crush him. Once I destroy you, Yuki will know who's worthy of her." Just then, he was tightly surrounded by 3 red team players, the scene tense. Chen Yuan tilted his head slightly, a thought crossing his mind. "Tang Shuwen, do you think I don't know everyone on the court is your inside actor?" A light ignited in Chen Yuan's eyes, his body seeming to burn. Energy surged violently. Chen Yuan was full of confidence. "Who needs teammates? I'll do it alone." He immediately called out to the system. "System, upgrade basketball expertise to level 35 proficiency. I want to show off." In the stands, a crowd of spectators and teammates cheered. "Captain Tang, go for it. Love you." Shuwen flashed a confident smile. Seeing this, he thought, now's the perfect time to show off. Then Shuwen leaped into the air, his hand raised high with the ball, ready to shoot, the wind whistling past his ears. As he charged forward, he shouted in his mind, "End this with my coolest dunk." The sound of the ball flying was deafening, putting everyone on edge. Shuwen's eyes were full of determination, sweat beading on his forehead, confident he could score. But just as the ball was about to touch the rim, another hand shot up from below like lightning, instantly grabbing the ball. He intercepted it mid-air. Shuwen froze, his eyes wide with disbelief. The audience below was stunned, no one daring to believe it. The basketball-savvy Captain Tang had been blocked by Chen Yuan. Unbelievable. On the court, the 3 red team players looked at each other in confusion. One frowned and asked, "How did he get past? Did you see that?" Another answered, his voice trembling. "It felt like he vanished in the blink of an eye." The third, eyes wide and panting, shouted, "Are we seeing things?" Shuwen was sweating profusely, his eyes bulging, lips trembling. He couldn't believe what had just happened. Impossible. "I don't believe it. This has to be an illusion." Chen Yuan walked onto the court, his expression calm to the point of coldness. He held the ball and gave a faint smile. "My turn, Captain Tang." Right at that moment, a whistle blew, signaling a foul on Chen Yuan. Hearing it, he curled his lip in disdain and laughed angrily. "A foul? Tang Shuwen, have you no shame calling a biased whistle, are you?" A ball was thrown, spinning violently in the air, its trajectory perfect as it sank into the basket. The ball cleanly passed through the net. A precise shot by Shuwen. The score was now 0-0 to 0-1. He flashed a sly smile, a fierce glint in his eyes. "So what if you're good at basketball? I'm calling a biased whistle." "Mad about it? The court has its own rules. You're too green." Chen Yuan. In the stands the crowd erupted. The cheerleaders couldn't believe their eyes. The scene before them was too absurd. One person shouted indignantly, "That clearly wasn't a foul. How did the referee call that?" The girl next to her gritted her teeth. "Was it a biased whistle?" Another angrily chimed in. "It's just a friendly match, and they're calling biased whistles? Shameless." The atmosphere was chaotic, the audience booing loudly. "So shameless. And they represent Lake University? Disgraceful." Chen Yuan's eyes burned with rage, his face tight with anger. An orange-red mist rose from him like flames. He gritted his teeth. "Tang Shuwen, you've really pissed me off. I can tolerate your cheating, but I will not allow you to insult the spirit of sports." Chen Yuan clenched his fists, burning with fury, and roared like thunder, "I'm going to crush you, you bastard." The whistle blew again. As Chen Yuan streaked past his opponent, the wind howling, his speed so fast it was almost impossible to follow. An opposing player shouted in panic, "Too fast." He turned, his left hand pressing the ball firmly, his feet pushing off hard, the ball steady in his grip. Chen Yuan raised it high, ready to dunk, his eyes burning with absolute focus. The court lit up as the opposing players stared blankly. He was still in the air, the decisive move carrying overwhelming momentum. Shuwen sneered from the center of the court, shouting, "Surround him. If you can't stop him, just foul him." He pointed directly at Chen Yuan's team, his face twisted with anger. Several members of the team stood rigidly at attention, their gazes fixed on Shuwen. He continued shouting, his tone seething with fury. "What the hell are you guys doing?" At that moment, Chen Yuan was being tightly pressed by two players in red shirts at midfield, sweat dripping down his forehead, but his eyes were locked on the ball in his hands. Waiting for the right moment, a cold smirk curled at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth. Then he leapt high into the air, the two opponents below only able to widen their eyes in shock as they were left behind in the powerful gust of air. "What the hell?" A loud bang followed as the ball shot straight toward the hoop. It tore through the net like a thunderbolt, a perfect shot that left everyone on the court stunned. One opposing player stared wide-eyed, both shocked and bewildered. How did he do that? Why is he going this far? The entire team stood frozen, speechless, surrounded by a faint blue-purple glow that cast a heavy, oppressive feeling, even though they knew this was a match full of tricks. In the golden light pouring down from above, Chen Yuan moved silently, gripping the basketball as he slammed it down hard. But why was he trying so hard? On an old training court, a middle-aged coach placed his hand on a young boy's shoulder. He spoke slowly and firmly. "Son, the referee is the key to any game. When the whistle blows, you must have a clear conscience." The boy looked up, his bright eyes nodding firmly. "Yes." An elderly referee with tired eyes now gripped the microphone tightly, his voice low and trembling. Was it for respect? He then recalled his own days learning to play. His coach had a kind smile. His voice rang out with passion. "Winning or losing a game isn't about the score, it's about whether you gave it your all." Everyone's face carried different thoughts, whether driven by youth or love for the game. Inside the court, several members of the team were laughing and crying, their faces flushed with excitement. "Compared to this young man, we look truly ugly. It's a desecration." Basketball. He looked around, drenched in sweat, then suddenly frowned in confusion. "What's wrong? Giving up?" His white shoes touched the ground, but now he took a slight step back. A series of shocked faces appeared, and the confused crowd shouted, "What's going on?" The entire team around him instinctively stepped back. Footsteps echoed from the center of the wooden floor. Chen Yuan stood steady, holding the basketball, a thought flashing through his mind. Is the basketball team crazy? Are they playing or not? He tilted his head slightly, his eyes full of confusion, his expression both surprised and determined. Suddenly a voice rang out from the stands. "Chen Yuan wins people over with virtue." Two beautiful girls shone among the crowd. Yuki smiled brightly, her eyes sparkling. This was true sportsmanship. Seeing this, Shuwen shot to his feet, roaring in anger. "Damn it, what's going on? Don't you want to make money anymore?" The scoreboard clearly showed 60-02, a heartbreaking gap. Shuwen was drenched in sweat at the center of the court as Chen Yuan's voice rang out coldly like a slap to his face. "You've disgraced this game of basketball." He charged forward, the ball whistling through the air as Chen Yuan sprinted and shouted, "Everything that follows is your own doing." Shuwen's eyes were wide now, his teeth clenched, calculating silently. As long as he blocked this shot he wouldn't truly lose face. The thought barely settled before he charged forward. Both of them rushed toward the basketball, turning and jumping. Shuwen screamed in his heart, "I still have a chance." A loud bang shook the air as someone's foot slammed heavily onto the wooden floor. Chen Yuan's face was cold, his eyes blazing like fire as he swung his strong arm to pass the ball. Shuwen tried to shoulder his way in, directly thrusting his elbow toward Chen Yuan, then curled a cold smirk. "You asked for this. Go lie in the hospital, Chen Yuan." A sharp crack exploded like thunder in their ears. Shuwen screamed in agony, his face twisted, his eyes wide with terror. He collapsed to the ground, his injured arm raised high, his lips trembling as he shouted, "How is this possible? My hand!" This scene didn't seem to shake Chen Yuan. He leapt lightly, and another perfect score was delivered by Chen Yuan himself. The scene cut to the stands where the girls cheered in unison, applause thundering. A notification sounded. Target number 3, Zhao Yuki's affection broke through 26, totaling 10 enhancement points. Then it shifted to the other two, the system's voice still echoing. Target number 2, Lin Shatong's affection broke through 96, total 10 enhancement points. Target number 1, Luoluo's affection broke through 97, total 10 enhancement points. Ziying beamed brightly, clapping enthusiastically. Applause filled the arena and the system didn't let her go either. Target number 4, He Ziying's affection broke through 95, totaling 22 enhancement points. In the basketball training hall, the atmosphere was tense as a bowstring. He stood upright, his gaze calm and sharp, looking at the person writhing on the floor clutching his arm. Chen Yuan's voice rang out softly yet carried devastating force. "In both skill and character you don't deserve to be captain." Blue light slanted in, casting his face in shadow, his eyes glinting coldly. Chen Yuan didn't hesitate to speak bluntly. "Competing with trash like you is an insult to my skills." Shuwen's face flushed red with rage, veins bulging as he gritted his teeth and roared in despair, "Chen Yuan, don't get cocky, just wait, I'll make you pay sooner or later." The scene cut to a group of girls watching the game. A short-haired girl laughed, covering her mouth with her hand, her tone full of interest. "Did you get that shot of Chen Yuan's dunk?" The girl next to her immediately replied, her eyes sparkling but tinged with regret. "Damn, I was too into it and forgot." Only she was looking around for him. Damn, where did Chen Yuan go? But then she saw something. Yuki was holding a bottle of water, her face bright red. But then all 4 girls froze at once. They hadn't expected their friends to also bring water for Chen Yuan. The scene cut to outside a high-rise teaching building. He was bent over, drenched in sweat, breathing heavily. Chen Yuan's voice hoarse and tired. "Good thing I ran fast, or picking any bottle of water could have been a disaster." The scene cut to the dormitory, quiet and tidy, with his cheerful voice echoing from afar. "So comfortable." Chen Yuan smiled slightly as he dried his hair. After playing ball and sweating, a shower feels great. The phone on the table vibrated. He tilted his head, his wet hair gently falling, his curious gaze fixed on the glowing screen. The notification read, "Lover of many, in the Empire Ambition chat group has sent you a friend request." Chen Yuan looked at the phone, frowning in confusion. An invitation from the Big Spender group. What's going on? The screen showed his chat history with the other person. "You have agreed to become friends with Lover of Many." The other party immediately sent a greeting. "Hello, Boss Yan." Chen Yuan replied politely, "Hello. Is there something you need?" The other party asked upon seeing this. "Nothing much, just wanted to ask if you need a wife." Chen Yuan's eyes widened, his mouth twitching in shock. What the hell? A scene of a glamorous red carpet appeared, with Kuan Yin stunning in an evening gown. Flashing lights made her look like a goddess at the gala. Subtitles appeared, introducing everything about Kuan Yin. Gao Kuan Yin won the Best Actress award at 22, hailed as the #1 pure girl among the 4 rising stars in the domestic entertainment industry. Then the scene cut to magazines and newspapers filled with sensational images and headlines. Famous actress caught up in a scandal. Gao Kuan Yin accused of being a homewrecker. In a meeting room, men in suits sat around a long table. She sat silently at the head. A notification sounded, but she had recently been embroiled in a scandal. Her online reputation was declining, and she faced over 30 million in breach of contract damages. Although Gao Kuan Yin was the heiress of the Gao Group, the company had been struggling lately, and 30 million was enough to cripple it. In a bright cafe, Gao Lang smiled warmly, introducing himself as the second son of the Gao Group. He said softly. Clasping his hands, he pleaded in a low voice, "Gao Kuan Yin is my sister. I asked to meet you today to ask Boss Yan to help my sister." Sitting across from Gao Lang was Chen Yuan, his face thoughtful, his eyes sharp as a blade as if scrutinizing. He took a sip of coffee and replied coldly, "Marry your sister, you want me to join your Gao family?" The atmosphere in the cafe grew heavy. Gao Lang blushed and retorted, "No, I didn't mean that, I just said it casually. On the shark platform I was afraid you wouldn't agree." Then he slammed the table, his tone urgent. "My sister was set up. The public opinion is against her and she has to pay damages." He then laughed awkwardly, revealing his intention. I wanted to ask you to buy my sister's villa. The words seemed to freeze the air for a moment. Across from him, Chen Yuan took a sip of coffee, the thought of buying a house crossing his mind. He did need his own place. He pondered for a moment. The image of Gao Kuanyin, the beautiful and noble actress, floated into Chen Yuan's mind. But Gao Kuanyin was a popular star. She probably spent a lot. He set the coffee cup down on the table. Gao Lang quickly leaned toward Chen Yuan. Seeing this, Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, "I can help. Set up a meeting with your sister and I'll take a look at the house." Gao Lang was overjoyed. "Great." Gao Lang immediately picked up his phone, his tone full of excitement. "I'll arrange it right away." He couldn't stop praising in his heart. Boss Yan is as generous as the legends say, a true timely rain. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan still leaned back in his chair, leisurely sipping his coffee. Gao Lang looked at him, thinking to himself, "I heard that not long ago Boss Yan injected a huge sum into the Shao group. It's not impossible for my sister to become his wife." In a luxurious villa nestled among green hills, in a scene of tranquility, a sharp scream tore through the space. "Tell him to get out and stay far away." Kuanyin was red-faced with anger. "I know he's powerful. Aren't all those rumors his doing, but wanting me to bow down? No way." Reaching the peak of her fury, she threw her phone hard onto the bed, shouting, "Damn old bastard trying to sleep with me, go to hell." Kuanyin collapsed onto the bed. But what could she do? So much in damages? She stared at the ceiling, her eyes dazed, murmuring, "I just wanted to be an actress. Is it that hard?" Just then her phone rang, breaking the silence. On the other end came his excited voice, "Sis, it's me. I found you a powerful backer. You don't have to worry about the money anymore." Hearing this, Kuanyin raised an eyebrow and asked, "Backer? What backer? Have you started pimping lately?" Gao Lang was speechless and quickly explained, "What pimping? That sounds terrible. It's Boss Yan, the big spender who's been trending on Hali. He agreed to buy your house and he might be able to help with your problems too." An image of a middle-aged man with a sly smile appeared in her mind. Kuanyin asked softly, "Brother Yan?" At that moment in a hotel in the early morning, sunlight streamed through the buildings. Kuanyin's angry shout came through the phone, "Big spender my ass. Just another old man trying to take advantage. Gao Lang, you're helping outsiders screw me over. Just wait until you get home." Gao Lang was sweating as he tried to persuade her. "Sis, trust me just this once. Boss Yan is really powerful. He might be there soon. Take him to see the house." Before hanging up, he added, "Remember to be nice to the big shot." His sister on the other end cursed. "Get lost." She kept slamming her phone in frustration. Men are all no good and her brother was a coward. Kuanyin clenched her fist, raising it high with determination. "Gao Kuanyin, even if I die at home, I won't spend a single cent of a man's money." The scene shifted to another place. The scenery was quite serene and beautiful, with luxury villas lining the river. Chen Yuan stood in front of a house, commenting that this neighborhood was nice. It was close to the villa he had bought earlier, with good spacing and orientation. Was this Gao Kuanyin's home? He hadn't expected to be so close to a big star. He pressed the red button on the gate. The doorbell rang. Inside, Kuanyin heard the noise and was very annoyed. Here so soon? Never seen a woman before? Disgusting. She came out in her robe, her tone angry. Coming, stop ringing." As soon as she poked her head out, Kuanyin shouted, "At your age you're so impatient. You'll break the door." But then she froze, her face turning red. Before her was Chen Yuan's handsome face. "Hello, are you Miss Gao Kuanyin? I'm a friend of Gao Lang's," she stammered, blushing. "You are?" But he walked right past her, hands in his pockets, saying naturally, "Sorry for the intrusion." Watching Chen Yuan's back, Kuanyin blushed. "This is Brother Yan. He's so young and really handsome. I've acted in so many dramas, but I've never seen an actor with such good presence." Then he sat down on the sofa like the owner and said, "Miss Gao, don't be so formal. Have a seat." Hearing this, she was taken aback. "This is my home." After sitting down, Kuanyin asked Brother Yan, "Aren't you going to look at the house anymore?" Chen Yuan replied calmly, "The house is fine. I've already seen it," he added. "Of course the house isn't the important thing." Hearing this, she was puzzled. "Then what is?" Kuanyin thought to herself. "This guy's gaze is so strange, it's giving me goosebumps." Chen Yuan stated his purpose directly. "The important thing is you. I want you to be my lover." The system immediately notified that the seduction mission had begun. Her information appeared. Name Gao Kuanyin, age 22, height 168 centimeters, weight 50 kilogram, appearance score 9.2, affection toward host 35 points. When affection exceeds 95 points, complete the counterattack. Reward 103 seduction coins, reward 30 enhancement points, reward skill, mastery of acting. He smiled to himself, thinking rather than beating around the bush, it's better to catch them off guard. "How will you handle this, miss?" On the other side, Kuanyin gritted her teeth silently. "Want me to be your lover? Who are you insulting? Just because you have some money you think you're something. Watch me humiliate you." Then she smiled and said, "You're straightforward. Fine, being your lover isn't out of the question, but I have conditions. First, a luxury car worth over 10 million, Kuanyin continued. Second, a house at Thompson Riviera in Shanghai. She covered her face slightly and said, Third, you have to invest in 2 movies with budgets over 500 million each. Of course, I'll be the lead actress. If you think these conditions are too harsh, but Chen Yuan's eyes lit up at that. Really? That's all? Deal. 1 house at Thompson Riviera isn't enough, right? How about a few more? 1 for your brother, your dad, your whole family? How about that? Kuan Yin was completely baffled. Is this guy out of his mind? A moment later a voice came from outside. Sis, I'm here. Gao Lang had just reached the door when he saw the luxurious red sports car. Isn't that Boss Yan's Ferrari? He hasn't left yet. He poked his head in and asked his sister, why are you alone? Where's Boss Yan? I saw his car parked downstairs. Kuan Yin was still sitting dazedly on the sofa. She looked up blankly and said, that Ferrari? Boss Yan gave it to me. Gao Lang was so moved he nearly cried. Ha, he gave you that car worth over 20 million. Why didn't he give it to you? Kuan Yin still seemed dazed, speaking as if from the clouds. Not only did he give my sister a car, but President Yan also transferred her a sum of money. Hearing this, Gao Lang quickly asked curiously, was it for buying a house? How much? 1 million or 2 million? Let me see. She dropped her phone directly. The golden glow on the screen made his jaw drop. It was a full 100 million. A notification sounded from the phone. Account credited. Dear customer, your account has received 10 million yuan. Gao Lang then started daydreaming. Before even buying a house, he'd given over 100 million. President Yan has taken a liking to my sister. This is definitely promising. He was so happy he couldn't help but scatter imaginary petals. Am I about to become President Yan's brother-in-law? Seeing this name, Kuan Yin was speechless. As expected, it was unnecessary. She recalled the scene at the time. Chen Yuan smiled and said, be my lover. Kuan Yin blushed, thinking, what's wrong with me? That guy's foul mouth wants me to be his lover. I should hate him. Hesitating at the thought, she added, but he was so straightforward with the money. Chen Yuan turned to leave, saying, the car is already under your name. Take this 100 million for now. If it's not enough, I'll give you more. I can't stand to see a beautiful woman suffer. I have things to do. He left first, and she couldn't help feeling a bit tempted. Besides, from start to finish, he hadn't made any moves on her and was even quite gentlemanly. The system sounded a favorability notification. Gao Kuan Yin favorability 10. Kuan Yin shyly thought, this guy doesn't seem like a bad person. Just then, the system beeped again. Gao Kuan Yin favorability 10, current favorability -5. The scene shifted to another place. At school, students were noisily taking graduation photos. In a corner, Bing Shui coldly warned, Yuqi, Chen Yuan is not a good person. You should leave him as soon as possible. After today, your sister graduates and can no longer protect you. Yuqi blushed and replied shyly, Senior Chen Yuan really isn't what you think. She added angrily, I saw it at the basketball game too. So many girls gave him water. That's enough to prove he's a flirt and lacks virtue. Hearing this, Yuqi pursed her lips and smiled. I saw it too. But didn't Chen Yuan leave without accepting anyone's water? He handled it well. I don't see a problem. Seeing her sister like this, Bing Shui was speechless. Are you out of your mind? Finally, she sighed helplessly and reminded, then I have to tell you. On the night of your birthday, Chen Yuan staged a hero-saving beauty act on my way home, trying to flirt with me. Do you still think there's no problem? Yuqi immediately started searching on her phone, saying, Senior Chen, I think you sometimes demonize men too much. I'm a bit worried about your mental state, she continued while scrolling. Chen Yuan is perfect except for his strong sense of justice. He's not the first time he's acted bravely. Yuqi held up her phone proudly. And that day he had no idea you were coming. He couldn't have staged it. Seeing this, Bing Shui was slightly stunned. Could I really have misunderstood Chen Yuan? She couldn't help but reflect on whether she was too harsh on men. Then Bing Shui turned and left. Yuqi watched and asked, Senior Chen, where are you going? Your class hasn't taken the photo yet. Bing Shui, blushing, hurried away in embarrassment. How humiliating. It was all my own wishful thinking. Now at her desk, Bing Shui couldn't stop replaying it. So embarrassing. I actually said those things to Yuji, like Chen Yuan trying to flirt with me. She buried her head in her hands and sighed. And after all these days at work, I still can't shake that awkward feeling. What should I do? Bing Shui recalled Chen Yuan's expression at the time, burying her head on the table. Strangely, every time she thought of this awkward feeling, Chen Yuan's face would pop into her mind. How weird. Just then, her boss's voice rang out. Xiao Qin, come here for a moment. I have something to assign you. She immediately jumped up. Okay, boss. A while later, in office 208, after listening, Bing Shui asked, Charity Gala? The director, sitting in his chair, said seriously, That's right. Recently, the business elite of Hancheng are hosting a charity gala. As my assistant, you'll attend on my behalf. And there's a task for you. I heard this charity gala has invited the mysterious tycoon Brother Yan. Your mission is to befriend this tycoon and pave the way for the company's upcoming projects. After hearing this, Bing Shui's face darkened. Here we go again. I thought having a female director at the company might avoid this. Finally, she reluctantly gave in. After all, it was her first task since taking office, and it was just a normal acquaintance. Bing Shui bowed and replied, All right, I'll do my best, but the director reminded. Not do your best, but must accomplish. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was picking his toes while answering a call from Hao Tian. President Yan, did you see that? Gao Lang's sister personally took down a big shot in the film industry. He immediately leaned closer to the computer. Gao Kuan-yin, that exciting, let me check. A super hot trending topic had already hit the headlines. Gao Kuan-yin personally took down a film industry big shot. Chen Yuan admired. That popular, on Kuan-yin's social page she had posted. Things have reached this point, I can't stay silent anymore. I want to speak up for everyone framed by this scumbag. Below, some immediately supported Go Sis, while others cursed her. Gao Kuan-yin has so much dirt on her, and she dares to bite back, someone immediately defended. Don't the haters read the clarification posts? Those are all slanders. Gao Kuan-yin is innocent. Over there, he continued to spill more. That film big shot saw the Gao family was on the rocks and tried to force himself on Gao Kuan-yin. She refused, so he smeared her and got her blacklisted. Chen Yuan recalled her demeanor and sighed. This Gao Kuan-yin girl really has backbone. She's quite unique in your circle. Hao Tian looked outside and continued. Of course, speaking of this circle, there's a charity auction. All the big names in Hancheng will be there. President Yan must grace us with your presence. Hearing this, he asked curiously. Charity auction? Chen Yuan thought to himself. Maybe it's another place to spend money. I can check it out. He smiled and calculated inwardly, but there's something to do before that. In another building, a scolding voice rang out. Quick, the opponent's bots are starting to push. Open alt accounts to suppress their comments. Kuan Yin slammed the table in anger. I don't believe the truth can be buried by lies. The man sitting across from her said, Miss Gao, their firepower is stronger than ours. We're about to break. They've thrown a lot of money, and their PR and bots are professional. Suddenly, her phone on the desk rang. Then a bank account notification sounded. Account credited. Dear customer, your account has received 1 million yuan. Hearing this, Kuan Yin was moved. Another 100 million. Over there, the manager had just heard the news. What? The company account doesn't have enough funds? Kuan Yin looked at her phone and asked herself, did he see my battle on Winbow and worry I'd run out of money? She blushed. Dab bastard, just because he has money, he thinks he's something, really. But then the system sounded a favorability notification again. Gao Kuan Yin favorability 10. Gao Kuan Yin favorability 10. At the auction, many attendees had already arrived. Everyone was dressed in elegant attire, waiting for the auction to begin. Bai Yi saw his cheerful demeanor and asked with a smile, Gao Lang, you've been beaming lately. You were always down because of your sister's issues, but today you're like a different person. Gao Lang immediately replied, recently my sister got to know President Yan. He's practically my brother-in-law now. Good fortune brings a cheerful spirit. Those around heard and asked curiously, is President Yan the one who bought the Shao family's shares and gave away billions on Shark Live? Someone sitting below chimed in. That's right. I heard President Yan is incredibly resourceful. Even Han Sanchui was crushed under his heel. After hearing this, they gathered in awe. No wonder I saw your sister online arguing with half the entertainment industry a few days ago. Her backing is indeed solid. Someone even begged, Brother Lang, if you get a chance, introduce us to President Yan. Our old man has wanted to meet him for a long time. Gao Lang smiled and sighed. My brother-in-law invited me for a drink a few days ago. No problem. Just then, Tu Wen stood up. Bai Yi saw and asked Tu Wen, where are you going? Tu Wen raised his hand and replied, you guys chat. I'm going to the restroom. After walking a bit, he revealed his nasty nature. Isn't it just your sister being a concubine? And you're forming cliques. Without President Yan, you're not even fit to tie my shoes. Tu Wen schemed as he walked. Tonight's charity auction was actually a place for Hancheng's elite to carve up the pie. The auction would determine the distribution of interests for the next decade. President Yan was tonight's important guest. He recalled his meticulous research over this period. Tu Wen smirked sinisterly. I've already gathered all the information on President Yan and built his psychological profile. The margin of error won't exceed 5. In his imagination, Chen Yuan was an old man. A seasoned, wise, and far-sighted elder. Though humble by nature, his outstanding aura couldn't be hidden. He schemed as he walked. You think you can befriend President Yan? Dream on. I'll wait by the door like a sitting duck. As soon as President Yan arrives, I'll greet him directly. Tu Wen smiled, confident in his gathered information. Just wait, Tong Aog. I'll prove with actions that I'm the most valuable heir of the Tang group. Suddenly, he stared in surprise ahead. Outside the door, Chen Yuan stood there looking a bit confused. He showed a puzzled expression. Isn't this Chen Yuan? What's he doing here? And in a security guard uniform. Chen Yuan looked at the door, ready to enter the auction, thinking, this is a charity gala so awkward. I spent a lot of money to attend this gala. He recalled how meticulously he had prepared to come here. Chen Yuan couldn't help but tear up. I spent 20,000 yuan on an outfit, and it still hurts to think about it. So this is what it feels like to spend your own money. Suddenly his eyes widened at the people standing outside. Chen Yuan's clothes were exactly the same as the security guards' uniforms. What's going on? Did they match? Do rich people's security guards wear such expensive suits? The rich have meat and wine rotting while the poor freeze to death on the streets. Just then a mocking voice sounded. Isn't this basketball Prince Chen Yuan? How come you've become a security guard in just a few days? Hearing the voice, Chen Yuan recognized the guy. Tu Wen walked over with a contemptuous smile. Broke lately and moonlighting as a security guard? Chen Yuan replied coldly. Sorry, I'm not a security guard. I'm invited to the gala, also we're not that close. Please show some respect and stay away, he sneered. Attending the gala, what a coincidence. I'm attending too. Let's go in together. He inwardly scorned, still pretending. A security guard, huh? I'll see how you get embarrassed later. Then Chen Yuan walked toward the door. The security guard outside asked, Sir, please show your invitation. Hearing this, he was a bit surprised. Invitation? What invitation? Tu Wen kept taunting beside him. No way, how can someone invited not have an invitation? He kept mocking Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan, stop pretending. Being a security guard isn't shameful. Why puff yourself up? Just then a luxury car pulled up outside. Bing Shui stepped out, dressed in an elegant gown. Is this the charity gala venue? Those around admired her beauty. Who is this girl so beautiful? I think even Xiao Ruoyu of the Xiao family and Gao Quan Yin of the Gao family can't match her looks. But Bing Shui wasn't too happy. Though she disliked this approach, since she had taken the task, she had to convince President Yan to invest in her company tonight. Suddenly she heard voices from the other side. No invitation but want to attend the gala. How strange, puffing yourself up? She saw Chen Yuan talking to the security guard. Chen Yuan, what's he doing here? Over there, he was already speaking angrily. I told you, I don't have an invitation but I am an invited guest, the security guard insisted. As far as I know, all guests have been sent invitations. Tu Wen smiled with a pitying expression. That's right. Those without invitations are special guests, like my brother Tang Aog of the Tang Group, President Cheng of Shark and the top tycoon online, President Yan. He mocked. Chen Yuan, which president are you? Suddenly a voice rang out. Come with me. Bing Shui walked over and handed over her invitation, saying, each invitation allows one guest, right? He's my friend. Hearing this, the security guard took it and said, Okay, ma'am. Chen Yuan thought warily. This damn woman should hate me. Why is she helping me out? What's her angle? Bing Shui walked ahead and turned back to say, Come in, let me tell you I'm not helping you for any other reason but to repay a favor. She blushed a bit at this. That night I misunderstood you. That's all. After hearing this, Chen Yuan said angrily, Repay a favor? I was planning to call and humiliate young Master Tang. You've ruined it, and you think you're helping me. Who gave you that confidence, Qin Bing Shui? Then he put on a frivolous expression. Do you think this counts as repaying a favor? I think it's too much of a loss. I was invited, not your companion. Chen Yuan said directly, Mind your own business. This isn't the Lake University Student Council Chairman Qin. Hearing this, her expression changed. Bing Shui gritted her teeth, burning with anger. I shouldn't have cared about his fate. I kindly helped you out and you mock me. Go to hell. Men really don't deserve kindness. However, given her personality, Bing Shui trembled with rage. At that moment, those in the distance mocked. I wanted to say this earlier. You, a broke guy without even an invitation, want to mingle in high society. Now someone takes you in and you're being picky. There are so many freeloaders these days. This kind of man is the most disgusting. No skills, but full of arrogance. Truly disgusting trash. Tu Wen added fuel to the fire. Chen Yuan, professions have no hierarchy, but you're clearly a security guard pretending to be a guest. So vain, watch your future path. By now, Chen Yuan was truly angry and sneered. Laugh now, let's see whose path gets rough later. Suddenly, Bai Yi poked his head out from inside and asked, Why are so many people gathered here? What's the commotion? Then his face immediately turned pale. At this moment, Tu Wen was standing next to Chen Yuan with a flippant attitude. Isn't this President Yan? What's Tang Lao or thinking mocking President Yan in public? Bai Yi immediately panicked, quickly pulling out his phone to call. This is going to be big. I need to call Brother Hao Tian. At the villa hosting the gala, the host softly pleaded. I heard President Yan will be here tonight, right? I've long wanted to get to know him. I'd like to ask President Zhang to introduce me to Tang Aog of the Tang Group. Hao Tian replied politely. President Yan is too kind. Although President Yan is my friend, I can't meddle in his affairs. I see him as an older brother, the host said hastily but was interrupted by the ringing phone. President Zhang, you're being modest. Everyone knows the relationship between President Yan and you. Heoshin quickly answered the phone. Sorry, I need to take this, he asked anxiously. Xiao Bai, what's wrong? Didn't I tell you to pick up President Yan? Bai Yi replied frantically. Brother Heoshin, it's bad. President Yan is being stopped at the entrance and someone is humiliating him, Heoshin demanded angrily. What? Who dares to be so reckless, humiliating tonight's special guest? Bai Yi answered hurriedly. Who else? The second son of the Tang family, Tang Shuwen. The host immediately rushed out the door after hearing this. "This worthless brat," Haoshin quickly shouted to stop him. "President Tang, don't get worked up," outside the manor venue. Shuwen put his hand on Chen Yuan's shoulder and mocked. "I said, why do you always insist on forcing your way into our circle? Being a security guard actually suits you." He shook off his hand forcefully and replied, "Take your paws off me. You sissy have no right to lecture me." Chen Yuan leaned close to Shuwen's ear and whispered, "Even you don't have the right." Hearing this, Shuwen laughed loudly and asked sarcastically, "You arrogant security guard, who do you think you are? Do you know who my brother is?" "My brother is Tang Aog, the head of the Tang Group with assets worth hundreds of billions of dollars, countless industries under his control. If he sneezes, Hancheng will tremble," he boasted proudly. "I'm the second son of the Tang family, Tang Aog's younger brother. I'm just teaching you a lesson. What can you do about it? You're nothing but a lousy security guard." On the side, Bing Shui watched this scene and thought disdainfully, "Tang Shuwen keeps bringing up the Tang family and his brother. He's nothing but a useless second-generation playboy," she secretly gloated. Even so, he was still better than Chen Yuan. Good intentions wasted. "Chen Yuan, you deserve it." Suddenly, the crowd around them stirred. "President Tang is here, and Zhang Haoshin, young Master Zhang, is also here." Someone muttered, "President Tang doesn't seem happy." A nearby person whispered curiously, "Who made him angry?" Shuwen saw the host and asked, "Why are you here? I can handle this little matter." Before he could finish, the host immediately slapped Shuwen hard across the face. He stared wide-eyed, shocked. "What are you doing? Why did you hit me?" The host pointed angrily at Chen Yuan and replied, "You still have the nerve to ask why? Did you think about the consequences before doing something so stupid? Apologize to President Yan immediately." Shuwen covered his swollen face, stammering in shock. President Yan, meanwhile, the host had already quickly bowed and said, "President Yan, I'm sorry. My younger brother just had a conflict with you. I apologize to you on his behalf." The surrounding guests were stunned. He turned out to be President Yan. Then they immediately began to flatter him. "A billionaire tycoon and tonight's special guest. Indeed, no invitation needed. President Yan is so humble, truly charming. President Yan, I'm your fan. Could you give me an autograph?" On the other side, Shuwen was still dazed, thinking, "How could this be? I lost to him in piano and sports. Have I lost to him in family background too?" He questioned himself in doubt, wondering if he was the protagonist of the story and Chen Yuan his nemesis. Nearby, Haoshin said worriedly, "Brother Yan, today's arrangements were my fault. You really should have called me. That's too formal." Chen Yuan patted his shoulder warmly and replied, "With our relationship, would I blame you for this? President Zhang, you're the one being too formal." Later, Haoshin quickly invited everyone into the banquet hall. "Ladies and gentlemen, the banquet is about to start. Let's not stand here. You are all prominent figures in Hancheng. Let's go inside." Bing Shui watched Chen Yuan entering with the crowd and secretly admired him. She had thought Chen Yuan was a shallow show-off, but he was truly humble. She thought, if Chen Yuan was willing, with his status as the tycoon President Yan, countless girls would probably vie for his attention. Then Bing Shui felt a bit embarrassed. He didn't need her help at all. She had been overthinking. She anxiously calculated, now that things were so awkward, how could she complete the task assigned by her boss? Bing Shui hesitated, wondering if she really had to rely on her looks to bid on Chen Yuan on the spot in the banquet hall. Haoshin quickly leaned in and asked, "Brother Yan, the first part of tonight's banquet is an auction of jewelry, antiques, company shares, and even land. You'll definitely be interested," he asked softly. "Land?" Haoshin nodded and replied, "Yes, to support the charity auction. Hancheng has put up a prime piece of land." Chen Yuan chuckled, calculating inwardly, "This auction is interesting. It's a good place to spend money," he thought happily. "Things like companies and land are too expensive. I can easily spend billions. I was just worried about where to spend my money." Suddenly Chen Yuan tensed up, calculating. "But I'll give it to her. Xiao Ruoyu, Zhao Yuki." He glanced back slightly. Chen Yuan looked at Bing Shui sitting nearby and thought, "Qin Bing Shui is here too." Chen Yuan frowned slightly and quickly dismissed the thought. "Forget it, she's crazy. If I give her money, she might not even appreciate it." Suddenly, someone started discussing loudly. "Why is she here?" Chen Yuan turned around curiously and recognized the girl walking over. "Jailung Yin, it's actually her." Chen Yuan thought excitedly. "With her here, things will be easy. Why not just buy everything tonight?" He looked around, a bit puzzled. But how was the seating arranged? Is Han Sanshui's level only fit for the second row? Chen Yuan turned to observe the seats next to him, calculating. "Xu Tengwei, isn't that the name of a high-ranking Hancheng official? It seems my reputation as President Yan in Hancheng is pretty good." Meanwhile, a girl quickly walked to the seat next to Chen Yuan. "Sorry, excuse me." The girl sat down briskly. Seeing this, the people around immediately started whispering, "Who is this girl? Why is she sitting in Secretary Shu's seat?" "Don't talk nonsense. This is Secretary Shu's only daughter, Shu Yumo. Secretary Shu couldn't make it today. Is she Shu Yumo? She really has an extraordinary aura." If I could win her over, I could probably cut 50 years off my struggle, one person joked. You wish, with you. Chen Yuan listened to these comments and thought vaguely. She's the daughter of a high-ranking official, and so beautiful, this kind of girl. He quickly avoided her in fear, absolutely not to be messed with. On the other side, the host had already walked up to Yumo to greet her. Hello, Miss Xu. I'm Tang Aog. Nice to meet you, he thought smugly. This is the daughter of a high official. Building a connection would benefit the group's development. If I go further, maybe even a marriage alliance. Yumo shook hands politely and replied, Hello, President Tang, nice to meet you. She thought disgustedly more of this polite flattery. She regretted agreeing to her father to attend this awful banquet. After the pleasantries, Yumo glanced curiously at the person next to her. Who is this, so young, yet sitting with old-timers like Tang Aog? Very unfamiliar. She asked friendly, Hello, I'm Xu Yumo. What's your name? Chen Yuan pretended not to hear and didn't answer. Yumo wondered to herself, what's wrong with this guy, avoiding me like this? Am I that scary? Chen Yuan next to her was sweating nervously. I can't have any interaction with her. If the system binds me again, I'm done for. Yumo next to him persisted in striking up a conversation. What's wrong with you? You won't even tell me your name. That's very rude, the nearby host introduced softly. President Yan, you're being too cold. This is Secretary Xu's daughter. Heoshan also urged. Brother Yan, you should at least say hello. Chen Yuan held his head and thought helplessly. No way around it. He said awkwardly, My name is Chen Yuan. Yumo thought slightly puzzled. What's the big deal? It's not like it's something shameful. The system voice immediately sounded. Binding process initiated. Target Xu Yumo. Age 22, height 173 centimeters, weight 54 kilograms, appearance score 9.1. This girl's favorability toward the host is 0 points. Binding relationship established. When this girl's favorability toward the host exceeds 95 points, counterattack succeeds and she becomes the host partner. System notification. Counterattack reward 10 funds and 35 enhancement points. Standing skill. Firearms proficiency. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth and cursed in pain. Sure enough, the damn system screwed me again. Yumo next to him looked at him and chuckled. Chen Yuan, I'll remember you. On stage, Yang Ling quickly said. Ladies and gentlemen, now please welcome tonight's first auction item. The host, famous actress Yang Ling. She gently introduced the first item. This necklace is inspired by the heart of the ocean from Titanic, produced by a renowned jewelry company, exclusively designed by a top designer, crafted from platinum, set with a rare blue heart-shaped diamond, surrounded by white diamonds. It is unique in the world, symbolizing eternal love. The auctioneer announced the starting bid at 120 million. The female guest below began to discuss. It's the only heart of the ocean in the world. If someone bought it for me, I'd remarry immediately. I hate that my dad wasn't rich enough to buy this necklace. If I don't get it, my figure, looks, social grace, good character, and even my soul will be ruined. Then the auction attendees started bidding. 130 million, 140 million, 150 million. Chen Yuan raised his bidding paddle and said softly, I bid 300 million. The surrounding guests were stunned into silence. Yumo next to him was also slightly taken aback. This guy is so rich. I thought he was just some rich kid, but he's the tycoon himself. The auctioneer widened his eyes in shock. Doubling the bid? Who bids like that? How can anyone compete with you? Then he hesitated and asked. President Yan in seat 5 bids 300 million. Is there any higher bid? The auctioneer shouted. 300 million, first call. A male guest gritted his teeth in anger. My wife wants that. The auctioneer said again. 300 million, second call. Another couple said to each other, damn it honey, there's more later. Let's bid on something else. The auctioneer slammed the gavel and announced 300 million, third call. Sold. Chen Yuan handed his bank card to the staff and instructed, wrap this necklace and send it to Miss Jaelun Yin in the back row. It's a gift from me. The staff replied with a bow. Yes, President Yan. Bing Shui muttered jealously to herself. It's her, that scandalous female celebrity. The system voice sounded. Jaelun Yin favorability 10. The crowd stirred again. President Yan has his eye on her. This is a CEO romance plot and it's actually happening, Jaeling said happily. Sis. President Yan is going to give you the heart of the ocean. Oh my god, the system continued. Jaelun Yin favorability 10. Too ridiculous, Leng Yin thought shyly. I know he's just a player who toys with girls, but when he gives me this necklace, I still feel shy, even secretly happy. The system showed again. Jaelun Yin favorability 10, current favorability 35. The next second, Leng Yin quickly regained her composure and thought, no, this isn't me, I can't. Jaelun Yin, you can't fall into his trap. You are a girl with ideals and ambitions, she firmly told herself. I absolutely cannot be easily moved by Chen Yuan. Doesn't he want to buy me off with money? I'll let him spend all his money on me, make him realize my worth and make him feel the pain. On stage, Yang Ling continued to introduce another item. Ladies and gentlemen, next is tonight's second auction item, also one of the highlights. She lifted the cloth and said, A piano, but not an ordinary piano, it's a Huntsman crystal piano. Ranked second among the world's top 10 pianos, made entirely of crystal. The piano master Lang Lang has played this piano. Yang Ling quickly announced the starting bid at 30 million, the hall buzzed again. I bid 35 million, 40 million. A person in the same row as Chen Yuan bid softly. 45 million, he interrupted again. I bid 200 million. The person heard this and said angrily, why is it this guy again? Chen Yuan ignored him, happily calculating that this piano could be given to Chairman Zhao to play with. Suddenly, someone next to him raised the bid. I bid 200 million. Chen Yuan turned to look for the bidder and quickly recognized her. It was the heiress of Zhenhuo Group. Her family was in mobile games. No wonder they were so rich. Zhenhuo Group heiress Shangguan Huor. Chen Yuan said in a deep voice, 300 million. Huor didn't back down and raised the bid, 30 million. Chen Yuan glared at her displeased. He quickly raised the price directly to 500 million. Hearing this, the guests were all horrified. Oh, 500 million, the auctioneer complained inwardly. A 30 million item bid up to 500 million. I hate rich people, then he said calmly. President Yan in seat 5 bids 500 million. Is there anyone who can bid higher? 500 million first call, the auctioneer continued. 500 million second call, then he announced 500 million third call. Sold, the auctioneer said with a beaming smile. Thank you, President Yan, for your generous support of the charity event. Nearby, Huor mocked. President Yan is wealthy and generous, I concede defeat. But buying a piano to put at home is useless unless you can play it. Chen Yuan calmly retorted, how does Miss Shangguan know I can't play? He thought, this girl is pushing me. It seems I have to show off. Then Chen Yuan stood up and said, since Miss Shangguan insists, I'll go up and play a piece to test this top-tier piano, he thought excitedly. Let them experience the terror of 60 years of piano skill. A few minutes later on stage, Chen Yuan quickly demonstrated his skilled technique. Huor thought awkwardly, this guy actually can play. The female guests nearby whispered in admiration, so beautiful. President Yan's level has surpassed all contemporary masters. On stage, Chen Yuan continued playing his concerto. By this point, even the male guests were moved, saying, it's like meeting my first love again. Xiao Mei, leaving you back then was unavoidable. Others cried, remembering their relatives. Grandma, I see you. I miss you so much. Grandpa, don't go, don't leave me. At the same time, the system sounded softly. Jielong Yin favorability 5, she admired. If you can play music like this, can your heart really be dirty? Have I misunderstood him? The notification showed again. Jielong Yin favorability 10. Jielong Yin favorability 10. Current favorability 55 points. Bing Shui was moved to tears. At this moment I finally understand why Bai Yugi likes Chen Yuan. Family background, wealth, talent, looks, he perfectly fits the standard of a male god. I was so shallow. If you can play music like this, you must be someone with a story. What right do I have to judge someone like that? The system chimed, and Qin Bingshui's favorability increased by 100. Now at 5 points. Chen Yuan stared at the message in disbelief, thinking, what the hell, 100 points at once? This woman's mood swings are way too extreme. He returned to his seat, excitedly wondering if he had conquered her with his talent. Indeed, in some situations, talent is more effective than money. Seeing Chen Yuan back, Modu happily said, I didn't expect you to play so well. How about we exchange WeChat? Actually, I have some professional technical questions I'd like to ask you. Chen Yuan glanced at her and immediately guessed her intentions. She was interested in him, but he wasn't interested, so he politely declined. Unfortunately, I don't want to get tangled up with you. Sorry, I didn't bring my phone. Moyu's attitude shifted instantly upon seeing his reaction. He had rejected her. This man was too unique. He definitely had no ulterior motives toward her. Just then, the system updated. Chu Moyu's favorability increased. Chu Moyu's favorability increased by 10. Current favorability, 30 points. Seeing the prompt, Chen Yuan's face fell, and he found it hard to understand. Favorability can still go up? Why do I keep running into crazy women lately? Without any sign of embarrassment, she proposed another way. It's okay if you didn't bring your phone. You can give me your phone number or WeChat ID and I'll add you. He scratched his head, thinking of other ways to avoid it. I have a bad memory. I don't remember my own number. Mo Yu refused to give up, insisting stubbornly. No problem. Just show me your ID and I'll have someone look up your number. The atmosphere fell into an awkward silence. Chen Yuan had no choice but to reluctantly agree. All right, you win, I'll add you. Mo Yu immediately gloated proudly. I knew you had your phone, you were trying to fool me. See, what you fight for is the best, what's handed to you is worthless. On stage, the host continued, our next auction item is a bit different. It's not a physical item but a bankrupt company's mortgage auction. His eyes sparkled with anticipation. For him, this was the highlight of the night. Yang Ling began introducing the project. The first company we're auctioning is Bigot TV. Once a top 5 live streaming platform during the golden age of internet streaming, it had a market value of over $1 billion but declared bankruptcy for various reasons. Starting bid $50 million. Chen Yuan immediately raised his paddle and shouted decisively. $60 million. The entire venue fell silent. He turned to look around, surprised. What's going on? No one's bidding. Is my presence that intimidating? But the others truly couldn't compete. Kid, with that doubling bid method, who dares to challenge you? What's the point of us bidding? The auctioneer reminded everyone. Mr. Yan from seat 5 bid $60 million. That's his third item tonight. Truly impressive. Is there really no one else who wants to bid? After calling out a few times, the auctioneer brought down the gavel. $60 million first, $60 million second, $60 million third, sold. Then he announced the final result. I hope Bigot TV can regain its former glory under Mr. Yan's leadership. At that moment, a message appeared on his phone. Private investigator. Real info on Mr. Yan, aka Chen Yuan, has been found. Call back for details. He sat below, his expression mysterious and sinister. Chen Yuan, huh? Let's see how long you can stay smug. The sky had darkened, but inside the lights were still bright. Sanshui stepped outside and made a call. Hey, it's me. What did you find on Chen Yuan? Tell me everything. A lighter flickered, its flame dancing. The person on the other end began reporting details. Chen Yuan, Han ethnicity, 21 years old, from Miang County, Tianmen City, Hubei Province. The investigator had thoroughly looked into his background. Father Chen Jianmen, mother Ma Chiame, both fruit farmers with 2 fish ponds, a very ordinary family. He also knew about his education. Chen Yuan attended Shuangfeng Primary School, County No. 3 Middle School for Junior High, Tianyi High School, and Hu University for college. Also very ordinary, but there's one terrifying thing I can't believe myself. I checked his bank settlement account. It's the highest level VIP account globally. Fewer than 50 people in the world have such an account. The investigator emphasized its uniqueness. This account has no payment limits. Transferring billions at once is no problem. It's usually used for large-scale state-funded capital allocations. Hearing this, Sanshui froze, unable to comprehend. An ordinary family? What kind of international joke is this? He voiced his doubts. How could a kid from an ordinary family have such wealth? How could he casually give away gems worth hundreds of millions without batting an eye? Ordinary family? This kid's info has definitely been tampered with. But Sanshui had already realized the anomaly. Sweating profusely. Wait, being able to alter government records? How terrifying must his family's influence be? Then he urgently commanded, "Stop the investigation immediately. Stop it now. Do you hear me?" The person on the other end panicked and agreed. "Ah yes, boss." Sanshui jumped up, terrified and blaming himself. That was close. Standing behind, he had heard everything. Han Sanshui from the Han family was checking Mr. Yan's info, but it seems the result scared him. He now had his own suspicions. Could Mr. Yan really be from some hidden family? The hall was buzzing with noise. The auctioneer approached a couple and said, "Let me tell you, do you know Mr. Yan?" Actually, after gathering information, Bai Yi ran over excitedly from a distance. "Tianjie, I heard a rumor about Mr. Yan's background." He was surprised and turned curiously. "Oh, spill it," he relayed. "I heard Mr. Yan is from one of the 4 great mysterious families of China, the Chen family. This family is very secretive, always staying in the shadows. But throughout history, traces of this family are everywhere." His eyes sparkled with fervor and admiration. "I heard Mr. Yan is the young master of the Chen family. His appearance might mean the Chen family has decided to enter the world. The winds are changing." Haoshan also breathed a sigh of relief, agreeing with the idea. "No wonder Mr. Yan has such an extraordinary demeanor. He's from a true hidden financial dynasty. There's always a higher mountain. Our Zhang family in Hancheng isn't even worthy of licking the boots of such a deeply rooted hidden family." Chen Yuan overheard these rumors and couldn't help but snicker. "Young master, hidden family, centuries of legacy, isn't my dad just a fruit seller? You guys really know how to exaggerate." Suddenly, a sweet voice rang out. "That's right, that's Mr. Yan." Other girls immediately gathered around. "Mr. Yan, may I have this dance?" "Mr. Yan, here's my number, I'm in room 2706. "Mr. Yan, I forgot my phone. Can I borrow yours to make a call?" "Mr. Yan, my cat can do backflips. Want to come see?" Trapped among them, Chen Yuan felt confused and puzzled. What's going on? By now, several couples were dancing to the melodious music. The girls still clung to him obsessively, refusing to let go. "Brother, let's dance." "No, Mr. Yan, dance with me first." Suddenly, Chen Yuan's gaze shifted to another direction. He looked at her, and a perfect idea popped into his head. "I found a way out." Then, sweating profusely, he squeezed out, "Sorry, I already have a dance partner over there." He stepped forward and extended his hand in invitation. "Ma'am, may I have the honor of a dance?" Kuan Yin was startled and worried. "He's asking me to dance. Should I refuse? What if he takes advantage?" Her face reddened, and she shyly decided. "But he just gave me such an expensive necklace, it wouldn't be right to refuse him." So Kuan Yin immediately placed her hand in Chen Yuan's. He took the chance to pull her close. Kuan Yin looked up, stammering shyly and confused. "What are you doing? Are you taking advantage of me?" he teased. "Today I've already turned down 18 ladies just to dance with you. If you don't say anything, I'll take it as a yes." At that moment, Chen Yuan also activated the system's dance mastery skill. Kuan Yin followed along, secretly amazed. "Damn, I thought he was just a nouveau riche, but he can actually dance." Her face grew redder, becoming shy and tender. "His hands are so warm." Kuan Yin leaned closer, also noticing her own emotions. "This guy always does things that catch me off guard. Is this his bad habit? But I don't seem to hate it." Her eyes softened, darting away, confused yet even liking the feeling. The system then showed a new update. Gao Kuanyin's favorability increased by 5, current favorability 60 points. At that moment, the surrounding people immediately cast glances and whispered, "What a perfect couple, a match made in heaven. Isn't that right? I've only seen scenes like this in movies. If I were 30 years younger, that kid wouldn't stand a chance." Modu sat in the distance, swirling her glass, curious. "So that's the girl he gave the necklace to." Chen Yuan is quite devoted, seemingly unfazed by her scandals. She began to be drawn in, impressed. "I thought he'd fall for those fangirls. He really is a rare, responsible man." Modu recalled his earlier actions and fumed with anger. "But he rejected me. How am I inferior to Gao Kuanyin? It's infuriating." Just then another person came over to invite her. "Miss Chu, may I have this dance?" But she immediately stood up and refused impatiently. "No, I can't dance and I'm not interested in old men. Don't try to get close to me on purpose." The man was left stunned. Old man, meanwhile. Chen Yuan turned to leave, secretly pleased. 5 favorability points gained, worth the dance. Suddenly, Chu Moyu unexpectedly called out to him again. "Hey Chen Yuan, wait, don't go yet." She extended her hand, seriously seeking his opinion. "Would you like to dance with me?" Standing behind, he was startled. "Didn't you say you can't dance?" Xu Wen also chimed in, teary-eyed and sourly. "Brother, now you know how I feel, right?" But Chen Yuan turned and coldly refused. "Sorry, I'm a bit tired and don't want to dance anymore." "Please forgive me, Miss Chu." Mo Yu still didn't give up, pressing from behind. "Then can you answer one question?" He couldn't keep refusing, so he awkwardly agreed. "You're really persistent. Wouldn't it be better to channel that into your career? Fine, since Miss Chu wants to know me so badly, let's talk over there." On the other side, in a very luxurious room, Mo Yu sat beside him, tugged at her clothes, and asked bluntly, "Do you have a girlfriend? I mean, is Gao Kuanyin your girlfriend?" Chen Yuan seemed a bit evasive, turning to confirm in surprise. Not yet. Why do you ask?" She immediately blushed, thrilled and excited. "Not that kind of relationship yet. So I still have a chance?" Then Mo Yu thought of a different tactic. "Do you know about Gao Kuanyin's scandals? Don't you care?" Her eyes flickered as she pressed on. "Don't you care?" But he replied calmly and indifferently. "No, she'll clear her name soon enough. After all, I'm the one spending money on her." Hearing this, Mo Yu was very surprised and confused. "Spending money? That doesn't seem right. How much have you spent on her?" Chen Yuan didn't mind and frankly listed the expenses. "Not too much. Earlier she said she wanted a luxury car worth tens of millions, a top-tier mansion, and 2 movies with investments of 500 million each. I thought those demands were a bit low, so I voluntarily doubled them." After hearing this, her face darkened, and cold sweat dripped. Is this guy being taken for a fool? But in the end, Mo Yu tried to think positively. Right, someone from a wealthy family like his, spending all his time learning various skills, has no idea about the evil in people's hearts. She imagined the scene in her head, crushing her glass in anger. It's bad enough that Gao Kuanyin uses him to pay off huge breach of contract fines, but she also makes such excessive demands. It's really... After a long pause, Mo Yu turned to defend Chen Yuan. "Don't you think Gao Kuanyin's demands are too much?" But he still sat leisurely, tapping on his phone, and said affirmatively, "What's too much? It's only natural for a man to spend money on a woman. I just transferred 200 million to her." She finally couldn't hold back, grabbing his collar and shouting, 200 million isn't much." Seeing the tension, Chen Yuan quickly soothed her. "She spent so much of your money and still won't commit to a relationship. Can't you see she's playing you? She's a gold digger." "You idiot, Miss Chu, calm down." Then Mo Yu took a deep breath and decided, "Forget it, it's your freedom to spend money on whoever you want, but you should be careful or you'll get hurt sooner or later." He gradually understood and tried to explain. "Miss Chu, there might be a misunderstanding. I'm not as naive as you think." She looked at him with pity. "Everyone blinded by love thinks they're not fools." Chen Yuan glanced over, pale and sweating. What's with that pitying look? Mo Yu's mind was full of him. Who would have thought such an outstanding man could be so innocent inside, even less mature than a middle schooler? Just then the system sent an update. Chu Moyu's favorability increased by 5. Chu Moyu's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability 45. Chen Yuan turned, smiling bitterly in disbelief. "This works too, feeling sorry for me, pitying me, thinking I'm a fool being used as an ATM?" Then he flashed a sly, pleased smile. Chen Yuan felt a bit smug. They have no idea that I'm the real big bad daddy. His eyes burned with arrogance and depth. You don't understand my level or my power at all. Suddenly Chen Yuan's attention shifted. In the blink of an eye, where did Gao Kuanyin go? While Mo Yu was helping, he kept looking around. It seemed she followed the host Yang Ling into a private room. See, you're bringing up Gao Kuanyin again. Didn't you listen to what I just said? Then Chen Yuan refocused. Yeah, I heard you. I just hope you won't badmouth Kuanyin anymore. He emphasized each word, making Mo Yu feel as if she'd been slapped. Don't you think you're acting like the gold digger you're talking about? She froze, eyes wide, stammering, Me, a gold digger? Mo Yu stood up abruptly, furious. Such a waste of good intentions, she decided to leave, walking quickly, full of grievance. In terms of looks, family background and character, how am I inferior to that actress? Mo Yu's eyes widened as she silently made up her mind. Chen Yuan, just you wait. I, Chu Moyu, have never failed to get what I want since I was a child. You'll be mine sooner or later. Seeing this, Chen Yuan's face fell. Giving up that easily? What a temper. These rich girls are hard to handle. I'll have to stay away next time. It was getting late, and someone called out to Chen Yuan. Take care, Mr. Yan. Keep in touch. A person standing outside shook his hand earnestly and reminded him. President Yan, come over to my place if you're free. The girl standing behind kept smiling and inviting him. President Yan, remember to send me a WeChat message when you have time. Chen Yuan nodded and reminded him as well. All right, everyone, be careful on the road. At that moment, he remembered something and pulled out his phone to tap a few times. He'd almost forgotten he'd already given the car to Gao Kuanyin, so he'd have to take a taxi. Just then, Haoshan was walking over from a distance with someone else by his side. President Yan, you really showed off your skills today. It was an eye-opener for me. He pointed to the person beside him and introduced. Let me introduce you. This is Zhu Xiaowei, my little brother. Xiaowei, lift your head. I'm bringing you to meet someone. Whether things work out depends on you. Chen Yuan was also curious to see what the issue was. What was so mysterious? Xiaowei finally blushed and stammered. President Yan, it's like this. My family has an office building to sell. Are you interested? Hearing this, Chen Yuan perked up and asked curiously, a whole office building? Xiaowei then switched to an excited tone. Yes, a whole building, about 40 floors, each floor 1,000 square meters. My parents are moving to Magic City to develop, so they plan to sell it for about 2 billion. Faced with this sudden shift, Chen Yuan was quite surprised. Why aren't you stuttering now? Haoshan, hearing this, widened his eyes and opened his mouth in shock. 2 billion. I must be blind. I didn't realize this kid was a rich guy too. Chen Yuan immediately became interested and agreed to his request. All right, add me as a friend and I'll go check it out another day. Is this the only one you have? If there are more, I can consider them too. Xiaowei broke out in a sweat, startled, and quickly corrected. Not many, just this one. Then he awkwardly scanned the QR code with his phone to add him as a friend. He'd thought President Yan could at most buy a few floors, but the guy was taking the whole thing. What was the point of trying to show off? President Yan was really something. After that, Chen Yuan turned to leave but didn't forget to look back and remind them, oh, and don't contact any other agents. I don't like sharing when I'm buying something. Xiaowei obeyed immediately and agreed. All right, President Yan is really generous. I'll call my dad right away. Haoshan then put his arm around his shoulder and teased. I never knew you were this rich, kid. Was the stuttering an act too? Xiaowei felt even more embarrassed and urged. Brother Haoshan, don't mess with me. Chen Yuan reached out, opened the car door and got in. Once seated, he began to think carefully. Who should he give this building to? 2 billion. If it were an ordinary girl, she'd probably be scared shitless. He needed someone with strong mental fortitude. Suddenly, the wheel jerked sharply, and before Chen Yuan could react, he slammed into the front seat. The driver rolled down the window and yelled, Are you crazy, trying to die? Chen Yuan sat up straight and recognized the person blocking the car. Wasn't that Qin Bingshui? What was she doing? She quickly walked over. Then Bingshui suddenly opened the car door and got in. The other two inside were stunned and asked in confusion, What are you looking at? Just drive. The driver, sweating profusely, dared not object. This woman is fierce. Seeing Bingshui's angry expression, Chen Yuan turned his head, puzzled. She frowned, her eyes showing determination, thinking this was her last chance. After graduation, this first job, I have to complete it perfectly and not let the boss down. Chen Yuan awkwardly started, That, Senior Chen, you, but inside he felt like exploding, roaring with anger. First I send off Chu Yumo, now another Qin Bingshui shows up, am I cursed tonight? Running into nothing but crazy women. Bingshui turned her head and said seriously to Chen Yuan, Today I represent Yaliu, hoping to get your investment. Our company has great potential. Focusing on the social networking field for today's youth. Downloads have already exceeded 1 million, and daily active users are over 500,000. You can come to our company. His eyes softened and his tone lightened. Sorry to interrupt, but if I'm not mistaken, you're asking me for help, right? Bingshui lowered her head slightly, feeling uneasy. You could say that, but I think if you invest, it's a win-win because we really have potential. Chen Yuan listened, resting his chin on his hand, looking at her. So you're asking me for help, right? As if hit where it hurt, Bing Shui immediately burst out angrily. Yes, I'm asking for your help. I'm begging you, okay? Are you satisfied? But inside she thought, damn it, can money let you do whatever you want? Can you humiliate me like this? A hint of grievance flashed across her face. Chen Yuan, knowing this, couldn't hide his smugness, his face beaming with delight. He thought, how satisfying. Aren't you supposed to be aloof? Now you're begging me, let me tease you. Then Chen Yuan turned, picked up a strand of Bing Shui's hair, sniffed it, closed his eyes and teased, Senior Chin, when you ask for help you need the right attitude. Sometimes if you want something you have to learn to give. This made her face flush red and he leaned in closer. Do you understand what I mean? This move truly left Bing Shui at a loss. Witnessing this, the driver kept frowning, sighing to himself, what a disgusting scumbag. At this point Bing Shui was truly angry. She shook off Chen Yuan's hand and cursed him to his face. Chen Yuan, you're such a lecher. You want to sleep with me? How can you face Yuki like this? Prompts kept popping up. Qin Bingshui's affection decreased by 10. Qin Bingshui's affection decreased by 10. Hearing this, Chen Yuan immediately changed his tune. Sleep with you, that's hilarious. Senior Qin, do you think you're something special? I have no interest in a cold woman like you. Bingshui's eyes instantly widened with fury as if a storm was about to erupt. His words successfully enraged her. She shouted again, Chen Yuan, what do you mean? But Chen Yuan remained calm and continued, what do I mean? You don't think the whole world revolves around you, do you? You want investment, so I have to let you invest? We've only met twice. Are we that close? Not done yet, he asked. And last time you misunderstood me, you never apologized. Did you ever respect me? Bing Shui, as if struck where it hurt, awkwardly replied, I didn't tonight, But then she gritted her teeth and said, fine, I understand. Bing Shui could no longer hold back her anger. I brought this on myself. I'm leaving. She turned and said, driver, stop. Then she suddenly exclaimed, where is this? Chen Yuan also looked outside in surprise. No, this isn't the way to Lake University. The car screeched to a halt. Realizing the situation, he covered his face in self-blame. I knew being with this woman would bring bad luck. Just then, the taxi was surrounded by 3 other cars. They were being robbed. After a moment, everyone got out and lined up. The leader was the driver, hands in his pockets, looking dangerous. Chen Yuan calmly thought, great, organized crime and an inside man too, while he was still pondering. It looks like tonight won't end well. Bing Shui asked fearfully, what do we do, Chen Yuan? Chen Yuan put on a helpless expression. What else can we do, surrender? She broke out in a cold sweat. Are you serious? The driver smugly said to the second in command. I didn't expect it to be this easy. Second, your idea was great, kidnapping a rich guy after a banquet. He flatteringly replied, boss, you're too kind. It was my idea, but it's your leadership and strategy that made it work. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan pretended to beg for mercy. Heroes, boss, don't hurt me. I'll give you whatever money you want. Anything can be negotiated. The driver, thinking it was simple, said condescendingly, fine, since you're so cooperative I won't make it hard on you. I'll tie you up loosely. Before he could finish, Chen Yuan charged forward and kicked him full force in the face, catching him off guard. After the heavy kick he fell unconscious, foaming at the mouth. The underlings kept shouting, boss! Chen Yuan calmly analyzed in his mind, these guys are clearly professionally trained and not ordinary thugs. They're criminals. Seeing their boss beaten like that, the underlings angrily rushed to surround Chen Yuan. Fuck him, kill him altogether. One rushed up, but was punched in the face before he could act. Meanwhile, the second in command pointed at Bing Shui and quickly ordered, this guy's tough. Third, take a few men and surround him first. Fourth, and I will grab the woman. With her in hand he'll have to comply. But someone like Bing Shui wasn't about to sit still. She flew into a rage and shouted, thief! Without hesitation, Bing Shui charged and instantly took him down. Don't even think about it. Go to hell, bitch. The second in command, beaten black and blue, face covered in blood, panicked and yelled. Damn it, this woman can fight too. Seeing this, Chen Yuan, while fighting the group, worried inwardly. I can take them all alone, but I'm afraid Qin Bing Shui can't hold out. I have to end this quickly. He charged forward using all his strength and demanded from the system, add 10 points to strength, 10 to constitution, 20 to agility. Chen Yuan's whole body seemed to burst with power. As he began to throw a powerful punch, the system started reading information. Name Chen Yuan, age 21, height 181 centimeters, weight 72 kilogram, strength 45, constitution 45, spirit 30, agility 55. Then a series of punches flew out at an unstoppable speed. One man was hit, blood splattering. Another's fate was no better, his face smashed beyond recognition. The second in command shouted fifth, sixth, but before they could resist, Bing Shui swiftly kicked him in the groin. Where are you looking? I'm right here and you dare to look around? He fell to his knees in pain, clutching his injury and trembling. Bing Shui coldly turned and cursed, ignorant bastard. But suddenly the second in command pulled out a gleaming knife from somewhere. He gritted his teeth and made a grinding sound. Bitch, I'll make you pay. With a thought, he charged to attack Bingshui. Die, bitch. She was startled and turned around, facing danger. Suddenly a hand grabbed the blade. It was Chen Yuan, holding the knife, his eyes wide. His voice carried a threat. Hitting a woman isn't a good habit. Looks like I need to teach you a lesson. At the same time, blood dripped from his hand to the ground. This scene made Bingshui pale with fear. She stood there trembling, thinking, I almost died and Chen Yuan saved me. Without another word, Chen Yuan decisively kicked him flying. He shouted, evil begets evil, die. After a fierce fight, the driver's accomplices were all unconscious, lying scattered on the ground. Bingshui stood there, still shaken, trembling as she called out, Chen Yuan, then ran over and hugged him tightly, sobbing, I thought I was dead just now. Thank you, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan was stunned by this move, his cheeks flushing with embarrassment. His eyes softened as he looked at Bingshui, thinking maybe no one would imagine that the famous Ice Queen Qin could be so vulnerable. She's actually quite cute. Chen Yuan comforted her, his tone gentle. It's okay, I'm here. Don't take what I said in the car to heart. You're actually a really good girl. Hearing this, Bingshui couldn't help but look up at him, her voice soft. Really, you think so? Chen Yuan awkwardly scratched his cheek and stammered, yeah, I do. About your investment in Yaliu, I'll think it over. I'll come to your company in a few days to check it out. Perhaps because of these words, Bingshui seemed much gentler now. She shyly thought, Chen Yuan, you're really a tough talker with a soft heart, unlike other men. You always act shameless, but you're more decisive and strong than anyone. Bingshui held Chen Yuan's hand where the deep cut from the blade was. She was stunned, her eyes carrying a hint of gratitude and admiration. In this world, there really was a man who would protect her without hesitation in a dangerous moment. Seeing this, Chen Yuan comforted her. It's nothing, just a small injury. Lost in thought, Bingshui unconsciously pressed his hand against her cheek. He was her hero. A prompt showed, Qin Bingshui's affection increased by 30. The system continued, Qin Bingshui's affection increased by 30, current affection, 80 points. In the distance, police car lights flashed. Soon, the gang of thugs was escorted to the station. While Chen Yuan was giving a statement to the police, a voice sounded, Chen Yuan, just a few hours and you're in trouble again. He turned in surprise. Huh, it's you? It was Chu Yemo, dressed in a police captain's uniform. She said, why can't it be me? At the scene, it was chaotic, with people and cars packed tightly. A pair of hands covered a body with white cloth. A police officer came over to report to Yemo, Captain Chu, 1 dead, 7 seriously injured. There was a fierce fight at the scene. All 8 are fugitives. Among them is even an S-class international wanted criminal. During the interrogation, Chen Yuan was deep in thought. 8 organized, premeditated criminals and they were taken down. 1 killed, 7 crippled. Meanwhile, Yemo held the knife, her face dark, eyes cold, smiling lightly as if she knew something. As expected of the man I've set my sights on, his hand-to-hand combat skills are on par with a city's top fighter. She glanced at the 2 people and thought, but he's too popular with women. Yemo fumed inwardly. Gao Kuanyin just left and now there's a new one. It's exhausting. She stepped forward and said in a low voice, you 2 please cooperate and come to the station with us to give a statement. We'll go to the police station shortly. At that moment the clock had already struck 3:30. A police officer came over to Bingshui and said, Miss Qin, you can go now. The matter has been investigated. But if the police summon you later, you need to cooperate at any time. Bingshui asked softly, okay officer, I want to ask where Chen Yuan is. Can he leave too? Hearing this, he replied with some difficulty, he can't leave, our captain is educating him. Bingshui suddenly raised her voice, no, if he doesn't leave, I won't either. I'll wait for him here. The officer didn't say more. Fine, wait if you like, he turned and wondered to himself. How strange. Then the officer opened Chen Yuan's file. The captain not only wanted to take a separate statement but also told him to turn off the surveillance cameras. He then revealed a meaningful smile and guessed, could she have taken that kid down? The scene shifted to Chen Yuan handcuffed and yawning. What is Chu Yemo up to? Handcuffing me for a statement? Is she holding a grudge because I called her a green tea? Suddenly the door opened a crack. A hand handed food to Chen Yuan. Here, eat something. You can't refuse. He wolfed it down, saying between bites, I didn't expect you to be a police officer and a captain at that. Yemo crossed her arms and snorted coldly. There's a lot you don't know. Chu Yemo's affection increased by 5, current affection. 50. Chen Yuan sat there, looking at the system, thinking eating noodles increases affection. This girl is strange. I'd better finish and get out of here. He raised his handcuffed hands and asked puzzledly, Officer Chu, I'm the victim. Isn't it bad to keep me cuffed like this? When can I leave? Yemo leaned down. Facing Chen Yuan, her voice carried a hint of ambiguity. Don't you want to stay with me? You're the victim, sure, but you also killed someone. Then she leaned in, lifting his chin. And that Qin Bingshui, what's your relationship with her? Chen Yuan looked away awkwardly, stammering, her? She's my senior, here to get me to invest. Who knew we'd run into this? Suddenly, Yemo grabbed his hand, raised it, then yanked his collar, tearing his shirt. The move caught him off guard. As the fabric tore, it revealed the clear bruises on Chen Yuan's body. He asked coldly, Captain Chu, what do you mean by this? In the next moment, the first aid kit was placed neatly on the table. Yemo opened it while crumpling the wrinkled paper. What do I mean? I'm applying medicine for you. What are you showing off? You hit me 8 times, look at what you've done to yourself. Chen Yuan was stunned, unable to speak. She looked at him with a scrutinizing gaze. Chen Yuan, what's with that expression? You're a grown man, you don't think I'm trying to take advantage of you, do you? Chen Yuan quickly waved his hands. No, then he dodged awkwardly. Officer Chu, let me do it myself. You're so busy I wouldn't dare trouble you. But Yumo ignored him and continued with her task. She felt that boys out in the world needed to protect themselves. It was just too tough. Yumo moved closer, carefully disinfecting his wounds. Don't move, you boys are clumsy. What if the wound gets infected? Be good. Chen Yuan blushed deeply, stammering, all right, then, as if suddenly realizing something, his eyes widened. He stared hard at Yumo, filled with suspicion. No way, damn it, this woman is trying to play me. In his mind he pictured a scene from playing basketball where a girl came over to hand him water during a break. Amid the noisy crowd, Chen Yuan analyzed. A woman's most common trick is to first show concern, making you restless and unable to control yourself. Then came an image of Chen Yuan standing alone on the court holding flowers, his face dejected, as if he'd just been rejected. He continued explaining, when you start chasing her, she'll play hard to get, hot and cold, making you itch with desire. In the scene, someone in a mascot costume held a girl's hand, hopping along, gradually losing the upper hand and becoming a simp. Imagining Yumo transforming into a witch-like figure, her eyes sharp as knives, filled Chen Yuan with fear. He screamed inwardly, a top-tier man. Never fall into a woman's trap. After a while, Chen Yuan put on his clothes and spoke calmly. Officer Chu, I think we should keep our distance. We've only known each other for a day. Please have some self-respect. Hearing this, Yumo put on an angry expression. What are you doing? I only bandaged you because you were hurt. Are you mad? He turned back and said softly, I'm not mad, I have someone I like. I don't want any misunderstandings. Chen Yuan explained slowly, you're a really good girl. If we had met earlier, maybe I'd have the guts to pursue you, but life doesn't have that many ifs. If that were the case, if I were a flirt, you'd definitely hate me, right? At that moment he seemed to be surrounded by an aura. This behavior stirred Yumo's heart slightly. She sighed inwardly. This guy looks wild and unrestrained, but he's actually devoted. The more she thought about it, the more captivated she became, hearts appearing in her eyes. Oh my god, he's totally my type. After speaking, Chen Yuan walked out of the police station calmly while Yumo still gazed at his back, mesmerized. Suddenly her face darkened, a hint of calculation flashing in her eyes. Chen Yuan, there's plenty of time. You want to push me away? No way. Such a top-tier man. How could I let those bad women have him? On the other side, Bing Shui, unaware, curled up on a bench, sleeping, muttering, Chen Yuan. By the time Chen Yuan got home, the sky was already light, he said as he entered. Been at it all day and night, exhausted, lost weight. I'll go to Chairman Zhao's place for a shower, then catch up on sleep. When he reached the bathroom door, Chen Yuan heard someone humming. Curious, he pushed the door open thinking, Chairman Zhao is home? Through the foggy glass, a sultry figure appeared. Chairman Zhao, you're testing me with this. You really trust my self-control. After seeing the blurry figure, Chen Yuan's nose bled and he struggled internally. Maybe I should just go in. Chairman Zhao probably wouldn't mind, but immediately, a little angel appeared to stop him. No, you can't let the chairman down. Meanwhile, a little devil whispered in Chen Yuan's ear. Go in, be bold. After a moment the door opened. A girl wrapped in a towel came out glowing and said, Yuki, your bathroom is bigger than mine, it's so comfortable. Chen Yuan stepped forward to speak, but the girl stammered in surprise, You. Her eyes suddenly widened and she screamed for help, then a shriek echoed through the house, while Chen Yuan, face red, could only lament inwardly, Who is this girl? Why is she at Chairman Zhao's house? Soon after, Yuki appeared. The girl threw herself into her friend's arms, sobbing, I'm ruined. He saw everything. Chi-Chi, you have to do something for me. Chi-Chi comforted her. Oh man, stop crying, it's all a misunderstanding. After a while, Chen Yuan regained his composure and said coldly, Yuki, help me explain. I'm going to take a shower first. Hearing this, the girl's face darkened, and she roared angrily, Misunderstanding my ass, that man is a pervert. He saw my body and didn't even apologize. Yuki, what's your relationship with him? It turned out this was Zhao Yuki's best friend, named Qian Manman. Yuki said awkwardly, he's my friend. Manman stood there looking helpless. That expression meant something was up. She blurted out, friend, then she frowned, thinking, something's off, very off. This was the first time Chi-Chi had defended a man like this. Man glanced at Yuki, seeing her blush, and thought, could Chi-Chi have that kind of relationship with him? She turned and grabbed Yuki's shoulders, shouting angrily, Yuki, I need to warn you. You're a little rich girl now. Don't hang out with those low-class poor guys anymore. It's embarrassing. Her best friend Yuki was surprised. How poor? Who are you talking about? Man was still fuming. Who else? That guy just now. Yuki, look at you now, living in a big house, making so much money as a streamer. You're already in the elite class. How can an ordinary man like him be worthy of you? Yuki shyly brushed her hair and said, Man, that you mean Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan is great, and he's really outstanding, not what you think. Though she said that, she was screaming for help inside. When she invited Man over, a moment of vanity made her let Man think she had bought the villa herself. After hearing this, Man got even angrier. She yelled, "Outstanding in this society, it's all about resources and background. Can his outstanding turn into money? You're still young. You need to seize the opportunity and choose the right person." Then she shifted to a lecturing tone, her eyes sparkling. "At yesterday's auction, a rich man spent 5 million on a piano. He must be giving it to his beloved. So romantic." Then she turned to Yuki, emphasizing, "That's the type of man you should be looking for." Man was lost in beautiful fantasies, her eyes full of hearts. "Such a romantic man as my dream guy." Suddenly, someone shouted outside the door, "Hello, is this Miss Zhao? Yuki, your gift has arrived. Please sign for it." She went to the door to sign. Curious, Man asked, "Chi, what did you buy?" Yuki replied, "Oh, Chen Yuan said yesterday he wanted to give me a gift. It seems to be a piano." Man immediately turned around. Now her tone was dismissive. "A piano? Then let me see what kind of piano this poor guy can give Chi. Hope it's not some piano model." Hearing her friend say that, Yuki got angry. Man, if you keep this up, I'll get mad." Suddenly, a red helicopter appeared in the sky and a voice came from it. Team 1, this is Team 2. Team 2, cargo is ready. No anomalies on site." In front of the two girls was a team of security personnel heavily guarded, all protecting a truck carrying cargo. Seeing this, Yuki and Man were both stunned, speechless, thinking, does giving a gift need to be this over the top? This piano had once been played by Qin Shi Huang. Soon, the piano was moved to the center of the room. It was completely covered in red cloth. Further piquing the two girls' curiosity, Yuki whispered, "What kind of piano did Chen Yuan buy? Security checks, identity verification. I feel like I'm receiving a national treasure." But Man looked disdainful. "HMPH, just putting on a show, probably actors hired by the store. The less confident a man is, the more he focuses on packaging when giving gifts." With that, she ran over and yanked off the red cloth. "Let me see what it really is." Suddenly a dazzling light shone. The brightness made Man cover her eyes. What the hell, so blinding? It was a crystal clear piano sparkling continuously. Really knew how to catch the eye. Seeing the piano, Yuki exclaimed, "It's a crystal piano, so beautiful." On the other side, Man angrily tapped the piano, thinking, how much does a whole crystal piano cost? Is that guy a rich man? Did I misjudge him? Then she remembered Chen Yuan's words. "Yuki, help me explain. I'm going to take a shower first." She was filled with frustration. Impossible. Which rich guy dresses so shabbily? He looks no different from the security guard downstairs. Just as it was quiet, a news report suddenly came on TV. The Hancheng Charity Gala was successfully held yesterday. Celebrities gathered, and a shocking scene occurred at the auction. The two girls turned in surprise. On TV, Chen Yuan was bidding. "Our city's mysterious tycoon Mr. Yan has appeared. He spent 5 million on a crystal piano, breaking the auction house's record." The number 5 million hit Man's head like a stone. After hearing it, she could barely stand. 5 million, the piano. Yuki turned and smiled at her friend. "I told you Chen Yuan was outstanding. I'm not talking about his wealth. I value his character and heart more." Suddenly a voice came from behind. "Hey, the piano's here?" Man turned around. It was Chen Yuan, wearing a shirt, his face lazy. He slowly walked down the stairs. "I thought it wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. Pretty fast." This sight made Man secretly marvel. "So handsome." Chen Yuan walked over to Yuki. She said softly, "Thank you, Chen Yuan. I love this gift, but it's too precious," he said gently. If it's not precious, how could it be worthy of you? You're priceless to me." Then Chen Yuan suddenly remembered. "Oh right, I have to go out for a business meeting later. Do you want to come with me?" He thought to himself. Time to check out that chubby kid's office building. Yuki looked at her friend, having other thoughts. Although Man was her best friend, leaving her alone at home didn't seem right. Then she turned to Chen Yuan and said, "Sorry, I can't go with you. My best friend is here to keep me company today. I can't be someone who values romance over friendship." After a while, he walked out of the house, still pondering Yuki's words, valuing romance over friendship. Suddenly, the system prompted binding successful. Bound target, Qian Man. Current affection 20. Chen Yuan looked at the system, his face darkening. He thought angrily, "Chairman Zhao, you're such a naive sweetheart, treating this green tea bitch as a friend." He sneered, his eyes cold. "She's already got her eyes on your man." Back at the villa, Yuki was enthusiastically sitting at the piano trying a few notes. Man, look. The tone is amazing." Meanwhile, Man had already made her own plans. "A handsome and rich guy. How great would it be if he were my boyfriend?" The scene shifted to a commercial square bustling with people. Suddenly a scream rang out. "Damn Chen Yuan, disappearing for days, and the first time you contact me it's to call me out for business." It was Ruoyu's voice. She gritted her teeth angrily. "I never thought my first time skipping class would be for a man. Business meeting my ass. And you tell me to come alone. So infuriating." Ruoyu thought of Chen Yuan's appearance. She asked herself, has he been cold to me lately because he didn't get me that night? Unbearable. Ruoyu waved her arms wildly. Is this what men are like? People around her looked at her strangely. On Chen Yuan's end, the system showed Xiao Ruoyu's affection -1, Current affection 95. His mind was full of question marks. What the hell? Why the drop in affection? Chen Yuan imagined Ruoyu standing in front of him asking himself, I just asked her to meet up, no problem right, and you're all puffed up, aren't we going to talk business, let's go. Then he speculated about Ruoyu's angry face. Is it because I didn't pick her up? Women's thoughts are sometimes really hard to understand. After a moment 2 hands were tightly grasped and pulled away. Chen Yuan was holding Ruoyu's hand. He urgently called, Hey Xiao Wei, I'm almost at your office building. Please have someone pick me up. Xiao Wei excitedly replied, Got it, brother Yan. Don't worry. In Chen Yuan's mind a scene of himself kneeling and begging for forgiveness appeared. Apologizing on the surface, but who knows what he's thinking inside. He had no idea what he did wrong. Then I'll kowtow to you, Granny, don't be mad. He showed a sly smile, already planning a scheme. At times like this, apologizing or comforting is useless. It only fuels the other person's unreasonable arrogance. Throwing money at it is the most effective. Spend until she has nothing to say. Spend until she questions her life. The scene shifted to a magnificent Jinmao building. Someone spoke, Son, does this Mr. Yan really have the background to deserve such a welcome? Inside the Jinmao building, the lobby was lavishly decorated as if for some event. Xiao Wei said to his father, Dad, trust me. My judgment of people is spot on. Mr. Yan has incredible wealth. He could even afford to buy this building. Zhou Wei lit a cigarette. Han Cheng has produced such a figure. Today I really want to see his style. In the distance, someone wondered. What's the occasion today? Boss Zhou is personally coming down to receive someone. A girl named Shu Tong also wondered. Who is Boss Zhou? Is he impressive? The person replied, Xiao Lin, you're new here as an intern, so you might not know. The entire office building belongs to the Zhou family. Then he looked up, tears streaming down his face. Even though I run a company, I can only be considered moderately well off, with an annual income of over 10 million, but it's nothing in front of President Zhou. Shu Tong listened from behind, her heart pounding. She thought to herself, is this the world of the wealthy? Earning millions a year is like being a dog, scaring her into a sweat. Then, as if spotting something, Shu Tong's eyes lit up, widening in surprise. She looked toward another group of people chatting. Hey, why does this person look familiar? The person Shu Tong noticed was Chen Yuan, who was over here. Zhou Wei shook hands with Chen Yuan and introduced himself with a smile. Hello President Yan, I'm Zhou Wei, the owner of Jinmao Tower. I've heard my son talk about you. Welcome, Chen Yuan replied politely. President Zhou, you're too kind. Coming down personally, you're being too courteous. Xiao Wei stepped forward and gestured. Please, President Yan, let me introduce you. His father said, Xiao Wei, go press the elevator. If you do the introductions, it'll take until afternoon. Let me handle it. Chen Yuan laughed from the side. You two are quite humorous. Suddenly, a stack of documents fell to the ground. Shu Tong saw this and felt as if struck by lightning. Her face panicked. Why is Chen Yuan here? The person President Zhou is welcoming is actually him. Back at Jinmao Tower, there's a bustling shopping center area. Luxurious. Inside, Chen Yuan and his group of 4 had already reached the elevator. Zhou Wei began introducing that over 300 companies had moved in. When they reached the shopping center floor, the scene was spectacular. Various display areas were fully equipped. Floors 1 to 10 were the shopping center, with a fashion district, cinema, KTV and more. Although shopping centers have declined somewhat, this building's location is excellent, and business is still booming. Zhou Wei continued to take Chen Yuan to the office area. He explained that above the 10th floor was the office area, housing financial companies, online gaming companies, intermediary firms, and so on. The annual rent was quite high. Ruoyu walked behind, staring at Chen Yuan with a look of disgust. How boring. If he just wanted to talk business, there was no need to ask me out to play. She still stood there, her eyes cold as she watched Chen Yuan. He asked me out but then ignored me. Seriously, I skipped class for you and you treat me like this. It's infuriating. Zhou Wei suggested. President Yan, how about I take you floor by floor? Chen Yuan immediately replied. No rush to look. He turned and said, Ruoyu, what do you think of this building? She stammered. Not bad. Chen Yuan made a quick decision without hesitation. Good, if you think it's fine, then it's fine. I'll buy this building. President Zhou, appraise this building and transfer the property rights directly to the young lady beside me. Ruoyu, after hearing this, covered her mouth in surprise, blurting out in disbelief, Give it to me. Zhou Wei was utterly shocked. His eyes widened and his mouth dropped open. President Yan, are you serious? You're really buying Jinmao Tower to give to this young lady? His son Xiao Wei was completely stunned behind him, spitting out the water he had just drunk. Chen Yuan turned his gaze to Ruoyu, speaking with deep affection. That's right, as long as she likes it, nothing is a problem. Zhou Wei still couldn't believe it, frowning as he stood frozen. Buying a building is understandable since President Yan is rich, but giving away something worth billions, is that a joke? Ruoyu's cheeks flushed, and she said in a fluster, Chen Yuan, are you joking? This is a whole building. Chen Yuan leaned close to her face, speaking with a doting tone. Of course I'm not joking, Ruoyu. Buy this building and you'll be at ease from now on, just collecting rent. The gesture and words made Ruo Yu force a smile. He continued considerately, now you're the controlling shareholder of Shao Corporation. On the surface you seem well positioned, but you're under a lot of pressure. I don't want you to be so tired. Now it's fine. With this building, no matter what happens to Shao Corporation, Ruo Yu, you'll be secure for life. All of this made Ruo Yu even more emotional. Her cheeks reddened and her eyes were now filled with love. Her heart raced as she thought to herself, Chen Yuan, such a warm and considerate man, and I was blaming him, resenting him, doubting him. Should I change my spoiled attitude? Then a series of prompts appeared. Shao Ruo Yu's affection 3, current affection 98 points. Shao Ruo Yu's affection has broken through 98 points. Host gains 20 enhancement points. Host's remaining enhancement points 49. The scene was romantic, but suddenly Zhou Wei interjected. You two have already reached an agreement. He added enthusiastically, President Yan, this building is worth 2.6 billion. What do you think? Before Zhou Wei could finish, Chen Yuan decided, 2.6 billion, start the process. As soon as the paperwork is done, the 2.6 billion will be in your account today. He pulled out a domineering black card with a firm gaze. After a while, the contract was signed. Zhou Wei shook hands with Chen Yuan and said, President Yan, the contract and property transfer are complete and your payment has arrived. You are now the new owner of Jinmao Tower. Everyone around applauded warmly in congratulations. Chen Yuan pointed to Ruo Yu and said, Hey, I just paid the money. The new owner of this building is Miss Shao behind me. As soon as he finished, all the employees bowed to her in unison. Hello, President Shao. Ruo Yu stood there stunned, an indescribable emotion surging in her heart. Is this what it feels like to be the boss? She thought of her father working at the company. No wonder he didn't want to come home all day. Suddenly, Ruo Yu's face darkened, her eyes sharp, and she rubbed her chin, thinking, having people bow to you wherever you go is indeed quite appealing and pretty satisfying. The scene shifted to Shu Tong, who asked curiously, Hey, why are there so many real estate people over there? The girl immediately replied, Don't you know, the owner of Jinmao Tower has changed. Now it's a 20-year-old female boss. Looking at the crowd around Ruo Yu, the girl continued, I heard someone directly spent over 2 billion to buy this building and give it to her. How generous. Even online novels wouldn't dare write that. With a longing expression, the girl sighed, wishing someone would give her one too. But when she turned around, Shu Tong was gone. Hey, where did she go? It turned out Shu Tong had run away after hearing this, tears streaming down her face, thinking bitterly, this should all be mine, it's mine. A flash of jealousy crossed her eyes. Hatred. Chen Yuan, I will win you back no matter the cost. On a subway train, Ruo Yu's voice sounded, Hey Chen Yuan, you actually rode the subway with me today? She asked curiously. Where's your Ferrari? Chen Yuan scratched his face awkwardly and replied, driving the Ferrari isn't fun. I want to spend more time with you. Riding the subway is great too. I like this down-to-earth feeling. Ruo Yu felt happy hearing this. She said, I think so too. Today has been a meaningful day. Suddenly, Ruo Yu remembered something. Oh right, do you know Gao Quanin? Chen Yuan was startled at the name. Breaking out in a cold sweat, he pretended to be calm and asked, Gao Quanin, isn't she a female celebrity? What about her? But inside he was panicking. Did she find out something? Chen Yuan, don't panic, stay steady. Ruo Yu looked at her phone and replied, nothing, just that thing about her pressuring the director called Tiger Roar. It's being talked about a lot. It's blowing up today. Chen Yuan scratched his head with a wry smile. Really? I don't follow online stuff much. He breathed a sigh of relief, just a casual remark. Scared me to death. If she found out about me and Gao Quanin, that would really blow up. After scrolling through her phone for a while, Ruo Yu continued, actually, online topics are pretty boring these days. A few days ago I saw a trending topic about some stupid rich guy spending 500 million on a crystal piano. This hit Chen Yuan like an arrow straight to the heart, truly shocking him. He forced himself to ask, Oh, did you click on it? She replied directly, Of course not, that kind of trashy news. 500 million for a piano must have water in his head. Who knows who he's giving it to? This hit him like another arrow to the heart. Ruo Yu turned and saw him sweating profusely, asking innocently, Hey Chen Yuan, why are you sweating so much? He stammered. Am I? Maybe it's too hot in the car. After a while they both reached their destination. Chen Yuan said goodbye to Ruo Yu and turned to leave. Only then did he breathe a sigh of relief, still with a look of lingering fear. This wasn't a subway ride, it was prison. But Chen Yuan quickly calmed down, wondering if Shao Ruo Yu knew something and was deliberately testing him. He received a call from his roommate who shouted, Yuanzi, hurry back to the dorm and see the commotion. Senior A Qin Bingshui has been standing downstairs for 6 hours, waiting for someone. Chen Yuan asked blankly, Qin Bingshui, what does she want? A figure stood in the crowd with people whispering all around. It was Senior Qin, the legendary beauty of Lake University. Didn't she graduate? Why is she back? Bingshui's face was expressionless, but the chatter continued. She had been standing there since the afternoon as if waiting for someone. Who had the power to make Senior Chin stand like a waiting stone? Wasn't she a lesbian? She anxiously checked her phone. Damn, Chen Yuan hasn't shown up, what now? Bing Shui recalled waking up in shock last night and couldn't help touching her chin and thought. This morning she woke up to find Chen Yuan gone and for some reason ended up here. Bing Shui needed to sort out her thoughts. These ideas made her shy, and she felt that without seeing him her heart was unsettled. Why? Her face reddened and her eyes were full of shyness as she thought, have I fallen for Chen Yuan? Unwilling to believe her instincts, Bing Shui shook off her doubts and shook her head. Impossible. Chen Yuan is Yuqi's boyfriend. Chen Yuan stood in the crowd watching her, feeling a bit scared. It really was Chin Bing Shui. Was she blocking me here? Bing Shui still stood there, lost in her thoughts, unaware. I must be worried about the company investment. That's it. She seemed to recognize someone in the crowd and called out, Chen Yuan? Before he could react, she rushed toward him. Chen Yuan hadn't even processed it when Bing Shui threw herself at him. Coming straight at him like that was too intense. What did she want? The surrounding chatter grew louder. Oh my god, what am I seeing? Senior Chen threw herself into someone's arms. Who is this? She was now lying in Chen Yuan's arms, both shy and happy. This feeling, this solid, warm, protected feeling. He was at a loss, not knowing what to do. Senior Chen, she hugged him tighter. Don't push me away, let me hold on a little longer. The students upstairs couldn't believe their eyes, chattering even more. Old Shang, pinch me. Senior Chen is hugging Yuanzi. What? Let me see. It really is Yuanzi. I'm going to kill him. Suddenly, thunder boomed in the sky. Oh, the sky darkened too. The thunder signaled rain. A few drops had already fallen. Before they could catch their breath, the rain poured down. The raindrops grew denser. The crowd no longer cared about the scene, just ran. It's raining, run. Chen Yuan put his arm around her shoulder and said, Senior Chen, the rain is heavy. Let's take shelter or you'll catch a cold, she asked in surprise. Take shelter? Chen Yuan then led her toward his dorm, causing a stir among the boys there. Senior Chen, make yourself at home, I'll get you some water. Bing Shui sat on a chair and looked around, taking in the surroundings. So this is a boys' dorm? Not as messy as the legends say. Hu Fei angrily grabbed him by the neck. Yuanzi, you actually brought Senior Chen back to the dorm. How did you do it? Chen Yuan sighed. Come on, you think I wanted to bring her here? Hu Fei grew even more jealous. You're up to something. Where else would you take her? Then a voice came from behind. Yuanzi, you've piled up a bunch of dirty laundry and haven't washed it. Hey, what's this? Chen Yuan instinctively turned around and saw Bing Shui holding his underwear. At school, the rain had stopped and it was evening. Bing Shui felt embarrassed thinking about holding that sensitive item earlier. So humiliating. I was holding his. I want to crawl into a hole. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on the awkwardness and said to her. The rain stopped. Senior Chen, I'll walk you home. Okay. The two walked out of the boys' dorm. Chen Yuan saw her off and asked, Did you come to see me about the investment? You could have just messaged me on WeChat. A thought crossed Bing Shui's face and she said, Investment? Yes, I came for the investment. What else could it be? But instead of getting to the point, she asked for his contact info. But I don't have your WeChat. Chen Yuan, can you add me? She seemed to have finally achieved her goal, finally saying it, adding WeChat. He was momentarily stunned looking at Bing Shui, who had just asked for his contact info. She waited 6 hours downstairs for this. In the 21st century, is there still someone so straightforward? The sky grew darker, and the city looked bustling under the lights, a metropolis in view. He then pulled out his QR code for her to scan. After they scanned it, he felt a bit annoyed and said, All right, now you can find me anytime. Hearing this, she happily asked, Really, anytime? Bing Shui's face reddened, and she corrected herself. I mean, can I find you anytime about the investment? Chen Yuan was walking away and turned back to say, Don't worry about the investment. Tomorrow morning, take me to inspect Liu Technology. I'll go now. As he turned to leave, Bing Shui shyly thought, Am I a bad woman like this? But being close to him really feels warm and safe. She worried further, but he's someone else's boyfriend. What will Yuqi think of me? The next day, the city was no longer bathed in streetlight glow but covered by the new day's sunlight. Chen Yuan and Bing Shui were in the car. He was on his phone sending messages. Xiao Ruo Yu. Chen Yuan, today I'm collecting rent at Jin Mao Tower. Can you come with me? Ruo Yu. It's my first time as a boss, you don't need to handle everything yourself. Let your subordinates do it. I have things to do today, Bing Shui asked with a hint of jealousy. Chatting so happily with some girl, is it Yuqi? Her eyes glared at him angrily, scaring him. What did I do to upset her again? In just one night, she's back to her coffin face, moody. Forget it, don't bother with her mood swings. Her face darkened again, brows furrowed as she thought, even if I'm addicted to his sense of security, he's still someone else's boyfriend. I can't be a homewrecker and ruin someone else's relationship. Besides, this guy has more than one woman around him. A phone call interrupted her thoughts. Hello, boss. President Yan will arrive in 10 minutes. Okay, I'll be careful. Time passed quickly in the car and they reached their destination. As her voice rang out, Get out, Chen Yuan, we're here. The two stood beneath a massive building, and as soon as they got out of the car, they couldn't help but look up. Chen Yuan's face seemed to break out in a sweat as he mustered the courage to ask back. "Your company isn't in this building, is it?" She forced a displeased reply. "That's right, what's the problem?" Hearing this, his face darkened even more. He thought to himself, with so many office buildings in Hancheng, why did it have to be this one? What a coincidence. If I run into Xiao Ruoyu, I'm done for. The two walked inside, and as they waited for the elevator, Chen Yuan couldn't help but think it shouldn't be that coincidental, right? They stepped into the elevator and pressed the floor button. The elevator doors opened, and there were people inside before the doors had fully parted. At that moment, the person in the elevator saw Chen Yuan and couldn't help asking, "Hey Chen Yuan, what are you doing here?" Ruoyu, seeing this, chimed in. "Didn't you say you had something to do today?" The three people in the elevator made the atmosphere awkward. The elevator bell rang and it arrived. Chen Yuan's face turned pale, and cold sweat broke out on his forehead. He thought to himself, "Now is not the time to panic, I need to stay calm and not show any signs of guilt." He turned to Ruoyu and introduced Bingshui. "Ruoyu, let me introduce you. This is Qin Bingshui, former student council president of Hu University. She now works at Jinli Technology Company Limited. I came here to discuss a partnership with their company." He forced a smile as he introduced them, while the two girls beside him glared at each other. "Senior Qin, this is Xiao Ruoyu, my high school classmate. She's now the landlady of Jinmao Tower. This building is hers." Bingshui thought to herself, the landlady of Jinmao Tower, so young and already so rich. The annual rent for this building is over 100 million. Her face darkened as she resentfully thought, rich and beautiful and Chen Yuan's high school classmate, their relationship must be anything but ordinary. Bingshui shook off her thoughts and began to introduce herself. "Hello, I'm Qin Bingshui. Nice to meet you." Ruoyu, seeing this, wore a grim expression and remained silent. Ruoyu extended her hand to shake Bingshui's, but it felt like they were competing. "Hello," Ruoyu glared at Bingshui, countless thoughts racing through her mind. Such a pretty senior, discussing a partnership? Chen Yuan, who are you trying to fool? I know rich men are all playboys, but you're being way too blatant about it. Thinking this, Ruoyu directed her anger at Chen Yuan. "You have time to go rent collecting with a pretty senior, but not with me, Chen Yuan, just you wait." The elevator doors were about to open. Bingshui stepped out first to lead the way but turned back to say, "Chen Yuan, we're at our company. I'll go in and let the boss know, wait here a moment." Chen Yuan was so scared he felt like crying. "Serves you right for flirting around everywhere. Now you've messed up." He scratched his head awkwardly, turned around and said, "Ruoyu, I need to talk to you." Ruoyu thought to herself, trying to apologize now. Too late, it won't be that easy to smooth things over. But what she said was different. "Go ahead." She leaned in to hear what Chen Yuan had to say. "Ruoyu, you need to be careful of this, Qin Bingshui." "Be careful." Ruoyu, hearing this, pressed him for why. With a serious face he said to her, "She's famously a lesbian at our school, always going after pretty girls. I'm afraid she might turn you." Her mood improved, and she asked back, "Really?" He answered firmly, "Of course it's true, trust me." Bingshui then returned and said to him, "Chen Yuan, come in. Our boss is waiting for you in the conference room." Seeing Bingshui back so quickly, Chen Yuan responded, "Okay, I'll go discuss a project with their company. Let's grab a meal sometime." She watched the two walk off together and couldn't help but get angry. Staring ahead, she thought, the Hu University Student Council president is a lesbian. I need to find someone to confirm this. She picked up her phone and thought, I remember there was a senior who chased me for a long time but got rejected. I think he was at Hu University, Chen Yang or Li Yang. I'll ask him. At that moment, on a certain school morning, only a few people were left on campus. The phone rang. It was Ruoyu calling someone. Li Yang was on the other end. Am I dreaming? Xiao Ruoyu is actually calling me? Is my luck about to turn? Her call made Li Yang overjoyed. As he struck a pose, he said, "Hello, classmate Xiao. You're asking about Qin Bingshui. Of course I know." A bystander saw him and muttered, "This guy's standing alone and still posing. Is he having a seizure?" Ruoyu. She asked about Bingshui, and he didn't hesitate to spill. "Senior Qin is pitiful. She was bullied as a child," he said, making exaggerated expressions as he continued. "And after that her personality changed completely. She developed a deep hatred and disgust for men." He laughed loudly, making sure Ruoyu could hear. "And eventually she turned gay. I heard a few girls at our school got turned by her." At that moment she imagined Bingshui's harem, combined with Li Yang's story. The whole student council is her harem. Hearing this, Ruoyu laughed happily and said, "So it's true, Chen Yuan didn't lie to me. It seems he really has nothing going on with Qin Bingshui." Li Yang, hearing this, angrily shouted into the phone, "Chen Yuan, classmate Xiao, why are you mentioning Chen Yuan?" Before he could say anything else, Ruoyu on the other end had already said goodbye. "All right, thanks Li Yang, 886. He then angrily grabbed his phone looking for something and cursed. "Is that bastard Chen Yuan together with classmate Xiao? No, I need to show classmate Xiao his true colors. Hey, why am I blocked?" He saw his message failed to send. "Classmate Xiao, listen to me. Chen Yuan is no good. Hello classmate Xiao, why did you block me? What did I do wrong? Ruoyu, resting her chin on her hand, thought it seemed Chen Yuan hadn't lied to her. Seeing this, she opened her phone and blocked the person she had just asked. As for Li Yang, anyone who enjoys bad-mouthing girls like that couldn't be a good person, so blocking him was the right call. Meanwhile, at the company, she could already hear Yu Jing's voice saying, "Our Jinli has had 30 million users in just 3 years since its launch in 2018. She stood on stage speaking passionately. "Our daily active users are around 5 million. This performance ranks among the top of all internet startups." Chen Yuan was already dozing off, but her words continued. "In the future, we will introduce more technologies to revolutionize the entire industry and gain a larger market share." He found it boring and was dying of sleep listening to things he didn't understand. He didn't want to hear any more and interrupted her speech. "All right, President Yu." Chen Yuan then proposed to Yu Jing. "I've heard everything you said. Just name your price. How much do you think your company is worth?" Her eyes sharpened as she thought. "Just name the price directly." Her face showed contemplation, and cold sweat broke out. Given his status and background, he does have the power to play by his own rules. "My target price is 100 million, but previous funding rounds didn't succeed, and the other side only offered 10 million. I hope President Yan won't cut too hard." Yu Jing didn't hold back and said bluntly, "President Yan is straightforward and speaks plainly, so I'll be direct. My company is valued at 100 million. Hearing this, he was startled and asked back, 100 million? Yu Jing's face darkened, and she dared not continue. "Is it really too high?" He picked his nose and said in a flat tone, "Only 100 million, and you've been dragging it out for so long, just say it directly." Yu Jing was stunned, thinking, "Only 100 million? Ignoring her emotions, he proposed again, "How about this? I'll pay 100 million for 49 of your company's shares, but I have conditions." Hearing this, Yu Jing thought about the conditions, and he was adding more, she blurted out. "What conditions?" She was thinking about those awkward things again. Could he want to, with me? No way, I'm much older than him. She covered her flushed face, her thoughts spiraling. But rich people have peculiar tastes, something like an Oedipus complex. At that moment he leaned in close to Yu Jing's ear and whispered, making her blush even more. "My condition is," he continued, leaving her stunned, "that the shares be transferred to Qin Bingshui's name." Just then the door opened, breaking the awkward atmosphere in the room. Bingshui saw Chen Yuan come out and wondered, "Is the negotiation already over?" So fast? She saw him and asked, "Chen Yuan, how did it go with the boss?" Chen Yuan smiled and congratulated her. "Not bad, keep up the good work. With your talent you'll get a promotion and raise soon." Hearing this, she wasn't happy and just said, "I never thought about promotions or raises. I want to ask you, what are you planning to do?" Hearing this, he asked back, "Plan what?" Bingshui, angry, shouted at him. "Xiao Ruoyu is outside. Don't think I can't see your relationship. I'm asking you, between Xiao Ruoyu and Zhao Yuki, who are you going to choose? Yuki genuinely cares about you." Despite saying that, Bingshui's mind was racing with her own thoughts. What to plan? That question was also for herself. What to plan for him? For Yuki? Chen Yuan sneered and mocked her. "What? Why do I have to choose?" He exaggeratedly looked up and said, "I want them all." Hearing this, Bingshui gritted her teeth, her face full of anger as she glared at him. "You want them all?" Chen Yuan looked at her with a rogue expression and asked back, "Yeah, what's wrong with that?" She got even angrier, picked up her coffee cup ready to throw it, and shouted at him, "You're not worthy of that. How can you say such beastly things, and I thought you were." Chen Yuan calmly responded, "Thought what? Didn't you already know I like to flirt around?" He leaned his face close to Bingshui and lowered his voice. "You know I'm a scumbag, yet last night you still held on to me and asked me to take you home. I think people like you are pretty contradictory. You like me, but you won't admit it, and instead you beat around the bush asking who I'll choose." He mocked her, making her blush. "Why don't you ask if I'll choose you?" Bingshui's eyes widened in shock as he continued, "If you really wanted to protect Zhao Yuki, you shouldn't have seduced me last night." He turned to leave but looked back at Bingshui and said in a provocative tone, "When it comes to feelings, I think I'm much more honest than you. What right do you have to lecture me?" Chen Yuan turned around, waved his hand in farewell and said, "Come find me when you've figured things out. No need to see me off." Walking out of Jinmao Tower, he felt a sense of exhilaration. The feeling of commanding the scene and scolding people to their faces made Chen Yuan's expression satisfied. He almost wanted to cover his face and say, "So satisfying." On the other side, after hearing Chen Yuan's words, Bingshui began to doubt herself. Am I really that hypocritical? Still holding the coffee cup, she stomped her foot in place. Thinking about it, she really had no right to lecture him. A passing colleague saw her and reminded her. "Xiaoshui, why are you still here? President Yu has called an emergency all-hands meeting. Hurry up." Hearing this, her face turned serious, unsure of what was happening. An emergency all-hands meeting? What's going on? Did the funding fall through? At that moment, all the company employees were seated below, buzzing with chatter. Why the sudden meeting? And it's all hands. The company isn't going bankrupt and disbanding, is it? Don't talk nonsense. Maybe they're giving out bonuses? But Bing Shui sat with a serious face, not joining the discussion. President Yu always follows the rules. What does she want to do this time, making everyone so uneasy? Then Yu Jing spoke, and the room fell silent. Everyone, today's meeting is mainly to announce a new personnel appointment. The position of vice president of the company will be held by Ms. Qin Bing Shui. Hearing this, all the employees were shocked, and Bing Shui was stunned. She was taken aback by the public announcement. Vice President, why me? However, other senior leaders couldn't accept it. That's right, Xiao Qin only joined last week. What qualifies her to be vice president? Even by seniority, it shouldn't be her. Exactly, President Yu. This appointment is too hasty. I don't accept it. Yu Jing insisted on her decision. Although Xiao Qin lacks seniority, she has outstanding abilities. You have no idea how much she has contributed to the company. Assistant, show her the equity agreement. She is now the company's second-largest shareholder, holding 49 of the shares. She secured a 100 million investment for our company. Yu Jing's voice echoed in the silent conference room. Does anyone have any other questions? This is truly unmatched. What a domineering plot, spending 100 million to buy shares and give them away. Xiao Qin, if I were 20 years younger, I'd want to compete with that man. A few people started murmuring. A mix of regret and gossip. 100 million. Even if you sold the whole company, it might not be worth that much. She's really not what she seems. Xiao Qin has that kind of power. Is it too late to get on her good side now? Yu Jing decisively waved her hand to quell the chatter. No objections then. This appointment is final. By the way, because of the new capital injection, everyone will get dividends at the end of the year. Give Xiao Qin a round of applause. Bing Shui could no longer hide her excitement. 100 million, 49 of the shares. It's Chen Yuan. Why? Recalling Chen Yuan's sweet words was that, why don't you ask if I'll choose you? Her face turned red. Her cold heart melted. The one he truly likes is me. At that moment, she had fallen into a fantasy. The one he truly wants to choose is me. He likes me. Her emotions surged, and Bing Shui excitedly rushed out. Chen Yuan, where are you? I want to see you. Her affection level fluctuated as well. Qin Bing Shui affection 5, current affection 95 points. Just like that, Chen Yuan successfully won over another target and discovered simp target number 8. Qin Bing Shui's affection for the host exceeded 95 points, and she successfully became the host's simp. Congratulations to the host for a successful counterattack, rewarded with 35 enhancement points. Acquired skill, hand-to-hand combat mastery. The system kept popping up notifications. Simp target number 8, total cost 100 million, reward for host 10 million. So this is a counterattack. Spending money is indeed more effective than brute force. He was confident in dealing with people like Bing Shui. Brute force only makes you seem shallow, and showing off makes people wary. That's not good. I've already spent a lot of money, wasting it on the first meeting. I was just joking. Affection slowly drops by 5 and it makes you seem like you have ulterior motives. The phone in his pocket suddenly rang. Girl, my story begins with you. For you, I learned patience and changed my bad habits. Looking at the name on the screen, he found it novel. Gao Kuanyin. She actually called me proactively. As soon as he answered, he heard her sobbing voice. Chen Yuan, am I stupid? You paused for a few seconds. Why is she crying? Gao Kuanyin was in a state of collapse and public opinion had reversed again. Some big stars had come out to support Director Hu, and now everyone online was cursing me, but I'm clearly innocent. Indeed, the trending article had changed. Famous actress Fang Jingyuan supported Director Hu. Many in the industry, including some well-known figures, also supported the Hu family, and public opinion shifted again. Gao Kuanyin's account was banned, Chen Yuanxu's complete works were overturned, and he lost 2 billion yuan only to be turned over. His mouth twitched, his heart aching. This foul mouth was no different from being outplayed. He had already put on a stern face, daring anyone to challenge him. All right, stop crying, I'll help you. The entertainment circle is always full of hot gossip, with new scandals every week. The Hu family had a secret meeting with a new model at a nightclub, acting all clingy. Wang Hu, aka Hu Jia, is a big shot in the film and TV industry. I heard this guy likes to use industry resources to coerce actresses into sleeping with him. This time, the story revolves around a woman, but the main reason public opinion shifted was that some famous actresses supported the Hu family. The most prominent among them was film star Fang Jingyuan. Chen Yuan was about to drink his coffee but froze. Fang Jingyuan, does she have that much influence? The news coming in wasn't optimistic. Fang Jingyuan is known for her virtue and artistic excellence, loves charity, and has a very positive public image. Haoshan sipped his coffee calmly while chatting, saying that this time the Hu family's turnaround was almost entirely due to her influence. A sinister smile curled at the corner of his mouth. So I think to bring down the Hu family, we need a clever trick. Chen Yuan didn't understand what he meant. A clever trick. Haoshan pushed a list in front of him. I found some private investigators. After looking into it, they believe this person definitely has dirt on the Hu family. On the white paper was an address. Room 305, number 28, Weihai East Road, Yang Sijun. Following Haoshin's instructions, Chen Yuan went to this place. Number 28, Weihai East Road. The suffocatingly crowded street made him break a sweat. What kind of person would work here? As soon as he entered the residential building, he heard a shout. What do you mean? Last month you said this month, and this month you say next month. Do you take us for philanthropists? The voice sounded familiar until he peeked in. Why him? The fat guy inside was holding an iron rod, speaking arrogantly. Yang Sijun, if you don't pay up today, I'll chop off one of your hands. The victim was already beaten black and blue. Young Master Han, please give me a few more days. I'm filming a new movie that's sure to be a hit. Then I'll pay you back double. Upon hearing this, the man grabbed his face and roared. So you're saying I should lend you some money? I heard you offended Tiger Yi in the film circle and ended up like this. You still want to make a comeback? Sijun struggled to convince this rich young master. Young Master Han, my new movie really has potential. But the other party mercilessly swung the iron rod. A movie, today I'll teach you a lesson. Chen Yuan had to step in. Stop. Xiaoging was about to curse back fiercely. Stop! A fist flew straight into his face, knocking him to the ground with one blow. He clutched his swollen cheek and howled, Who? Looking for death. Chen Yuan stared at him coldly. Looking for death. Even your father, Han Sanshui, wouldn't dare act so arrogantly in front of me. Han Xiaoging, I advise you to watch your mouth and not bring trouble to your family. Only then did Xiaoging panic. How did this jinx show up? This was someone he couldn't afford to mess with. Boss Yan came from the Chen family, a reclusive financial dynasty, and was the current heir of the Chen family. Luckily, Xiaoging remembered the last lesson. His father had warned him never to provoke him again. So despite his anger, he could only bow and scrape. Isn't this Uncle Chen? Since you're here, I'll be going. No need to see me off. I'm leaving now. With that, he tucked his tail between his legs and ran, slamming the door shut. Sijun's eyes immediately filled with admiration for him. The Han family in Hancheng was notoriously domineering. This young man actually made Han Xiaoging so scared. If he had such backing, what would he fear from the Hu family? Chen Yuan acted as if nothing had happened. All right, the troublemaker's gone. You're Yang Sijun, right? I need your help. He pushed up his glasses, looking mysterious. Let's talk about the help later. I have a small request. Then he suddenly knelt down and kowtowed respectfully. Godfather Chen, please take me as your godson, and I'll take care of you in your old age. After a while, the two sat down at the table. Sijun asked, So, Godfather, how do you plan to bring down the Hu family? Hearing this title, Chen Yuan felt awkward. I told you I'm not your godfather, but I came to you for this very reason. His eyes grew deep and unfathomable. He knew he had something hidden, but this person seemed powerful enough to entrust it to. His voice hesitated, but he finally decided to speak. I do have something that can bring down the Hu family, but I have conditions. Chen Yuan smiled straightforward. Go ahead, money isn't a problem. He suddenly slammed the table excitedly. I don't want money. I want you to invest in the movie I'm filming. I want to prove to them that even if Yang Sijun falls, I can get back up. His spirit struck Chen Yuan. Such a pursuit of art, no wonder he was once a genius director. He could help him. He propped his hand on the table, his expression deep and unreadable. I just had Gao Kuanyin set up a film company. You can go to her then. If you need more money, just tell me. Sijun had become a devoted follower. A scholar dies for a confidant. With your word, I'm at ease. Then he took out a black USB drive. This is my secret weapon. If this gets out, not just the Hu family, but the entire entertainment circle will be shaken. This little thing made Chen Yuan skeptical. Your big weapon is this video? He grinned smugly, his tone suggestive. That's right, Godfather, open it and you'll see. The mouse moved on the screen, clicking the video, and a pair of entangled men and women appeared. This is. Chen Yuan's lips curled, confident of victory. Film queen Fang Jingyuan actually has this kind of relationship with the Hu family? Perfect. With this we can take them down. Sijun laughed, unable to hide his pride. How dare I? Blackmail would land me in jail. Besides, I have no backing. I might just disappear without a trace. His expression turned sympathetic toward this unfortunate man. It's okay, I've got your back now. With this, the Hu family and Fang Jingyuan are doomed. He was also happy to have support. Yes, Godfather, no problem, Godfather. At that moment, in another upscale villa area, Kuanyin had locked herself at home all day, feeling agitated. How many paid trolls had the Hu family and Fang Jingyuan hired? They'd been cursing her for 3 days straight and wouldn't stop. She angrily threw her phone on the table. Forget it. I'll just quit the entertainment circle. I'm too naive, I'm no match for them. Suddenly her phone vibrated again, showing Chen Yuan's caller ID. She didn't expect the guy who disappeared for days to call. Why is he calling now? Answering, she heard a gentle male voice. Gao Kuanyin, are you home? She answered blankly. I am. He rattled off like a whirlwind. Are you home alone? Never mind, I'm coming to your place now. Kuan Yin's face flushed slightly at his words. This pervert Chen Yuan, what does he want to come over for? And asking if I'm alone, her thoughts drifted in a strange direction. Could he finally be unable to resist and want my body? The doorbell rang at Kuan Yin's villa. She had already changed into a revealing dress. He's here so fast, so impatient. Seems he's no different from other men. But when she opened the door, she was a bit disappointed. Why is there someone else? Who is this? Strange thoughts kept nagging at Kuan Yin. Chen Yuan, you bastard, what do you take me for, bringing someone along? And with that innocent look, Chen Yuan then raised his hand to introduce Sijin. We'll talk about this later. What? Let me introduce you, this is director Yang Sijin. This time bringing down the Hu family depends entirely on him. He smiled and greeted, hello Miss Gao, so it wasn't what she imagined, how embarrassing. He wasn't trying to sleep with her but was genuinely trying to help. Hello. Thus Kuan Yin's impression shifted. This feeling of having support wasn't bad. After a while, during the handover a gasp came. Too shocking, I never thought Fang Jingyuan was like this. Chen Yuan's voice was calm but full of responsibility. With this, the Hu family and Fang Jingyuan are already like clay chickens and pottery dogs, nothing to fear. Dear Godfather Chen, I'll give you 2 billion to get this done quickly. Then set up the film company. Director Yang will also have funds to make his movie, a win-win. Of course, no one knew what plans were brewing in his mind, spending 2 billion at once. Plus, the film company could keep burning money. Gao Kuan Yin, he chose the right woman. As soon as the news was released, it quickly hit the headlines. Shocking, not for kids, a lewd video of director Wang Hu and famous actress Fang Jingyuan leaked. The media immediately surrounded the parties involved. Miss Fang Jingyuan, please explain the video that came out today. What is your relationship with director Wang Hu? Move aside, this is utter nonsense. This video is fake, don't harass my artist. Jingyuan successfully got into the car under the protection of her bodyguards. She gritted her soft red lips in anger. Who's framing me? How is there a video? Meanwhile, at another place, the Lux high-end hotel, police rushed in and arrested the man in question. Wang Hu, right? We've received a report that you're suspected of sexually assaulting multiple young women. Please come with us for investigation. He was still shirtless, handcuffed and taken away. His face was pale. The truth had come out. It's over, really over. Until Kuan Yin's personal press conference. Recently, the controversy over actress Gao Kuan Yin's alleged casting couch has reversed again. All the truth has come to light, and Gao Kuan Yin is preparing to hold a press conference, claiming to have major news to announce. Gao Kuan Yin's personal press conference. Her clear, aloof voice rang out. I've invited you all to today's press conference to announce a piece of news. Under the glaring camera flashes, the two held up a sign. I, along with director Yang Sijin, have jointly established a new film company. Next, the company will invest a budget of 2 billion to prepare and produce director Yang's new film. Stay tuned. Kuan Yin Film and Art Company, Limited. As soon as the words were spoken, the entire room of journalists was shaken. Really? 2 billion? That's some serious financial muscle. Gao Kuan Yin has turned her luck around. I wonder which tycoon is backing her. As one drama ended, Chen Yuan's world returned to calm. He enjoyed what he was doing. How come he felt like the big boss behind the scenes now? But this feeling wasn't bad. Of course, there were always those jealous ones. HMPH, Chen Yuan, you dead dog. Causing trouble at school is one thing, but daring to defile the goddess shall rule you. I'll see how you die this time. A bald man viciously dialed a number. Hello, is this classmate Zhao Yuki? I'm Li Yankee, a sports student. I have something about Chen Yuan to tell you. The setting sun cast its glow over the campus of the country's top university. Man hurriedly caught up with an angry Yuki. Chi, slow down. Are you going to confront Chen Yuan? Because of that call, Yuki stopped, her face clearly downcast. Li Yang showed me his family's household register and said, Chen Yuan has been flirting with many girls at school and stole his girlfriend. It doesn't sound fake. I know it's rash to go to Chen Yuan based on Li Yang's call, but Chen Yuan hasn't come to see me lately. Her eyes rarely showed such sadness. I'm a bit uneasy. Man nodded in agreement, following her. I get it. With a guy so rich and outstanding, anyone would feel insecure, but Chen Yuan seems pretty devoted. And then she saw other students cheering. Look, Senior Chen is here again. She's here for that Chen guy again. That guy's so lucky. The two comforted each other with uncertain words. He probably wouldn't mess around. Bing Shui was lost in a few days of fantasy. How should I tell him? If Chen Yuan really likes me, should I say yes or no? Yuki called out to her. Hey, Senior Chen. She was startled by Yuki's appearance. Chi, oh no, why is she here? She asked blankly. Senior Chen, didn't you graduate? Why are you back at school and you didn't tell me? Bing Shui's cheeks flushed slightly as she awkwardly explained. Senior trust Chen Yuan, don't misunderstand. Senior trust Chen Yuan, I'm here for business. I shouldn't have mentioned Chen Yuan. Yuki must be suspicious. Oh no, but this only deepened Yuki's doubts. Hasn't Senior Chen always disliked Chen Yuan? Why would she cooperate with him? When did they get so close? Just then, a car drove straight onto campus. Hey, who's that? The car stopped at the dormitory building. The two suspicious girls were distracted. High heels accentuated the beauty of shapely legs. A beautiful woman got out of the car, drawing admiration from several students. "Oh my God, is this a movie shoot? So beautiful. This is too much." Even the campus belle of Hu University pales in comparison. Yuki and Man didn't recognize her. "She's so pretty, and her aura is amazing." Bingshui was panicking like a cat on hot bricks. "Why is she here? Oh no, is this a clash of titans?" Ruoyu got straight to the point as soon as she arrived. "Hello everyone. Is Chen Yuan from the sophomore year of literature at Hu University here?" Yuki tilted her head in confusion and asked softly. "Senior is looking for Chen Yuan? What's your relationship?" Ruoyu's light gray eyes immediately fixed on her. She gave a provocative smile and countered. "What's your relationship with Chen Yuan?" Yuki's face immediately darkened. The two locked eyes, sparks flying, and Man quickly stepped in to mediate. Let's find a place to sit down. Standing here isn't a solution." Everyone agreed and went to a nearby cafe. The setting sun made the atmosphere even heavier. Ruoyu gently rested her chin on her hand and spoke sharply. "Since no one's talking, I'll go first." Her full, soft lips emitted a sweet voice. "Oh," she directly pointed out the pouting girl's thoughts across from her. "You like Chen Yuan, right?" This question startled Yuki, who was sitting opposite. Her eyes widened and her heart seemed to skip a beat. Yuki stood up abruptly, her voice ringing out. "Yes, I do like Chen Yuan, and Chen Yuan likes me too. So what? Is that a crime?" Ruoyu remained calm, a slight smile curling at her lips, clearly disbelieving Yuki's words. "Likes you? Don't joke. Chen Yuan chased me for 5 years and he even took a beating for me in high school. Little sister, it's okay to make mistakes and feelings, but you have to admit it." These words pierced her heart like a knife. Yuki's face reddened as she shouted tremblingly, I didn't." Man shot a cold glare and said sharply, "Senior means Chi-Chi is the other woman. Even though Chen Yuan once fought for you, he gave Chi-Chi a villa worth tens of millions and a $5 million piano. What about you? What do you have?" Hearing this, Ruoyu's face instantly darkened. Thoughts churned in her mind. Villa? Piano? Chen Yuan is the mysterious tycoon who bought the crystal piano? Is he really two-timing? After thinking for a moment, Ruoyu was momentarily stunned, biting her lip tightly. "No, how could I lose to them?" After a moment she regained her usual confidence, her tone icy and provocative. $5 million? That's nothing. Chen Yuan gave me an office building worth over 200 million. Who do you think Chen Yuan likes more?" Yuki frowned slightly upon hearing this, displeased. Could Chen Yuan really have cheated? Were all his past words lies? Bingshui suddenly spoke, catching Yuki's attention. She said in a calm yet piercing tone. "Actually, Chen Yuan also gave me shares worth 100 million. Sorry, Chi-Chi." After hearing this, the 4 people sitting around the table were enveloped in a cold, tense atmosphere. She abruptly stood up, grabbed her phone, and frantically scrolled through numbers, her voice trembling. "I have to call Chen Yuan and get this straight. Why is he so unfaithful? Why did he even get into a relationship with me?" Yuki's face gradually lost its composure. Suddenly recalling something, she looked stunned. "Wait, it seems Chen Yuan never actually confirmed a relationship with me from the start." Beside her, Ruoyu's gaze was icy but her voice was steady. "Exactly. Every time we tried to define the relationship, Chen Yuan would change the subject." Man seemed to understand something at that moment, her tone turning sharp, each word gritted through her teeth, brimming with bitterness. "No wonder he never defined the relationship. That way he can flirt with girls without any moral guilt. Chen Yuan really planned this well." These words made the atmosphere heavier than ever. Seeming unable to bear it any longer, she stood up abruptly and shouted irritably, "I'm going to find Chen Yuan and sort this out. Xiao Ruoyu, I will never share a man with other girls." She and Yuki were slightly taken aback as Man frowned and tried to stop her. "Sister, wait a moment," she couldn't help but say in a heavy tone. "Don't you think breaking up with him would just let him off easy? Chen Yuan uses his money to toy with girls' feelings. He deserves to die." Ruoyu listened, turned back, took a deep breath, and then asked, "That said, if we don't break up, are we really just letting him off?" At this moment, the 4 of them sat around a round table, heads together, as soft light streamed through the window. Man spoke, her tone sour. "What is Chen Yuan's capital for playing with people's hearts? Money. He's too rich. Even if you break up decisively, he loses nothing. He'll just find another target to deceive. Let's do this first." Her eyes burned with intense light, and the corners of her mouth lifted. "So sisters, we should get revenge." Man leaned forward, her voice as sharp as a knife. The other 2 girls sat listening, their expressions serious, continuing to play the innocent White Lotus, pretending to know nothing. Then they would drain his emotions, let Man step in, and make him lose everything, stirring up trouble. One of the 4 had eyes flickering with coldness and a hint of pain. Her voice kept ringing out as if trying to awaken everyone. "Just drain all of that damn Chen Yuan's emotions." Bingshui's gaze was as red as burning coals. Every word she uttered was incredibly powerful, striking Bingshui's mind. Then he won't be able to stir up any more trouble. A blue glow reflected on Yuki's face, her green eyes sparkling in the night. She smiled slightly. This was for the greater good. Elsewhere, a luxurious 3-story villa emerged in the night, yellow light spilling through the windows. In the living room, Yuki held her phone, her tone hesitant. Is this really appropriate? Man, I always feel that actively asking someone for a gift is a bit. Beside her, Man turned her head, her voice sharp. Pitying the male lead is being cruel to yourself. Just send Chen Yuan the message as I told you. Unable to bear Yuki's hesitation, she snatched the phone from her hand and said loudly with a frown, "If you can't do it, I'll write it for you." The phone screen showed it was 9:25, displaying a message from Yuki, and the atmosphere instantly turned serious. Chen Yuan stared at the phone with sharp eyes, pondering Chairman Zhao's message. At that moment, the screen showed the latest message. "Yuan, I've been thinking about starting a business recently, making a live streaming app. What do you think?" He read this, staring at the phone in contemplation, full of doubt. Why the sudden interest in a live streaming app? Is she trying to get money from me? Chen Yuan looked puzzled, thinking to himself, has she finally wised up? Or is someone putting her up to this? It just so happened that he had a big cat TV on hand with no one to give it to. The phone showed her message, her tone brimming with excitement. "Yuan, I've been thinking about starting a business recently, making a live streaming app. What do you think?" he replied. "Yuki, your idea aligns perfectly with mine. Last time, I acquired a bankrupt live streaming app, Big Cat TV, and I plan to give it to you. Being a streamer forever isn't a long-term plan. You should have your own career. I'm prepared to invest 5 billion in you." Over on the other end, just after reading Chen Yuan's message, Man turned to Yuki and asked in confusion, "Is he giving you a live streaming company?" she said in surprise. "It seems so, and he's also investing 5 billion. Yuki's face flushed, her eyes shining, feeling both excited and a little nervous. Chen Yuan had already thought everything through for me, arranged everything for my career. But at that moment, her expression immediately darkened. It seemed Yuki was once again conquered by him. The more she thought about it, the shyer she became, placing her hands on her cheeks and continuing to think, even though she knew he was a jerk, he was really considerate, not only caring about my feelings, but also silently helping me grow. Beside her, Man couldn't take it anymore and shouted at Yuki, "Chi-Chi, don't get all emotional. Get things done quickly. 5 billion is no small amount, be careful he doesn't back out." But Yuki, immersed in Chen Yuan's thoughtfulness, defended him. "Chen Yuan isn't that kind of person. He keeps his word." Hearing this, Man stood in the middle of the room, her eyes red with anger, clutching her phone tightly, and yelled, "If it's settled, then do it. Don't get all moved over an empty promise. I'll help stir things up." Man's anger seemed to explode, her face turning red, and her mood suddenly shifted dramatically. She bit her phone hard, screaming angrily in her mind, "Why can't I meet such a generous man? I'd even be willing to share him." The phone screen lit up, displaying a very serious message. "Then it's settled, Brother Yuan. Don't go back on your word," he replied without hesitation. "No problem. I'll have someone handle the company transfer procedures for you tomorrow." Over here, the building stood majestic in the dim light, moonlight illuminating every window. Chen Yuan still sat there, his eyes sharp, phone in hand, muttering to himself in contemplation. "The person talking to me through Zhao Yuki's phone is definitely not Zhao Yuki. The tone and manner are unfamiliar. Who is it?" Suddenly, Man's charming figure in the dim light flashed through Chen Yuan's mind. "Is it that green tea Man?" A flicker of confusion crossed his face, a half smile on his lips. Chen Yuan stared intently at his phone, his tone carrying a hint of disdain. "But if you want to spend money, I'll let you spend until you're sick of it." The scene shifted to a spacious, ornate villa bathed in morning light. A woman's voice rang out in anger. "You said Chen Yuan cheated?" As if hitting a sore spot, Ruoyu shouted angrily. "That's right, we girls confronted each other today. We found out he's been involved with multiple girls at the same time." But facing her, Lifeng appeared unusually calm. "Really? How many girls is he in a relationship with?" "Chen Yuan doesn't seem like that kind of person." The two sat facing each other. Ruoyu replied, "Even if he hasn't confirmed the relationships, it's pretty much the same." Suddenly, a phone notification drew her attention to who was messaging in the group. Lifeng, hearing about the group, asked curiously, "What group?" Ruoyu, hearing her mother ask, raised her phone, her expression turning serious. "It's a group for us girls, discussing how to punish Chen Yuan and make him compensate for our losses." The phone screen showed a group chat message. The sender was Yuki, tagged Revenge Alliance. "Sisters, I just told Chen Yuan I wanted to start a live streaming app, and he gave me Big Cat TV, plus an extra 5 billion investment." After reading it, Ruoyu got angry, jealousy flooding her mind. "Wow, directly giving 5 billion. Why, what does Zhao Yuki have that I don't? In terms of family background and looks, how am I worse?" Then she softly advised, "Little Ruoyu, listen to your mother." Pausing, Lifeng continued, her tone calm but laced with suspicion. "Mom thinks you've definitely been tricked by these girls working together." After hearing this, a flicker of surprise crossed her eyes. A luxurious villa appeared. Inside, Lifeng sat on the sofa, a worried look on her face, gently wiping away tears. She began recounting her difficult past. That year, your mother and father came from very different backgrounds. I worked hard to get this happy marriage." Chen Yuan's cold figure stood imposingly, his eyes sharp, and he said softly, "How about this? I'll acquire 60 of the Shao family's Yuanong group for 5 billion. Then a hint of calculation flashed in Li Feng's eyes. Although our family is well off in Hancheng, compared to Chen Yuan's background, we're practically poor. Your relationship with him will inevitably face some bumps." Li Feng placed her hand on Ruoyu's shoulder, her eyes scheming. "A man too powerful will be coveted by other women, but you must believe in your own strength." Beside her, Ruoyu hesitated. "But Mom," Li Feng immediately turned, gripping Ruoyu's shoulders tightly, and said softly, "Little Ruoyu, those girls say Chen Yuan is a jerk, but why don't they leave him?" she stated decisively. "Because they all want the other to back out. They want to monopolize this hidden financial heir, Chen Yuan." Ruoyu suddenly had an epiphany. Clenching her fists, she said in a joyful voice, "I see." Li Feng walked behind her, gently placing her hands on Ruoyu's shoulders. Her eyes were full of calculation, but her tone softened. "At times like this, you have to push forward aggressively and decisively win Chen Yuan over. Daughter, this is your lifelong happiness." Li Feng seemed to ignite the fire of love in her heart. Ruoyu clenched her fists and replied, "That's right. I shouldn't have been giving Chen Yuan the cold shoulder these past few days. I can't let other women take advantage." Under the starry night sky, a high-rise dormitory appeared, with faint light coming from a few windows. In a small room, Chen Yuan sat on the top bunk, phone in hand, frowning slightly as he read a newly received message. "Xiao Ruoyu." The phone screen showed an unexpected message from her. "Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I was wrong about you." Chen Yuan was stunned for a moment, a flicker of surprise in his eyes. "What's going on?" He leaned against the wall, chin resting on his hand. "Zhao Yuki and Xiao Ruoyu are both acting strange today. Could they both know about each other? If so, I need to take the initiative." The phone on the table kept vibrating, the screen showing 2 big characters, Chen Yuan. Ruoyu looked at the phone in panic, then turned to her mother for help. "Mom, Chen Yuan is calling. What do I do?" Li Feng, standing nearby, heard this and eagerly urged, "Answer it. He must have sensed your signal." She answered the call trembling, speaking nervously. "Hello, Chen Yuan." His voice came through the phone. "Ruoyu, there's something I think I should tell you." Ruoyu frowned, her heart beating faster than ever. "What is it?" Chen Yuan explained calmly in a low, gentle voice. "I recently invested in a live streaming app and had my junior, Zhao Yuki, manage it. It's nothing major, but I felt I should tell you right away." Hearing this, she replied, her heart leaping with joy, but she tried to stay calm. "A live streaming app, I see." After the call ended, she asked curiously, "What did Chen Yuan say?" Ruoyu's face was now flushed, and she answered shyly, "Chen Yuan told me about his investment in Zhao Yuki's live streaming app." Hearing this, Li Feng immediately smiled triumphantly, placing her hand on her chest. "See, I told you. Chen Yuan's attitude shows that in his heart you're still the most important." Ruoyu was taken aback, then broke into a bright smile. "I see. Chen Yuan isn't as bad as I thought. He likes me." With that, Ruoyu lowered her head, gently touching her lips with her hands, thinking, "He hides nothing from me, yet I was scheming with other women to manipulate his feelings." Then suddenly, Ruoyu burst into tears, constantly blaming herself. "I'm such a bad woman." Li Feng immediately rushed over in panic and asked, "Oh, my precious daughter, why are you crying?" Ruoyu sobbed pitifully. "Mom, I feel so sorry for Chen Yuan. I want to make it up to him." As if struck by an idea, Ruoyu said excitedly, "I want to give him a gift. He'll be really surprised." The scene shifted to another place where Yuki held her phone, the screen showing a bank transaction marked as received. Then a man appeared holding documents with her beside him. He said, "Miss Zhao, just sign this document and the process is essentially complete." Yuki hesitated but replied, "Okay, is that all?" He smiled and confirmed, "Yes, that's it. You are now the owner of Big Cat TV. The losses of Big Cat TV are also in the corresponding report for your review." However, when she saw the numbers on the financial statement, her face turned pale. Losses exceeded 10 million. "No wonder Chen Yuan gave me money just now. If I had come to the company alone, I would have gone bankrupt before it even started." Yuki's expression turned contemplative, her lips pressed tightly together. "Such a reliable and considerate person, yet so unfaithful." Then her expression turned cold, her eyes flashing with determination. "Chen Yuan transferred 200 million to me without a word. I should show my stance too, or I'd be an ungrateful wretch." In a modern corporate building in a bustling city center, a spectacular fleet of dazzling supercars lined up, with buyers coming and going. Yuki appeared in an elegant white dress, her face clearly showing hesitation as she thought, "If I'm giving Chen Yuan a car, what car would he like? I remember he used to have a Ferrari. Maybe I'll give him another Ferrari." But then a glimmer of light flashed in Yuki's eyes. She seemed to notice something unusual. Yuki stared straight ahead, surprised and bewildered. "Why is she here?" As if sensing someone's gaze, Ruoyu looked up, her face showing no less surprise. Yuki awkwardly stepped forward and greeted, "Sister Xiao, are you here to pick a car?" A thought crossed her mind at that moment. "Why is she here?" Could we have had the same idea? The atmosphere between them suddenly became tense. Ruoyu struggled to stay calm, forcing a polite smile. No, my dad's birthday is coming up. I'm here to pick a car as a gift for him. Yuki, you're not thinking of giving a car to Chen Yuan, are you? She then narrowed her eyes slightly, thinking, what does she mean? Testing me? Is she also planning to give Chen Yuan a car? Yuki's expression quickly changed as she tried to act natural, but she was clearly flustered inside. How could that be? That jerk doesn't deserve it. I'm also here to pick a gift for my dad. An awkward atmosphere surrounded the two of them. Ruoyu squinted, half doubtful, but then she laughed. What a coincidence. Yuki also gave an awkward smile. Yeah, what a coincidence. Just then another voice suddenly rang out. What are you two doing here? The voice startled them both. Turning around, they saw Bingshui approaching with surprise. The two girls exchanged glances and spoke at the same time. Sis, you're here too? Finally, she let out a soft laugh and stammered. Me? I'm here to pick out a birthday gift for my dad. This familiar answer made Ruoyu's face darken. The three of them immediately laughed awkwardly. Yuki spoke up. What a coincidence, my dad's birthday is coming up too. She stood by, listening, and chimed in. Yeah, Bingshui also added, but her words carried a hint of sarcasm. Maybe we share the same dad. Ruoyu was furious at this point, her face clearly showing restraint. Giving a gift to dad? Who are you kidding? It must be a gift for Chen Yuan. Mom was right. All that talk about dad is fake. She looked at Yuki, her eyes clearly displeased. Come to think of it, a few days ago, this Zhao guy took 200 million from Chen Yuan, and now she doesn't have nearly as much money in her own pocket. Thinking this, Ruoyu gripped her phone tightly, a glint of determination flashing in her eyes. Time to call in reinforcements. The scene shifts to a luxurious villa in a quiet neighborhood. In the living room, Lai Feng was calmly answering a phone call. What's wrong? Xiao Yu suddenly called back, saying he wants to give a car to Chen Yuan. Not enough money? Don't worry, Xiao Yu, Mom will help you. After saying this, she turned to Uncle Chen and spoke softly. Uncle Chen, transfer some money from the family treasury to Xiao Yu. He was startled and asked in surprise, Isn't that the money Madam set aside for the young master's wedding? Lai Feng waved her hand coldly, her tone resolute. Uncle Chen, enough. The most important thing for the Xiao family right now is to get Chen Yuan on our side. Nothing else matters. Uncle Chen hesitated and said, But what about the young master? She placed her hand on her chest, her eyes slightly closed. That child will just have to make a sacrifice for the family and bear some grievances. Behind Lai Feng he saw this, sighed and lamented. Poor young master. Meanwhile, Ruoyu had already received the money, with a massive transaction success displayed on her phone screen. Seeing the number, her big eyes sparkled, and her mouth dropped open in surprise. That was fast, transferring 60 million to me in one go. After a brief moment of panic, Ruoyu lowered her voice, her eyes filled with emotion. I always thought Mom loved my brother more. I didn't expect to have misunderstood them. Her face immediately turned serious, her eyes flashing with determination. Ruoyu clenched her fists. Mom, don't worry, I won't lose to Zhao Yuki. At that moment, in that company, two young men walked over, looking around confidently. Chen Yuan suddenly mused, Heoshin, has the Bugatti Veyron I ordered arrived? Pretty fast. Heoshin, walking beside him, raised an eyebrow and replied with a smile. You can count on me. Let's go to the VIP lounge to sign the contract. Suddenly, his face flushed red and blood started streaming from his nose. There are so many beautiful women at this car show. Before Chen Yuan's eyes appeared a stunning blonde with blue eyes, sexy and alluring, wearing a tight black dress, her gaze cold and proud yet exuding deadly temptation. Beside her was another equally charming girl with wavy brown hair in a tight blue dress, sitting on the hood of a car. He turned around and joked with a smile, thinking that in the past he wouldn't have dared to go in. Chen Yuan's joy didn't last long before the sight before him stunned him. What are they doing here? Then the image of the two girls chatting happily appeared before Chen Yuan. He exclaimed in surprise in his mind. Zhao Yuki and Xiao Ruoyu came together. Oh my god, the sight before him stirred Chen Yuan's emotions again. The scene of Bingshui handing water to the other two shocked him, and fear slowly crept into his heart. Qin Bingshui is here too, this is like a sworn brotherhood of three. As if sensing Chen Yuan's gaze, she tilted her head slightly and glanced back discreetly. In this scene, Bingshui frowned slightly, a strange thought rising in her mind. She felt like someone was watching her. Her sharp eyes swept lightly across the room, catching Yuki's attention, who asked softly, What's wrong, senior? Bingshui only replied indifferently, her voice still cold, Nothing. Let's keep looking. He suddenly hid behind Heoshin, startling him, who had no idea what was happening. Chen Yuan was breathing a little heavily. A thought crossing his mind, although he had long anticipated the day things would fall apart, he hadn't expected it to happen so quickly. His face was full of worry. So they all know about each other, right? But then the worry gradually faded, and he seemed to discover something very novel. Yet even so, they hadn't cut ties with him. It seemed they still couldn't bear to let him go. Heoshin bent slightly and placed a hand on his shoulder. President Chen, what's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? Chen Yuan forced a half smile. After all, they were all targets with over 95 points of affection. This was actually his chance to turn things around. The atmosphere suddenly lightened. He scratched his head and smiled, trying to reassure him. It's nothing, just had a cramp. By the way, President Zhang, what's the most expensive car here today? Hearing Chen Yuan ask this, Haoshan was very pleased, and enthusiastically began to introduce, because I've put a lot of effort into today. The three most expensive tonight, the Pagani Zonda. The lights shone brightly. The white Pagani Zonda was presented magnificently. Then the next announcement came. The Lamborghini Veneno. The lights fell on the black Lamborghini Veneno before them, sharp and fierce. The headlights lit up, the body reflecting dazzling light, exuding an aura of luxury. His voice rang out as he introduced proudly. And here the Bugatti Veyron you ordered. With a confident and proud look he pointed forward, his tone decisive. Good, I'll take them all. Name your price. This statement stunned Haoshan. He looked at Chen Yuan as if he were a monster, thinking to himself, take them all. Then 3 beautiful girls came to his mind. Use 3 cars to test if your alliance is solid? Chen Yuan lowered his head and calculated slowly, a smile curling at the corners of his mouth showing his confidence. Haoshan spoke up. Taking them all is a bit tricky. Chen Yuan said, price isn't an issue. You know my spending level. Haoshan explained, you misunderstand, it's not about money. The other 2 have already been reserved, he asked in surprise. Reserved by who? Someone that wealthy, he said. Who? A madman. Look over there, that's him, Haoshan continued. The eldest son of the nation's richest family, the Lin Group. Mr. Lin reserved the other 2 cars last year. I heard they're gifts for his sister. Chen Yuan turned to look at Lin Yi, thinking, the Lin Group, the nationwide bully. Should I clash with them over cars? Haoshan lowered his voice. Brother Chen, don't rush. I have other luxury cars here. Let me help you pick another. Suddenly, a large hand slowly reached out, gently touching his hair in a very familiar manner. Lin Yi walked over to Ruoyu and said, hello, miss. He looked at Ruoyu and asked, my surname is Lin. Would I be lucky enough to add you on WeChat and get to know you? Ruoyu looked at Lin Yi in surprise, a bit flustered. He said sadly, I know I'm being abrupt, but you look a lot like a friend I used to have. That friend passed away from an illness years ago. That was the biggest regret of my life. Lin Yi said, seeing you years later, it's like I've met my friend again. It's okay if you refuse me. I just want to make up for that regret. Ruoyu stammered, seeing Chen Yuan looking at her, feeling at a loss. Sorry, Chen Yuan, Ruoyu thought. His eyes are so cold, like a different person. What's the deal? I wasn't planning to flirt with this guy. Why look at me like that, she thought. He can be a player, but when I do something like this, he treats me like a thief. Why? Ruoyu handed her phone to Lin Yi and said, fine, since you put it that way, let's add each other on WeChat. She thought, adding him on WeChat doesn't mean I'll talk to him, and it might make Chen Yuan a bit jealous. Ruoyu suddenly turned around and asked in surprise, where's Chen Yuan? She asked herself if what she did was right or wrong. Why did she feel a pang of guilt? Haoshan asked as they walked. Brother Chen, do you know that girl? He replied sadly, surprising him a bit. I used to, but not anymore, Chen Yuan said coldly. Haoshan, I'm taking all of Mr. Lin's cars. He turned to look at him and asked, is 100 million enough? Chen Yuan said. Haoshan, I know you've always been trustworthy in business. If it's too much trouble, just pretend I never said anything. He suddenly put his arm around his shoulder and said, no trouble at all, not a bit. Who does Mr. Lin think he is? It's just 100 million, Chen Yuan said. Of course I'm a man of my word, Haoshan thought it over. It seems like a lover's quarrel. Offending Mr. Lin but making 80 million, only a fool would pass up this deal. He thought to himself, sorry Mr. Lin, but you're not worth 80 million to me. Haoshan put the card into the payment machine to transfer the money. Chen Yuan leisurely drank water, waiting to get his card back. Haoshan asked, the money's in, pleasure doing business. Brother Chen, any other requests? He replied, I do have something I need your help with. I want to organize an event at the car show later, Haoshan exclaimed in surprise. An event? What kind? Ruoyu wondered. Where did Chen Yuan go? She looked at the piano and thought, is this a performance? Who would play the piano at a car show? Someone asked, where did this come from? Is it a special program? A young man said, is it a press conference for some brand? Laybus. A guest said, I don't know, let's see what's going on. Ruoyu saw him sitting there playing the piano and thought to herself, Chen Yuan, what is he trying to do, play the piano? She watched Chen Yuan's fingers dance across the keys, thinking she had never heard him play this piece before. But this music, Ruoyu focused on his performance. Tears streamed down her face involuntarily as she thought, this music is so sad. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, drifting with a rising and falling melody. The guests present were deeply moved by his playing. The piano sounds beautiful. It reminds me of my first love. I feel like I'm seeing my grandmother. Who is this person? Why does his music make me cry uncontrollably? More and more people gathered in the venue to enjoy Chen Yuan's piano playing. Yuki looked at him and said, it seems like Chen Yuan is in a bad mood, Bingshui added. Is it because of what happened with Xiao Ruoyu just now? The piano music still echoed melodiously throughout the venue. Ruoyu approached him, thinking that Chen Yuan's music was filled with melancholy, sadness, and disappointment. Suddenly his hand stopped, ending the piece. Chen Yuan stood up, his gaze falling on Ruoyu. He said, "Loving someone means giving them freedom even if you end up bruised and battered. Ruoyu, you're free now." With that he turned and left, leaving her and the guests who had been watching him. Ruoyu chased after him, crying, "Chen Yuan, don't go. I was wrong. Don't leave me alone." Ruoyu chased him, shouting and crying, "Chen Yuan, don't go." Haoshin approached her and asked, "Excuse me, are you Miss Xiao Ruoyu?" She looked at him and replied, "Yes, what is it?" Haoshin answered, "It's like this. President Chen just bought the most expensive Lamborghini Veneno here and gave it to you. This is the purchase contract. Please check it." Ruoyu looked at the contract in her hands and asked in surprise, "Purchase contract? Chen Yuan bought this car for me," she thought. "He came here to buy her a gift." Haoshin looked at Ruoyu intently and said, "Yes." He looked at the contract and said, "President Chen picked the most expensive one at first glance. He's really generous and deeply devoted." Ruoyu cried and muttered to herself. He's always been unconditionally good to her, but what had she done? She slumped to the ground, thinking that she had destroyed his trust with a little clever trick. Ruoyu collapsed on the ground, crying out his name. "Chen Yuan." Yuki came over to comfort her. "Sister Xiao, stop crying." "Calm down," Bing Shui also said. "Yeah, stop crying." Haoshin walked over and said, "And Miss Zhao and Miss Qin," he said. "President Chen also bought each of you a luxury car worth tens of millions. Here are the purchase contracts." All three girls thought of Chen Yuan. Bing Shui whispered, "It seems Chen Yuan knew all along that we were involved in a series of things." Yuki agreed. "Yeah, but even so, he didn't suspect us because we paid the price," she continued. "He saw through it but didn't say anything, carefully maintaining the balance between us. Even though he's a player, he's sincere with everyone." Yuki added, "He's always been like this, silently giving for others without expecting anything in return." Bing Shui said, "He's always been so reliable, even when he's always misunderstood by you, sis, he still protects you." Ruoyu cried and blamed herself. "Chen Yuan is such a good person, but I, blinded by worldly views, conspired to cheat him out of his money. I'm so foolish." System prompt. Zhao Yuki affection 1, current affection 99 points. Then it showed, Qin Bingshui affection 1, current affection 99 points. System displayed, Xiao Ruoyu affection 1, current affection 99 points. A yellow taxi was speeding down the street. Inside, Chen Yuan shouted triumphantly, almost at 100 points. "That 100 million wasn't wasted," he said excitedly. "I can't wait. What will the system reward me with when I break 100 points? At Lake City University, many students were walking into the campus, their phone screens showing. "Chen Yuan, I was wrong. Can you forgive me? Let's both cool off for a while. I want to be alone." He stared intently at his phone, thinking, "I'll leave her hanging for a few days or she'll think I never get angry. You can't spoil women." He was startled by a voice behind him. "Chen Yuan, it really is you." Luoluo said, "I thought it looked like you from afar." "It really is you. Long time no see, brother Yuan." He stared at her intently, thinking, Luoluo seems off today. Chen Yuan was a bit flustered. Luoluo approached. Suddenly she grabbed his hand tightly. Luoluo pulled Chen Yuan along as she ran, saying, "Chen Yuan, come with me. I'll show you something." Chen Yuan asked in surprise. "Where to?" She turned back and replied, "Just follow me." Chen Yuan mused. What is she up to, unless she's got her eye on some designer bag and wants me to buy it? You women only think of me when you're short on cash. Let's see what you're really up to. In a modern residential area with lush trees and tall buildings, the two stopped in front of a door. Chen Yuan asked in confusion, "What exactly are you trying to do?" She replied, "Brother Yuan, don't rush. I've prepared a surprise for you." She reached out and turned the doorknob with force, ready to enter the room with a modern electronic lock. The door opened and Luoluo said, "Look." Chen Yuan looked around the room in surprise and asked, "Are all these things painted of me?" She turned to look at him and replied, "Yeah, I just bought this house. The living room was too empty, so I hung up a few paintings I did myself." Chen Yuan asked with a smile, "Great, is this the surprise you wanted to give me?" Luoluo blushed and explained, "No, these paintings are just doodles," she continued. "This house is the real gift I want to give you." Chen Yuan was stunned and asked back, "Home, you mean this house is a gift for me?" Luoluo looked at him with certainty. "Yes, last time you lent me money and helped my dad teach those debt collectors a lesson. My dad swore he'd never gamble again. Our family got through the tough times and the business started picking up," she said softly. "After things got better at home, I started reflecting on my past self. I used to be too vain, too selfish, a total gold digger. It's no wonder Brother Yuan looked down on us." He was a bit surprised and watched her in silence. Luoluo reached out her hand to Chen Yuan and said, "I want to become a girl worthy of you, and then pursue you all over again." Chen Yuan thought, "Is this still the gold digger Luoluo? She actually gave me a house." He looked at her and said a bit awkwardly, "Even though you're chasing me, giving a house outright seems a bit too generous." she whispered. You lent me 5 million and this house is only a bit over 3 million, so I'm the one who profited. Luoluo handed the keys to Chen Yuan and said, I asked your roommate Shang Dao, he said you're always out early and back late, and besides the dorm you don't have a place outside school, so I bought this house to you. This house is nothing, but it's the best I can do to repay you. He looked at the keys in his hand and pondered. So that's it. No wonder Luoluo hadn't contacted me lately. She was cooking up something big. Chen Yuan recalled that among the girls he was bound to, Luoluo had the worst family background. Being so decisive though a bit clever suited his taste. Chen Yuan agreed, alright then, I'll take it. Just then, Hu Fei called him, Yuanzi, let's hang out tonight at Moonlight Tavern. Come join us for dinner. Chen Yuan didn't refuse. Okay, no problem, I'll be there soon. She was a bit surprised when she heard him suggest it. Luoluo, I'm having dinner with my roommates tonight, come with me, she exclaimed. Really, that's great, the system prompted. Luoluo's affection increased by 1. Luoluo thought excitedly, Chen Yuan is bringing me into his private circle. He has me in his heart, the system prompted. Current affection 96 points. Host gains 10 enhancement points. Chen Yuan thought, Luoluo is no ordinary girl. Looks like a big catfish has entered the pond. Let's see how much you can stir things up, but don't disappoint me. Sister Luoluo. The bustling metropolis unfolded before them. Skyscrapers stood in rows bathed in the afterglow of the setting sun. A person sat in the car thinking about what to do. Bing Shui sighed, thinking Chen Yuan had actually given her such an expensive car. She cried as she thought, but she didn't even have a driver's license. The driver said, We've arrived at your destination. 24 yuan, just scan the code. Bing Shui said, Wait a moment, I'll scan. She picked up her phone and was shocked to see Chen Yuan. Bing Shui thought, Isn't that Chen Yuan? And that girl, she mused, isn't that the famous social butterfly from the art school? They're together. Bing Shui angrily shouted, Driver, follow that car ahead. I'll pay double the fare altogether. The driver quickly agreed. She told herself her sixth sense said something was bound to happen. Bing Shui saw them walk into a restaurant and said, So it's just dinner, she said angrily. I thought they were going to, the driver reminded her. Miss, can you pay the fare? Bing Shui blushed and whispered, Sorry driver, I'll scan now. She walked inside, gritting her teeth and saying, Let's see what tricks Chen Yuan is up to. Shang Dao saw Chen Yuan and shouted, Yuanzi's here, Hu Fei said. The girl behind Yuanzi looks familiar. Luoluo happily linked her arm with his as they walked toward them. He continued, Yeah, really familiar. Wait, Hu Fei shouted. Isn't that the campus beauty Luoluo? Shang Dao said sourly. Yuanzi is so damn lucky. How does he have so many beauties around him? Chen Yuan spoke up, Sorry I'm late. He turned to introduce her. Luoluo, these are my roommates, you might have seen them. They introduced themselves one by one. I'm Lao Sao, I'm Lao Shang, I'm Lao Hu. Chen Yuan looked at everyone and said loudly, Let me introduce you, this is Shu Luoluo. No, Hu Fei interrupted him, don't bother introducing her. I'd recognize her even if she turned to ashes. Shang Dao stopped him. Lao Shang, what are you saying? Lao Shang meant, Who doesn't know the campus beauty Luoluo? Cao Wei asked curiously. So what's the relationship between you two now? Chen Yuan and Luoluo both looked at him in silence, not answering. The two friends with him also turned their gaze to Cao Wei. He wiped his cold sweat and looked at everyone. Suddenly she spoke up. What relationship? Luoluo said. I don't know either. I guess I'm chasing Chen Yuan. But Chen Yuan hasn't agreed yet. She blushed and continued, I've even given Brother Yuan a house and he's still thinking about it. My life is so hard, the three guys shouted in shock. No way, giving a house. Chen Yuan calmly sipped his coffee, letting them gossip about him. Yuanzi's charm is terrifying, even web novels wouldn't dare write this. What a male incubus. Suddenly, a cup was slammed down hard, spilling coffee on the table. Everyone looked in surprise at the table where the sound came from. Bing Shui whispered, Oh no, did they find me? She gripped her cup tightly, thinking giving a house? That girl actually gave Chen Yuan a house. Bing Shui pondered, thinking back. Chen Yuan had done so much for me. It seems I haven't repaid him anything yet. She thought to herself, if this continues, my impression in Chen Yuan's heart will keep dropping, while she'll build up little by little and completely take the lead. Bing Shui thought, No, this girl is a formidable rival. I need to notify the sisters quickly. Without delay, she took out her phone and sent a message to two friends. Chen Yuan is at Moonlight Tavern having dinner with a girl named Shu Luoluo. It seems Shu Luoluo gave Chen Yuan a house. The two were shocked by the message. Finally, Bing Shui sent them the address. Moonlight Tavern, right? I'll be there soon. After eating and drinking their fill, everyone said, Waiter, the bill. The waitress walked over happily and said, Hello. Your bill has already been paid by this beautiful lady. Shang Dao shouted, Luoluo, it's you? She lowered her voice and said, I'm really happy to see you all today. It's just a meal, don't worry about it. Chen Yuan stood up and said, How can that be? He transferred the money. Luoluo looked at him and asked, Brother Yuan, do you have to be so polite with me? Didn't you also give me a few bags? What's wrong with treating you to a meal? What's wrong? She turned and said, I have things to do at the internet cafe, I'm off, bye. Chen Yuan thought, truly a master, retreating to advance. Xu Luoluo is scheming, but you can't hate her. Bing Shui thought, truly impressive, a worthy rival, I'd find it hard to learn such tactics. Hu Fei looked at Chen Yuan and sighed. You're really lucky, kid. She thought to herself, if before she was an A in my book, now she's easily S level. Hu Fei put his arm around his shoulder and whispered, Yuanzi, when can you teach me your skills with women? Chen Yuan said, I'd dare to teach, but you wouldn't dare to learn. He looked at him seriously and pursed his lips. No joking, Yuanzi, Zi Luoluo had a bad reputation at school before. Some said she was a gold digger with a messy private life, but after getting to know her, I think she's a pretty good girl, very generous. If you really want to be with her, don't break her heart. Chen Yuan looked at him and reassured. Lao Shang, don't worry, am I the type to be fickle? Hu Fei sighed as they walked. Who knows? Chen Yuan suddenly stared ahead intently as if he saw something. Look, it's Li Yang, he's here to eat too. The two passed by each other as if they'd never met. He thought, Chen Yuan probably doesn't know I was the one who ratted him out. Such a headache, I wonder who's causing trouble. So satisfying. A young man in white shoes walked in. Behind him was a supercar that had just stopped. Everyone marveled at the Rolls-Royce Phantom. This car costs over 9 million, can't believe I'm seeing it in real life. A girl opened the door and slowly stepped out. She walked in slowly after getting out. Li Yang thought, it's Xiao Ruoyu. Why is she here? Is she here to settle scores with Chen Yuan? He was very surprised to see Ruoyu standing in front of him. He thought smugly, this is going to be good. Suddenly, Ruoyu ran over and hugged him tightly, saying, Chen Yuan, I was wrong, forgive me. Ruoyu looked at Chen Yuan and said, I've already deleted that person's WeChat. Forgive me this time. A group of people shouted in surprise. Wow, who is this guy? Not only does he have a rich beauty throwing herself at him, but he's also got her completely wrapped around his finger. A master, Li Yang muttered angrily. How is this happening? This isn't what I expected. How is my goddess acting like a simp? Chen Yuan looked at her and said, You didn't do anything wrong, he continued. We didn't really have a special relationship anyway. I have no right to interfere with your freedom to make friends. Ruoyu argued. That's not it. I went to the car show today to pick out a gift for you. I don't know how it turned into this. She walked over to the car and said softly, Besides the cars you bought, the most expensive one is this Rolls-Royce Phantom. Ruoyu handed the car keys to Chen Yuan and whispered, I know you don't lack money, but this is my way of apologizing. Can you accept it? Li Yang thought dejectedly, Why is this happening? He's playing with multiple girls and you still want to keep him. I love you so much, but you won't even look at me. Chen Yuan held the car keys in his hand and pondered. Xiao Ruoyu has learned to give and has toned down her princess attitude, making progress. Chen Yuan turned back to look at her and said firmly, Too bad I don't believe in love anymore. I won't give up a whole forest for you, and you need to accept reality. I'll take the car just to spare you embarrassment. Bing Shui was caught by Chen Yuan and panicked. Senior Chen, you've been hiding for a while. Come over, I'll take you for a ride. The three guys with him looked at him, speechless. Bing Shui said, Chen Yuan, this isn't right. This car was a gift from Miss Zhao. You should take her for a ride, he said gently. Once it's given to me, it's mine. I'll take whoever I want. Get in, stop talking, she grumbled as she got in. Fine, I'll go, but why are you so grumpy? Chen Yuan didn't answer, staring straight ahead, focused on driving. The car sped forward, smoke billowing on both sides, leaving Ruoyu standing alone in the exhaust haze. Li Yang walked up to her and said, Xiao Ruoyu, don't be sad. That damn Chen Yuan is just toying with you. You gave him a car and he left you on the roadside to go for a ride with someone else. He's a beast. She looked at him angrily and shouted, Li Yang, can't you stop bad-mouthing Chen Yuan? You have no idea how much Chen Yuan has done for me, Li Yang dejectedly explained. No, Ruoyu, I'm just trying to help you, she scolded angrily. Ruoyu, are you allowed to call me that? My business with Chen Yuan is none of your concern. Even if he's toying with me, that's my problem, she comforted herself. Chen Yuan is doing this to make me angry on purpose. It means he still cares. Sitting in the car, Bing Shui asked Chen Yuan, Why did you treat Miss Xiao like that? He drove and answered, No reason. Chen Yuan continued, Maybe she didn't turn out the way I hoped, and I'm a bit disappointed. Maybe it's not her fault but mine, Bing Shui said. I don't know what happened, but you do still care about her. You were high school classmates. Was she your first love? Chen Yuan replied bitterly. What first love does a scumbag like me have? She shouted. No one believes that. Sigh men, Chen Yuan said coldly. Women, Bing Shui sat in silence as if thinking about something, then suddenly said softly, By the way, Chen Yuan, I'm going to ask you a question. You have to think carefully and answer me honestly. Chen Yuan turned to look at Bing Shui and said, Okay, go ahead. She asked doubtfully, Why did you give me a one stake in Liu Technology? Do you have feelings for me? Chen Yuan looked at Bing Shui and asked, Do you want the truth or a lie? She growled angrily. I told you to be serious, Chen Yuan said calmly. I don't have feelings for you. I gave you the shares just to earn your affection, Bing Shui shouted. I don't believe you. If you don't have feelings for me, Why do you want my affection? Chen Yuan drove and answered, to complete a mission. She looked at him in surprise and asked back, a mission? Chen Yuan suddenly accelerated, the car speeding forward as he gripped the wheel and said, that's right, I have a system that gave me 90 billion to spend however I want, but only on girls. You're one of my targets. This 100 million is just a drop in the bucket, Bing Shui angrily yelled. Chen Yuan, can you stop joking? If you're going to make something up, at least make it believable. What mission system? Even web novels wouldn't dare write that. He helplessly changed the subject. Fine, I admit it's because you're pretty that I spent money on you with the goal of tricking you into bed. Are you satisfied now? She stammered. Trick into bed, Bing Shui thought to herself. If it's Chen Yuan, it might not be so bad, he thought. Oh my god, I remember this big sister used to be different, quiet and reserved, but now she's like a curious little kid. Chen Yuan thought of Bing Shui and mused. Could this be a contrast in cuteness? Qinyuan community, the two stopped at the entrance of a high-end residential area, modern skyscrapers rising behind them. Bing Shui stood silently, watching the spot where Chen Yuan and the car had disappeared. She whispered, this Chen Yuan always smooth-talking, but I've never seen him make a move. So strange, Bing Shui continued as she washed fruit. If he really wanted to trick me into bed like he said, he's had plenty of chances, and the money he's spent would have countless other girls throwing themselves at him, she thought firmly. I still think Chen Yuan's motives aren't simple. Could it be? Before she finished, Bing Shui was startled by a question. It turned out to be a call from Ruoyu. Bing Shui answered the phone while cutting fruit. Hey Ruoyu, Chen Yuan, he went back. That evening the lights in Ruoyu's villa were still on. She said, Sister Chin, I have a bit of an unreasonable request. If it's convenient, could you tell me what Chen Yuan said to you? Did he mention me? Bing Shui replied, well, I asked, but he didn't seem to want to talk about it. I didn't dare ask too much. Oh, there's something I can't figure out, she asked. What is it? Bing Shui continued in confusion. I want to know why Chen Yuan invested in Liu Technology and gave me shares. He said it was because he wanted my affection, but I feel like that doesn't ring true. I don't think I'm worth 100 million, Ruoyu responded. Now that you mention it, that's true. Chen Yuan said something similar to me too, but I also feel his gains and losses don't match at all. It's too abnormal. Could it be? Ruoyu continued. He's been playing a big game ever since he started throwing money around on the livestream platform to make Yanzong famous, she deduced. He's been methodical, first investing in the bidding market, acquiring BKTV station. Carp Technology Investment. On the surface, it looks like he's squandering money, but in reality, he's orchestrating strategies from afar and winning decisively, Ruoyu continued. Bing Shui nodded in agreement. Exactly. Our Carp Technology did develop a smart algorithm. Who was it that got transferred from the RD department before? Did Chen Yuan see the potential and invest because of that? She said softly. Yes, Ruoyu's voice came through. This is the blueprint Chen Yuan is building for his business empire. I see, everything makes sense now. So his lecherous behavior is all a disguise. It's likely a smokescreen to hide his business intentions, she reasoned. This man is truly resourceful and unfathomable. Could Chen Yuan be the one to change the world? In the scene, a large army was gathering in front of an ancient city gate. The entire space was shrouded in a faint pink mist. A notification sound rang out. Ruoyu's phone buzzed with a message. Miss Chin, please wait a moment. She focused on the phone screen. Zhao Yuki, Sister Ruoyu, our company is about to open. I remember you're the owner of Jinmao Tower. Can we rent a floor from you? The price is negotiable. Ruoyu lowered her voice. Could this also be arranged by Chen Yuan? The sky turned dark, and at that moment a sound came from the boys' dormitory. Sneezing non-stop, Chen Yuan couldn't help rubbing his nose and thinking. After his enhancement he rarely caught these minor ailments. Why was he still sneezing with someone talking about him? Just then he spoke to the people in the dormitory. All eyes on me. I'm announcing something. One person in the dorm asked, What's up, Yuanzi? I'm in the middle of something crucial. Chen Yuan said with a beaming face, I've decided to move out. Hearing this, the three others in the dorm shouted in unison, Oh my god. They clung to Chen Yuan's legs, crying, Yuanzi, are you moving into that apartment Luo gave you? No way. I'm going to date. Exactly. You haven't taught us how to chase girls yet. He rubbed his head again, saying smugly, This can't be taught, it's all about looks. Meanwhile, in a luxurious villa ablaze with lights, Yuki and Meng Meng were overjoyed. Chi-Chi, now that the location is set and Big Cat TV is in preparation, we should start on recruitment info soon. All that's left is to bring in talent, she responded. Right, Yuki, delighted, continued. I've decided you'll be my first hire, you'll be the executor of the company plan, and we'll bring Xiao Fei in later. We sisters are united. But Meng Meng hesitated. I'm fine with it, but she comforted her with a playful expression. Don't worry, you won't be left out. Yuki raised her hand in thought. But speaking of which, what we need most now are professionals, especially in the live streaming field. Aren't you a streamer? Check your WeChat to see if there's anyone suitable. Just then, she saw a notification on her phone and picked it up. Now that you mention it, there's someone who used to be the boss of a live streaming company, but he seemed to have offended someone and went bankrupt. I heard he's in a bad state now. At that moment, a loud shout came from another place. Get lost! It was Zhu Chen, sitting in a cafe, drenched. But he showed no embarrassment. Instead, he smugly smoothed his hair and said, I'm leaving. Do you think I still have to kowtow to you like before? Shuyi's face was pale with fear, holding the cup she had just thrown, her body trembling. Shen Shuyi shook with rage and retorted loudly, Zhu, you eat my food, live under my roof, we're engaged, and now you want to break up? But he showed no remorse, instead taunting, yes, I want to break up, my company is gone. Hiding all day, I can't give you the life you want, a man's youth is short, and you're getting old, you can't satisfy me, others can. Blame your own incompetence. Zhu Chen turned to leave but didn't rush to wave goodbye. I'm off, I've already paid the bill. I doubt you have money in your wallet to settle it. Bye-bye now, the onlookers in the cafe murmured. Is keeping a gigolo the new trend? An old cow eating young grass, that poor old lady. Shuyi stood frozen in shock. Damn it, a man who only cares about money. I won't accept this. I must make a comeback. 30 years east, 30 years west. Her chaotic thoughts were interrupted by a phone ring. The call made Shuyi wonder. Why her? Yuki said. Hello, Sister Shen. Do you want to start a business with me? In the room, Chen Yuan was sleeping soundly when a loud noise from someone trying to open the door outside jolted him awake. Someone's there. Chen Yuan peered toward the door, thinking, in broad daylight, could it be a burglar? He spotted a vase within reach. A vase? Chen Yuan stood near the door, picked up the vase and assumed a defensive stance. Dare to steal from me? You're asking for trouble. He saw a pair of white shoes appear, and then Chen Yuan smirked sinisterly. It turned out to be someone holding food. Just as Chen Yuan was about to charge, Luo asked him, Chen Yuan, what are you doing? He stood there, pale-faced, holding the vase, staring at Luo. Seeing this, Chen Yuan placed the vase on the nearby table. He was wearing her clothes and turned away awkwardly, waiting. Luo, why are you here? Why didn't you say anything? She stood outside the door, embarrassed. Sorry, Brother Yuan. I didn't know you moved so fast. I wanted to redecorate the bedroom. She waited outside while Chen Yuan changed. Her face lit up with joy. Amazing, great physique and 8-pack abs. He had changed and waved for Luo to come in. All right, no need to explain. You've seen me naked, so it's only fair. Shouldn't you let me see too? Hearing this, she pulled the door open and walked in. A playful expression appeared on her face as she said, If Brother Yuan really wants to see, it's not impossible. As she spoke, her teasing expression grew more seductive. Want to see? Am I afraid of you? She was trying to tease him again to see who was bolder. Luo was planning to take off her clothes to tease him. Well, all right then. Chen Yuan was even more scared. No, I was joking. Don't take it seriously. Even if I had the nerve, does this girl have no guard against me? Isn't she afraid of playing with fire? She then mocked his cowardice. Playing with fire, who knows who's the kindling and who's the flame? Even in dreams, it's a joke. Luo said to Chen Yuan with a sexy expression, Brother Yuan must be hungry. I brought you breakfast. She laid out the food she had brought on the table. Chen Yuan spoke to her flirtatiously. Didn't you say you didn't know I moved? He hugged Luo from behind and kissed her, saying, Why did you bring breakfast? Not being honest, Luo. Luo responded cheerfully, Brother Yuan, don't sweat the details. She leaned on the table, scheming in her mind, fully prepared, seemingly aiming to move up. Chen Yuan looked at the tempting hot dumplings in front of him and couldn't help praising, You even made dumplings? These are really good, very plump. Hearing such praise, Luo happily turned to Chen Yuan and said, Of course I can not only make dumplings but also cook soup and meals. If you're willing, I'll cook for you every day. He danced happily in front of her, someone cooking daily for him. Of course I'm willing. Chen Yuan sat at the dining table and decisively decided, I'll make you my life assistant with a salary. Hearing this, Luo picked up chopsticks and handed them to him, responding, Mentioning money is too formal. I don't want money, I'll cook for you for free every day. She gently scratched Chen Yuan's palm, making him shiver slightly. As Chen Yuan enjoyed the meal, he couldn't help sighing. A guy in his 20s who could resist that. He looked at the steaming, generously filled dumplings and praised, These dumplings are delicious. Luo then struck a coquettish pose in front of Chen Yuan. Luo was really good at flirting. No wonder she was nicknamed the straight man killer. The romantic atmosphere was broken by a phone ring, a long melody. With the memory of the afternoon when you suddenly arrived, plunging me into a dream. Brother, you've lost your lover. Chen Yuan picked up his phone and wondered. Why her? He decided to put on earphones before answering. The caller couldn't wait. Hello, Chen Yuan, you have to help me. Chen Yuan ate while saying impatiently, What now? Make it quick. I'm busy. Kuan Yin said urgently, I have no choice but to come to you, she continued. The company is opening. Director Yang's new film is about to start shooting. But the film studio is giving us a hard time, refusing to cooperate. Hearing this, Chen Yuan didn't remember who it was and asked, Director Yang, which Director Yang? The one who plays roulette. she kept talking to get his help. The fat guy who calls you Godfather. How can you not remember anything? He's old and calls you Godfather every day. Even if you can't be bothered with me, you should help Director Yang. Every day of shooting costs money. Hearing this, Chen Yuan didn't hesitate. All right, I'll help. He was still holding chopsticks, looking for the next dish as he spoke. Isn't it just the film studio giving you trouble? I'll transfer 50 billion to you, and we'll build our own film studio. As Chen Yuan finished speaking, her account notification sounded. Account credit. Dear customer, your bank account has received 50 billion yuan. Seeing that string of numbers, Kuan Yin was stunned. Hundreds of billions, thousands of billions, tens of billions, billions, 50 billion. Just transferred like that? He drank water while looking at the deducted amount in his account. Already transferred 50 billion. I'll come by your company in a few days. Let me know if anything else comes up. Hearing Chen Yuan say this, she marveled at his attitude. That's 50 billion, but he talks about it like it's 50 bucks. Chen Yuan didn't dwell on it, and turned to Luo Luo. Thank you very much for the breakfast. He rested his chin on his hand, thinking, then said to her, but I still think I should move out. Hearing this was like a thunderbolt, and Luo Luo asked, why? She pouted, did I do something wrong? Daylight came, and sunlight shone on the buildings outside. Chen Yuan continued, if you keep coming in without warning, it'll be awkward for me. Hearing this, he suggested, I hope you can give me the spare key. If I let a wolf into the house, there will be no peace from now on. Hearing this, she reluctantly said, fine, I'll give you the key. Seeing Chen Yuan turn away, she thought maliciously that she had more than one spare key anyway. He seemed to read her mind and turned back. I know you have more than one spare key. Thanks for the breakfast, but if you can't respect my privacy, I'll move out. Luo Luo had to reluctantly respond, all right, I get it. He turned and waved goodbye. I know you're understanding. I'm off, bye. But as he turned, Chen Yuan's eyes darkened as he thought, women need to be kept in check or they'll overstep. Last time was just a minor lesson. He walked outside and got into a black car. When Chen Yuan got out, someone was already waiting. Yuanzi, over here. Here, he turned and saw Wen Tai and Xiao Yu. Yuanzi, you're finally here. Hello, Chen Yuan. Chen Yuan's eyes showed no joy, thinking, why is Du Xiaoyue here? I wanted to talk to Wenzi about something private, but this isn't convenient now. He then asked Chen Yuan, kid, you changed cars again? Where are we eating? He added. Get in the car first and we'll talk. Xiao Yu thought cunningly. She was really clever. Chen Yuan and Lu Wenj were so close, and with Chen Yuan's status, the place they'd eat would definitely be upscale, worth her dressing up. But then she had to fall silent when Xiao Yu stood in front of a street stall, sneering, are you kidding me? What a dump, my stomach's killing me. Wen Tai and Chen Yuan, however, were enthusiastically chatting about the food. Yuanzi, nice. This Sichuan restaurant is authentic. I was afraid you'd take me to some fancy place with black beef or something. I can't stomach that. She was on the verge of tears beside them. Where's my caviar and foie gras dip? Am I the type to show off? Today, eat as much as you want. He turned back and said, Xiao Yu, this place is great. You're in for a treat. Xiao Yu was a bit annoyed but answered cheerfully, really? Then I'm so grateful. She bit her finger, thinking, is this Chen Yuan a poor guy pretending to be rich, eating at a street stall? Did I misjudge him? Just then, the three sat down in the shop and a TV broadcast came through. Hello everyone. This is a joint press conference held by famous artist Gao Kuanyin. Ms. Gao Kuanyin says her Kuanyin Film Company has important news to share. Hearing this, Chen Yuan thought, Gao Kuanyin. The three turned their attention to the TV where Kuanyin was speaking. Hello everyone. I'm Gao Kuanyin. I'm here today mainly to announce something. He picked up his water cup, thinking, doesn't she know what low-key means? What's the point of seeking attention, idiot? Then what the TV said made Chen Yuan spit out his water. The famous tycoon Mr. Yan has invested 10 billion in our company. We're about to build the largest film base in Asia and even the world. Wenj turned to Chen Yuan upon hearing this. Mr. Yan, Yuanzi, is she talking about you? You're going to build a film base, hearing about money. Xiao Yu's eyes lit up. 10 billion. Chen Yuan was that rich? She kept thinking about money. Someone who could be called a billionaire but still casually ate at street stalls. Unique. Chen Yuan heard this and said angrily, crazy. If she wants to show off, fine, but why drag me into it? Now the whole country knows about me. How am I supposed to flirt with others? Hearing Chen Yuan say this, Wenj happily said to him, Yuanzi, if you know any actresses, can you get me an autograph sometime? And also, what's up with that TV base? Chen Yuan laughed and replied, small potatoes. No big deal. What base? It's all minor. Before he finished, Chen Yuan picked up some food and stuffed it into Wenj's mouth. 10 billion, are you printing money? Chen Yuan angrily shut him up. Eat your food, no more nonsense. Meanwhile, Xiao Yu watched the two, lost in fantasy. Lu Wenj was the ladder to her life. Yuer should be gentle. She thought determinedly. She had to hold on to him. A little spending from Chen Yuan could set someone up for a wealthy life. Her chance to change her fate depended on him. She picked up a towel to curry favor. Wenj, you're this old and still not careful when eating. Here, let me wipe you. Wenj said awkwardly, thank you. Hearing the TV say this, someone in the Jinmao Tower Company shouted 10 billion. Then a voice asked Yuki, "Didn't you say he only had 5 billion, and he knows Gao Kuan-yin?" Hearing this, Yuki said awkwardly, "He might have been modest," Bing Shui chimed in. "I know this. Chen Yuan once attended a charity gala and took a photo with Gao Kuan-yin. They've known each other for a while." Meng Ming, hearing this, understood and said, "So is Chen Yuan also chasing Gao Kuan-yin this time?" Ruoyu said, resting her chin in thought as she continued, "It's not that simple. A 100 billion project is a huge undertaking. It can't be decided hastily. This must have been settled long ago, just announced through Gao Kuan-yin's mouth." Yuki then chimed in, "Exactly. Spending 100 billion just to chase a girl is too wasteful." Bing Shui also interjected, "Ms. Xiao's analysis is spot on. Chen Yuan's actions seem absurd, but they're actually well thought out." Ruoyu, with a gloomy expression, pondered further. The current Carp Adventure TI show was all about TV bases. "Chen Yuan, what exactly are you planning?" she thought in confusion. "I really can't see through you." Meng Ming then suggested, "What if at this moment, Sister Yuki, you reveal that our Big Cat TV has also received investment from Yan? Wouldn't a flood of streamers and industry insiders come to join us?" Yuki thought it was a good idea and praised her. "Right, Meng Ming, you're really smart." While saying this, Yuki had her own calculations. With a billionaire backing them, others would surely think Big Cat TV had huge growth potential. After all, the boss had a keen eye. Seeing the four of them like this, Ruoyu broke the atmosphere. "Is this also part of Chen Yuan's plan? Everyone imagines him using money to control all women. This man is too terrifying." Just then, Shu Yi appeared from somewhere and interjected, "President Chen, what are you all discussing?" Yuki pointed at the TV and said, "Nothing. Isn't Gao Kuan-yin holding a press conference? We're discussing her investor, President Yan." Hearing this, she called out President Yan. Shu Yi couldn't help but purse her lips and say, "You mean President Yan? Which President Yan?" Upon hearing this, Meng Ming added, "Who else could it be? The most famous one. Sister Shen, you don't know, but our company has also been invested in by President Yan." Hearing this, she couldn't help but say awkwardly, "Is it too late for me to resign now?" A shout rang out in the building. "Why, sis, Shu Yi?" Yuki was very helpless. "Back when you were a host, you were the one who brought me into the industry. I genuinely hope you can join. If you're not satisfied with double the pay, we can negotiate. If you're worried about the company's development, you've seen that our company has President Yan as a backer." Shu Yi couldn't help but shout, "It's precisely because of President Yan." She frantically stated her wish. "I want to resign not for any other reason, mainly because of President Yan. To be honest, it's because I offended President Yan that my company went bankrupt and closed down. If President Yan finds out I've joined your company," Shu Yi worried, "me being targeted is a small matter, but I'm afraid of dragging you down." She realized the problem. "President Yan made you go bankrupt?" After listening, Yuki wondered. Chen Yuan's personality seems pretty good. She then dialed a phone and said, "Sister Shu Yi, don't worry. Chen Yuan isn't a petty person. I'll go talk to him to help you." In a classically decorated house, someone said goodbye. "Yuan-zi, see you next time." Chen Yuan politely replied, "Okay, call me then." Suddenly, he heard his phone ringing in his pocket. Yuki said urgently on the other end, "Chen Yuan, I have something to tell you." He replied in surprise, "How? What is it? Go ahead." Chen Yuan squinted in thought. "She's coming to me so soon, wanting to ask about my 100 billion investment in Gao Kuan-yin," she said sadly. "Did Sister Shu Yi offend you before? Did you have someone shut down her company?" He replied coldly. "Shu Yi? Who's that? What industry?" Yuki shouted with a red face. "It's Shen Shu Yi. She used to run a live streaming management company, offended you, and then went bankrupt." Chen Yuan responded vaguely. "Ah, I remember now," he commented. "There really was such a person, quite arrogant too. I taught her a lesson." Shu Yi had once proudly said, "More importantly, our company has the divine tycoon President Yan backing us. You should know President Yan, right? The invincible whale who swept through Shark Platform." Chen Yuan said with disgust, "Mainly because this old lady used my name to swindle people everywhere, which pissed me off a bit." Yuki exclaimed in surprise. "Is that so? Chen Yuan, Sister Shen is now working at my company. She's begging for your forgiveness. She's learned her lesson. I'll have her sincerely apologize to you. Can you be magnanimous and forgive her?" "Fine," Chen Yuan nodded. "Have her apologize." He felt very pleased at the moment. "If this old lady truly knows she's wrong, I really don't need to be ruthless." Shu Yi said helplessly into the phone, "I'm sorry, President Yan, I was wrong before. Don't hold it against me, okay? From now on I'll do my best to work for Zhao Shaoxi and be a good employee." Chen Yuan generously let it go. "All right, this matter is over. That's it." She breathed a sigh of relief. "Thank you," Yuki comforted her. "Sister Shu Yi, I told you Chen Yuan actually has a good personality. From now on we're family. Let's work hard together." After hanging up, Chen Yuan thought, "This Shen Shu Yi knows when to advance and retreat. She's capable and should be helpful at Chairman Zhao's company." He mused to himself, "It's a pity not everyone has high emotional intelligence. Some people need a lesson." At that moment, at the press conference for the founding of Gao Kuan-yin's film and television company, Kuan Yin was answering an interview about the location of the film base. Sorry, I need to take a call. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan called very angry. Gao Kuan Yin, you've grown some nerve, huh? You turned around and sold me out. She quickly explained, I didn't. He was furious. You made a big show of saying President Yan invested 100 billion in you. How am I supposed to keep a low profile now? Kuan Yin urged him to keep a low profile, but cursed inwardly, keep a low profile, my ass. You're always playing the piano, tipping streamers and fighting with bad guys. Aren't you ashamed? Chen Yuan said helplessly. Forget it, what's done is done. Since you've held the press conference, help me with one thing. The interview was in full swing, and Kuan Yin wondered, what is this President Yan up to now, after chatting? Kuan Yin nodded in understanding. Okay, got it, fine, no problem. Then she said softly, apologies to all the media friends. I just received a very important call from our investor. The audience immediately buzzed. It really is President Yan. Looks like Gao Kuan Yin has something important to announce. We came at the right time. This is an exclusive story. The mysterious President Yan should finally show up. Kuan Yin stood up and solemnly announced, President Yan told me that he has just acquired a live streaming platform, Big Cat TV. This app will be relaunched soon. Stay tuned. She emphasized, our Kuan Yin TV will become a strategic partner of Big Cat TV. By then, everyone can follow news about our new movies on Big Cat TV. Journalists raised their hands to ask questions. Miss Gao Kuan Yin, was this collaboration pre-arranged? Miss Gao Kuan Yin, what is your relationship with President Yan? Miss Gao Kuan Yin, what industry does President Yan plan to invest in next? Later, voices came from the lounge. Is President Yan going to build a live streaming platform? Employees excitedly kept praising. He's usually so generous tipping female hosts, he definitely won't be stingy with our own shows. Right, I think I should consider jumping ship to there. My current guild's cut is too harsh. This is President Yan we're talking about. Even if I have to pay a penalty, going to Big Cat is definitely worth it. The whole building was filled with exclamations. President Yan is actually going to build a live streaming platform. Yi Chung was watching the interview on his laptop and said irritably, this industry is already completely carved up. Even with strong funding, what can he do? Suddenly, someone burst in, very panicked. Boss, it's bad. Everyone from the LD department and operations department just resigned. Many guilds under my control also said. Their leaders have started leaving. After hearing this, he broke out in a cold sweat. How could this be? Is this his way of breaking the game? Praise rang out in the building. Ruoyu, you really guessed it right. Yuki kept praising. Gao Kuan Yin's promotion choosing Big Cat TV this time can only be explained as Chen Yuan's pre-arrangement. Ruoyu was still puzzled. Actually, I was just guessing. I didn't expect to be right. She silently evaluated Chen Yuan as a business genius, all the pieces connected. And those previous absurd actions were ultimately proven to be premeditated and deliberate. Meng Ming couldn't help but interject. So if Chen Yuan is really like that, were all his previous actions of chasing girls just for investment? Ruoyu nodded in agreement. Right. Chen Yuan spending so much money before wasn't just to chase girls, his goal was business profit. Bing Shui covered her mouth in surprise and exclaimed, the money he gave us wasn't for pursuing us at all. Yuki also understood, it was just that he saw potential in us to be his employees. Finally, the three of them had the same question, does Chen Yuan even love himself? Bing Shui closed her eyes and let out a deep sigh on this question. Yuki also gently tucked her hair behind her ear. In the company building, there were several beautiful girls all pondering the same question. Probably their thoughts were the same as mine. Ruoyu frowned inwardly, but hesitating at this point would mean losing. She spoke up, I don't know who Chen Yuan really likes. Ruoyu hypothesized, maybe he likes everyone, or maybe he likes no one. She patted her chest and assured, but even if he's a playboy, I'll stay by his side until he makes a choice. Then Yuki turned to look at Bing Shui a bit confused, when suddenly applause rang out. All right, let's not talk about this for now, Shui suggested. I think women should still focus on their careers. Only you can rely on yourself. As long as you're strong and excellent, people will naturally value you. The girls smiled faintly, sharing a common thought. Right, let's each rely on our own abilities. The one who can help Chen Yuan make the most money is the one who can stay with him until the end. Later, someone walked up to the front desk. Hello, last four digits 8917, surname Lin, picking up a package. The receptionist said, please wait a moment. She took out the package and gave a professional smile. This is your package. Need to inspect it? Thank you. Suddenly someone shouted, open it, front desk. Today's news is explosive. Gao Kuan Yin announced at a fashion show that she's investing 100 billion to build a film city, and it trended within half an hour. The receptionist calmly asked, is Gao Kuan Yin that actress who had a fight last time? Where did she get 100 billion from in the first place? Bragging, right? The female employee happily replied, she definitely has a sponsor behind her. A mysterious rich guy. she asked curiously. Which rich guy? The person answered while making a motion to open the front desk's package, and the receptionist froze. President Yan, the female receptionist said enviously. He not only invested 100 billion in the film city, but I heard he also bought Big Cat TV. He's making a strong entry. Rich people are so capricious, the customer also said happily. Is it really President Yan? I once saw him tip 1,000 rockets in a live stream, the receptionist said excitedly. That's him, awesome, yes, that's him. You're so lucky, ordinary people like us never get a chance to meet a rich guy like him. After hearing this, she fell into a state of confusion. Chen Yuan, it's Chen Yuan again. He actually invested 100 billion this time. The front desk collapsed on the spot. What did I miss at the Green Casino? At the Shanghai Global Jiamu Financial Center, he angrily threw his water glass. How could this be? President Yan again, he cursed furiously. Is this guy deliberately opposing me? I won't allow the film city to cooperate with Gao Kuanyin. But this guy chose it as the new base for film and TV. This is slapping me in the face. Ling Chong bent down to pick up the shards and advised, Please calm down, Master Li. I've already sent people to investigate this person. Jiamu wondered. Kuanyin, is this your backer? Did he help you take down Wang Hu and Fang Jingyuan? He paced back and forth. It's a pity they were just 2 dogs I kept. What? He walked to the window, stretched out his hand and said proudly, In China, my Li family has deep roots. What my Li family values will eventually be mine. The city's towering skyscrapers and bustling traffic, Ling Chong reported. I've asked some other wealthy families and it seems no one goes by President Yan. Jiamu wondered. That's strange. Where did his wealth come from? It can't have fallen from the sky. Leaning in close. Master Li, don't worry. Based on his past behavior, this is just jealousy. This person is just a nouveau riche. He put his arm around Ling Chong. Nouveau riche? Is that your naive conclusion? Then Jiamu lifted her chin with his hand. My Li family has deep roots in the film and TV industry. My Shendian film base is unique. In terms of resources, connections, and wealth, he's no match for us. He tempted her with sweet words. No, I think he's fully aware of his weaknesses. If he dares to challenge me, it means he has a plan. I guess his real goal isn't the film base at all. Jiamu lifted Ling Chang's chin. The film base is just a smokescreen. What he really wants to do is real estate, she replied tremblingly. Master Li, you're right. Should I send people to investigate the real background of this President Yan? He agreed. Go investigate. I want detailed information on this person within 3 days. Jiamu turned fierce. I want to see who this President Yan really is. In the bustling city with towering buildings, a slender hand holding a spoon said, Brother Yuan, have some soup. Luoluo kept feeding Chen Yuan, who was playing games. After a while, the screen showed a 4-star victory, and she kept praising, Brother Yuan is amazing, winning again. Chen Yuan stretched and said, Luoluo, you've been taking care of me for 3 days. I've been playing games every day. Don't you mind, he thought to himself. 3 days coming every day to cook, clean, feed me soup, and do my laundry. Chen Yuan praised fairly. Even my own mom hasn't taken care of me like this. Luoluo said, This is your home. You can do whatever you want. Why would I mind? He replied. So you don't think I'm a good-for-nothing who just stays home? She reacted strongly. How could that be? You were at 700 points a few days ago, and today you're at 9,800. And I've never seen a man as ambitious as you. Chen Yuan cursed inwardly. Damn, don't women hate guys playing games the most? I'm being praised to the skies like this. Then he slowly turned around in his slippers to leave. Luoluo called out to him. Brother, are you going out? Can I come along? He replied, going to discuss some business. Not convenient. She waved. Oh, then be careful on the road, she thought to herself. Men value personal space the most. Being too clingy will only make them feel pressured and distance themselves. Luoluo blushed, thinking she was right. This was her advantage. Once Brother Yuan got used to her presence, he wouldn't be able to leave her. She thought smugly, boasting that she had never lost in any competition among women. The scene shifted, and everyone was buzzing with chatter. What's going on today? Is there some event? No idea, but it seems someone important is coming. I heard our company's investor is visiting today, and even President Gao came down to greet them in person. Someone recognized the investor as the same person who spoke on stage a few days ago. Kuan-Yin beamed brightly at the approaching figure. She greeted, President Yan, you're here. Chen Yuan replied coldly. Miss Kuan-Yin, as a big star, you're too kind to come down and greet me in person. Kuan-Yin walked over and linked her arm with his. You're my investor. This bit of courtesy is necessary. Lately she felt Chen Yuan was becoming more and more pleasing to the eye, and standing beside him gave her a special sense of security. She thought she might really be falling for him. The bodyguards all bowed their heads in unison, welcoming President Yan to Kuan-Yin Film Company for an inspection. Chen Yuan was puzzled. This was too extravagant. He told her not to do it again next time. She flicked her hair and replied, Got it. You prefer to keep a low profile, Kuan-Yin cursed inwardly. Stupid man, so hypocritical. He clearly enjoys it, but why pretend? The host began. The main purpose of today's meeting is to decide the location for our next billion yuan film city. An employee continued reporting, "My suggestion is to set it in a first-tier city. There's a lot of talent there. It's easy to attract partners, and it can drive development in the surrounding areas," Kuan Yin countered. "Land prices in first-tier cities are too high. Since it's a film city, why choose a first-tier city? I think second- or third-tier cities are more suitable," someone chimed in. No, I think Shenangjia is better, closer to nature. It would also make filming more convenient." They all tested the waters together. "President Yan, which plan do you think is better?" Chen Yuan looked confused. "Is my opinion really that important?" She nodded in agreement. "Of course. You're the investor. The final decision is yours. Essentially, we're all working for you." He stroked his chin and replied, "All right, if I have to decide I will, but I think all three options are useless." Then Chen Yuan stood up and drew a circle on the map. "Choose here," someone exclaimed. "This is Tianmen City. It's very remote, with no airport or university, no development potential." He explained with interest, "Precisely because it has no potential, the land is cheap. And we can go all out." Then they discussed together. "I think President Yan has a point. Let him do what he wants, but Tianmen is too far. Does President Yan have other considerations? His business vision is more far-sighted than ours." Chen Yuan was deeply frustrated inside. "My hometown is Tianmen. Do you think I don't know what it's like? This 100 billion is definitely a loss. I told you, not even a god could save it." He rested his hand on the chair and said helplessly, "Your plan has huge profit potential, but what I want is to spend money. Just spend it. The more, the better." Chen Yuan crossed his legs imposingly and declared, "It's decided. 100 billion invested in Tianmen City." The company staff buzzed with chatter. A young man said, "I thought it would drag on until early morning, but it ended so quickly." A girl agreed, "Yeah, in my 10 years of work this is the fastest meeting I've ever had." An older woman next to them spoke up, "It feels like we weren't discussing a 100 billion yuan deal, but a 1,000 yuan one. Is this President Yan a genius or a devil? I can't figure him out." Kuan Yin was reporting something when Chen Yuan raised his hand to stop her. He thought to himself, as long as they chose Tianmen City, the compensation would definitely decrease, and I could increase the investment to make the plan succeed. The song Chen Yuan liked echoed in his mind again. "Girl, my story is played out because of you. For you, I learned to be patient." Chen Yuan blurted out in surprise, "It's not a voice call, it's a video call from Zhao Yuki." She said, "Chen Yuan, about the recruitment we discussed earlier. Let's have a conference call. Get ready." Yuki asked in surprise, "How are you out on the street?" He awkwardly lowered his head in silence. She wondered, "Did you completely forget about this?" Chen Yuan replied, "How could that be? I just thought the signal was better outside." He thought, "Damn, I almost forgot about this." Yuki continued, "All right, I'll make it brief. After the press conference, many people started paying attention to our big cat TV, but now we're facing difficulties," she said worriedly. "Streamers' earnings need to be split with the platform. Currently, mainstream platforms have a 50-50 split, and harsher platforms go 30-70. I think our platform should be a conscientious one. So I hope to set it at 60-40. That would be more attractive to streamers," someone spoke up. However, the company's experienced senior management believes this split is too risky and would increase operating costs. Shui spoke up, "That's right. We think maintaining a 50-50 split is enough. If we give up profits in the short term, the company will definitely suffer losses in the long run. This is based on experience and lessons." Chen Yuan asked in surprise, "Wait, what did you just say, losses?" She replied, "Yes, Big Cat is already losing money. If we lose more, the funding gap will be huge." He stared intently at the phone screen and said, "A funding shortage is indeed tough." Chen Yuan thought, "Losses are great. I love losses," he suggested. "How about this? 80-20 split, 20 for the company and 80 for the streamers. We need to be a conscientious platform. How can we exploit women?" Everyone in the meeting room stared at Chen Yuan in shock. "Go on." "My reason for founding Big Cat is to become the world's #1 live streaming platform, allowing every girl who wants to be a streamer to change her destiny. We need to think long-term." Chen Yuan said, "We'll use this split ratio to capture the market in the shortest time," he continued. "In the current market where it's already carved up, we need to carve out a path right now. Don't worry about the money, I have it," Chen Yuan concluded. "I'm done. Who agrees? Who opposes?" The entire meeting room fell silent with no objections. Everyone's eyes were fixed on him. Yuki held her coffee cup, focused on the computer screen, when her phone buzzed with a new message. "Your account has received a transfer of 5 billion yuan. Please check." She picked up her phone and said so fast, 5 billion has arrived. Chen Yuan thought, debt pile on the debt. The more you owe, the more cash I can get back. Chen Yuan looked at Yuki and asked, "President Zhao, why did you suddenly freeze?" She replied while sipping her coffee, "President Yan just transferred 5 billion to me." The entire meeting room gasped, "It's arrived 5 billion. He muttered to himself, "I thought having a female boss would make things tough for the company. Unexpectedly, she's worth 10 men. Shuyi held her coffee cup, tears streaming down her face as she thought, I always knew President Yan was capable, but I didn't realize it was to this extent. I was out of my mind to provoke him back then. Good thing he's magnanimous and let it slide. Over on Yuki's side, she muttered to herself. Chen Yuan's ideas are unconstrained, seemingly unreasonable, yet they point to a path I've never seen before. He's a genius. But why didn't he transfer the money to the company account instead of to me? Everyone in the meeting room silently looked at Chen Yuan's screen. She thought, I get it. He must be worried that I'm too young to command respect. So he transferred the money to me to distribute, and they'll have to defer to me and obey unconditionally, Yuki pondered. He thought of everything so thoroughly, it's so heartwarming, I'm moved to tears. Chen Yuan called out, suddenly remembering that the 5 billion should have gone to the company's corporate account. He fidgeted and said, What do I do? Chen Yuan looked at the phone screen. Honey, thank you, he said. What's up with President Zhao? Suddenly confessing, is it because of that 5 billion? Chen Yuan muttered to himself, happy, spend money hard, blow it all. A light bulb went off in his head. Once you've spent it all. If the startup fails, you'll get depressed and rely on me even more. Chen Yuan thought excitedly. Then there's a better chance of breaking through 100 points of affection. Yuki spoke up. Everyone, just now, our investor transferred 5 billion to our company. She turned and continued, this money is our strategic fund for the coming period. Everyone looked quite surprised when Yuki made the announcement. Yuki declared loudly. From today onward, the company officially implements a 997 work schedule. Everyone's salary is doubled, and year-end bonuses are doubled. She asked if everyone had the confidence to make Big Cat the industry leader. Everyone was busy with their own tasks. All employees answered Yuki in unison. Yes, 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 she thought smugly. See that, Chen Yuan, I won't let you down. Let Big Cat TV create brilliance. The towering building stood tall in the night. Above, a fantastical sky sparkled with stars. Chen Yuan walked into the house and said in surprise, Luo isn't here? He looked around and saw a neatly placed note on the table. Chen Yuan picked up the note and muttered to himself, this is a letter she left. He opened it and read, Brother Yuan, I have something to take care of at home today. Handle dinner yourself. Chen Yuan said, another soft tactic from Luo. Interesting Luo, he said. First she takes care of me to make me dependent. Then she suddenly leaves to make me miss her. Chen Yuan collapsed onto the sofa and continued, even though I know she's playing mind games, I can't bring myself to hate her. That's probably Luo's strength. He closed his eyes, and involuntarily her figure appeared in his mind. Chen Yuan lay alone on the sofa staring at the ceiling, lost in thought. He muttered to himself, it's been a long time since I've been this quiet alone. Chen Yuan thought, I want to go home and see how my parents are doing. He was sleeping soundly in a green tram. The tram sped along the road. Passing through lush tree-covered hills, the tram stopped at a large station. The sign read Tianmen Station. Chen Yuan was sleeping soundly on a red bus. The bus crawled slowly along a rugged tree-lined road. He got off, pulling his suitcase and muttering, finally here. I never realized coming home was this tiring. Chen Yuan asked himself, have I been living too comfortably lately? He walked and thought, too bad I can't drive my Rolls-Royce back to the village to show off, or my parents would definitely ask if I'd become a live-in son-in-law. He was startled by a car horn behind him. Someone said, hey, Chen Yuan, is that you? Chen Yuan turned around and thought, isn't that Zheng Xiao, my elementary school classmate? He looked at him and asked, haven't seen you in years, still so fair, still in school, how's it going? Chen Yuan replied, I'm studying in Hancheng, came back for the break. Zheng Xiao said, come on, get in, I'll take you for a ride. Chen Yuan exclaimed in surprise, Zheng Xiao, is this your car? You're driving a Mercedes now, he said critically. Zheng Xiao, call me Brother Xiao, all those years of school and it's useless. I'm selling aquatic products, live now, making a lot of money. Chen Yuan chimed in. Wow, Brother Xiao is amazing. Zheng Xiao laughed smugly, just average. My dad used to say I wasn't as good as you. Now he should see who's really made something of themselves. Suddenly they saw a girl standing ahead. Zheng Xiao was stunned at the sight of her. Chen Yuan's eyes widened at the beautiful girl, her eyes red, her blue hair neatly tied in double ponytails. He thought, this is, it hit him. Wang Mengming, he said. Old Wang's daughter is getting more beautiful. Even city girls can't compare. If only she could be my girlfriend. Mengming walked over and looked into the car. She said, Brother Yuan, you're back. You've grown taller and become more handsome. Chen Yuan looked at her and thought, girls really do change a lot. In just a few years, Wang Mengming has developed fully. He almost had a nosebleed and thought, she's really beautiful, unlike any girl I've seen. He walked over to her, patted her head, and asked, Mengming, you've grown up so much. Done with your homework? She said coquettishly. Brother Chen Yuan, I've already graduated high school. I don't have homework anymore. And I'm not a kid anymore, you can't just pat my head. Zheng Xiao also came over and suggested, Mengming, you're getting more beautiful. Why not be Brother Xiao's wife? What's the use of school? Follow Brother Xiao and enjoy the good life, she replied. No way, you're not my type, too fat, he coaxed. I can lose weight. Mengming scolded angrily. You're too old, you're 22, get lost you creep, the system prompted. Binding task initiated. Name Wang Mengmeng, height 167 centimeters, weight 50 kilograms, appearance 9.5. This girl's affection for the host 30 points. If binding succeeds when her affection exceeds 95 points, a counterattack will trigger, making her the host-bound target. Counterattack reward. 35 points of maximization, singing skill upgraded to master level. This girl's affection for the host is too high. Binding failed. Chen Yuan stared at the system panel in surprise, thinking binding failed, he mused. I didn't expect the system to rate Wang Mengming's appearance so highly. Is it because she hasn't dressed up yet? He continued. If her affection is too high to bind, then I'll lower it. That's what I'm best at. Chen Yuan said angrily. Mengming, how can you talk like that? Brother Xiao gave you face and you say school is useless. Look how successful Brother Xiao is. Do you want to stay in this godforsaken place as a village girl forever? The system panel showed. Wang Mengming's affection decreased by 10. Zhang Xiao said, well said, Chen Yuan. You're really my good brother speaking my mind, he muttered to himself. Chen Yuan has gotten more socially savvy after a few years away, so what if he's a college student? He still has to call me Brother Xiao. Zhang Xiao straightened his back, a smug smile on his face. Mengming cried in grievance, Brother Chen Yuan, how could you? The system displayed. Wang Mengming's affection decreased by 10. Wang Mengming's affection decreased by 10. Current affection, 0 points. Binding successful. He closed his eyes, grinning brightly, raising his hand in a victory gesture. Overjoyed, the girl ran off crying, Chen Yuan, I hate you. Chen Yuan thought guiltily. Sorry Mengming, but the enhancement points are just too tempting. He stopped in front of a door and shouted, Dad, Mom, I'm home. Just as he was about to knock, he wondered strangely, why is it locked? No one's home, what's going on? A neighbor called out, Chen Yuan, stop shouting. Come here, Auntie wants to tell you something, he thought. Auntie Luo next door. Chen Yuan was puzzled. What is it, Auntie Luo? Chaneng looked at him and said, you'd better go lie low for a while. Don't go home, your family's in trouble. Chen Yuan probed. What happened? Chaneng said. The village is being demolished and they want to force your family out. She scolded angrily. What are you dreaming about? Even if the village is demolished, it wouldn't be your turn. Read fewer novels. Your dad and Wang Mengming's mom, that Tang woman, have run off together. It's all over the place now. Your mom was so furious she went straight back to her parents' house. Chaneng said. Your dad was Auntie Tang's first love. They've been close since childhood, a couple everyone envied, she continued. But Auntie felt your dad was too poor and opposed their marriage, breaking them apart and marrying her off to Uncle Wang. That's what Chaneng said, but after Wang Mengming was born, everyone said the child didn't look like Uncle Wang but bore some resemblance to your dad. Over time, Uncle Wang grew suspicious. She continued, Uncle Wang got a paternity test and found out Wang Mengming really wasn't his child. He was about to confront your dad when your dad eloped with Auntie. That was the end of it, Chen Yuan pondered. What? My dad eloped with Auntie? I'm worse than a scumbag, he asked in surprise. So Wang Mengming is your sister? Chaneng sat down, looking at Chen Yuan as she replied, probably. He thought in horror. So I just tied up my own sister. Because I tied her up, I haven't even poked her yet. Chen Yuan raised his hand and slapped himself. I'm such a beast, she tried to stop him. Oh Xiaoyuan, don't do that. This is a terrible thing. Don't punish yourself like this. After self-blame and torment, Chen Yuan wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth with his hand. He said as he walked, I'm fine, Auntie, don't worry about me, Chaneng said worriedly. Really, Xiaoyuan, don't do anything stupid, she said softly. Xiaoyuan is good in every way, but too rigid with too high a moral standard. He'll suffer for it later. Chen Yuan muttered to himself, if Wang Mengming is my real sister, then I must protect her. That bastard Zheng Xiaotong better not touch a hair on her head. Mengming was hanging clothes in the yard, frowning in dissatisfaction. This Chen Yuan, after a few years of school, he's changed. Will I become like this when I go to college? Mengming asked herself, is school really useless? A man's scolding came from outside the yard wall. Where is everyone? Is no one here? Wang Si walked in, cursing. What the hell kind of day is this? Mengming saw him and said, Dad, you're back. What are you doing, drinking so much in broad daylight? Wang Si clutched a bottle tightly and said to his daughter in a mocking tone, Dad. He walked over and slapped the girl, saying, Who's your dad, you little bastard? I'm not your dad. Wang Si grabbed Mengming's hair, ready to hit her again. Chen Yuan shouted from outside, Stop, don't hit her. He cursed even more angrily. It's you, Chen Jianmen. He thought, Uncle mistook me for my dad. He must be really drunk. Wang Si bent down to grab something and yelled, Adulterer. Suddenly, he charged at Chen Yuan with a weapon, shouting, Die! Mengming fell to the ground, screaming in panic, Chen Yuan, watch out. Wang Si raised a sickle and lunged at Chen Yuan, yelling, This is satisfying. Die, Chen Jianmen. Go meet the king of hell. He swung down hard, shouting, I'll kill you first, then that bitch. Chen Yuan immediately raised his hand and grabbed Wang Si's wrist firmly. Then he gently twisted his arm behind his back. Wang Si was pinned to the ground, struggling excitedly. Chen Jianmen, let me go, I'll chop you to death. Hearing this, Chen Yuan leaned close to his ear and said, Uncle Wang, you're old, always fighting and killing. I'm not Chen Jianmen, I'm Chen Yuan. Wang Si was startled and struggled excitedly. You're Chen Yuan, same thing. You little brat, if you have the guts, kill me or I'll kill your whole family. "Let me go." Chen Yuan looked down at him, sighed, and thought, "If anyone dared to spit like that, I'd have beaten them senseless, but who made my dad such a bastard?" Then he said calmly, "Uncle Wang, I can let you go, but you have to promise to calm down. This is a society of law." Then he turned back and said, "Meng Meng, go inside and find some rope. What are you standing there for?" "Hurry up." The girl was startled and replied. "Okay." Chen Yuan turned to look at the door. Stop staring. What's there to see? Uncle Wang and I are just practicing wrestling." "Go on." The crowd outside kept buzzing and talking. "Did you see that? That move by Chen Jianmin's son was just like in the movies. Yeah, today's really lively. I wish it were like this every day." Chen Yuan stood still, looking at Wang Si tied to the chair, and said, "Uncle Wang, are you calm now? I know my dad did something wrong, and I apologize to you on his behalf." Wang Si's eyes were bloodshot as he retorted, "Apologize? Tie me up and then apologize? I can't just let this go. He cuckolded me for 20 years. If I can swallow that, am I even a man?" He looked at Wang Si and said, "Uncle Wang, it's come to this. Even if you take revenge, it's meaningless. I'm here to see if I can make it up to you." "Name your terms," Wang Si replied. "Make it up to me, fine." He looked up at the ceiling and said, "If you really want to make it up, then castrate yourself. I want Chen Jianmin to have no descendants." Chen Yuan heard this and said, "Uncle Wang, that's going too far. Even if I castrate myself, my dad won't be without descendants. You understand?" Wang Si asked suspiciously, "What do you mean?" Wang Si glanced at Meng Meng beside him. The girl looked down at the ground, her face dark. He raised his hand to cover his face and said calmly, "How about I give you financial compensation?" Wang Si asked with a twisted face. "Money? What good is money? Can it buy back a family? Can it buy back my daughter of over a decade? You don't understand my feelings at all. If I ask for 100 million, can you afford it?" Chen Yuan immediately took out his phone and agreed. "Fine, if it can make you let go of your hatred, I'll give you 100 million, Wang Si exclaimed in surprise. "You're a liar, just like your dad. Can you really come up with 100 million? Then he stared in panic at the numbers on the phone screen and shouted, "Hundreds, tens, thousands, 10,000s. You really have 100 million. Chen Yuan's phone screen showed a notification of 100 million transfer. Wang Si raised an eyebrow, thinking to himself, if he really has 100 million, his mind began to imagine future life. He could start over completely, marry a young, beautiful wife, have his own child, and live a wealthy life. Wang Si rubbed his chin, starting to calculate. Going down with the Chen Jianmin family didn't seem wise. He was still young with unlimited potential. He frowned and asked back, "You're really giving Uncle 100 million? Chen Yuan immediately raised his phone screen to confirm. "Of course, I'll transfer this 100 million to Wang Mengming's card. Even though you're not her biological father, your nurturing kindness should be repaid. The first month, I'll give you 10,000 and the rest will be evenly distributed over 10 years. What do you think?" Wang Si asked back. 10 years? Why not all at once?" Chen Yuan replied calmly. "I'm afraid you'll go back on your word and continue to retaliate against my dad, so I'll spread it over 10 years, Chen Yuan thought to himself. Hoping this 100 million can heal old Wang's pain. This 100 million can only go through Wang Mengming. The girl panicked, covering her face with her hands, thinking, "I'm not Dad's biological daughter. I'm Uncle Chen's daughter." Meng Meng glanced over, pondering. Although she didn't know why Chen Yuan had so much money, he didn't hesitate for her sake. The system screen immediately showed Wang Mengming's favorability 10. Chen Yuan looked at the system screen, thinking, Wang Mengming's favorability seems different from others. It's a feeling of family and trust. Just then, Wang Si's phone rang with a notification. "Your account has received 100 million yuan. Please verify carefully." Then Meng Meng also heard the notification sound in surprise. "Your account has received 100 million yuan. Please verify carefully." Chen Yuan immediately walked over, patted him on the shoulder and gently untied the rope from Wang Si, saying, "Uncle Wang Si, it's been transferred. I'll give you a smile, so don't hold it against me." Meng Meng immediately walked up to him and said, "Brother Chen Yuan, can I stay at your place tonight? I'm a little scared." Chen Yuan smiled, patted the girl's head and agreed. "Okay." Meanwhile, in a tall building a voice spoke, "Young Master Li, I've found information on President Yan." Ling Shang walked in with the documents and said, "President Yan's real name is Chen Yuan, 21 years old, born in Tianmen City, Hubei Province. On the surface his resume is very ordinary. So ordinary it's strange." She handed the documents to Jia Mubao. "So I did a deeper investigation and found a medical report for Chen Yuan's mother Ma Chiume from 20 years ago. He adjusted his glasses and listened calmly. As Ling Shang reported, she flipped her hair and said, "The doctor diagnosed Ma Chiume as infertile, which means," Ling Shang announced calmly, "Chen Yuan is not Ma Chiume's son." Zhang Mu looked down at the documents and pressed further. "Your investigation shows Chen Yuan is not his parents' biological son, right?" Ling Shang frowned and replied, "Yes." He immediately stood up and slapped her hard, cursing, "Yes, my ass. Useless, you went through all this trouble just to find out President Yan isn't related to two farmers? Is that the information I need?" Ling Shang fell to the ground, documents scattering from her hands. Jia Emu's face twisted as he cursed. I want to know President Yan's source of funds, who's backing him, his true origins. That's the point, understand? She immediately raised her hand and patted her chest, shouting, I understand, young Master Li. This time I'll approach him personally. He walked over and lifted Ling Shang's chin with his hand, saying, It better be. You know you're a dog raised by our Li family, but not the only one. Disappoint me again and you'll be worthless. Jia Mu picked up the investigation file and said, Get out, keep in touch. That night the sound of showering came from Chen Yuan's house. Meng Ming was bathing under the shower. Chen Yuan came over with clothes and stood at the bathroom door saying, Meng Ming, I found some clean clothes of my mom's. I'll leave them at the door. The girl, standing under the shower, was startled and shouted, Okay, thanks brother Chen Yuan. Meng Ming looked up, letting the water flow, thinking, Mom doesn't want me anymore and Dad isn't my real dad. Why is all this happening to me? The girl glanced outside, analyzing. At least I still have a brother. But where did Chen Yuan get so much money? Doesn't his family sell fruit? He's not doing anything illegal, is he? Meng Ming furrowed her brows, determined. Now I'm an adult. Chen Yuan is so good to me and he's still young. If he accidentally goes down the wrong path, I have to pull him back. In the room, Chen Yuan propped his head on his hand and called Jianmen, saying, Fine, you're really something. Since when do parents cause trouble and make their kids clean it up? Then Meng Ming came out of the bathroom saying, Brother Chen Yuan, I'm done. She had a towel on her head looking at him. Chen Yuan looked ahead and said, Meng Ming, you'll sleep in this room tonight. This is my parents' bedroom. I'll go sleep in my room. Call me if you need anything. Suddenly, the girl grabbed his arm and stopped him. Meng Ming looked down and whispered, Can you stay? I'm scared alone. I'll sleep on the floor, please. Chen Yuan turned back, sighed and agreed. All right then. He lay on the bed thinking, since we're real siblings, sharing a room is fine, no big deal. Chen Yuan looked at Meng Ming on the opposite bed, thinking, in novels it's always the dad cleaning up the son's mess, but here it's the opposite, so ridiculous. It feels like a long dream, and now I have a sister. Cut to a train speeding forward. A red banner hung, Warmly welcome Kuan-Yin Film and Television Company to Tiananmen for investigation and investment. Shouts rang out, Welcome, welcome, warm welcome. Kuan-Yin stepped off the train. She quickly moved forward with a group of bodyguards for the inspection. The train station was very quiet and empty. Kuan-Yin crossed her arms looking around, thinking, This is Tiananmen, it's so poor. Just then, a leader-like figure walked over, shook her hand, and introduced with a smile, Hello, Ms. Gao Kuan-Yin, welcome to our Tiananmen city. On behalf of the Tiananmen city leadership, I warmly welcome you. The car is ready. Let's go. Kuan-Yin immediately agreed. Okay, then I'll follow your lead. On the screen, rows of cars sped forward on the highway. Kuan-Yin shook hands with the local officials to cooperate. Then they went together to see the ongoing construction project. The man looked ahead and said, President Gao, this is the plot we've surveyed. A man sitting in a car sent a message on his phone. Meanwhile, in the Han Group building, Sanshui was working when a message popped up. Kuan-Yin Film and Television Company has selected a rough location. The plan can begin. Seeing this, he immediately picked up his phone and replied, Okay, thanks for your hard work. I'll transfer the money this afternoon. Sanshui turned to the side and instructed, It's done. The location is set. Their film base is roughly positioned in Tiananmen. Arrange for someone to immediately buy these plots. When the time comes, selling them to Kuan-Yin Group will make a huge profit. The secretary adjusted his glasses and replied, Yes, boss. He puffed on a cigar, laughing to himself. President Yan, I can't mess with you, but I don't think you'll mind me using you to make some money. After leaving the office, the secretary immediately called to report that Han Sanshui had found President Yan's film base location in Tiananmen and was preparing to acquire the land at the original price. We need to speed up too. Heads of various groups answered the phone in agreement. Tiananmen City got it. Tiananmen, I'm allocating funds now. Speed is crucial. I'll send people to Tiananmen immediately. Okay, I've arrived in Tiananmen City. Okay, I'm already in Tiananmen City. On the streets, rows of luxury cars were stuck in traffic. Horns and impatient shouts rang out. Damn it, move it up front. I'm in a hurry to make money. What are you yelling about? Who isn't here to make money? On the other side, Chen Yuan picked a watermelon in the garden, looking at them, thinking to himself, Old Chen left so abruptly. The melons in the field are ripe, no one's tending them, and they'll go to waste. Just then his phone rang. He answered, and Kuan-Yin's voice came through. Chen Yuan, I'm so stupid, I messed up again. Someone leaked the film base location info. Now land prices in Tiananmen have skyrocketed. Chen Yuan exclaimed excitedly. Land prices went up? Doesn't that mean higher costs? That's great, Kuan-Yin said frantically. Is the signal bad? Chen Yuan, what did you say? Great, he said calmly. Sister Kuan-Yin, you misheard. I said, this is easy to handle. I'll just transfer you some more money, he thought happily. Another place to spend money. Advantage is truly mine. The screen popped up asking, do you want to continue transferring to Kuan-Yin Film and Television Group's corporate account? No, transfer cannot be completed because the company's payee is the host, unable to transfer to others. Chen Yuan saw this and wondered to himself, can't transfer? Why? He frowned, annoyed, thinking, isn't the legal representative Gao Kuanyin? But the system identified me as the actual recipient. Then a prompt popped up on the screen. Continue transferring to Gao Kuanyin's personal account. Transfer failed. The host's actions are suspected of money laundering. Chen Yuan was startled by this message and exclaimed, money laundering? He touched his chin and pondered. It seemed transferring money to Gao Kuanyin now was indeed impossible. The only solution was for Chen Yuan to look at the little girl beside him, thinking that if he transferred the money to Wang Mengmeng and let her set up a company alone to handle it, not only would he complete the system task and get a huge cashback, but Mengmeng was also his sister, killing two birds with one stone. Mengmeng came over holding a watermelon and asked tentatively, Brother Chen Yuan, who were you just calling your girlfriend? He sat on the ground and laughed. I just called Gao Kuanyin. She wants to be my girlfriend, but I still need to think it over. The little girl found it hard to believe and said, you're bragging, right? She's a big star and just started a film-based company. I know you're rich, but don't set your sights on a star like that. Chen Yuan immediately cut the watermelon in half. He looked up at the little girl and asked tentatively, Mengmeng, you're pretty clear-headed, but I heard recently that Gao Kuanyin's film base is going to be built in our Tianmen city. You have money in your card now. Want to make some pocket money? Mengmeng frowned in confusion and asked, what? How can I make money in Tianmen? Chen Yuan immediately pointed to a building under construction in the distance. He looked over and said calmly, look, there's a lot of land in our village, and you've bought it all. If the film base is built in our village, you can make a lot of money. Even if it's not here, as long as it's in Tianmen, we can profit from tourism. A film base can attract a lot of people, and with people you can do business, like farms, breeding, and greenhouse vegetables. Mengmeng looked up and thought to herself, the money she had now was all given by brother Chen Yuan. It wasn't her own, so she couldn't always rely on him to spend money on her. She needed to work hard from now on. The little girl shouted with a big smile, Brother Chen Yuan, I think you're right. I'll go talk to the village secretary and gather everyone to discuss it. He looked at Mengmeng, thinking if she could pull it off, it wouldn't be bad. Away from the hustle and bustle of the city, it could be a peaceful paradise. Right at that moment, cars kept driving down the street. Chen Yuan looked at the cars and then Jila opened the door and got out, accompanied by a bodyguard holding an umbrella. She looked around and shouted, what kind of place is this? Not even a decent road. Jila walked up to him and asked tentatively, are you Chen Yuan? He lowered his head and asked, who are you? She tilted her head and said, let me introduce myself. I'm Lin Jila. Hello President Yan, we meet again. Chen Yuan frowned in confusion, thinking, meet again, who is she? He scratched his face and said, sorry, I have a terrible memory. I don't think we've ever met. Jila blushed and shouted, you don't remember. She immediately began to list off angrily. At that car show, I was standing next to my brother. My brother is Lin Xiao. He touched his chin, recalling that day, and thought, so there was a girl next to him then. Jila frowned and thought, isn't the legendary President Yan supposed to be a playboy? He doesn't even remember me. No matter, I'll make sure he does. Chen Yuan looked over and asked softly, all right, Miss Lin Jila, what do you want? She immediately retorted, does President Yan usually discuss business outside? Won't you invite me to your place for a sit? He turned to look at the crowd in the house and calculated, it's not good in the village, too flashy. Chen Yuan led the way into the village and said, all right, park your cars by the roadside and follow me. Don't crush the oak trees in the villagers' fields. A moment later, two bodyguards stood at Chen Yuan's door, blocking the searching crowd. He sat on the sofa and asked tentatively, all right, tell me why you're here. Jila looked directly at Chen Yuan and asked bluntly, President Yan, are you playing the market? He froze and let out a confused sound. She glanced at Chen Yuan and said, don't pretend, President Yan. You can fool others, but not me. Jila remembered what Kuanyin said. You first loudly announced $100 billion investment in the film base, then handed the operation plan to a startup. Her voice rang out as she continued. Then, Gao Kuanyin is just an actress. She knows nothing about management, and her company is full of amateurs. Then Jila thought of the people who kept arriving and said, now the news has spread. Everyone is flocking to Tianmen to speculate in real estate. Many are even willing to mortgage their assets in Hancheng to buy land. She pointed at Chen Yuan and shouted, that's your plan. You'll quickly acquire a lot of their assets. It's a classic case of feigning action in one place while making a move in another. He was startled and asked himself in panic, am I that impressive? Chen Yuan covered his mouth with his hand, coughed dryly, and retorted, so what's it to you? Jila frowned and thought, he's so calm even after I exposed his scheme. This man is truly unfathomable. No wonder my brother, stubborn as he is, gave up his plans after understanding President Yan's intentions. She looked at him and concluded, this man cannot be made an enemy. Jila patted her chest and laughed. I'm here mainly to discuss cooperation with President Yan on behalf of the Lin family. Just then, shouts came from outside. What are you doing? This is my home. Let me in. Meng Ming was stopped by two bodyguards and shouted excitedly, "What are you doing? Why are you being unreasonable?" The two bodyguards blocked her firmly and shouted, "Where did this wild girl come from? Get lost." One grabbed Meng Ming's hand and shouted, "There's a meeting inside. Sorry, you can't enter." Chen Yuan ran out and shouted, "What are you doing? That's my sister. Let her go." The bodyguards immediately looked at Jila and asked tentatively, "Boss, let her go or not?" She turned to look elsewhere and thought, President Yan is so composed, but he loses his temper over his sister. Interesting, just the chance to test his strength. Seeing the bodyguards still not letting go, Chen Yuan cursed in anger. He rushed over, grabbed one bodyguard's head and pushed it down. He flung him away and shouted, "Let go." The bodyguard immediately fell to the ground. Jila and the other bodyguards were stunned, frozen in place. She covered her mouth and thought in panic, "You've got to be kidding me. He couldn't even take one hit. My family's bodyguards are all retired special forces." Jila looked at Chen Yuan and thought, "Isn't it true that the richer you are, the worse your health? My brother sweats just climbing 2 floors. This guy is like solid rock." On the other side, he patted Meng Ming's head and comforted her. "It's okay, be good." She covered her face with both hands and smiled, thinking, "This is a real man, the man I've been waiting for." Then the system screen immediately appeared before Chen Yuan. Action Heartlock begins. Name Lin Jila, age 18, height 162 centimeters, weight 46 kilograms, appearance 9.0. The girl's initial favorability toward the host 0. After binding the Heartlock relationship, if the girl's favorability toward the host exceeds 95, she will rebel and become the host's Heartlock. Rewards include 30 enhancement points, mastery of painting, go, and singing. He turned to look at Jila and asked tentatively, "Is this your attitude toward cooperation? Bullying my family in my own home?" Meng Ming beside him asked in confusion, "Cousin, who is she?" Chen Yuan looked at the opposite side and introduced her, "Lin Jila, here to discuss business with me. But she seems pretty rude." Meng Ming's eyes lit up and she said admiringly, "She's younger than me and already doing business, so impressive." Jila crossed her arms, looked away and said, "All right, it was my fault. These bodyguards were hired by my brother and aren't very obedient. Are you satisfied now?" Chen Yuan frowned in displeasure and replied, "Satisfied? Forget it. If it happens again, no cooperation." Meng Ming immediately ran over and stood between them, saying, "Brother, why are you so harsh? You're scaring her." "Hello, I'm Wang Meng Ming." She blushed and replied, "I'm Lin Jila." "Hello." Then her voice rang out as she asked tentatively, "Meng Ming, how old are you?" The little girl immediately answered, "I'm 18. "What about you?" Jila shouted excitedly. "Then we're friends, I'm 18 too. What a coincidence. When's your birthday?" Meng Ming quickly replied. "June 29th, she exclaimed in surprise. "Me too, June 29th. We share the same birthday." Seeing them chatting happily, Chen Yuan said gloomily, "Sis, have you forgotten your brother is still here?" He froze and asked tentatively in disbelief, "Do girls get along that easily? Am I the odd one out?" Chen Yuan sat alone on the steps, watching Jila and Meng Ming chatting in the yard. As he shelled beans, he heard her voice. "Before your brother," she held up a finger and said. "So he actually," Meng Ming exclaimed in surprise. "Really? That's amazing." Then she ran to Chen Yuan and shouted, "Brother, you're so impressive. I wouldn't have known if Lin Jila hadn't told me." He turned to look at her and replied, "Your brother is a real treasure. You haven't discovered it all yet." Then the system screen popped up. Wang Meng Ming favorability 10, current favorability 35. Meng Ming cupped her cheeks and laughed. "A little praise and you're full of yourself, so narcissistic." Jila watched with envy, thinking, Chen Yuan and his sister have such a good relationship. She looked at the beans he had shelled and thought, with billions in wealth, he chooses to live like a hermit in these mountains. Chen Yuan's character and mindset must have reached a state of harmony with nature. Jila stared at Chen Yuan and thought, does such a perfect and outstanding person really exist? She frowned and sighed. "I feel like he's full of secrets." The system screen popped up. Lin Jila favorability 10, current favorability 10. That night, a shout came from inside the house. "What? Stay, are you kidding? Are we that close?" Chen Yuan waved his hand and said, "If you want to talk business, talk business. Don't try to latch onto me." "Goodbye." Jila was furious and shouted excitedly, "Can't I experience rural life? I finally get a few days out. Your house isn't crowded." "Why not?" he retorted. "Still no. A man and a woman alone." Meng Ming immediately shouted, "Oh brother, just indulge her for a few days, won't you? I'll go clean a room for her." Chen Yuan turned to look at the little girl and met her expectant eyes. He blushed, turned away and said, Fine, whatever you say, just don't cause trouble." A sly smile tugged at the corner of his mouth as he said, "Experience life? Do you think the countryside is comfortable? Stay 2 days and you'll be crying to go back to the city." Jila turned her back to him, thinking she needed to observe Chen Yuan up close and uncover the secrets about him. In the room, Chen Yuan listened to the noise from the other side and sighed. Girls are so loud regardless of age. Her excited voice rang out, "Meng Ming, you look great in that dress." He immediately turned and calculated. Cooperating with the Lin family is fine. Let them handle the dirty work. I'll just stay in the background. Then Meng Ming's voice came, "No way, Lin Jila, you look better." Chen Yuan frowned and thought, Sending this little girl from the Lin family shows too much trust. Isn't Lin Xiao worried about what I might do to his sister? He pressed a pillow over his head and said, forget it, I won't think about it. Either way I don't lose time to sleep. On the other side, Meng Meng and Jila kept laughing and playing. I'll get you, you little girl. I'm wrong, spare me, I won't do it again. The next morning, sunlight rose from afar. The alarm clock kept ringing in the house. Chen Yuan sat up holding his head and shouted, damn, what time is it? What's all that noise so early? He pushed open the bedroom door and walked out. Jila saw him and called out, Chen Yuan, you're awake? Good morning. Chen Yuan's eyes widened as he took in the scene. He looked at the excavator running in front of him and immediately shouted, Lin Jila, what are you doing? I kindly let you stay and you're tearing down my house. Jila put one hand on her hip and pointed at Chen Yuan with the other, shouting, tearing down? This is renovation and optimization. Since I'm staying here for a few days, I need to be comfortable. He wiped cold sweat from his forehead as she listed off, your old toilet was too basic. I bought an imported toilet and completely renovated it. Jila grabbed Chen Yuan's hand and pulled him along, saying, and your pigsty was made of ryegrass. Completely animal abuse. She pointed inside the pigsty and introduced, I bought them a high-end Magi bathtub. Everything is perfect now. Chen Yuan's face darkened and his mouth twitched as he cursed inwardly. Is this a rich person's quirk? Totally incomprehensible. Then Jila grabbed the doorknob and said, all right, one more big reveal. She opened the door and announced loudly, this is the room I'll be staying in for the next few days. Meng Meng, sitting on the sofa inside, smiled and asked, brother, you're here. Jila is amazing. This sofa is so comfortable. Chen Yuan's face was grim, and he forced a dry laugh. Glad you like it. Jila pointed around the room and introduced, all materials are top grade, formaldehyde-free, no health risks. Next, I plan to install underfloor heating and a satellite phone for the whole house. And he lowered his head in panic, thinking, truly a rich heiress, everything about her life is refined. When mom and dad come back, they might not even recognize their own home. Seeing them happily playing again, he thought, this wasn't a break for him. He was here to be a babysitter below. Lin Yi's men looked up, listening to the three of them bickering upstairs. See, Jila is amazing, right? Right, amazing. He immediately pulled out his phone to report, hey Lin Xiao, the plan is working perfectly. The second miss has successfully infiltrated. President Yan is interested in cooperation. Lin Yi, the eldest son of the Lin family, stood in his office and replied, interested, good. Protect the second miss and keep me updated. A voice behind him asked tentatively, how's it going? Everything smooth? He raised his wine glass and said, of course. I heard President Yan is a womanizer, so I sent my sister. Naturally, he's interested. Li Jiamu's secretary, Yu Lengshuang, crossed her arms and said, as expected of the eldest son of the Lin family, using his sister as bait to catch a big fish, President Yan must be quite satisfied now, thinking his plan to cut ties is flawless. What a pity, the mantis stalks the cicada unaware of the oriole behind. She's watching coldly, waiting for the Lin family to join forces with the Li family to stab him in the back. By then he'll regret it so much he'll go mad. Lin Yi sighed and remarked, what a pitiful scheme in the end, it's just working for someone else's benefit. Leng Shuang closed her eyes and said, if the plan goes smoothly, I should go handle some business. He leaned in close to her and probed, leaving today so soon, is the wine here not to your liking? Leng Shuang raised her hand to lift Lin Yi's chin and replied, the wine is good, but it will taste even better once the dust settles. He blushed and answered, Miss Yu is absolutely right. Then with a calm expression she walked out of the room thinking, if President Yan is anything like this Lin Yi, then when I get close to him he definitely won't escape my seduction. The villagers stood outside Chen Yuan's door, chattering, did you hear that Meng Meng from old Wang's family is now with Chen Yuan? Even if they were real brothers they should keep their distance. The Chen family's relationships are such a mess. One person immediately reached out and pushed the door open with force. They saw Chen Yuan and Jila walking out from inside, and the crowd immediately buzzed with discussion. This was the wealthy woman who drove a Bentley into the village a few days ago and brought a bunch of bodyguards to move in. The crowd immediately shouted, Chen Yuan isn't a kept man outside, is he? He's really got skills. Zheng Xiao squeezed out from the crowd and thought irritably, besides being handsome, what does Chen Yuan have that I don't? All the good things go to him. He immediately raised his hand and asked, hey Chen Yuan, want to come into the city with me tonight for some fun? Chen Yuan, carrying a large bamboo basket on his back, asked back. Into the city. Where to? Zheng Xiao said calmly. Junior high school reunion. Isn't Tianmen City pretty lively lately? Let's go for a drink. Chen Yuan ran his hand through his hair and agreed. All right, I'm free tonight. He raised an eyebrow and thought to himself, reunions are either for showing off or pretending. Hope Zheng Xiao doesn't give me the chance. I've been a bit tired of pretending lately. But the important thing is to deal with this trouble. Chen Yuan walked along the road with her. She looked at the Yuwu River in front of her and asked, Chen Yuan, why did you bring me here? She glanced around and thought, this place is so remote, he's not going to push me into the Yuwu River, is he? He grinned slyly and asked back, why, what do you think? Then Chen Yuan immediately lunged forward and shouted, "You're on my turf now. Even if you scream your lungs out, no one's coming to save you." Immediately after, he raised a basket and shattered her illusion. "Here, take this basket and pick 20 ears of corn." Jila froze on the spot, asking in disbelief, "Pick corn?" She picked up an ear of corn and shouted with a laugh, "So this is corn? Corn grows on the ground." Chen Yuan flashed a sly grin behind her, thinking, let her experience the hardship of rural life. Once she's exhausted, she'll want to go back to the city soon. Then Jila immediately peeled the corn husk and held it up. She went with him to dig sweet potatoes. After that, the two of them waded through the creek to catch fish. Jila sat on a rock and shouted excitedly, "Chen Yuan, rural life is so much fun. This is great. I'm going to live here from now on. I don't want to go to school anymore, and I don't want to go back to the city." Chen Yuan's face darkened, and he gritted his teeth, cursing under his breath. Damn it, miscalculation. Plan failed. Just then a scream came from behind them. "Help, help!" In the distance, Leng Shuang was being chased by two men shouting, "Help!" Leng Shuang's shoes were covered in mud. She kicked a nearby stone and immediately fell to the ground. Seeing this, the thugs immediately shouted, "Run! Why aren't you running now?" One of them stepped forward, grabbed Leng Shuang by the hair and pulled her up, shouting, "Finally caught you. This woman runs fast." She lowered her head and cried, "Let me go." The thug grabbed her hair and pulled her up, yelling, "Stop crying. Come back with us quietly or you'll be in for a world of pain." Just then, Jilua's excited voice rang out from behind, "Let that girl go," her eyes blazing with anger. She raised her middle finger and shouted, "You scumbags bullying a weak woman in broad daylight. Let her go." Seeing this, Chen Yuan was startled and thought, this girl has guts. She didn't bring any bodyguards today and just charged straight in. He looked up at the thugs in front of him. Chen Yuan frowned and thought to himself, but it all felt too coincidental. The moment he steps out, this happens. These guys look like they're putting on a show. He stared at them and said, "All right, that's enough fun. Do me a favor and get out of here." One of the thugs with a fierce expression yelled, "Do you a favor? Who the hell do you think you are?" In the blink of an eye, the thugs were lying on the ground, bruised and battered. Leng Shuang sat on the ground, watching him take down everyone in an instant. Seeing this, Jiluo's eyes lit up as she exclaimed, "Chen Yuan is amazing. I didn't even see his moves and you already knocked them down." A series of prompts kept appearing. Lin Jiluo's affection 10. Chen Yuan crouched in front of Leng Shuang and asked, "Miss, are you all right?" She parted her red lips and looked at him, then covered her mouth with her hand and said, "Thank you. My name is Yu Leng Shuang. I'll repay you someday." Chen Yuan's expression immediately changed. He thought frantically, that look is really seductive. Then the system screen popped up with a notification. Action Lure the Enemy In initiated. Name Yu Leng Shuang, age 23, height 168 centimeters, weight 48 kilograms, appearance rating 9.3. Then a series of prompts sounded. This woman's affection for the host is -80 countermeasure complete. Reward 50 enhancement points. Skill rewards: disguise and stealth, business management, combat mastery, cryptography mastery, hacking mastery, tea ceremony mastery, cooking mastery, wine mastery, securities trading mastery, answering mastery, piano mastery, English mastery. Chen Yuan stared at the notification, startled. Who is this girl? She's mastered so many skills, he thought in shock. -80 points and affection -80 points, unprecedented. Did I kill her mother? Even Qin Bingshui didn't hate me this much. Chen Yuan stared at the system screen and analyzed. She's grateful to tears, but affection points don't lie. This girl is trouble. Leng Shuang sat on the ground watching him stand up. Jila ran over with a big smile and asked, "Sister, are you okay? Why were they chasing you?" She immediately lowered her head and stammered, "I owe them a lot of money." Leng Shuang remembered the torn family photo. Her voice began to narrate, "I grew up in a single-parent family. My father is in prison, and my mother has a terminal illness. This made the already fragile family even worse." Leng Shuang recalled the funeral and said, "To treat my mother, I borrowed money from loan sharks, but my mother still passed away. I couldn't repay the debt." Finally, the urn fell to the ground and shattered into pieces. Leng Shuang lowered her head and said, "They wanted me to sell myself to pay off the debt, so I ran away." Hearing this, Jilua's eyes filled with tears as she cried out, "Sister, you're so pitiful. How much do you owe? I'll pay it back for you. I'm the second miss of the Lin family." She still didn't look up and replied, "Thank you, little sister. I can earn it myself, I just need some time." Hearing this, she exclaimed excitedly, "Sister, you're so strong, you're like a flower blooming out of the mud." Chen Yuan glanced at Leng Shuang beside him. He frowned and thought, her cliched story is too fake. Only a low IQ person like Lin Jila would believe it. Chen Yuan, carrying the bamboo basket full of corn, thought, but keeping her around for entertainment isn't bad. It could liven up this boring life. He thought calmly. It would be best to lure out the person behind her. Chen Yuan tightened his grip on the shoulder strap and said, "All right, Lin Jila, take Miss Yu home to get her wounds bandaged and take a bath." Jila immediately shouted, "Right, Sister Yu's clothes are dirty. She needs a bath and a change of clothes," he repeated. "I meant you. Look at yourself now. You look like a minor." not like the second miss of the Lin family. Chen Yuan looked at Leng Shuang and smiled, suggesting, "Miss Yu, if you're willing, I have a company. You can come work for me." She lowered her head and refused. "That wouldn't be appropriate." Leng Shuang curled her lips slightly and smiled, thinking, "He wants me to work at his company without any effort." Chen Yuan is indeed as lustful as the file says. Chen Yuan heard this and replied softly, "All right, if Miss Yu doesn't want to, forget it. Pretend I never said anything." Leng Shuang immediately froze on the spot, motionless. She lowered her head and cursed angrily. "Why didn't you insist a little more? If you insisted a little more, I would have agreed. What's wrong with this, Chen Yuan?" Seeing this, Jila immediately shouted with a laugh, "As if anyone wants your job. Sister Yu, you're so beautiful, you'll definitely find a job." Leng Shuang immediately denied it. "Miss Lin, you flatter me. I'm not as beautiful as you." She glanced back at Chen Yuan and called out, "Sister Yu really knows how to talk, unlike some people who only call me a mud monkey and don't know how to appreciate beauty." She curled her lips into a complimentary smile. "Miss Lin is both beautiful and kind." Leng Shuang covered her mouth with her hand and wondered to herself, "What's with Chen Yuan's attitude? Clearly he covets my beauty. Is it because someone else is around so he doesn't want to be too obvious?" Jila frowned and exclaimed, "How about this? Sister Yu can come work at my company as my assistant. I'll give you the highest salary." Hearing this, she glanced at her and said nothing. Leng Shuang thought angrily, "Who wants to be your assistant? Annoying. My target is Chen Yuan. Don't mess things up, you little brat." Seeing Jila covered in mud, the bodyguards exclaimed worriedly, Second miss, how did you end up like this?" They rushed over and surrounded Leng Shuang, shouting, "Second miss, what happened? You're such a mess, and you're injured too. How are we supposed to explain this to the eldest young master?" Seeing this, Jila stood to the side and angrily scolded, "Bastards, what are you doing? I'm the second miss. Get out of the way." She frowned and roared angrily, "You didn't even recognize me. I'm going to tell my brother when I get back." The bodyguards quickly wiped their eyes and explained, "Second miss, you look like an unearthed artifact. It's reasonable for us to mistake you. You can't blame us for that." "Exactly." Seeing this from behind, Meng Meng advised, "All right, Luoluo, they didn't mean it." She turned to look at Leng Shuang and thought, "Although this sister is a bit dirty, she's very beautiful." Seeing her staring at Chen Yuan, Meng Meng thought excitedly, "That look is way too obvious. Another girl captivated by my brother." Then she glanced at Jila and thought, "But it seems Sister Lin also likes my brother. This is just like a romance novel." Chen Yuan looked at her and asked, "Meng Meng, have you finished your homework?" He wondered, "Why is this kid looking at me so strangely?" Then Meng Meng immediately threw herself into his arms and shouted, "Brother, you're amazing, you're the best, you found me 2 sisters-in-law so quickly." Chen Yuan immediately raised his hands and shouted, "I'm not, I didn't, don't talk nonsense." Jila immediately blushed and shouted, "What? Sister-in-law? Meng Meng, don't talk nonsense, I'm not interested." Leng Shuang beside her lowered her head and denied it. "Little sister, your brother and I just met, you've misunderstood." Meng Meng looked at the two of them and chuckled to herself. "Still pretending with me. There's going to be some drama in this house from now on." Chen Yuan's house was already built. Jila put the first aid kit on the table and said, "Sister Yu, you were injured earlier. Let me apply the medicine for you." Leng Shuang sat on the chair, lowered her head and said, "That's not appropriate. I can do it myself." Hearing this, she put her hands on her hips and shouted, "What are you afraid of, sister? I'm very professional." She rolled up her pants and said, "All right, but be gentle. I'm afraid of pain." Jila smiled and replied, "Okay." As soon as she pressed the cotton swab onto the wound, Leng Shuang immediately cried out. Hearing this, Jila immediately apologized, Sorry, I accidentally pressed too hard." Then, when she poured the medicine onto the wound, Leng Shuang cried out again. Hearing the cry of pain, Jila said, Sorry, I poured too much by accident." Leng Shuang trembled all over and said tearfully, "It's okay, you didn't mean it." But in her heart, she was constantly hitting her with a hammer, cursing, "Damn Lin family brat, I won't let you off. Go to hell, go to hell." Chen Yuan couldn't take it anymore. He reached out and grabbed Jiluo's hand to stop her. He put his arm around her shoulder and said, "Let me do it." He pressed the cotton swab onto the wound and said, "I'm sorry, she's never done this before, I hurt you. Please forgive me, let me disinfect it for you." Leng Shuang lowered her head and said, "Thank you, Mr. Chen." Then a prompt shot into Chen Yuan's chest like an arrow. "You Leng Shuang's affection -5, current affection -85. Chen Yuan looked up at Leng Shuang in surprise. She looked down at him and asked, "What's wrong?" The screen displayed a notification. "You Leng Shuang's affection -5, current affection -85. He looked at her and cursed under his breath. "Damn, she's a really good actress." Chen Yuan replied calmly, "It's nothing," he thought to himself. "If it weren't for the affection prompts, I would really think she was grateful and admired me." He thought about her and mused. With acting skills like hers, most men's egos would be greatly satisfied, and then they'd fall into her trap and be toyed with by her. Among the women I've met, it seems only Jila can match her in acting. Chen Yuan curled his lips slightly and thought, "She's a formidable opponent, I need to be careful." Leng Shuang looked down at him and thought, this President Yan has a good appearance, but unfortunately he's a beast in human form. She thought of the report and mused, Machiume's medical report. Chen Yuan's mother Machiume is completely incapable of having children. In other words, Leng Shuang looked at Meng Meng and thought, Chen Yuan and this so-called sister have no blood relation at all. A conjecture formed in her mind. Living with a sister he knows is not blood-related, his ambitions are obvious. How hateful. Leng Shuang narrowed her eyes and thought, I'm going to expose your fake mask and make you lose everything in the house. Jiluo's voice rang out, shouting, Sister Yu, the bandaging is done, let's go take a bath and change clothes, her voice replied. Okay, thank you, Miss Lin. Half an hour later. The bodyguards around stared at her, dumbfounded, and shouted, This is too beautiful, it's cheating. Leng Shuang ran her hand through her hair, and she seemed to be radiating a dazzling light. Chen Yuan looked at her, blushed, and thought about her appearance beside him. Meng Meng shouted excitedly, Sister Yu, you're so beautiful. He looked at Leng Shuang and compared her in his mind. Although I knew she was beautiful, she's beyond imagination. Lin Jila is cute and charming, Yu Leng Shuang is cold and stunning. They're evenly matched. She reached out and touched Meng Meng's head, thinking, Chen Yuan has a sharp eye, even choosing a sister he picked such a fine piece of jade. She smiled and replied, Meng Meng, you're beautiful too. The girl smiled and replied, I'm not as pretty as Sister Yu. Sister Yu is the prettiest. Chen Yuan touched his chin and suggested, Miss Yu, how about becoming my personal secretary? I think you'd be a great fit. She was startled and exclaimed, So sudden. Leng Shuang's eyes lit up and she chuckled inwardly. This lecher is indeed captivated by my beauty. She replied softly, I'm not one to forget a favor. You saved me, Mr. Chen, so of course I'll repay you with all my heart. He leaned forward and said, Don't worry too much. The job isn't complicated and you're up to it. Chen Yuan leaned closer to Leng Shuang. But before you officially start, you need to complete a test, a special mission. She was surprised and asked, A special mission? Damn it, she cursed inwardly. This pervert isn't planning to make a move on me, is he? Chen Yuan walked forward and said, Come with me and you'll find out. Leng Shuang immediately followed him up the stairs, thinking, Since it's come to this, no matter what Chen Yuan's test is, I have to pass it. She recalled the tests and muttered to herself, I was chosen for the Li family since childhood and underwent rigorous training. Leng Shuang remembered the scene, lost in thought. All of this was for one goal, to be loyal to the Li family, to be loyal to the young master, Li Jiamu. She frowned, staring straight ahead, thinking, So no matter how cruel the mission, even if it means sacrificing my beauty. Leng Shuang fixed her gaze on Chen Yuan ahead, determined to pass this test and win the trust of this bastard Chen Yuan. After a while, sunlight shone directly onto the tree trunk below. She stood behind Chen Yuan and probed, Boss, just tell me the task. He looked up and replied, Give me your bank account number. Leng Shuang wondered, Bank account? Does he want to use it to check my details? She then pulled out her phone from her pocket and replied. A mocking smile curled at the corner of her mouth as she thought, How could I leave such a flaw for you? My backup bank info is spotless. I've prepared it long ago. You won't find anything. Just as she got her phone back, a text message rang. A notification popped up on the screen. Your bank account ending in 7,687 has received 100 million yuan. She looked over in confusion and asked, What the hell? Leng Shuang's eyes widened, her mouth agape as she stared at the screen and shouted, This is 100 million. She gripped her phone tightly, thinking, What does Chen Yuan mean by this? Is it operating funds or a test? She stammered. Boss, this is. Chen Yuan held up a finger and demanded, Xiao Shuang, your task is to spend this 100 million within a day. If you can finish it by tomorrow, you pass my test. Otherwise, if you fail, I can't keep you. Leng Shuang panicked, thinking, This is too weird. 100 million, man. You're way too casual. She paused and guessed, No, this Chen Yuan is cunning. Everything he does has a deeper meaning. This task isn't simple. Leng Shuang held her head in confusion. What does he really want? Is it a trap or a test? What should I do? What should I do? The training camp never taught me this. Chen Yuan put his hands in his pockets, stood up and said, All right, the task is set. Come report the results to me tomorrow. He raised a finger to his lips and said, Don't tell anyone about this, or it counts as a failure. A smile curled at the corner of Chen Yuan's mouth as he thought, Just 100 million scared her? If she really wants to be my secretary, giving her 200 million would give her a stroke. I wonder which family sent this spy, so inexperienced. Chen Yuan's house was very quiet. He walked down the stairs and Meng Meng heard the sound, immediately turning to look. The little girl quickly ran to him and probed, Brother, did you give Sister Yu a task? Spill it. Chen Yuan pushed her head away with a finger and said, Kids shouldn't ask too many questions. He put his hands in his pockets and said, By the way, I'm going out this afternoon. How did the land purchase talk with the village party secretary go yesterday? Meng Meng beside him smiled and replied, The village party secretary told me to first discuss it with the uncles and aunties in the village. To buy the land they have to be willing to sell. Seeing Chen Yuan about to leave, the girl asked, Brother, where are you going this afternoon? He smiled and replied, I'm going into town this afternoon. Leng Shuang was surprised and thought, Buying land? Could it be related to the Film City project? She recalled the piece of land on the map and calculated. Everyone is rushing to buy land in the northern Tiananmen new city now. Land prices there have skyrocketed, but they've all overlooked the southeast corner, Boss Yan's hometown. Ling Shuang clenched her fists tightly, thinking this guy is feinting east and attacking west. What he really wants to develop isn't the north but the south. A guess flashed through her mind. By the time those land speculators digest the high prices, he'll have swallowed up the entire south. Then when prices fluctuate, who knows how many people will lose everything and have their families torn apart. Ling Shuang's lips curled into a smile as she thought, too bad I won't let you succeed. The Lin and Li families will work together this time to make sure you can't handle it. In the yard, Meng Ming's voice rang out, probing. Brother, can you take me with you into town this afternoon? Chen Yuan looked down and asked in confusion. Take you? What do you want to do? The girl put her hands behind her back and replied shyly. I want to buy some new things. He frowned, thinking this girl must have been spurred on by Lin Jila. Seeing others with so many things while she's dressed plainly. She wants to dress up nicely. Chen Yuan reached out and ruffled Meng Ming's hair, agreeing. All right, no problem. I'll buy you whatever you want. The girl immediately shouted angrily. Annoying, you messed up my hair, he thought to himself. Chen Yuanping's sister, even if you wanted the stars from the sky, I'd get them for you. Just then, Jiluo's voice came from behind. Ha, caught you red-handed. She patted her chest angrily and shouted. You two are going out to play without me? I don't care. I'm coming too. Chen Yuan touched his chin, looked at her and analyzed. Bringing her along isn't bad. At least she has a car, so we don't have to take a taxi. And it saves on transportation costs. Then he looked at her and thought, and this you Ling Shuang can come too. She'll be very useful. Ling Shuang felt a chill and thought, Chen Yuan's gaze is disgusting. Next, at the Tiananmen City Commercial Shopping Center, Jila grabbed the girl's hand and shouted, Meng Ming, don't be afraid. Look up. This is just a shopping mall. Follow me, the girl replied in surprise. Okay, this is my first time in a place like this. Chen Yuan leaned on the car door and shouted, You get out too and come along. Ling Shuang asked in panic, Me? What am I going to do? He sneered condescendingly, Carry our bags for us. What else? What are you thinking? You're the secretary now, understand? Serve people. The pencil in her hand immediately snapped in two. Chen Yuan saw the girl looking at a fashion store and shouted, Meng Ming, don't be polite with your brother. Say what you like. In the store, Meng Ming held up two dresses in front of the mirror. He glanced over and said, These few look good. Then Chen Yuan immediately raised his black card and said, The one she picked out just now, every style, every color, wrap them up. Swipe my card. Next he saw Meng Ming pick up a bag and praised, This bag looks good. Chen Yuan smiled broadly, raised his black card and announced, Two of each color for this bag, one to carry, one to keep at home for display. Swipe my card. Then he kept handing the card to the clerk to swipe. Finally, when Chen Yuan raised his hand and said, Swipe my card, Meng Ming immediately raised her hand to stop him. All right, brother, that's enough. The girl looked up at him and said, We've bought enough today. These clothes would last me a year without repeating outfits. Chen Yuan raised his hands and asked, Enough? How come I feel like my hands are empty? Meng Ming pointed to Ling Shuang behind her and said, Brother, of course you're empty. Everything's with sister you. You don't know how to be gentle with a lady, making her carry so much. He walked behind her and probed, Secretary Yu, are you really tired? Ling Shuang panted and replied, Not tired. I can still hold on. Chen Yuan put his hands in his pockets and walked forward saying, Even if you're tired, you have to do it. If you don't, someone else will. The company isn't a charity, you have to prove your worth. She couldn't help but mutter, Listen to that. Is that human speech? He exclaimed in surprise. Ah, right. It's a hassle to take all this stuff back. Secretary Yu, later go into town and buy a house under Meng Ming's name to store the clothes. Ling Shuang's face darkened as she replied, Okay, boss, I'll go right away. She fumed inwardly. Treating me like an errand girl, damn you Chen Yuan, I'll kill you. Next, a luxury car stopped in front of Delicious Heritage, a 3 Michelin star restaurant. Du Kai stared at the car and shouted, Who's that? A luxury Bentley 728 over 10 million. Wu Wei beside him asked in confusion, Can anyone in Tiananmen afford a car like that? Du Kai watched Meng Ming and Jila get out of the car and said, These two girls are stunning, out of our league for life. The guy driving looks familiar. He saw Chen Yuan get out of the car and said, Looks familiar, but definitely not someone we'd know. I don't know any Bentley billionaire. He looked up at the two and probed, Wu Wei, Du Kai, is that you? Du Qi's eyes widened, his mouth agape, and he shouted, Chen Yuan, you're Chen Yuan? Wu Wei's mouth dropped open, and the cigarette fell from his lips as he said, Chen Yuan, you're something else, rolling in it now with a Bentley. Just then, Zheng Xiao's voice came from behind, making them look over. Driving a Bentley? You actually believe this guy can afford a Bentley? This car isn't his. Zheng Xiao raised his hand and smiled at Chen Yuan, saying, How can you be so vain now, renting a car for a class reunion? Can't we be genuine? A female classmate immediately chimed in with a laugh. Exactly, exactly. Chen Yuan, weren't you always honest before? Why are you putting on airs in front of classmates? Chen Yuan frowned, feeling the scrutinizing gazes of Du Kai and Wu Wei. He sighed, thinking, Here we go again, I'm really tired of this act every time. Someone will probably step in to smooth things over soon. Then a voice interrupted the conversation. All right, enough, let's not pick on each other, we're all classmates. Dong-chi walked out from inside and shouted, we haven't seen each other in so long and you're already making fun of him? Chen Yuan saw him and thought in surprise, this is Zhang Dongchi. He remembered him as a kid, the little runt who was always bullied in class. What did he take to mutate like this? Zhang Xiao quickly gathered around and shouted, young Master Zhang, you came out to greet us in person? Two female classmates also chimed in. Zhang Dongchi, you've changed so much. You're tall and handsome now. Exactly. I almost didn't recognize you. Zhang Xiao immediately shouted loudly. Not just tall and handsome. Young Master Zhang's father was promoted to county party secretary a few years ago. Now he's the county magistrate's son, and he's a student at Fudan University in Shanghai. You all misjudged him before, didn't you? Dong-chi smiled and stopped him, saying, Shaozi, don't say that. My father always says to be humble when out and about. He looked at Jila and Mengming and probed, these two ladies look unfamiliar. Can you introduce them? Chen Yuan immediately pointed to the girl and introduced her. This is my sister Wang Mengming. Then he pointed to her and said, and this is my sister's friend Lin Jila. I brought them both to mooch a meal today. Everyone doesn't mind, right? Zhang Xiao drooled and replied, of course not. Welcome, welcome. Du Kai also chimed in with a laugh. Right, the more the merrier. Dong-chi looked at Chen Yuan walking ahead and said, it's getting late. Let's head to the private room and not stay outside, he thought happily. I've never seen such stunning women in Tianmen. Two of them. Which one should I choose, or both? Tough choice. He glanced back and thought, this little runt wants to be my brother-in-law. Following in his father's footsteps, he should take a good look at himself. In the private room, a group sat around a large dining table. Then Dong-chi probed first. Chen Yuan, what do you plan to do after graduation? Chen Yuan chewed on something and looked up to reply, graduation? I don't think I've thought about that yet. He started calculating in his mind. I have endless money and a bunch of beauties who like me. Life is like a stagnant pond. Chen Yuan sighed, thinking, honestly, this kind of life is a bit boring. He reached for a glass of water and said, graduation? Honestly, I probably won't work. I'll never work in this life. Maybe I'll travel and see the world. Dong-chi's lips curled slightly into a contemptuous smile. He raised his hand and suggested, how can you be so unambitious? Youth is the time to strive. You want to travel? Do you have the money? How about coming to work at my company? Dong-chi frowned and said calmly, salary of 5,000 a month. Hearing this, Jila, who was drinking water, couldn't help but spray it out. She wiped her mouth with a tissue and smiled awkwardly, saying, sorry, choked. She raised an eyebrow and looked aside, thinking, what is this guy thinking? A salary of 5,000 and he wants Boss Yan to work for him. Bold move. Chen Yuan looked up at him and smiled, replying, Dong-chi, I appreciate it, but I still don't want to work. Dong-chi smiled back and said, all right, to each their own, can't force it. He couldn't help but mutter inwardly, mud that can't be plastered on the wall. If it weren't for your pretty sister, would I offer you a job? What a joke. A classmate covered her mouth and probed. Dong-chi, you started a company? What kind? His voice rang out in reply. Nothing special, just average. I started my own construction company. Dong-chi smiled broadly, spreading his hands and replied, I studied architecture. In my freshman year I did some processing work. Later I just set up my own company. It's only a few dozen people now, but it's on track. Zhang Xiao heard this and chimed in. Young Master Zhang's company isn't small this time. Boss Yan is investing in a film city. And young Master Zhang has a good chance. He sighed and said, I'm planning to bid on the Tianmen City Film City project. It's a great opportunity to make a name. Zhang Ya immediately stood up and probed, Boss Yan, is he that tycoon who spent billions on Shark and recently invested in multiple fields? Dong-chi, do you know him? Dong-chi smiled slightly and replied, I've had the fortune to meet him once. A classmate next to him immediately shouted with a laugh, Dong-chi is really impressive, having a party secretary dad and still working so hard. Zhang Ya crossed her arms and smiled, adding, he's already met Boss Yan. Totally different league from us. Wu Wei raised his glass and smiled in praise. Great family background and humble too. Boundless future. Everyone glanced at Chen Yuan, who was rubbing his stomach, thinking, compared to him, this guy is really like a lump of mud. Dong-chi saw this and pursed his lips slightly, thinking, indeed, you have to return home in glory to show off in front of these hick classmates. He looked at Jila and wondered, why is Miss Lin smiling so strangely? Is she interested in me? Then Dong-chi immediately frowned and probed, Miss Lin, why are you looking at me and smiling? She listened, then reached out to touch her own face in response. Nothing. I just suddenly remembered something funny and laughed out loud in my head. It's hilarious, talking about being shameless in front of President Yan, wanting to bid on a project, but then I turned around and saw you eating, so I thought about it. Usually, Chen Yuan only mingles with various wealthy tycoons, so maybe he's not interested in this scene either. She immediately pulled out her phone and asked tentatively, It's just that you don't want to show up, but I do. Can a wild dog mock the man I've set my sights on? The secretary's son is impressive, huh? Chen Yuan turned to look in the direction she pointed, pondering to himself, What trick is this little brat up to now? Smiling so sinisterly, Dongqi said, walking up to her to test the waters. After class, can you add me on WeChat? She frowned and asked back, WeChat? Why? He leaned in, exhaling, and said, no reason, just think you're cute and want to get to know you, make a friend. Ji Luo crossed her arms, looking down at him, and retorted, you think you're worthy of being friends with me? The classmates around were shocked, thinking, such a cute girl but so blunt, saying he's not worthy of being her friend, how arrogant. Dongqi, furious, put his hands on his hips and shouted, fine, very good. I'm not worthy of being friends with a little girl like you. You're too full of yourself. Ji Luo crossed her arms and replied, I'm not that full of myself, unlike some toads who want to eat swan meat. He yelled at her in anger. Just then a voice rang out, the general manager is here. The surrounding waitstaff immediately bowed and said, hello, general manager. Dongqi turned to look, puzzled, thinking, it's him. Fan Shitu, the general manager of Junyue. Last time my dad came here to spend money he didn't even show up. What's he doing here? Shitu placed his hand on his chest, bowed to her and said, second miss. I didn't expect you to visit the Tianmen branch in person. You should have notified me in advance and I would have arranged the top luxury suite for you. Ji Luo waved her hand and replied, it's fine, I was just browsing. Who knew I'd end up eating at my own family's business? Go ahead with your work. Dongqi frowned and exclaimed, your own family's business. Zheng Xiao immediately shouted in surprise. Junyue is a nationwide chain with at least 500 branches and total assets over $1 billion. It's backed by the richest family in Hancheng, the Lin family. Could it be that your friend here? Another person spoke up. This Miss Ji Luo seems to be named Lin. Yu Ji also added, that manager just called her second miss. Everyone turned to Ji Luo and shouted, could it be this coincidental? The second daughter of the Lin family is eating with us. Meng Meng smiled and tested the waters. Lin Ji Luo, is that true? Are you the daughter of the richest man? She crossed her arms, snorted, and said, I originally wanted to get along with you all as an ordinary person. Who knew I'd only get coldness in return? I'm done pretending. I'm coming clean. My dad is the richest man, Lin. Chen Yuan cursed under his breath, finding the line too familiar. The scene too familiar. This was supposed to be his moment. How did she steal the spotlight? Dongqi stood there, stammering as he tested, I actually ate with the richest man's daughter. Ji Luo reached out, grabbed his arm and pulled him away, saying, all right, enough talk. We've eaten, let's go home, brother Chen Yuan. The crowd watched the three leave, exclaiming, Chen Yuan is living off the richest man's daughter. That's incredible. Dongqi lay on the ground shouting, why couldn't it be me? What am I lacking? On the other side, Ji Luo raised her hand and said, Manager Fan, we're leaving. I'll pay this time. In the parking lot, Chen Yuan crossed his arms and said, you had fun today, huh? That was a great act. I really don't get why a rich girl like you likes playing these games. She snorted in response, I don't like seeing them look down on you. On the phone screen a call from Sister Yu appeared. Ling Shuang's voice came through tentatively. Hello, Miss Ji Luo, where are you? She laughed and replied, sorry, Sister Yu. Chen Yuan took us to a class reunion. It was hilarious. I'll tell you about it when I get back. On the other end, she hugged the pile of shopping bags, trembling, thinking, a class reunion dinner and they didn't take me? Ling Shuang pressed the hang-up button and muttered, is Chen Yuan guarding against me so he didn't bring me? She frowned and said, what's the point of guarding against me? Whatever you talk about or eat at the reunion, I can find out. Ling Shuang reached for her phone and said, the top priority is to complete Chen Yuan's task, spend 100 million. In the Li family villa, the lights were still on. Jia Mu was being attended to by a maid, lounging in the bathtub. Suddenly his phone rang. He picked it up and asked back, Chen Yuan gave you 100 million to spend in one day. Jia Mu looked up and shouted, this is good news. It means he's testing your ability. It's a test for you. He stood up calmly and said, don't worry, I'll send people to fully support you, ensuring you spend that 100 million as quickly as possible. Jia Mu smiled broadly and replied, you're doing great, keep it up. You must find out the relationship between Chen Yuan and the Chen family. Ling Shuang responded on the other end, yes, young master, I'll keep working hard. Just then, in the black sedan, Chen Yuan's phone rang, the ringtone played. Long nights filled with longing, when you suddenly arrive, my heart races. He immediately answered and asked tentatively, Quan Ning, what's wrong? She immediately cried, Chen Yuan, I messed up again. I'm so stupid. I only sleep 4 hours a day, but the more problems I solve, the more appear. Chen Yuan frowned and said, sis, don't panic. Tell me slowly. Quan Ning looked at the data on her computer screen and said, Chen Yuan, it's all my fault. Land prices in Tianmen have tripled recently, and our funds aren't enough to pay. What do we do? Chen Yuan listened and said, tripled? That's ridiculous, but solving this isn't hard. His voice was calm as he continued. Just change the location of our film studio. Quan Ning panicked and replied, can we do that? Chen Yuan smiled slightly and said, why not? We're not in business to gouge profits. If someone's speculating on land, don't blame us for being ruthless. Change the location. It's settled. Immediately, on modern Tianmen's social media, news broke. Gao Quan Ning held another press conference, announcing that due to force majeure the film studio location had changed. Comments flooded in. Spring Breeze never sleeps. That bitch Gao Quan-ning is really playing tricks, treating people like dogs. She said the studio would be in Tiananmen, and now she's changing her mind. Die a horrible death. Long Valley, deep wind. Help, my dad borrowed 800,000 from an online loan to speculate on real estate. Now Gao Quan-ning changed the studio location. We're about to sleep on the streets. Please help. Orange Dusk, the biggest scam in history. Can Gao Quan-ning's film studio actually succeed? I feel like she's a con artist. I strongly demand Han Chung arrest Gao Quan-ning. People gathered at the door with signs and banners shouting, pay back the money, pay back the money, pay back the money. Quan-ning Group is inhuman, destroying my hard-earned savings. 2 janitors in the building sat on the stairs gossiping. Did you hear? 6 people quit next door today. I heard they went to Tiananmen to speculate on real estate. Yeah, now land prices in Tiananmen have supposedly dropped below 1,000. What a disaster. Just then a figure fell from a height shouting, Gao Quan-ning, you'll die a horrible death. A janitor saw it, sweating, and said, the door to the top floor wasn't locked. I thought I locked it. Damn, I'm going to get my pay docked. What a disaster. Sunlight filled Chen Yuan's entire home. He lay in bed scrolling on his phone saying, great, now housing prices have dropped back to pre-boom levels. The bubble was too big, Chen Yuan said calmly. But the ones who suffer are the speculators. It doesn't affect ordinary people. Just then Meng Ming pushed the door open and shouted, brother, stop sleeping. Come out and see. He blushed, wrapped himself in the blanket and yelled, Meng Ming, you're a grown girl now. How can you just barge into a guy's room? She replied calmly. We're siblings. What's the big deal, bro? Get up, there's something interesting to see. Chen Yuan scratched his head and said, all right, I'm up. What's the interesting thing? Meng Ming walked ahead and said, someone in the village is getting married. He frowned and asked tentatively, married who? She pointed downward and said, look, with all these cars, someone must be getting married. Meng Ming noticed no happiness characters on the cars and exclaimed in confusion, strange, why aren't there flowers or happiness symbols on the wedding cars? She touched her chin and said, why are these cars heading toward our house? The villagers saw Ling Shuang arriving with luxury cars and asked tentatively, what's going on with the Chen family? A few days ago a construction crew came to fix the house. Now so many cars show up. Did Chen Yuan offend the mafia? When she saw Chen Yuan come out, she immediately said, boss, I've completed the tasks you gave me. Ling Shuang pointed behind her and said, these are 10 Mercedes and 10 BMWs. Then she pointed to the crowd behind her and introduced, I've also hired over 30 experts in various fields, including chefs, lawyers, doctors, butlers, nannies, financial experts, stock analysts, and manga editors, all at your service. Ling Shuang bowed and handed over a document bag, saying, these are the property deeds for 100 houses. I've spent all the money you gave me. Chen Yuan looked at the pile of documents, thinking, she really bought me 100 houses. He frowned and asked tentatively, whose names are these houses registered under? She smiled proudly and said, boss, I successfully acquired a real estate company called Fadian. Currently these 100 houses are all registered under the company. Ling Shuang held up a contract and said, as long as you sign this document, all of Fadian's assets will belong to you, boss. Chen Yuan touched his chin, looking at the contract in his hand, thinking, it's a trap, but she's efficient. Completed the entire company acquisition and built a team for me in just one day. But there must be her people planted in it. He walked forward with the documents and said, we'll talk about the documents later. Come up with me first. Ling Shuang saw Chen Yuan turn and leave, panicking inside. Oh no, did I make him suspicious by being too capable? Damn, I should have kept a lower profile. But the people young Master Li sent to help were too many. He stopped, hands on his hips, and asked tentatively, Secretary Yu, do you know why I called you up? She immediately replied, no. Chen Yuan handed the documents to Ling Shuang and said, I won't sign this document. You're in charge of real estate. Fadian and that 100 million in assets are yours. She was shocked inside, thinking, this isn't right. I can't accept a reward without merit. He leaned in close to Ling Shuang and said, can you? She asked why. Chen Yuan's lips curled up as he replied, smiling broadly, reaching out his hand, because I like you. Ling Shuang blushed and asked back, like me? Chen Yuan leaned closer to her face and affirmed, that's right, not just 100 million, even a billion, 10 billion. I'd give it to you willingly. His eyes were full of affection as he said, because I like you. She stepped back and shouted, are you joking? That's not funny. We've only known each other for a day. Chen Yuan put his hands in his pockets, walked over and asked back, would someone joke with 100 million? He smiled and asked, if I weren't sincere, why would I do this? Ling Shuang immediately blushed and said, but this is. Chen Yuan slammed his hand against the wall beside her and said, time has never been the issue. Some people know each other for over a decade and become strangers. Others meet for the first time and spend a lifetime together, but I've fallen for you. He leaned in close to Ling Shuang and said, from now on you're my personal secretary. Chen Yuan extended both hands and said, congratulations, you've passed the test. She blushed as she watched him pull out his phone, panicking inside. I thought he was going to do something to me. Damn, my heart is racing. What is he up to? Just then, Ling Shuang's phone rang with a notification. Your account ending in 7,687 has received 100 million yuan. She excitedly held up her phone and shouted. Boss, Chen Yuan turned back and smiled, saying, this is your next task. Help me spend 100 million in a week. Ling Shuang panicked, thinking, what is Chen Yuan trying to do? She gripped her phone tightly, pondering, does he really like me? On the other side, Chen Yuan threw his head back and laughed. Hilarious. She's actually starting to consider the possibility. His eyes turned sharp. Secretary Yu, your performance is brilliant. It makes me even more eager to see your next act. On the other side, Ling Shuang shook her head vigorously, thinking, no, the Li family has been so good to me. How could I betray the young master? She thought seriously. 100 million is a lot, and Chen Yuan is indeed charming, but I will never be bought by him. So what if he's rich? I must have integrity. Ling Shuang looked at Chen Yuan's retreating figure and shouted, boss, you're too good to me. I'll serve you like a beast of burden for the rest of my life. He turned back to look behind him. Above Ling Shuang's head, the favorability meter showed -85. Chen Yuan couldn't help but click his tongue. Influencing a female spy is really hard, but this can't be rushed. Step by step, he raised his hand, turned, and left, saying, you don't need to repay me. You can spend that 100 million however you like. Ling Shuang thought in confusion, he's just leaving like that, no follow-up, what's going on? The system screen showed favorability at -85. Just then, Chen Yuan's phone rang in his pocket. He looked at the name on the screen, Xiao Ruoyu, and thought, it's her. On the other end, her voice came through tentatively. Chen Yuan, where are you? Can I see you? A voice from the building asked tentatively. Is it Bingshui? Are you free this weekend? Ruoyu lay in bed, smiling, and said nothing much. I just feel like I haven't seen you in a few days and wanted to ask you out for a stroll. Bingshui reached out to take the documents and replied, sorry Ruoyu, the company's been too busy lately. I just took over as vice president, and I'm still getting familiar with the work. I'm working overtime this weekend too. She looked at the office downstairs and said, our company is about to launch a new AI smart algorithm, and everyone's working overtime. As vice president, I can't get away. Ruoyu had no choice but to accept. All right then, you work. We'll meet next time. Bingshui nodded in agreement. Okay, next time. Then she lay down and called someone else. Hey Yuki, are you free these next few days? On the other end, Yuki looked at the document and asked tentatively, bad timing Ruoyu. I'm about to head to Shanghai for an industry summit. I have a business trip recently, probably won't have time. Why don't you ask Bingshui? Ruoyu immediately said, it's fine, you go ahead. We'll meet next time. She lay in bed, hung up the phone and muttered, everyone's busy. Ruoyu placed her hand on her forehead and whispered, maybe it's better to be busy. She turned to pick up her phone from the bed, looked at Chen Yuan's name on the screen and thought, Chen Yuan, you're really heartless. If I don't look for you, you really won't look for me. She immediately called, saying, hey Chen Yuan, where are you? I want to come find you. The village was utterly silent, not a sound to be heard. Just then, Chen Yuan heard a horn and turned around. His gaze landed on the car parked beside him. Zheng Xiao and his crew shouted with gleaming eyes, a Lamborghini Veneno, I've seen this car online. Ruoyu stepped out of the car immediately. The crowd looked at her and speculated. Someone who drives a car like that must be a rich heiress from some family. Wonder what she's doing in our village. Ruoyu walked over, saw him holding a watermelon, and called out, Chen Yuan. He let out a soft sigh and was silent for a long moment. Then Chen Yuan walked in first, saying, let's go. Zheng held his head and shouted, it's Chen Yuan again. Another rich woman coming for Chen Yuan. Why him? He turned to look beside him, pointed at himself and yelled, hey, I'm clearly better looking than Chen Yuan. Why does the rich woman only look at him and not me? Did Chen Yuan slip her some love potion? The young man gave a dry laugh and replied, Bro Xiao, you're hilarious. Ruoyu followed Chen Yuan quickly inside and a tear immediately slid down her cheek. Then Ruoyu rushed over and hugged him tightly, asking, Chen Yuan, can you stop being so cold? She clung to him and sobbed loudly, I came to apologize to you. Please don't be mad at me anymore, okay? I miss you so much. Chen Yuan looked stunned and turned to Ruoyu. He grabbed her hand and called out, Ruoyu. Jila immediately walked over and called Chen Yuan to eat grapes. Then the grape basket fell, and she pointed at the two furiously, shouting, you. Ruoyu turned to look and asked, Miss Lin, the second daughter of the Lin family, what are you doing here? Meng Meng ran over from behind and asked, what's wrong? What broke? She looked up and asked, Bro, this sister is Ruoyu. She trembled all over, head bowed, thinking about how she cried every day and was constantly worried. She thought Chen Yuan would be the same. She imagined him surrounded by 3 people. But Chen Yuan was having a great time in the old house, hiding 3 beauties. Chen Yuan raised his hand to cover his mouth and coughed dryly, saying, Ruoyu, let me introduce you. He pointed at her and said, this is Lin Jila from the Lin family. You should know her. Then Chen Yuan looked at the little girl and introduced her. This is Wang Meng Meng, my half-sister. Then he looked to the other side and said, this is Yu Ling Shuang, now my secretary. Chen Yuan froze, listening to the music start in panic. The most awkward moment is when the air suddenly goes quiet. Chen Yuan pointed at her and laughed, calling out, "This is Xiao Ruoyu, my high school classmate, the beauty queen of Wuhan University." Ji Li's face twisted in anger, thinking, "This woman stole my brother's thunder and is clinging to Chen Yuan. She must be a bad woman. I absolutely can't let Chen Yuan go to her." Ruoyu frowned and thought, "Little girl, because of your brother, Chen Yuan and I had a misunderstanding. And now you're butting in," she thought to herself. "I originally came to see Chen Yuan and then leave, but it looks like I'll have to stay long-term and keep an eye on him." Then Ruoyu held her head and fell into his arms, asking, "Chen Yuan, can I stay here for a few days? I've been feeling a bit down lately and want to relax. My head is really dizzy." Chen Yuan frowned and thought, "It doesn't matter, herding one sheep is the same as herding a flock." Besides, he turned to look at Jila and calculated, "This girl has been bouncing around too much lately. Let Xiao Ruoyu deal with her. I want to see what sparks fly when two rich heiresses live together." Chen Yuan put his arm around her shoulder and agreed to Ruoyu. "What's mine is yours. You're being too polite. Stay as long as you want." Ruoyu beamed and shouted, "Then I'll go put my luggage away." She frowned and calculated, "Right now, I'm getting along well with Yuki and Bingshui. I can't let another woman join the table. I have to stop her." Jila stood watching Ruoyu's retreating figure, frowning as she analyzed, "This girl is a tough opponent. To win Chen Yuan, she'll do anything." Chen Yuan carried a drop of water toward the watermelon field, with Ruoyu and Jila following behind when he sat down to rest. One brought water, and the other brought a towel, gently surrounding him. After a while, Chen Yuan returned home with a full basket of watermelons, along with Ruoyu and Jila. Just as they reached the door, Chanang came out of the house and called out, "Xiao Yuan, come here for a moment. There's some good news." He immediately turned to look behind him and said, "Ruoyu, Jila, you two go home first. Your aunt has something to discuss with me." Chen Yuan walked up to her and asked with a smile, "What good news is so mysterious? Is my dad coming back soon?" Chanang frowned and replied, "What are you thinking? Your dad is probably having a great time out there and won't come back." Then he listened in surprise as she said, "Haven't you been thinking about demolition all along? Our village is really going to be demolished this time." Chen Yuan shouted in confusion, "Demolition? I've never heard of it." Chanang immediately raised her hand and lowered her voice, asking, "What are the terms?" "The terms are very generous." "Listen to me," she smiled and gave a thumbs up, saying, "For this demolition, as long as you're willing to sell the land, you'll get a commercial apartment in the city right away. Only the first 100 people qualify, first come, first served. A house plus demolition compensation. It's a great deal after the land is developed. You'll also get dividends from all operational projects on the land. It's a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity. If you want to change your fate and reach the peak of life, this is your chance." He frowned and said seriously, "Auntie, I think something's off. Have you joined some weird organization recently?" Chanang was startled and shouted, "Oh, Xiao Yuanzi, how did you know? I recently joined the demolition persuasion team of the real estate company in charge of the demolition. They said the more people I persuade, the higher my commission." She pulled out a card and added with a smile, "I've only been in for 3 days, and I've already upgraded to Safia member." Chen Yuan looked at the stone in Chanang's hand and thought, "Isn't this a pyramid scheme?" He stared at Chanang and advised, "Auntie, I think you've been scammed. How can demolition compensation work like that? Wouldn't they lose money?" She retorted, "Don't talk nonsense, that company is very strong. It's called Fadian Real Estate with huge assets." Chen Yuan was startled and thought, "Fadian, isn't that my company? What is Yu Lingshuang up to?" Meanwhile, that afternoon, Meng Ming stood in front of a house and shouted, "This is the last household." She wiped her sweat and smiled, calling out, "Once we close this deal, we can buy the entire village's land. Thank you for your help these past few days, Sister Yu." Lingshuang smiled and said, "Meng Ming, I'm just helping out. You're the one who's been working the hardest." Meng Ming bowed to her and said sincerely, "Without your funding and strategy, buying the land wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Many uncles and aunties are hard to deal with." "Thank you, Sister Yu." She looked up at Gao Bao and thought, "Didn't my brother say he wanted a farm? This time I'll definitely surprise him." Ling Shuang looked at Meng Ming and thought, "This girl is innocent and simple, with her mind full of Chen Yuan, and that bastard Chen Yuan has been using her all along." She stared at the little girl and whispered, "Meng Ming, have you ever thought that maybe Chen Yuan isn't your real brother?" Then Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat and she thought, "No, I can't stand by and watch an innocent girl fall into Chen Yuan's clutches." Meng Ming frowned and said, "Sister Yu, don't joke. How could my brother not be my brother?" Then Ling Shuang pulled out a file and said, "I didn't want to interfere in the matter between you and the boss, but you're too naive. I think I need to tell you the truth. Here's some information. Take a look for yourself." The little girl looked at the file handed to her and asked in confusion, "What is this?" Her face immediately darkened as she said, "This is the medical record of Chen Yuan's mother, Ma Chiume. From over 20 years ago, this record shows that Ma Chiume is infertile." Meng Ming clutched the file, trembling as she listened to Ling Shuang's voice in her ear. So Chen Yuan is not your real brother. Meng Ming gripped the file tightly and asked, trembling, is this true? Auntie can't have children, then was my brother adopted? Ling Shuang said softly, I'm not sure about that, but there's no adoption record for your brother. The little girl looked up at her and retorted, so whether I'm Dad's biological daughter or Uncle Chen's daughter, you and my brother Chen Yuan have no blood relation at all. Meng Ming looked down at the ground, feeling lost. She recalled the memory she had with Chen Yuan and thought, how strange. When I heard this news, I didn't find it hard to accept. Brother Chen Yuan has always been gentle, approachable, and fulfilled all my requests. He's so outstanding that I was afraid that time was just a dream. Meng Ming's lips curled up slightly, and she looked up at the sky, thinking, so I've liked you all along. I just never dared to admit it. She looked at the file in her hand and smiled, shouting, now it's fine, I don't have to worry about anything anymore. Ling Shuang frowned and shouted, Meng Ming, I know you have feelings for Chen Yuan, but have you considered this? Maybe he knew from the start that you weren't blood related. Meng Ming looked up and asked, but before she could finish, Ling Shuang affirmed seriously, that's right, he's had ulterior motives toward you for a long time, maybe even some unknown special fetishes. The little girl reached out and took Ling Shuang's hand, saying, all right sister, you, stop talking. I'm a bit confused, let's go back, she muttered softly. Meng Ming. Then Meng Ming returned with her to Chen Yuan's house. The little girl stood at the door thinking, so brother Chen Yuan likes me too, but he's really flirtatious. There are so many girls around him. Meng Ming looked down at the ground and thought, but they're all so outstanding, what am I, just a country girl? Ling Shuang looked at the little girl in front of her and sighed inwardly, what a tragedy. She's already pitiful with this background, and he still toys with her feelings. Chen Yuan is a beast. Meanwhile, a system screen appeared in front of Chen Yuan. You Ling Shuang's favorability -5, current favorability -90. He looked at it in surprise and thought, it dropped again. Chen Yuan turned to see Meng Ming and Ling Shuang returning and thought, oh my god, I didn't even do anything and my favorability still dropped. Jila ran out from behind and asked, brother Chen Yuan, what are you looking at? He replied calmly, nothing, go start the fire. She crouched in front of the stove and shouted, so troublesome, can't you install a gas stove, Chen Yuan? He raised a spatula and shouted, what do you know, food cooked over a wood fire tastes better, Ruoyu, go wash the vegetables. Chen Yuan turned to the little girl and asked, Meng Ming, what's wrong, why are you so down, go wash your hands, today your brother will cook for you. The little girl looked up in surprise and asked, you can cook? Chen Yuan raised the spatula with confidence and replied, of course, just learned, he thought to himself. Cooking is probably the only skill I'm good at without needing to add points. Then Chen Yuan raised the knife and gently sliced the ingredients into even pieces. Next, he used a pair of chopsticks to stir the eggs in the bowl. Then Chen Yuan gently stirred the rice in the pan. Meng Ming and the others stood nearby watching with sparkling eyes, thinking, amazing. No, it's incredible. This isn't cooking, it's the art of fire. He placed 2 dishes on the table and shouted, done. Chen's shredded potatoes and special fried rice. Chen Yuan smiled and scooped up a spoonful of fried rice, shouting, Meng Ming, try it. The little girl replied dazedly, okay. Jila and the others watched with sparkling eyes as he fed Meng Ming with the spoon. Then the little girl's eyes immediately lit up and she blushed, shouting, delicious. Meng Ming said excitedly, this feeling is so happy, so warm, it's the feeling of happiness. Chen Yuan saw the little girl stuffing food into her mouth and reminded, slow down, careful not to choke. Jila frowned and shouted, isn't that a bit exaggerated, is it really that good? Then the 3 of them picked up spoons and took a bite immediately. Jila and the others shouted in unison, so delicious, how can something be this good? Help, Ruoyu smiled and praised, delicious Chen Yuan, you're amazing. She kept stuffing food into her mouth and shouted, it's even better than my family's chef. Chen Yuan, you're really skilled, Ling Shuang also said in surprise. Boss, how did you do it? Unbelievable. Then a series of prompts appeared immediately. Wang Meng Ming's favorability 10, current favorability 65 points. Lin Ji Li's favorability 10, current favorability 90 points. Yu Ling Shuang's favorability 10, current favorability -70 points. Congratulations host for unlocking the culinary skill. Current skill level is 10. Since the host has independently learned a skill for the first time, the host's culinary skill has received praise from the target. Reward, culinary skill upgraded to level 60. Chen Yuan looked at the system screen in front of him and sighed, planting willows unintentionally creates shade. I just wanted to cheer up Meng Ming, but I unlocked a new skill. Then he raised his hand and gently patted Ling Shuang on the shoulder as she sat in front of him. Seeing her turn around, Chen Yuan said, Secretary Yu, stop eating, come upstairs, I have something to discuss with you. Ling Shuang asked in surprise. Now? He crossed his arms and asked with a dark expression, what? Do I need to make an appointment with you? Are you the secretary or am I? She blushed and replied with a smile, boss, don't be angry, that's not what I meant. I'll go up now. She cursed inwardly, what a heartless capitalist, can't even let me finish a meal, I'll hang you from a lamppost later. The dusk light dyed the sky a beautiful orange. Chen Yuan stood on the rooftop looking into the distance and said, "Secretary Yu, you've been busy lately." He put his hands in his pockets, leaned over, and asked, "How's the money going?" Ling Shuang immediately took out a file and said, "Boss, I have a detailed financial report here. It records all the homesteads we've acquired. The 100 million you gave me has been fully spent." Seeing Chen Yuan touch his chin and look over the account book, she reported, "As of now, Fadian Real Estate has acquired 2,000 properties and 10,000 acres of land. Additionally, the company is expanding its staff." Ling Shuang said confidently, "The company has over 500 full-time employees and over 700 external contractors, of course. There are many expenses I haven't accounted for yet. I'll organize them as soon as possible." Her eyes burned with a fierce flame as she thought, "Surprised, aren't you? Didn't expect me to blow through 100 million so fast, did you?" Ling Shuang laughed inwardly with a dark expression, thinking, buying land and giving away houses? I made money but lost it. Too many homesteads need continuous investment. Let's see how you clean up this mess. Chen Yuan looked at the pile of account books in front of him and cursed inwardly in panic. Damn it, I can't understand any of this. What the hell is all this? Then he closed the account book, squinted one eye and thought, isn't this just digging a hole and throwing money in? Chen Yuan's eyes lit up as he fell into thought about the falling banknotes. I don't care if you dig a pit or lose money. I only care how fast you spend. Then, with a calm expression, he looked at Ling Shuang and said, Secretary Yu, you've worked hard during this time. You did well. Startled, she covered her mouth and thought, he's not angry? Then Ling Shuang saw Chen Yuan raise his hand and reach toward her. She stared blankly as his hand approached her face. Blushing, she watched him touch her cheek, wondering, what is he trying to do? Is he going to kiss me? What should I do? Then he gently picked a grain of rice from the corner of her mouth. Chen Yuan rolled the rice off his finger with his tongue and ate it, staring at Ling Shuang as he instructed, be more careful when you eat next time. Having rice stuck to your mouth during a report makes you look very unprofessional. Hearing this, she felt like her head was about to smoke and awkwardly replied, yes, boss, I'll be careful next time. Ling Shuang touched her chin and muttered angrily, what the hell, that scared me to death. Chen Yuan leaned in and whispered praise, your efficiency far exceeds my expectations. You broke through 100 million so quickly. You're truly a remarkable talent, Secretary Yu. Then the phone screen showed that a bank account ending in 7,687 had received 500 million yuan. Ling Shuang froze on the spot and exclaimed, that's 500 million. She looked at Chen Yuan and silently screamed, does he have no regard for money? Isn't he afraid something will go wrong? He smiled slightly and replied, that's right, it's 500 million, and it's your budget for next week. If you can spend all 500 million within a week. Chen Yuan leaned close to Ling Shuang's ear and whispered, then I might consider letting you into our inner circle. Explain our. Then her eyes widened in shock as she listened to him reveal secrets about the Chen family conglomerate. Ling Shuang, with a serious expression, raised one hand in a salute and shouted at his retreating figure, yes, boss. I guarantee I'll complete the mission. Chen Yuan frowned, looked ahead, and smiled to himself. So what if she's a spy? She still has to obediently work for me and burn my money. That night, Ling Shuang sat in front of her computer screen typing a report. Young Master Li, I've successfully gotten close to Chen Yuan and gained his trust. She continued typing rapidly. Soon I'll be able to access the core secrets of the Chen family conglomerate. Ling Shuang looked at the message she had just written and said, please wait for my good news. Then she pressed send and a notification appeared on the screen, message sent. Seeing this, Ling Shuang exclaimed, everything is proceeding according to plan. She clasped her hands and muttered to herself, I'll use the 500 million Chen Yuan gave me to keep buying land in the surrounding towns. If Chen Yuan wants to maintain this chaos, he'll have to invest more money. Ling Shuang's mind conjured Chen Yuan's face as she said, underestimate a woman and I'll make you suffer and I'll make you fall beyond redemption. On the other side, he scratched his ear vigorously and asked, why is my ear so itchy? Then Chen Yuan leaned back on the sofa with his phone and said loudly, forget it, probably some girl is missing me again. He looked at the two victory words on the phone screen, recalling what Ji Luo had just said. Chen Yuan, we're going shopping, just the girls group, so we won't invite you. Bye. He looked at the screen, picked his nose, and muttered, she misses me but leaves me behind to have fun. I just don't get women. So boring. Chen Yuan put down his phone, looked up at the ceiling and thought, the house is so quiet now, just me alone. If only it could be like before. He stared upward, thinking, if my parents were still here I could still be an ordinary college student. Then Chen Yuan closed his eyes, thinking, eat well, drink well. Suddenly a figure stopped outside the door. Chu Mei looked up at the house in front of her and asked in confusion, where is this? Why is it so big? Is this still my home? She glanced at the cars in the yard and wondered, so many cars, they all look expensive. Did that bastard Chen Jianeng sell the house? Chu Mei pulled her suitcase and walked in shouting, anyone home? Is anyone home? Come out and answer. Chen Yuan, dozing on the sofa, woke with a start and exclaimed, what's that sound? It sounds so familiar. Seeing her standing at the door, he shouted in surprise, "Mom's back." Chu Mei looked at Chen Yuan and asked, "Xiao Yuan, you're home? That's a relief. Mom asked you what's happened to our house." He immediately rushed over and hugged her tightly, crying, "Mom, I missed you so much." Chu Mei felt Chen Yuan rest his head against her chest and stay silent. After a moment she pursed her lips and smiled. "You're so grown up, still clinging to Mom. Are you hungry? Mom will cook for you." That night, the indoor light spilled into the yard. Chen Yuan picked up his chopsticks, reached for the food on the table and said, "Mom, I know all the terrible things Chen Jianeng did. Don't worry, I'm definitely on your side." Chu Mei heard this and exclaimed, "You're sensible, let me tell you. Don't you learn from that damn Chen Jianeng and flirt around?" He got excited and shouted, "How could I? Mom, you know I've always been honest. I even blush when talking to girls." Just then, coincidentally, Ling Shuang and her group returned to the Luo family. Brother Chen Yuan were back. Then she and the other four stared at each other, frozen in place. Chu Mei forced a smile and asked, "Xiao Yuan, who is this?" Panicking inside, she thought, "I've only been away a few days and this kid has already brought a girl home." Chen Yuan smiled slightly and pointed at Ji Luo saying, "Mom, let me introduce you. This is my friend Lin Ji Luo." She stammered, "Hello, auntie." Behind her, Ruo Yu and the others were startled, thinking Chen Yuan's mother had come too suddenly. Then she stepped forward and introduced herself. "Hello, auntie. My name is Xiao Ruo Yu. I'm Chen Yuan's high school classmate." Another stepped forward and said, "Hello, auntie. My name is Yu Ling Shuang." Chu Mei immediately raised her hand and smiled. "Oh, hello to you all." Shocked, she thought, he didn't bring just one but 3 or 4 and they're all so beautiful. She looked at everyone and said, "Hello, please sit down and have some water. Auntie will go cook for you." Ruo Yu smiled and said, "Auntie, you rest, I'll cook." Ji Luo beside her also smiled and chimed in, "Yeah, we'll handle it." Chen Yuan watched Ruo Yu walk inside and wondered, "What? She can cook. Why hasn't she done it before?" Meanwhile, Chu Mei saw Ji Luo mopping the floor and exclaimed in surprise, "Oh, Xiao Luo, why are you mopping the floor?" "You're a guest," she smiled and replied. "It's fine. These past few days while you were away, auntie, we've been doing the housework." Chen Yuan was startled and thought, "And this Lin Ji Luo, what's with her? She's the laziest one. I've been doing all the housework." Chu Mei covered her mouth and laughed, praising, "They're all good girls. Ruo Yu is beautiful and smart. Ji Luo is lively and cute. Xiao Yuan's friends are really wonderful." Then the system screen showed a notification. Lin Ji Luo's affection won. Immediately after, another notification appeared. Xiao Ruo Yu's affection won. Chen Yuan's face instantly darkened. He pursed his lips and thought, "Damn, Mom hates men who flirt. I'm probably in for it." Chu Mei blushed, looked at him and smiled, praising, "My son is really capable. I was worried you'd never find a wife, but it seems I was overthinking it. Xiao Yuan has grown up. Mom is very happy." He was stunned, his mouth wide open, thinking, "Mom, you're such a hypocrite." Just then, Chun Hong passed by, saw her and shouted, "Chu Mei, you're back?" Chu Mei immediately went out and asked, "Yeah, just got back." "Chun Hong, if you have something to say, come inside. Don't stand at the door." She looked at her and exclaimed, "Chu Mei, I have big news to tell you. Come here." Chu Mei asked in confusion, "What is it, Chun Hong? Why do we have to hide and talk like this?" She muttered inwardly, "Why so mysterious?" Chun Hong frowned at her and said to Chu Mei, "You've noticed, right? Our village has changed a lot recently." She was taken aback and replied, "It has indeed. I heard there's a company called Fatian Real Estate in town, pretty powerful." Chun Hong said excitedly, "You've heard of Fatian Real Estate too? They're buying up land in our town now and the compensation is very generous." She spoke up, "Chun Hong, you're advising me to sell the house." "I'm not at that point yet." Chun Hong stared at her and urged, "You don't have to, but Xiao Yuan does. Think about how hard it is to get married these days. You need a house and a bride price. As parents, we have to think about our children." Chu Mei touched her chin and pondered, "Yeah, the girls Xiao Yuan brought back are all so outstanding. Getting married will probably cost a lot." Chun Hong immediately listed, "My family sold the land and got a house plus 600,000 in cash. Your house is bigger and you have more land. You could probably get 1 or 2 million." She frowned and said, "Chun Hong, you make a point, but I need to discuss this with Xiao Yuan." Inside the house, Ji Luo wiped the sweat from her forehead and looked up, asking, "Oh, where did Auntie Chu Mei go?" "She's gone." Chen Yuan crossed his arms and ignored her. She went to chat with a neighbor. "Ji Luo, you're really diligent today." He looked at her seriously and said to Ji Luo, "You've been at my place for a while now. It's time to talk about the cooperation. I have a task for you now." Ji Luo watched Chen Yuan's back as he walked toward the stairs and asked, "What task?" Without turning around, Chen Yuan said, "Come on, come upstairs." She quickly followed him, thinking, "I've been having too much fun at Chen Yuan's place. I almost forgot about the cooperation. That was dangerous." Then Chen Yuan handed Ji Luo a black card and said, "Here." She looked at the card in her hand and exclaimed in surprise, "This is Citibank's top-tier black card with an extremely high limit. Even my brother doesn't have a special card like this." He looked up at the starry sky and said, "There's 5 billion in it. The password is your birthday. I hope you won't disappoint me." Ji Luo was stunned and muttered, "You're just giving me the money like that, aren't you afraid I'll?" Then Chen Yuan said calmly, "I trust you." The words "I trust you" echoed in her mind repeatedly, and she thought, "He trusts me. He put his hand on Ji Luo's shoulder and said, I plan to entrust the entire Film City land acquisition project to you. She asked in panic, but why do you think I can do it? Chen Yuan bent down and looked Ji Luo in the eye, saying, right now, you're the only one I can trust by my side. She asked in confusion, but what about Sister Yu? Can't she be trusted? He shook his head and replied, every move I make is being watched. Yu Ling Shuang is a spy sent by another conglomerate. Ji Luo asked in surprise, Sister Yu is a spy. Chen Yuan turned his head and looked away, replying, yes, you know the Film City project has made me a target of public opinion. The Lin family wants to cooperate with you, but of course other conglomerates want to harm me. Yu Ling Shuang is the spy they sent. He took her hands in his and said, so Ji Luo, you're the only one I can trust now. Ji Luo looked down at the black card in her hand and thought, he just gives away 5 billion like that. Even my family wouldn't trust me this much. She blushed, stared at Chen Yuan and pondered, and the Film City project is extremely important. Chen Yuan doesn't treat me like an outsider. Chen Yuan squinted at Ji Luo, wondering, Lin Ji Luo's affection has been rising continuously and is now at 92. I wonder if I can pull her directly into the game this time. She put her hand on her chest and blushed, thinking, Chen Yuan trusts me unconditionally. This unreserved commitment, this is love, the prompt kept sounding. Lin Ji Luo's affection 1. Then a series of prompts appeared. Current affection 95. Congratulations, host, on a successful counterattack. Target number 10. Lin Ji Luo. Total 5 billion. Reward 5 billion for the host. Lin Ji Luo successfully converted into the host's follower. Reward 30 enhancement points. Acquired skills, painting mastery, singing mastery, go mastery. Chen Yuan saw this and smiled smugly, thinking it worked. He raised his hand, lifted Ji Luo's chin and instructed, don't tell anyone about today, it's our little secret. She blushed and asked dazedly, a secret only the two of us know? Ji Luo widened her eyes and pondered, I have a secret with him. She frowned and said softly, Brother Yuan, I'm going back to Hancheng tomorrow. You have to remember to miss me. Chen Yuan smiled and replied, I definitely will. He stood there watching Ji Luo's cheerful figure as she ran into the house. Chen Yuan frowned and thought, this little girl from the Lin family is quite cute and kind-hearted. If the old man of the Lin family doesn't insist on opposing me, I can be lenient with the Lin family. With that, Chen Yuan calmly walked down the stairs. Chu Mei saw him and called out, Xiao Yuan, come here, Mom has something to tell you. Chen Yuan, full of question marks, let out a confused sound, and she sat on the bed and said softly, it's like this. Today, Chen Hong told me, and I've decided to sell this house. He was shocked and exclaimed, why sell the house for no reason? Chen Yuan frowned and shouted excitedly, Mom, this isn't a small matter. Under no circumstances should we. He frowned, glanced aside and asked, why suddenly sell the house? Do you urgently need money, Mom? Chu Mei immediately frowned and said, you're not young anymore. You need to think about getting married. Now that Fadian real estate is being generous, with this money and my savings, it should be enough for you to buy a house and a car in Hancheng in the future. Chen Yuan touched his chin and wondered, Fadian? Isn't that Yu Ling Shuang's company? They've even talked to my mom. She immediately stood up and shouted, my life with your father is over. From now on, all income will be split 50-50. From now on, we owe each other nothing. I've also talked to your father on the phone and the basic issues are resolved. He was stunned and shouted, Mom? Chen Yuan frowned and looked at Chu Mei, thinking, Mom doesn't know how rich I am now. She's even thinking of selling the house. A mother's love is truly touching, but now all the land in the town can be connected, making development easier. He crossed his arms and frowned, thinking, anyway, I'll take Mom to the city to live later. I'll give her a big villa, one in Hancheng, one in the capital, one in Modu, and take good care of her. The next morning, Chen Yuan sat under a sunshade holding a stack of documents and asked, is this the latest financial report? Ling Shuang, standing beside him, immediately replied, yes, recently our Fadian real estate has been expanding rapidly. She looked down at him and added, we've already acquired land in our town and surrounding towns, but the company is currently facing a funding shortage. Ling Shuang clasped her hands and said softly, but due to communication issues, the subsidiaries are still frantically buying land. We're currently suffering heavy losses and need a large amount of funds to fill the gap. She then bowed her head and said, this is all my fault, I'm sorry. Cheng Lang revealed a sinister grin, thinking that now Fadian had no money and was still frantically grabbing land. Once the capital chain broke, according to the contract, the compensation would increase tenfold. Let's see what you do. Chen Yuan calmly looked at her and asked, how much money is needed to fill the pit? Cheng Lang panicked and replied, it needs 10 billion. Hearing this, his eyes lit up and he shouted, very good, excellent. Ha! She looked at Chen Yuan with a confused expression as he excitedly grabbed Cheng Lang's shoulders and yelled, Secretary Yu, you really didn't disappoint me. In just 1 week you not only spent 5 billion but also owe 10 billion. You are truly my right hand. Ha! She nervously tested. Boss, are you being sarcastic? He raised his hand high and shouted, how could it be sarcasm? Spending 15 billion in a week, you're a genius. Chong Lang looked at Chen Yuan's back and asked, "Did the boss get his head hit by a door?" He turned around, stared at her and replied, "No wonder you have so many employees who can make money. Employees who know how to spend money are the truly capable ones." From this perspective, Chong Lang's face darkened as Chen Yuan pointed at himself and shouted, "You are my Wolong." He smirked slightly, thinking to himself, "Little trick. Playing with me, the more you lose, the more I gain. What a fool." She looked down at her trembling hands and asked herself, "Really? Is it really true? Am I actually a business genius? I never realized it before." Then a transaction alert popped up on Chong Lang's phone. "Your account ending in 7,687 has received 20 billion yuan. She stared at the screen, pondering, 20 billion, what is this man thinking? Does he trust me that much? Even young Master Li wouldn't hand me money like this. Chong Lang immediately caught up to Chen Yuan and shouted, "Boss, do you really trust me that much? Aren't you afraid?" He replied without turning back. "No." Chen Yuan turned around, smiled at her, and added, "When you employ someone, don't doubt them. When you doubt them, don't employ them." Then multiple prompts popped up above Chong Lang's head. "You Chong Lang's favorability 20, current favorability -1. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smiled slightly, thinking, not bad, the 20 billion wasn't wasted. Then he turned to her and said, "Oh, one more thing. Secretary Yu, prepare a car for me. I'm going back to Hancheng tomorrow." Chang Shuang was startled and asked herself, suddenly going back to Hancheng, what does he want to do? Sunlight filled Chen Yuan's entire home. Chu Mei was packing clothes into his suitcase, frowning as she asked, "Xiao Yuan, why are you going back so soon? Summer vacation isn't over yet." Chen Yuan reached into the wardrobe, grabbed a suit jacket, and replied, "A friend's company is opening and I'm going to help." In his mind he recalled Yu Qi calling him, "Chen Yuan, Bicket TV is about to launch. Can you come as a guest for an event, please?" Chu Mei asked doubtfully, "Help, work, study." She kept muttering about Chen Yuan in her heart. She remembered him handing out flyers, wiping his nose and tears with a towel. He had been sensible since childhood, frugal with money, always wanting to lighten the family's burden. He had endured a lot over the years. Chen Yuan ran over worriedly and asked, "Mom, what's wrong? Why are you crying?" Chu Mei immediately said loudly, "Ah, nothing, nothing. Mom just hates to see you go." She held up a bank card and said, "Xiao Yuan, here's 50,000 yuan. Don't be too frugal. Spend it when you need to. Consider it an early birthday gift." He was startled and shouted, "This isn't right. Why are you giving me so much money for no reason?" Chu Mei calmly replied, "If you won't spend it on yourself, you'll need it for making friends. Mom thinks that Xiao Ruoyu is a good girl. She likes you a lot. When you're dating, you have to be generous." Chen Yuan excitedly shouted, "Mom, I have money. I'm a billionaire now." She immediately pointed at his wardrobe and said, "Xiao Yuan, stop joking. Look at yourself. Where do you look like a billionaire? Are you still asleep? Look at these shabby clothes. Where's the billionaire vibe?" Chen Yuan lowered his head and muttered, "Who says a billionaire can't wear a t-shirt?" Chu Mei held his hand and said, "Don't worry about Mom. Mom has money now. This 50,000 is my commission." Chen Yuan was startled and asked, "Commission, Mom? Did you join some pyramid scheme?" She poked his forehead and scolded, "What pyramid scheme? What are you thinking? What are you looking at? Chanang got Mom into Fadian Real Estate Sales Group and she's already closed several deals." He muttered to himself, "Fadian?" Then Chu Mei clenched her fist, turned around and walked out of the room, smiling. "Anyway, you're flying forward, and Mom will always be with you. I have to go convince your second uncle and eldest uncle to sell their houses this afternoon. I won't see you off. Remember to bring a daughter-in-law home soon." Chen Yuan's face turned pale as he scratched his head, thinking, if Mom knew that the boss of Fadian Real Estate was her own son, she'd probably faint from shock. I'd better not say anything. Just then he heard a voice calling brother from outside the door and turned to look. Meng Ming poked her head in and asked, "Brother, are you going back to Hancheng?" Chen Yuan asked doubtfully. "Yeah, what's up, Meng Ming?" She lowered her head and whispered, "Can I go back to Hancheng with you?" He frowned, thinking, I almost forgot about this. Meng Ming's biological mother ran off with my father. If I'm not home, she'd be awkward facing my mother alone. Then Chen Yuan reached out and patted Meng Ming's head, agreeing, "All right, it's not good to leave you here alone. Come with me." She was startled, looked up and asked, Really? Meng Ming immediately turned and ran off shouting, "Thanks brother, I'll go pack my things." He was stunned, thinking, no need to be that urgent. Chen Yuan pursed his lips slightly, silently marveling. Having a little sister feels pretty good, especially such a well-behaved one. He thought of supercars, yachts, and those casinos, thinking, this time I'll take Meng Ming to experience the decadent gambling of the bourgeoisie. Let her sink into it and broaden her horizons. He thought of Meng Ming packing clothes into her suitcase and muttered to himself, my sister, Chen Yuan's sister, can't be easily fooled by some bad guy's sweet talk in the future. On the street, traffic surged endlessly. Inside a black car, Chen Yuan's complaining voice came through, "Secretary Yu, I told you to find any car, and you really did just that." Sitting in the back seat with a glass of grape juice, he complained, "Just a BMW 4 Series, does that match my status as CEO Chen? Next time, take this job seriously." Up front, Chong Lang gripped the steering wheel with a dark face, forcing a smile. "Sorry boss. I'll be more careful next time. Beside him, Meng Meng held an orange, turned around and said, "Brother, don't make things hard for Sister Yu. Isn't this car good enough?" She peeled a segment of the orange and fed it to him, adding, in such a short time, where could she find so many luxury cars for you to choose from? Sister Yu is exhausted from handling company affairs every day. Even an orange can't shut you up. Chen Yuan opened his mouth, smiled, and praised, "My sister is the most thoughtful." Then a notification popped up. Wang Mengming's favorability 5, current favorability 70. Up front, that jerk bossing his sister around, even needing her to feed him oranges. Is he a child? Below was a prompt. Yu Chonglang's favorability -5, current favorability -15. Seeing the notification, Chen Yuan immediately spat out the grape juice, coughing uncontrollably. Meng Ming worriedly said, "Brother, take it slow." He covered his mouth with his hand, coughing, and glanced at the front seat, sighing inwardly, "What the hell, it's just eating an orange? My sister doesn't mind, so why do you?" The 20 billion worth of favorability drops just like that. Then outside turned pitch black and rain poured down incessantly. She immediately looked out the window and shouted, "Brother, look, it's raining." Chen Yuan echoed, "Yeah, the weather changes fast." Then he looked ahead and instructed, "Secretary Yu, slow down and keep your distance from the car in front." Suddenly, the car ahead lost control and swerved into the next lane. Horns and screams rang out. Brake, the truck beside it couldn't stop and slammed into it, then tipped toward Chen Yuan's car. Chong Lang, Meng Meng and he widened their eyes thinking, it's over. The black car was hit head-on and flew backward. It spun around and crashed violently into the blue car. Then the car carrying Chen Yuan flipped over. The cars behind also screeched to a halt. The car rolled on the road and stopped. Chen Yuan kicked the door open from inside and crawled out. He carried Meng Meng out, cursing inwardly. "Damn it, what bad luck. If I hadn't strengthened my body, I'd be done for." She immediately cupped his face and asked, "Brother, are you okay?" "I'm so scared." He smiled and replied, "I'm fine. Your brother is lucky and blessed. How could anything happen to me?" The rain poured down violently, pounding the black car. The cars behind had stopped, but no one came to help. Chen Yuan took off his jacket and covered Meng Ming's head, shouting, "Sister Yu is still in the car." He looked down at her and instructed, "Stay here and don't move. I'll go save her." Chen Yuan walked over to Chong Lang and asked, "How is it? Secretary Yu, are you okay?" Blood kept flowing from the wound on her head. She weakly replied in fragments, "My leg seems stuck. I can't get out." Chong Lang's vision blurred and she could only see a shadow, thinking, "Am I going to die? How ridiculous. Dying like this." Her vision finally closed, sinking into endless darkness. On this side, Chen Yuan reached out and grabbed the car door. A red light flashed in his eyes as he yanked it open, shouting, "Open up." Covered in blood, he yelled, "Secretary Yu, hang in there. You won't die." She looked up at him, thinking, although this guy is a jerk, he shows the guts of a man and never disappoints. Then a notification popped up. Yu Chonglang's favorability 20, current favorability 5. Chen Yuan carried Chonglang, crying inwardly, "Damn, finally positive. That wasn't easy." He walked toward Meng Meng, who was waiting nearby. She asked worriedly, "Sister Yu, are you okay?" Meng Meng widened her eyes in horror and shouted, "Sister Yu, your face." Chong Shuang raised her hand to touch her face and asked, "My face?" Then she held up the rearview mirror and said, "Sister, look." She stared in horror at the wound running from her forehead to her brow bone. Then the rearview mirror was immediately knocked to the ground. Seeing Chong Lang holding her face trembling, Chen Yuan tried to comfort her. "It's okay. Being alive is what matters. Medical science is advanced now. Even if there's a scar, it can be treated." Meng Ming chimed in. "Exactly." She looked up and weakly whispered, "Can it really be cured? Won't the boss think I'm ugly?" He looked directly into Chong Lang's eyes and firmly replied, "No." She leaned into Chen Yuan's arms and cried out, "Boss." After a while, the ambulance arrived and kept carrying patients inside. He and Meng Ming sat quietly, watching Chong Lang lying on the hospital bed. Chen Yuan looked at her across the room, thinking, it's time to add points to my medical skills. Maybe future favorability will depend on it. The next day at the People's Hospital, Yuqi's voice came through the phone asking, "Brother Chen Yuan, have you arrived in Hancheng? There's an offline event for Big Ket TV tonight." On the corridor he said into the phone, "But something happened here. There was a car accident." She was startled and shouted, "Car accident, are you okay? Which hospital are you in?" "Xiao Li, call the driver." Chen Yuan smiled bitterly and replied, "I'm fine. I've already been discharged. Don't come over. I'll still attend the event tonight," he added softly. "Really no need, just stay there." Chong Lang pursed her lips, thinking, maybe being disfigured isn't so bad. She touched her head, thinking, compared to beauty, ability and intelligence are my greatest weapons. Chong Shuang's eyes drooped, showing endless loss. She looked up at Chen Yuan's back, pondering, but in the end people still judge by appearance. Facing an ugly person every day, who wouldn't have reservations? He sighed and instructed, "Secretary Yu, I have a task for you. Look for a suitable villa in Hancheng." "I want to buy one." Meng Ming excitedly patted his back and shouted, "Brother, you'll get hung from a lamppost like this. Sister Yu is injured and you're still bossing her around." Chen Yuan crossed his arms and laughed loudly. But Secretary Yu is the person I trust most. She's very reliable. She crossed her arms and said, there's no such thing as exploiting people like this. Then Meng Ming turned to look behind and asked, right sister? Behind her, Chong Lang stood quietly, tears streaming down her face involuntarily. She panicked and asked herself, why am I crying? Chen Yuan also panicked and asked himself, did I really go too far? She wiped away her tears and said, Miss Meng Ming, don't misunderstand the boss. The boss hasn't looked down on me because of my disfigurement. He treats me the same as before. To me, that's the greatest kindness and affirmation. Then Chong Lang immediately clasped her hands, bowed her head and said loudly, Boss, rest assured. I will complete this task seriously and to your satisfaction. That evening the banquet was packed with people. Meng Ming ran forward happily and shouted, Brother, is this the event you're attending? It looks amazing. She looked at someone playing basketball nearby and shouted, Is that Kun Kun? I actually saw a live Kun Kun. Oh my god, is that Kong Kong? Her smile is so sweet. Chen Yuan grabbed her hand and pulled her away, instructing, Meng Ming, you'll attend events like this often in the future. I'm bringing you today to get you familiar so you won't be nervous later. Meng Ming looked down at her clothes and asked, But brother, is it okay for us to dress like this? Everyone else is in gowns and suits. Aren't we too casual? He let out a scoff and asked, Casual? Chen Yuan patted his chest and proudly declared, Meng Ming, formalities are chains for ordinary people. Your brother could wear slippers tonight and no one would dare look down on me. Just then, someone behind her laughed loudly. Look at that girl over there, so tacky. How did she even get in? Meng Ming awkwardly clutched her skirt and lowered her head. He frowned and cursed under his breath. Damn, where did this nobody come from, daring to mock my sister? Then he turned and walked toward the two girls who had badmouthed Meng Ming. Chen Yuan looked down at them and said sternly, Ladies, watch your words. Yan Ran crossed her arms and shouted, Ladies? Who are you calling ladies? Hick, beside her. Juju touched her face and mocked, Who do you think you are to tell us to watch our words? How laughable. He was furious, gritting his teeth. Just as Chen Yuan was about to lunge forward, Meng Ming immediately grabbed his clothes. Seeing him turn back, she whispered, Brother, forget it. Chen Yuan's face darkened as he looked at the two of them and said, I'll give you one more chance. Apologize to my sister. Yan Ran stepped forward, frowned, and shouted, Apologize? Apologize my ass. Do you know how many fans I have? Who do you think you are? He immediately raised his hand and slapped her across the face. Yan, her face half swollen and red, shouted excitedly, How dare you hit me? Chen Yuan calmly slapped her other cheek with the back of his hand. The crowd gathered around murmuring incessantly, Who is this? Hitting a girl is so uncivilized, no gentlemanly manners at all. Hearing this, he curled his lips and sneered inwardly, thinking, a bunch of turtles. Who says you can't hit a girl? A girl with a sharp tongue deserves it. Gentlemanly manners? Peef, do I need that crap? Bai Yi pushed through from behind with his men, shouting loudly, Who's causing trouble on my turf? When he saw Chen Yuan turn around, he exclaimed in surprise. Boss Yan. Bai Yi frowned, thinking to himself, Since our last meeting, Boss Yan's reputation has grown bigger and bigger, becoming a legendary figure. I never expected to run into him here. Lucky me. Yan, her face swollen, looked up and then rushed over to hug him, shouting, Young Master Bai, you're here. This hick hit me, you have to stand up for me. Bai Yi immediately raised his hand and slapped Yan, cursing, Shut up, you lying bitch, you have no say here, get lost. He walked over, took Chen Yuan's arm and explained, Sorry boss, I've slept with this woman a few times. She doesn't know her place. If she clashed with you, I apologize on her behalf. The people behind gasped in shock. Am I seeing things? Is this the unruly prince of the Bai family? Being so polite, who is this guy? Young Master Bai can't hold his head up anymore. Meng Ming, blushing behind him, thought Brother Chen Yuan was so domineering just now, like a character from a movie. She stared at him intently, thinking, but I really like it. The system screen immediately popped up a notification. Wang Meng Ming's affection 5, current affection 85. In the bedroom, Ling Shuang sat on the bed gripping her phone tightly. She stared at the phone screen thinking, time to update the young master on the intel. The image of him holding her shoulder flashed through Ling Shuang's mind, followed by the scene of him breaking in to save her. She paused, but Chen Yuan, she lowered her head, pursed her lips and cursed silently. Damn it, why is my mind full of this man? Ling Shuang pressed the dial button to call Jia Mui. Forget it. He sat in his office looking at the night view outside the window, and answered, It's me. On the other end she calmly called out, Young Master, we can start the operation. Ling Shuang recalled the map in her mind and added, I've secretly acquired several scattered plots of land around the area. Now we can influence the core area of the film studio planning. Jia Mu smiled and praised, Well done, Ling Shuang, you've worked hard during this time. When you come back I'll make it up to you, she happily exclaimed. Young Master flatters me, don't say that. Ling Shuang remembered the scene of her sitting on the street hugging her knees and then being taken in by Jia Mu, saying, If it weren't for you and the Li family back then, I would have starved to death on the street. He chuckled and said, Ling Shuang, you truly are the one I value most. Don't worry about this accident. When you return I'll get the best doctors from South Korea to treat you. She softly called out, Thank you, young master. Then Ling Shuang gently hung up the phone. She frowned in confusion. How did he know I had an accident? Suddenly, Ling Shuang's eyes widened as she thought, he's been watching me. He doesn't trust me. At the banquet, the host stood on stage and shouted excitedly, "All right, let's thank Kun for his performance. Truly unforgettable." He pointed to the side and said, "The next act will be performed by a special guest we've invited." Meng Meng tugged at Chen Yuan's sleeve and asked, "Brother, why so mysterious? Do you know the inside story?" Then she exclaimed in surprise, "What are you doing?" Meng Meng looked at him and asked, "Why did you suddenly put on a helmet?" Chen Yuan leaned down, looking directly into her eyes, and replied, "Meng Meng, I'm going to perform a show for you next." Just then, the crowd looked at the stage and shouted excitedly, "Look, it's that sky-high auction piano from before. That's right, it's the legendary crystal piano. Bigot TV really has face." Meng Meng watched him walk onto the stage and whispered, "Brother Chen Yuan." Her eyes became glistening, blushing as she thought, he's so handsome. The system screen popped up a notification. Wang Meng Meng's affection 5, current affection 90. Everyone saw Chen Yuan sit down at the piano and loudly discussed, "Who is this? Could it be the wave god? Apart from the wave god, no one seems worthy of such a famous piano. I'm so looking forward to it." 5 minutes later, he was still sitting there with his eyes closed, not playing. The crowd began to jeer. 5 minutes and he still hasn't played. Is he bluffing? Those people immediately raised their fists and shouted, "Hey, if you can't play, get off the stage. Don't just sit there." The live stream comments kept scrolling. "Who invited this guy? Performing a mime show? Is the internet lagging? I've wasted 5 minutes of my life. Press 1 if you want him to get off." In the monitoring room, Yuqi and Meng Meng stood watching. She looked at the comments and exclaimed in surprise, "Yuqi, the comments are very negative. We need to do something." She crossed her arms, glanced over, and replied, "What's the rush? Stay calm and wait for a change. I believe he can surprise us." Yuqi stared at the monitor thinking, "Chen Yuan, you're a piano genius. What are you doing?" On the other side, Chen Yuan closed his eyes, exhaled, and then raised his hand and began pressing the keys. Meng Meng pointed at the monitor and laughed. He moved. On the other side, Chen Yuan began to sing softly. The crowd heard his song and murmured in surprise, "What song is this? It's so beautiful. I suddenly feel a bit sad." On stage, his eyes full of emotion, he continued singing. Meng Meng blushed as she looked over, thinking, "The feeling brother Chen Yuan gives me now. His aura is no less than those superstars. How many secrets does he have?" Chen Yuan lowered his head, focused on the keys, and continued singing. Yuqi and Meng Meng were both immersed in his song. She blushed, her heart screaming inside, "Damn it, this Chen Yuan is too charming. I can't take it anymore. But he's my best friend's boyfriend." In the living room, Kuan Yin watched the live stream of Chen Yuan singing on her phone. She stared intently at the screen thinking, "This song." Kuan Yin blushed, thinking, "Only someone who has truly loved can sing like this." Her gaze focused on the screen, thinking, under his wild and unrestrained exterior, there's actually a heart full of scars. Then the system screen popped up. Gao Kuan Yin's affection 1, current affection 93, outside the banquet. The place was bustling with people, and inside, Chen Yuan stopped playing, ending the performance. The stage fell into a long silence. Then the crowd erupted in loud noise. "So stunning, this is superstar level." Like a dream, still moved after waking up, stage lights shone directly on Chen Yuan, who was sitting on the stage in the room. Ruo Yu watched the live stream on her phone, surprised and puzzled. Chen Yuan sings so well. What are this man's limits? How can he master so many top-tier skills? Her eyes were full of hearts as she thought, no wonder he's the man I like. I wish I could be there in person. Xiao Heng turned his head, frowned, and scolded, "Ruo Yu, don't play with your phone during dinner. It's very rude. Take off your earphones now." Lin Yi, sitting across, immediately smiled and said, "It's fine, Uncle Xiao. How many young people nowadays don't play with their phones? I do it often too." He chuckled and replied, "Sorry, young Master Lin, I've been too lax in discipline." He looked ahead and answered, "Not at all. I really appreciate Ruo Yu's personality. We're about to cooperate. No need to be so formal." Ruo Yu stared at Lin Yi, thinking, this guy butted in and caused me to argue with Chen Yuan. She frowned in annoyance, thinking, this time he's using the cooperation with the Xiao family to get my dad to invite me to dinner. So annoying. Then he raised his hand to his chest, bowed, and said, "Miss Xiao, I've prepared a little show for you. I hope you like it." Lin Yi walked toward a nearby piano and called out, "You like piano, right? I've been learning for a few years too." Then he placed his hands on the keys and gently pressed them. Lin Yi played continuously, feeling smug inside. "With my skilled talent, I don't believe you won't be tempted." Xiao Ruo Yu. She widened her eyes and opened her mouth, thinking, what kind of crap is he playing? Far worse than Chen Yuan. No emotion at all. Young Master Lin is nothing special. In another place, tears dripped onto the phone screen and a voice sounded, shouting, "Why?" Ling Shuang clutched her phone tightly, tears continuously falling onto it. She pressed the phone to her chest and asked herself, why is he, clearly the villain protagonist, able to play and sing music that touches my heart so deeply? Ling Shuang looked at Chen Yuan on the screen, thinking, this man is like the moon, radiating light, drawing me in. Then the system sound rang out. You Ling Shuang's affection 30, current affection 35, in a super sports car. A voice reported, Second miss, we've acquired a large amount of land around Tianmen as planned. He looked at the report and said, but our compensation for land acquisition is a bit high right now. I'm worried about our funds. She held the folder in her hand and replied, that's not your concern. Keep buying. Ji Luo frowned, thinking to herself, Yu Ling Shuang has already taken a lot of land in Tianmen. I can only start from the surrounding areas to counter her strategy. The map of those 3 areas appeared in her mind as she pondered. The triangle formed by the 3 cities will be the best location for the film studio. So the earlier news about building a film studio in Tianmen was just a smoke screen released by Chen Yuan. Ji Luo looked at the statistics of the properties she had acquired. Now the only person Chen Yuan trusts is me. She crossed her hands and whispered angrily, Yu Ling Shuang, if you fly to the sky, I'll burrow into the ground. You'll be punished by me, you damn spy. Just then, a notification popped up on the phone beside Ji Luo. You received a message from Wang Mengming. She immediately pressed the phone, wondering, Mengming. A message and a link appeared on the screen. Ji Luo, hurry into the live stream and watch my brother perform. She tapped the screen thinking, perform a show. Chen Yuan being a tycoon is too lonely. Why is he lowering himself to live stream? Ji Luo saw Chen Yuan on stage and whispered to herself, still wearing a helmet to hide. Then he started singing inside. She immediately widened her eyes in surprise. Ji Luo raised her hand to cover her mouth and asked in shock, this is Chen Yuan singing? She blushed, propping her cheek with her hand, thinking, he sings so beautifully. Ji Luo's heart kept screaming, he's been completely wasted by vulgar money. China's dazzling superstar, the system screen popped up. Lin Ji Luo's affection 1, current affection 96. Target Lin Ji Luo's affection has broken through 96 points. Reward, enhancement points 10. That building still stood in the city center. Chen Yuan, hands in his pockets, looked at the system screen thinking, looks like I didn't waste my effort showing off tonight. The crowd below immediately started shouting, why are you leaving, big brother, don't go. Take off your mask before you leave. Everyone saw him continue walking down and shouted, brother is so cool, he's my type. A few days later in the headquarters an excited voice rang out, President Yu, something terrible has happened. He held a stack of documents and said frantically, someone is snatching our land. They seem to have a solid backing. We're gradually being pushed back, and they've also poached a lot of our people. Ling Shuang reached out to take them, thinking, snatching land, looks like young Master Li has started making his move. She looked at the gloomy male employee thinking, if young Master Li's plan succeeds, the entire Fatian real estate will go bankrupt and these people will lose their jobs. Ling Shuang immediately took out her phone and said, I understand the situation. I'll contact Boss Yan to see if there are any instructions. She thought to herself, forget it, let fate decide. Then a notification sound came from her phone. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. Seeing this, she wondered. Chen Yuan actually turned off his phone. At this critical moment Ling Shuang frowned in confusion. This guy didn't run away, did he? Jin Mao Tower still stood in the city center and voices of discussion came from inside. Have you heard? It seems our company is going bankrupt. 2 female employees looked at each other and whispered, impossible. Wasn't the company trending online just a few days ago? You don't know. There's inside info. Another female employee laughed. I heard before that our company's backing is Boss Yan, but he's been popular for so long and still hasn't shown up. She held up a finger and said, so some people guess that Boss Yan has forgotten our company. But according to the news my uncle got, Boss Yan's capital chain might have broken, the girl next to her asked in surprise. Really? Boss Yan is so rich and his capital chain broke? Xu Yi passed by with documents, shocked. Boss Yan's capital chain broke. Voices came from the room. Is your news reliable? How could Boss Yan's capital chain break with all his money? Trust me, it's absolutely true. Then she immediately walked to the general manager's office. Yu Qi listened and exclaimed in surprise, impossible, I know Chen Yuan's strength. Even if my waist breaks, Chen Yuan's capital chain won't. Xu Yi replied calmly, but the rumors outside are very convincing. Why don't you give him a call to be safe? Yu Qi listened, raised her hand to stroke her chin and pondered. Chen Yuan hasn't shown up these past few days. I thought with his personality he'd come back to make a few million for fun since it's also his property. She frowned and asked herself, could he really be in trouble? In Hancheng, rumors kept spreading. Have you heard? The crowd at the banquet laughed and discussed. It seems the tycoon Boss Yan's capital chain has broken. Really? The general managers of the companies looked at each other and said, I heard Boss Yan's capital chain broke. Serves him right. Everyone knows being too arrogant leads to trouble. In a manner, Chen Yuan's voice rang out, questioning. My capital chain broke? He was sitting by the pool sunbathing and asked, Ruo Yu, where did you hear that? On the other end, she shouted, don't ask where I heard it. If you're really in trouble, I'll sell Jin Mao if I have to. I'll always be on your side. Chen Yuan chuckled and replied, what nonsense are you talking about? He said calmly while wearing sunglasses. I'm really not in trouble. My only trouble is having too much money to spend and it keeps growing. Then Chen Yuan raised his hand and pressed the end button. He propped his chin with his hand and sighed. I just took a break and the outside world is already in chaos. What's going on in Ruoyu's extremely ornate building? Li Fang sat beside her and pressed. Well, what did he say? She immediately shouted excitedly. He's still stubborn. Mom, I plan to sell Jin Mao to help Chen Yuan. Her face immediately darkened, and she shouted. No, Li Fang stared at Ruoyu and said, have you thought about it? Jin Mao is an astronomical sum to our family, but to Chen Yuan it's just a drop in the bucket if he really needs money. Your money is but a grain of sand in the desert, she retorted upon hearing that. Indeed it is, she replied, staring fixedly at her. And are you really sure this isn't a deliberate flaw he's showing, a sign of weakness? The person you have sitting over there in the sun has no idea that Li Fang has spoken. Daughter, your recklessness just now nearly ruined Chen Yuan's plan. Yu Qi immediately called and shouted, Chen Yuan, are you facing financial difficulties? I can transfer money to you. If it comes to it, just say the word and I'll sell the manual to get you through. Meng Meng beside her gripped her phone tightly and asked, how's it going? Is it true? Right after, Quan Yin also called to ask if Chen Yuan was really having cash flow problems. How much did he need? Name a figure. Then Bing Shui immediately called as well, asking, Chen Yuan, why didn't you come to me when you were in trouble? Do you think I'm the kind of person who would just stand by and watch? From the estate came Chen Yuan's voice replying, I'm really fine, he said wearily. There's no funding issue. I even bought a new villa. I appreciate the kind thoughts. Chen Yuan reached out and touched the phone screen, wondering in confusion what's going on today. Everyone was calling to ask. He sat up immediately and muttered, who's spreading rumors that my capital chain is broken? Chen Yuan rested his head on his hand and exclaimed, the world has turned upside down. I used to spend money on women, but now these women are falling over themselves to spend money on me. He immediately sucked on a straw, took a sip of juice, and said, looks like my charm is growing stronger, making people hopelessly captivated. A sudden phone ring made Chen Yuan spit out his juice. He spoke loudly into the phone and only heard Luo angrily curse, Chen Yuan, you've got some nerve yelling at me like that. Never mind, I won't hold it against you. Send me your current address. Chen Yuan listened and asked in confusion, what are you up to? She said from her bed that she was going to give him a big surprise. From the estate came Ji Luo's demanding voice, you just wait for me. He twitched his lips slightly, thinking, a big surprise. Why did that feel off that evening at Junyue Yuan Villa District? Lin Yi looked at the group of servants before him and instructed, be careful with the hospitality today. No mistakes, he raised an eyebrow and announced. The people I've invited today are all big shots, from young Master Li of the Shanghai Li family to heavyweights from Sequoia Capital and SoftBank. Then Lin Yi looked at the row of supercars parked in front and said, they're here. A servant walked over, reached out and opened the car door. A foot and a shoe stepped out. Li Jiamu of the Shanghai Li family walked in with his hands in his pockets. Seeing this, Lin Yi immediately raised his hand in greeting, young Master Li, you're finally here. Please, come in. Jiamu walked over and patted his shoulder asking, you're too polite, Lin. We're all old friends. How is your father doing? The group then walked into the house together. Ling Shuang also arrived at the location and looked ahead, thinking, this is the place. Young Master Li specifically instructed me to be here tonight. She spotted Jiamu and raised her hand in greeting, young Master Li, sorry I'm late. Immediately after, a bodyguard behind her shoved Ling Shuang to the back and barked, where did this beggar come from? Get lost. The group of bodyguards spread out warily, shielding Jiamu and shouting, protect the young master, watch out young master. She fell to the ground and cried out in panic, young master, it's me, Ling Shuang. He looked over in confusion. Ling Shuang. Then Ling Shuang quickly walked up to her, reached out a hand and said gently, Ling Shuang, how did you end up like this? Get up. His nose twitched slightly as he sniffed. Jiamu caught the smell emanating from Ling Shuang and quickly leaned back. He covered his nose and exclaimed, Ling Shuang, how many days has it been since you bathed? Showing up like this to such an occasion is discourteous and embarrasses me. Hearing this, her eyes widened in shock. Then Jiamu pointed at two nearby bodyguards and ordered, you and you, help Secretary Yu up and bring her over. Ling Shuang stared blankly at his retreating back, thinking, I've been loyal to you, and even risked my life to complete missions. She stood up, supported by the bodyguards, and lowered her head and thought, I only went a few days without bathing for fear of my wounds getting infected. And this is how you treat me? Ling Shuang thought with disappointment. So to you, I'm just a dog you can kick aside at will. In the courtyard, three people immediately sat around a dining table, and Jiamu raised his glass and shouted, come on, cheers. Du Tianeng, the project lead from SoftBank, smiled and said, so then this Chen Yuan, that is President Yan, is done for. Zhou Yu, head of Sequoia Capital's Asia-Pacific region, also turned his gaze over. Jiamu glanced toward Ling Shuang and said, Secretary Yu, explain it to these two gentlemen. She immediately lowered her head and answered, yes. Ling Shuang looked up at the two men. We now own several very important plots in some key areas of Tianmen City. Zhou Yu laughed heartily and said, so in other words, as long as he wants to build a film studio, no matter where he tries, he'll be restricted by us. If he wants to break free, he'll have to let us bleed him dry. She looked up at him and confirmed, You're absolutely right, President Joe, Lin Yi beside them added smugly, and I've heard recently that this kid is having cash flow problems. He's stuck between a rock and a hard place. Jamu flashed a smug grin and shouted, a man's greed is like a snake trying to swallow an elephant. President Yan really messed up this time. He clasped his hands together and echoed, you're right, young Master Li. The group then raised their glasses together and clinked them, shouting, cheers. Lin Yi raised his wine glass and laughed. To be honest, my sister is still undercover beside Chen Yuan. When the time comes, I'll just give the order and she'll cooperate with us. After that, Chen Yuan will never be able to turn things around. Elsewhere, Ji Luo kicked open the villa's front door. She planted her hands on her hips and demanded proudly, Chen Yuan, I'm hungry. Make me that fried rice you made last time. Meng Ming came over with a big smile and said, Ji Luo, you're here. I thought it would be a long time before I saw you again after you left last time. She then led Ji Luo to the sofa and sat her down. Meng Ming smiled and asked, you don't actually like my brother, do you? You've chased him all the way here. Ji Luo exclaimed excitedly, what are you talking about? Guys who want to date me line up all the way to the Huangpu River. I would never fall for that stinky man. Chen Yuan poked his head out of the kitchen holding a spatula and saw Meng Ming and Ji Luo chatting happily. He frowned slightly and thought, who knows how a distinguished family like the Lins raised such an oddball as Lin Jila. She causes chaos everywhere she goes. Chen Yuan turned off the stove and thought, but it's fine. Meng Ming is bored at home alone so she can keep her company. Just then, loud shouting came from outside the door. Open up, I know you're home. Meng Ming and Ji Luo, who were chatting and laughing in the living room, stopped. They both looked in confusion toward the door where the voice came from. Meng Ming calmly said, that sounds like a woman. Ji Luo laughed and said, it's definitely another one of your brother's romantic entanglements. She walked over and opened the door to find Kuan Yin waiting outside. She blushed and looked at the two of them, asking, isn't this Chen Yuan's house? Who are you two? Meng Ming and Ji Luo both widened their eyes and mouths in shock, thinking, superstar Gao Kuan Yin, what is she doing here? Then the three of them walked inside and sat down looking at each other. Ji Luo glanced at her, thinking she never expected Chen Yuan to know a female celebrity like Gao Kuan Yin. Meng Ming held out a piece of paper excitedly and shouted, Kuan Yin, can I have your autograph? She immediately reached out and answered, of course, the little girl replied happily. Thank you, sis. Ji Luo thought excitedly that if she also likes Chen Yuan, she imagined Kuan Yin standing in the arena looking emotional. She's formidable competition. Just then, Chen Yuan walked out carrying a plate of food and called out with a smile, food's here, dig in. On the table, glossy, delicious dishes sparkled. Kuan Yin put a bite of rice in her mouth and exclaimed in surprise, Chen Yuan, I didn't know you could cook this well, better than 5-star hotels. Ji Luo also shoveled rice into her mouth quickly and said, I've been craving this fried rice. Beside them, Meng Ming kept exclaiming, this is so good. Chen Yuan looked over and asked quietly, Kuan Yin, why did you come suddenly? She answered, I was worried about you. You weren't clear on the phone. I was afraid you were putting up a brave front about your funding problems, so I came to check. After the meal, the three sat back in their chairs with satisfied expressions, hands cradling their stomachs. The system screen immediately popped up a notification. Wang Mengmeng affection 2, current affection 92. Gao Kuanyin affection 1, current affection 94. Lin Jila affection 1, current affection 97. Target Lin Jila affection exceeds 97. Total 10 enhancement points earned. Chen Yuan saw it and smiled happily, thinking the meal was definitely worth it. Enhancement points came right back just as they finished eating. A stack of financial reports was tossed onto the table. Chen Yuan looked at Jila in confusion. Her face flushed red as she exclaimed, this is the good news I told you about. He opened the folder and looked at the text, thinking, Dundee Real Estate. Chen Yuan studied the report intently, wondering, is this to go against Yu Lingshuang? The name is so cryptic. Then, Jila immediately spread a map across the table and said, the finances are just one part of what I've accomplished. She smiled slightly and said, to make it easier for you to understand, I brought a map. Jila looked at the map and said softly, the purple areas are the premium zones Dundee has already acquired. I've called both Xinjiang and Shentao, and they're very willing to cooperate with our Studio City plans. These two areas, combined with Feishan's acquisitions, mean we now control over 1 million mu of land. She patted her chest proudly and said, I still haven't spent all of that 50 billion you gave me. Jila raised an eyebrow at Chen Yuan, silently cursing him in her mind. I've laid it all out, and this guy is still this calm. He's way too deep. He covered his mouth and yawned, thinking, spending money is spending money. What difference does it make where it goes? Spend it wherever. Beside him, Kuan Yin covered her mouth and let out a gasp. My God, Feitian and Dundee have been making such big waves lately. And all this time it was you, Chen Yuan. Thinking of all that land, she exclaimed excitedly, that much land is more than enough to build a studio city and break free from every faction's stranglehold. The sky's the limit. Kuan Yin stared intently at the map on the table and thought, The land is split into 3 parts across 3 cities so no one can monopolize it, and those groups trying to corner him have been swindled down to their last pants. She focused on Chen Yuan and asked herself, he had this scheme planned all along. In her mind, Kuan Yin began picturing him holding a banner and speaking, a master strategist shows no trace. Fadian and Dundee, is he thinking like a wild horse? She cupped her face in her hands, blushing, and thought, thank goodness he's on my side, a reliable man. Instantly, the system screen popped up a notification. Gao Kuan Yin Affection 1, Current Affection 95. Then a flurry of prompts immediately appeared. Target number 9 Gao Kuan Yin Affection has exceeded 95, counterattack complete. Target number 9 has spent a total of 28,369,547 yuan and 51 fen. Reward for host 283. 695,476 yuan and 10 fen. Gao Kuan Yin has been converted into host's target. Reward 30 enhancement points. Congratulations, host has acquired acting mastery. Chen Yuan turned back and saw Kuan Yin's expression. He frowned and asked himself, counterattack succeeded, was it the way I looked at the report that was just too handsome? Elsewhere, in the Jin Mao Tower, Yu Qi's voice came through asking, Meng Meng, could I ask you for a favor? She looked out the window and said, although Chen Yuan told me he's fine, I'm still worried about him. Isn't he doing that Fadian real estate thing? Can you help me look into that company? She replied, Fadian, I know them. Their chairman is apparently Yu Lingshuang, Chen Yuan's new secretary. Yu Qi stroked her chin and confirmed, if Fadian real estate is in trouble, then Chen Yuan must be too. Meng Ming pounded her chest and promised, no problem, leave it to me. My hacking skills are top-notch in the country. I'll look into Fadian and Yu Lingshuang tonight. Yu Qi immediately hugged her and said, thank you, Meng Ming, I knew you were the best to me. Meanwhile, the system screen showed the acting mastery notification. Chen Yuan stroked his chin and asked himself, I wonder if this can be used to pick up girls? He turned around, exuding the aura of a domineering CEO, and asked, Kuan Yin, why are you staring at me like that? Hearts immediately appeared in her eyes, and her face turned crimson. Kuan Yin stared at him and marveled inwardly, oh my god, what's going on? That look from Chen Yuan just now pierced straight through my heart and saw the most hidden corners of my soul. She focused on his face. Has he always been this magnetic, or am I hallucinating? He touched his lips and watched Kuan Yin clutch her head and slump down, thinking, easy peasy, too simple. Chen Yuan looked down at the map on the table and thought, just from this financial report and map, the current predicament has already been resolved, and it's inadvertently screwed over those groups. His expression darkened and he let out a smug laugh, asking himself, am I really some kind of heaven's chosen one? Then Chen Yuan looked back at her and wondered, did Gao Kuan Yin think I orchestrated all of this, and thus develop boundless admiration for me? Raising her affection instantly, he ran a hand through his hair and thought, straight men never explain. Since they're misunderstanding, let them keep misunderstanding. Chen Yuan pictured the faces of those girls and decided, let me bear all this alone. Just then, Ji Luo walked over with her arms crossed and declared, so, isn't my big achievement huge? In just a few days I've made Dundee grow this much, way better than some people, wouldn't you say? She pointed at Tianmen and Xinjiang on the map and said, so looking at the current situation, on the other side, Ling Shuang pointed at the map and said, President Yan has almost no chance of turning things around. Unless, Lin Yi, Jiamu, Zhou Yu and Tianeng all pressed at once. Unless what? She calmly added. Unless he has tens of billions of yuan to flatten everything. But I don't think President Yan has any funds left. Lin Yi shrugged and let out a mocking laugh. You scared me. Miss Yu sure has a sense of humor. Zhou Yu immediately asked, by the way, young Master Li, is Miss Yu your secretary? Jiamu asked softly. Why does President Zhou have a problem with that? Zhou Yu frowned and said sarcastically, no, just curious why she has a rather unpleasant smell. I've heard young Master Li's secretaries are all national beauties. Then Ling Shuang heard Zhou Yu continue. Would Miss Yu mind removing her veil so I may see her true face? She frowned and looked at Jiamu. Young Master, this he frowned in response. Fuming inwardly, she cursed, damn it, that Zhou guy is so rude, but I'm the one seeking this partnership so I can't offend him. Then she heard Jiamu speak, and her face darkened. Ling Shuang, since President Zhou said so, take off the bandage and let him see. Ling Shuang lowered her head and whispered back, young master, are you sure you want me to remove the bandage? Jiamu looked up and snapped, I said take it off, are you questioning my orders? Ling Shuang bit her lip and fell silent. Then she raised her hand and tore it off, the bandage falling to the ground. Trembling, she lowered her head, revealing the long scar on her forehead. The four people present immediately fixed their eyes on Ling Shuang, who was standing. Then Zhou Yi raised his hand and waved it mockingly. I thought it was some great beauty, but it's just a freak like this, really off-putting. You can leave now. She lowered her head, gripping the hem of her skirt tightly, and said, if you gentlemen find me disgusting, then I'll go. Jiamu watched Ling Shuang's retreating figure in silence, saying nothing. A cold glint flashed behind his glasses as he thought, you Ling Shuang is so disfigured that recovery is impossible. Good thing the mission is done and she's worthless now. Then Ling Shuang heard Zhou Yi laughing and asking, gripping her skirt even tighter. President Du, doesn't she look just like a dog? Tianqing, standing nearby, also frowned and said loudly, President Zhou, you're so funny, she really does. In Chen Yuan's villa, only Jiluo's voice rang out with a suggestion. Meng Meng, it's still early. Let's go play. The little girl immediately crossed her arms in refusal. I don't want to, and I can't. Big brother says kids who go out to play are bad. It's almost time now, let's just wash up and sleep. She got angry and shouted, You're too obedient to your brother, aren't you bored staying home all day? The little girl smiled and denied it. No, it's great here. Good food, warm clothes, and Big Brother is fun. I really like it here. Just then Ling Shuang entered the password and walked in from outside. Jila and Meng Meng heard the sound and turned to look at the same time. The little girl saw her and shouted, Sister Yu, you're back? Meng Meng asked with concern, What's wrong? You don't look well. Ling Shuang, with tears in her eyes, whispered back, No, I'm fine. Meng Meng helped her forward, saying, Sister Yu, take it slow, let me help you. Ling Shuang replied, Thanks Meng Meng, but I can manage. Jila saw this and curled her lips, sneering inwardly, a traitor putting on airs. You'd think she was some pampered young lady. Meng Meng said loudly with a big smile, Sister Yu, Big Brother knew you were busy and might not have time to eat, so he specially saved you some food. He cooked it himself today. If he hadn't told us, we'd have eaten it all. Ling Shuang was surprised and pressed further. President Chen actually saved me food and specifically instructed you. The little girl nodded affirmatively. Yeah, what's wrong? She sat down, picked up the chopsticks and looked at the plates on the table. As she ate, tears rolled down the corners of her eyes. She thought, from start to finish, only Chen Yuan treats me like a person, not a tool. Her tears fell into the plate as she thought about how gentle he was. Meng Meng, sitting across from her, saw this and exclaimed excitedly, Sister Yu, why are you crying? If the wound gets wet, it might get infected. What's wrong? Who bullied you? I'll have Big Brother teach them a lesson. Ling Shuang wiped her tears and replied, No, it's nothing, Meng Meng. I just remembered something. The system screen popped up with a notification. Yu Ling Shuang's favorability 10. She looked up and asked, Meng Meng, where's Big Brother? I want to see him. Then another notification appeared. Yu Ling Shuang's favorability 10. Current favorability, 55 points. Meng Meng whispered back, Big Brother, he's already asleep. Ling Shuang pressed further. Why is he sleeping so early today? The little girl covered her mouth and explained quietly. He said he's been busy lately and his heart is tired. He wants to be alone for a while. In Chen Yuan's room, he was lying down playing games, unaware that outside, Meng Meng was saying he told us not to disturb him and that he's gone to bed. Ling Shuang lowered her head and thought, yeah, all the big financial groups are pressuring him lately. The Lin and Li families, along with Sequoia Capital and S-Bank, have joined forces. He must be overwhelmed. She clenched her fists tightly and thought, even so, he still remembered to save me food and cook it himself. I, Yu Ling Shuang, am such a beast. How could I deserve him? The system screen immediately popped up with a notification. Yu Ling Shuang's favorability 10, current favorability 65 points. The next day, in a building, Man's excited voice rang out. Yuki, I found Yu Ling Shuang's information. With dark circles under her eyes, she said loudly, Yuki, I searched all night and finally found that this Yu Ling Shuang is suspicious. Man's voice recounted how Yu Ling Shuang had no enrollment records before college. She went straight to Fudan University, completed a double master's degree at Cambridge at 17, interned on Wall Street, managed billions in funds at 20, and became the president's secretary at Juxing Group at 22. Yuki held her head and muttered, Juxing Group, I feel like I've heard that name somewhere. Man immediately shouted excitedly, Juxing Group is the Li family's group in Shanghai. The Li family leads the film and television industry and even has their own film studio. She touched her chin and muttered, Chen Yuan wants to build a film studio, which will make him a competitor of the Li family, and Yu Ling Shuang is the Li family's secretary. Then the two looked at each other and shouted in unison, Yu Ling Shuang is a corporate spy. Yuki immediately picked up her phone and quickly pressed buttons saying, no wonder Chen Yuan's business has been going wrong lately, and land purchases haven't been smooth. I have to tell him this. Then the phone rang with a prompt. Sorry, the number you dialed is switched off. She frowned and exclaimed, why is it off? It's urgent, so I have to go to his house and tell him in person, but I don't know his address. On the other side, Bing Shuang was sitting on the bed and suddenly stood up asking, you don't know Chen Yuan's new address? She heard the voice on the phone and said, what? There's a corporate spy around him. Wait, I'll go with you. Ruoyu, who was applying lipstick, heard this and shouted excitedly, I have his new address. What? A corporate spy around him. Bing Shuang is there too. I'll go with you all. Then Yuki, Man, Bing Shuang and Ruoyu squinted their eyes and shouted in unison, Operation Save Chen Yuan. On the other side, in Chen Yuan's villa, he walked out of his room, stretched and said, that was a good sleep. Chen Yuan closed his eyes, sniffed and wondered, what's that smell? He saw her cooking and asked himself in surprise, Yu Ling Shuang, she's making breakfast. Did she take the wrong medicine? Chen Yuan walked over with a big smile and called out, Good morning, Secretary Yu. Ling Shuang smiled back and replied, Good morning, boss. I'm frying eggs, you should try them quickly. He immediately smiled and agreed. Sure. Then Chen Yuan sat across from her and they ate breakfast together. Ling Shuang looked at him and thought in surprise. Based on my psychology knowledge, Chen Yuan really doesn't care about my disfigurement. She silently compared Jamu's and his completely different attitudes. Is Chen Yuan really different from other men? Chen Yuan chewed his food and glanced at the pensive Ling Shuang. Secretary Yu is disfigured. As a girl, she must be devastated. He lowered his head and calculated. I just added some medical expertise and started preparing ointment. If the system isn't lying, she should recover soon. Chen Yuan blushed, scooped up a spoonful of egg and thought, then Secretary Yu will definitely be devoted to me and do whatever I say. Just then, Ling Shuang lowered her head and whispered, Boss, what if one day I do something to betray you? He stopped moving and replied calmly, It depends on what it is. If it's about money, even if you lose a lot, or the business fails, I'll forgive you because I really hate money. She sat there, silently asking herself, if you knew I was a spy and helped several groups trap you, pushing you to the brink, would you really forgive me? Ling Shuang looked down and thought, we're almost succeeding, so why am I not happy at all? Meng Meng walked out of the room and asked excitedly, It smells so good. You and Sister Yu already had breakfast. Did you save some for me? Ling Shuang stood up and smiled. Of course, I prepared it for everyone. The little girl immediately raised her hand to stop her. Sister Yu, you're not fully recovered yet. I'll get it myself. Jila saw the little girl heading to the kitchen and immediately shouted, Meng Meng, grab a plate for me. Love you. As everyone sat eating breakfast, the doorbell rang continuously from outside. The group heard the sound and turned to look at the door at the same time. Jila immediately stood up and yelled, Who's ringing the doorbell so early, so annoying? Meng Meng smiled and replied, It might be Sister Ruoyu. She called this morning to ask for Big Brother's new address. Ling Shuang asked in confusion. They? The little girl shouted with a big smile. Yeah, and a few other sisters asked her too. They're quite, then she heard Meng Meng add and her expression changed. They said something about a corporate spy in Big Brother's company. They wanted to tell him, but his phone was off. Then the little girl quickly wiped her mouth. Meng Meng stood up and walked to the door, reaching for the handle. When she saw Yuki and the others outside, she gasped in surprise. The little girl stood frozen and exclaimed, So many beautiful sisters. Then Ruoyu and the others walked straight into the living room. Meng Meng looked at the people behind and asked, Sister Ruoyu, who are these sisters? She silently marveled. They look so fierce. Does my brother feel a lot of pressure dealing with these sisters? She frowned and asked urgently. It's an emergency, so I can't explain now. Meng Meng, are Big Brother and you Ling Shuang here? The little girl shouted in surprise. They're in the dining room. I'll take you there. The house is so big, I'd get lost even with a navigation app. Ruoyu and the others immediately walked into the dining room and stood before Chen Yuan. Their eyes were fixed on Ling Shuang. Man led the way, closing her eyes impatiently. Then she slammed a stack of documents onto the table. Man put one hand on her hip and coldly shouted at him. Chen Yuan, stop eating. Do you know this woman surnamed Yu is a spy sent by someone else? Here's her file. See for yourself. Chen Yuan picked up the documents and thought in surprise. A Cambridge double master's degree scholar, interned on Wall Street, managed billions in funds, completed over a dozen mergers and acquisitions at Juxing Group. A talent like this, he looked up at her across the table and thought, with such an impressive resume at just over 20, you must be a prodigy sent to an accelerated program, Secretary Yu. Man immediately shouted excitedly, Look clearly, this woman is a spy. You trusted her enough to put Fadian real estate in her hands. She not only blew through tens of billions of yours, but also led you into traps set by major groups. Chen Yuan, wake up. Meng Meng also picked up the documents and asked in panic, Sister Yu, are you really? She couldn't help but think, Sister Yu is gentle, kind and smart, but she's a spy? Was it all an act? Jila crossed her arms and frowned, thinking, these stupid women really think Chen Yuan is as dumb as them? He knew all along and just played along. She laughed smugly to herself. Actually, Chen Yuan told me first about this. Doesn't that prove I'm his most trusted woman? Kuan Yin also picked up the documents and pondered. Yu Ling Shuang is a spy, meaning Chen Yuan saw through everything from the start. And Lin Jiluo's Dundee real estate is his hidden card. She probably doesn't know that Chen Yuan used her identity to counterattack. What a terrifying mind. Just then she lowered her head and calmly admitted, That's right, they're not wrong. From the beginning, I approached you with an agenda. I have nothing to say. Chen Yuan stood up, put his hand on Ling Shuang's shoulder and said, Secretary Yu, let's go to the garden. I want to talk to you alone. Then the group stood there watching her leave with him. Tears immediately streamed down Meng Meng's cheeks. The little girl wiped her tears and kept saying, I really didn't think Sister Yu would be a spy. She asked me a lot about Big Brother before. I don't know if I caused this. Jila immediately walked over and patted the little girl's shoulder to comfort her. It's okay, Meng Meng, stop crying. Big Brother knew she was a spy all along. That sly old fox Chen Yuan wouldn't be fooled. dry your tears." Then the group immediately shouted in surprise, "What? He knew Yu Lingshuang was a spy all along?" A confused voice rang out in the villa. "Chen Yuan knew she was a spy all along?" Ruoyu immediately walked over and pressed. "Then why did he still give her such an important project?" Jila crossed her arms and looked away, replying, "Why should I tell you?" She sneered inwardly. "These women probably all have a thing for Chen Yuan. So annoying." She and Ruoyu glared at each other with dark expressions, and Jila thought irritably, "Are all Chinese men dead? Do you all have to compete with me for Chen Yuan?" Just as she and Ruoyu were about to pull each other's hair, Kuan Yin's voice rang out, "Let me explain." She stood up and pointed to a map hanging on the rack. Kuan Yin touched her chin and explained, "Now the land parcels acquired by Fatian and Dundee companies are connected this way." Ruoyu frowned and shouted excitedly, "I get it," she thought in surprise. "Dundee isn't the Lin family's, it's Chen Yuan's. My mom was right. He's really planning something," Ruoyu thought excitedly, "strategizing from afar, outsmarting the enemy, implementing and executing at a higher level." She trembled, hugged herself and sighed, "This man is hiding so deep." The 6 people present shouted in surprise, "So that's it. Chen Yuan's calculations even surpass a supercomputer." Then Manman gently grabbed Yuki's sleeve. She whispered, "Chi-Chi, it seems my good intentions backfired. That woman surnamed Yu is exposed. Won't the people behind her find out soon? Could it alert the enemy?" Yuki smiled slightly and replied, "It's fine. If Chen Yuan has already talked to Yu Lingshuang, it means he has a plan. When has he ever lost out? Don't blame yourself." She touched her chin and thought, "The more I interact with him, the more elusive Chen Yuan becomes." Yuki recalled past experiences and mused, "I always thought he did absurd things, but he ended up the winner. Are we also pieces on his chessboard?" Outside the garden, Lingshuang looked at Chen Yuan and admitted, "I'm sorry. I approached you just to infiltrate and sabotage the film studio development plan." She lowered her head, full of guilt, and added, "To complete the mission I had no other choice. I hope you understand." Chen Yuan smiled slightly and replied, "I know all that." Lingshuang asked in surprise, "You knew everything?" With his hands in his pockets he stared ahead with a firm gaze. "That's right, I knew from the start you were approaching me deliberately. I also know who sent you, but none of that matters to me." Chen Yuan frowned as he looked down to probe. "Remember what I said?" He reached out to lift Ling Shuang's chin and said, "If it's anything related to business and money, I can forgive you unconditionally. A gentleman's word is his bond. That's my promise." The system screen immediately popped up with a notification. Yu Ling Shuang's affection. Hearing this, she blushed and stammered out the promise, followed by the system sound, Yu Ling Shuang's affection 10. Current affection, 85 points. Ling Shuang immediately blushed and turned her gaze away, but I think Chen Yuan smiled and winked, saying, "It's not what you think, it's what I think. From today on, you're mine. I greatly admire your talent and ability, and I invite you to join my team. Who you worked for before, none of that matters." Hearing this, Ling Shuang exclaimed in surprise, "But boss," Chen Yuan grabbed her shoulders firmly and shouted, "Enough, you are my Zhuge Liang." Then she was startled to hear him add, "With you I conquer the world." Then Chen Yuan turned and walked away with his hands in his pockets. "Xiao Yu, keep up the good work." Ling Shuang stood there dumbfounded, asking herself, "He's leaving, just letting me off like that, not even kicking me out?" Just then her phone immediately popped up with a notification. "Your account ending in 7687 has received 3 billion yuan. On the screen, Chen Yuan's message appeared. "This is your task for next week. Don't disappoint me." "Ah," she gasped in surprise upon seeing it. "That's 3 billion. Ling Shuang slumped to the ground, muttering to herself, "Why is he so good to me? I don't deserve it." The system screen popped up again. Yu Ling Shuang's affection 10. Current affection, 93 points. On the other side, Chen Yuan stared at the system screen in front of him, deep in thought. He had spent a total of 5 billion and even used his acting expertise, which would have made anyone else fall for him. Yet it only rose to 93 points. Long Yi was truly stone-hearted. The corners of his mouth lifted slightly into a smile as he thought, "Good thing I put my points into medical expertise. If she's not swayed by money, what about beauty?" Chen Yuan recalled the scene at the time and thought, "When it's time for a counterattack, I'll see how I mess with you." Then he reached out and stuffed his phone back into his pocket, followed by Ling Shuang's message appearing. "I'm sorry, boss. I've let down your trust, but I really can't betray President Li. I hope you won't blame me." Chen Yuan saw this and let out an exclamation. "Opening up to me what counts as heartfelt words, just because you say them, does that make them heartfelt?" He smiled slightly at the sight, thinking, "It seems Yu Ling Shuang is really wavering, just one step away from convincing herself." Ling Shuang looked at Chen Yuan's message and felt as if a cold wind had blown past. "Cut the crap. I don't care who you work for. Just remember to complete the task." Then the next message appeared. "You're too stubborn. I just want you to join my team and help me spend money. It's not like I'm asking you to betray the Li family. You can spend my money to help the Li family." Ah, she couldn't help it and replied, "What makes you think I'll listen to you?" Ling Shuang stared at her phone screen, deep in thought. "Does he want me to be a spy in the Li family to help him gather intel? But the situation is already lost." and I can't help Chen Yuan move people anymore. On the other side, Chen Yuan reached out, grabbed the door handle, and pulled it open forcefully. Then he widened his eyes in surprise at the scene inside. Inside, Ruo Yu and the others were looking at him with sparkling eyes. Chen Yuan was startled, breaking out in a cold sweat, thinking, "What's going on? Why is everyone staring at me?" He looked at her, panicking. "It's fine if it's just them, but why is Qian Mengming looking at me like that? I'm not even close to her." The system screen immediately popped up. Qian Mengming's affection 1 detected that target Qian Mengming's affection has exceeded 95 points. Congratulations, host, on a successful counterattack. Chen Yuan stared at the system, asking himself, how did I counterattack again? When did I bind with her? I don't remember, and isn't she Chairman Zhao's good friend? Then he was startled to hear a prompt sound. Qian Mengming's cumulative spending 3,333 yuan and 33 fen. System rewards host with 3,333 yuan and 30 fen. Rewards 25 enhancement points. Congratulations, host, on obtaining the skill, Mastery of Hacking Technology. Chen Yuan looked at the data floating before him, asking himself, so this is Mastery of Hacking Technology. He reached up and touched his forehead, thinking, is it just me or do I feel a bit dizzy after activating this skill? Then the system screen immediately displayed, reminder to host, because you have absorbed too many skills, the knowledge stored in your brain is too complex, and insufficient brain capacity will cause immense pressure. It is recommended that you strengthen your mental attribute to alleviate the pressure. Chen Yuan listened and thought excitedly. Too many skills? No wonder I've been wanting to sleep all the time lately. It turns out my spirit needs strengthening. He thought about the skills he had acquired. But it makes sense. I've instantly gained skills that would take an ordinary person a lifetime to master. That's definitely a burden on the brain. Chen Yuan looked at Mengming, whose eyes were full of hearts, and thought, I thought she was just an ordinary home wrecker, but I didn't expect her to have such advanced hacking skills. This time, I've hit the jackpot. Then his voice rang out, demanding, System, strengthen my spirit by 50 points. After a moment, Chen Yuan opened his eyes, which were glowing with blue light. He looked at Mengming and saw her data. Height, 165 centimeters, clothing brand, Luluon mood, guilty and uneasy, perfume, Dior blooming bouquet, weight 49 kilogram. Chen Yuan was startled and cursed under his breath. I feel like there's a supercomputer in my head now, so this is what the world of geniuses is like? She lowered her head and asked softly, Chen Yuan, I'm sorry, I didn't know about your plan. Did I mess things up? He listened and replied calmly, it's okay, it's good that you exposed Secretary Yu. We were going to have to come clean sooner or later anyway. It's the same whether it's early or late. Then she was surprised to hear Chen Yuan continue, but I hope that when she comes in later you won't make things difficult for her. Just let it be as if nothing happened. Mengming, Bai Shui, Yu Qi and the others asked in confusion, let it be. Kuan Yin and Ruo Yu also frowned and shouted. As if nothing happened, Mengming listened, pursed her lips and asked herself, has Chen Yuan already won over Yu Ling Shuang? She reached out, touched her chin and looked at him, speculating, does he want Yu Ling Shuang to go undercover in the Li family and be his double agent? Mengming cupped her face in her hands and thought excitedly, brilliant, using an open strategy against a covert one. This is the true idol in my heart. Ling Shuang reached out and grabbed the door handle, hearing Chen Yuan's voice from inside, don't make things difficult for her later. She pushed the door open and heard him raise a finger and instruct, after all, she's my trusted secretary and an important subordinate. Ling Shuang listened, blushed and asked, is he seriously protecting me? Were his words just now sincere? She immediately clenched her fists and thought, this is a man worth following for life. A true man is open and upright with lofty ambitions. Then Ling Shuang pulled her suitcase and looked at Chen Yuan. She looked up at him and called out, boss, you can stop here. I'll call a cab myself. Chen Yuan listened and let out a deep breath. He looked straight at her and said calmly, actually Secretary Yu, you could stay, it's fine. Ling Shuang listened, reached out and scratched her head, saying, all good things must come to an end. Even if you don't mind, I'm still a spy. If staying would make me unwelcome, why bother? Mengming stood upstairs looking down and asked, has Sister Yu really been brainwashed by my brother? Why do I feel like her back looks so lonely? She's not going back to the Li family, is she? She turned around and asked, this time the Li family's plan with my brother has already failed. Will she be punished when she goes back? Ji Luo listened and spoke up. That reminds me. She reached out, touched her chin and called out, this Yu woman doesn't seem to know about brother Chen Yuan's plan. She was called away when we were discussing it. Ji Luo looked at Ling Shuang's retreating figure and said, when the Li family finds out they've been outmaneuvered, whether she betrayed them or not, they'll pin the blame on her. That's when she'll really be in trouble. She and Mengming suddenly understood. An open strategy is unstoppable, and the scheming runs deep. Just then, Ji Luo looked at the call from Lin Yi and asked in confusion, it's my brother, why is he suddenly thinking of me? His voice rang out asking, Luo Luo, where are you? Ji Luo said loudly with a beaming smile, I'm at Brother Chen Yuan's house. Let me tell you about the big drama I just saw. Don't you know?" On the other side, Lin Yi twitched the corner of his mouth thinking, Chen Yuan, this guy and Luo don't know about our deal with the Li family. She has no guard up against Chen Yuan. If I let her stay with him, I'll probably be an uncle soon. Then he shouted forcefully, "Stop it. Don't hang around Chen Yuan's place all day, it's not good for you." On the phone, Lin Yi exclaimed excitedly, "You're going to report to university in half a month. Come home quickly." Ji Luo listened, angrily twisting her fingers, thinking, "Still treating me like a clueless kid. When I finish my work I'll give you a big surprise." She imagined the scene and said to herself, "Let you know that Lin Ji Luo is also a business prodigy." Yu Qi pointed at Meng Meng and Ji Luo and asked, "Ruo Yu, do you know those two kids over there?" Ruo Yu looked over and introduced, "Those two, the one on the left is Chen Yuan's half-sister Wang Mengming." Then she looked to the side and said, "The one on the right is no pushover either. She's the second daughter of the Lin family." Lin Ji Luo. Yu Qi let out a confused sound. "The richest Lin family conglomerate in Korea?" She listened and cursed angrily in her heart. "Great, it's only been a few days and he's already hooked another one. Chen Yuan, you really haven't been idle." Then Yu Ji looked at the two and asked, "You're Mengming and Ji Luo, right?" She walked toward them with her phone saying, "Let me introduce myself. My name is Zhao Yuki. I'm the vice president of Chen Yuan's University Student Council and the operations director of Big Cat TV." Then Yu Qi raised her phone and asked, "Since we're all friends of Chen Yuan, want to exchange contact info?" Chen Yuan walked in from outside and saw them constantly scanning codes to add friends. He exclaimed in surprise, "When did they get so close?" Yu Qi raised her phone to Ji Luo and said, "Sister has already added you to the group. From now on we're all good friends." Chen Yuan saw this, reached up and held his head, sighing to himself, "Girls just love making group chats. I just wonder how many little groups they have." In the Imperial Hotel's 3608 presidential suite, Jia Emu's voice rang out. "Ling Shuang, welcome back." He looked at her and said, "What happened yesterday wasn't aimed at you. You know Sequoia and S-Bank invested a lot of money in us. I really couldn't afford to offend those two." Jia Mu looked straight ahead and said, "You were wronged yesterday. I've already contacted the best plastic surgeon in Korea. Your mission is over and you'll soon have your old face back." Ling Shuang listened, closed her eyes, and replied, "Thank you, young master, I understand." Jia Mu propped his chin on his hand and asked, "So what brings you here this time?" She lowered her head and replied calmly, "Young master, my cover has been blown." He was startled and pressed excitedly, "Your cover is blown? Did President Yan make things difficult for you?" Ling Shuang listened and replied, "He didn't make things difficult for me. He even invited me to continue working for him, but I refused." She thought to herself, "I'll keep quiet for now about Chen Yuan giving me 30 million, otherwise he'll definitely think I've betrayed him and caused more trouble." Jia Mu crossed his hands and asked, "How did he react when you left?" She said softly, "No reaction, he was very calm." He asked back, "No anger, disappointment, or any emotional fluctuations?" Ling Shuang replied calmly, "No, he has excellent emotional control." He narrowed his eyes slightly and said, "But it seems," Ling Shuang looked straight at Jia Mu and spoke, "It seems he knew I was a spy from the very beginning." He immediately pressed excitedly, "He knew. Let me ask you, who holds the shares of Fatian?" She replied calmly, "His sister Wang Mengming. To avoid suspicion, Chen Yuan didn't put them in his own name, so I had to put them in Wang Mengming's name." Jia Emu's face darkened, and he thought in shock, "Damn, I've been set up." He forcefully tore off his scarf and shouted, "Bring me the map of Hubei province and call Lin Yi over." Jia Mu looked to the side and asked, "Has there been a company called Dundee buying land recently?" The female staff member immediately nodded and replied, "Yes, I heard it's a Lin family enterprise, very low-key. We only recently noticed it." Then, on the other end of the phone, Lin Yi received a call from Jia Mu. He looked at his phone and asked himself in confusion, "The Li family's crown prince is calling this early?" Then Lin Yi immediately answered the phone and asked, "What brings young Master Li here? I was just about to call you to invite you to try some specialties from Hancheng." On the phone, Jia Mu shouted excitedly, "Lin Yi, you actually colluded with Chen Yuan to screw me over. Who gave you the guts, you two-faced bastard?" His confused voice rang out, "Screw you over, explain yourself." He listened and exclaimed in surprise, "You're still pretending you don't know. Let me ask you, is Dundee real estate part of your Lin family?" Jia Mu looked at the map on the table and said loudly, "The land bought by Dundee and Fatian just happens to connect into one piece. Chen Yuan is thriving now and you're telling me it's not you?" Lin Yi listened with a dark face and asked in confusion, "Where did Dundee real estate come from?" Lin Yi picked up his phone with a smile, and then Jia Emu's threatening voice came through the phone, "I'll give you half a day. If I don't get a satisfactory answer, you know the consequences." After hanging up, he threw his phone to the ground and cursed loudly. "This Li Jiamu bastard, who does he think he is?" Lin Yi frowned and roared angrily, "You and I are partners. You scold me like I'm your son. Is the Li family so great? I give you face, but you don't take it. Do you really think I'm afraid of you?" He bit his thumb and thought, this cooperation with the Li family has involved over $1 billion of my money. If anything goes wrong, I really can't explain it to my family. Then Lin Yi turned to Fu En and said, Fu Bo, go investigate Dundee real estate. Li Jiamu is so angry. This company must have a problem. He closed his eyes and replied softly, yes, young master. 2 hours later, Lin Yi sat looking at the newly investigated information. He gritted his teeth hard and thought to himself, the owner of this Dundee real estate is actually my own sister, a girl under 20. Lin Yi thought about the huge sum of money and pondered, even more shocking, this shell company's registered capital is as high as 5 billion. Where did she get so much money? Fu En raised his hand and pointed at a spot on the map saying, young master, look here. The land bought by Dundee and Fatian happens to be connected. President Yan's layout has been fully activated. He frowned and calmly added, we thought we had President Yan by the throat, but we actually stepped into his trap. Fu En looked at the map and said, the price of the land we bought has tripled, and such a huge sum of money is essentially tied up here. For the family this is fatal. Lin Yi clasped his hands together, muttering incessantly, Fadian Du Chen Yuan have long since dug a trap for me to fall into. That girl Lin Jila must have been brainwashed by him. His face flushed red as he snatched the phone and roared, didn't you say last time you wanted to do something big for me to see? Is this the big thing? The big thing is personally cutting down your own brother? This traitor wants to destroy our Lin family. On the other end of the phone, Jila, wearing a swimsuit, held the phone and asked tentatively, what's wrong with you now? Lin Yi questioned her with intense excitement. I'm asking you, did you come up with Dundee? She listened and replied with a beaming smile. You finally noticed. Now you know how amazing this genius Luo is, right? Who told you to always look down on me? From now on you have to call me President Luo. Upon hearing this, he clenched his fists and roared angrily, your head, who told you to use the Lin family's connections to buy land for Chen Yuan? Have you lost your mind? Do you know how serious this is? Get back here immediately. Jila immediately reached out and hung up the phone. She pouted and snorted coldly. I'm not going back. Brother Chen Yuan appreciates my talent. He's way better than you. Lin Yi looked at the hung up phone and asked in confusion, this girl hung up on me. Then he forcefully threw the phone away and roared, how dare she? Who gave her the nerve to hang up on me? It's infuriating. Lin Yi held his head and said, Uncle Fu, get me another phone. I don't believe I can't handle this girl. Fu Yan handed him a phone and said, young master, since things have come to this, calling the second young lady back is useless. President Yan has already set his trap. We should think about how to recover the losses. Lin Yi turned to look at him and asked, recover the losses? What do you mean? Fu Yan looked him straight in the eye and exclaimed, as it stands now, President Yan's cunning and strength have both surpassed the Li family. In my opinion, Jipeng should directly align with President Yan. Given the second young lady's face, he probably won't make things too difficult for us, he added calmly. But if the young master chooses to side with President Yan, then stop pursuing Miss Xiao. She seems to have something with President Yan. Upon hearing this, Lin Yi immediately turned around and retorted, don't say that. I won't give up on Ruo Yu. Besides, am I, Lin Yi Kai, the kind of man who goes back on his word? If I bow my head this time, won't I have to live under Jiluo's thumb from now on? Fu Yan frowned and advised, young master, why bother? For the sake of a woman, he glanced and said, Uncle Fu, don't say any more. My father is gravely ill and I can make all the decisions for the Lin family. I, Lin Yi, will bear all the consequences. Fu Yan listened, bowed his head and agreed. Very well, young master, I'll take my leave now. He turned and left, thinking to himself, the young master is still too young. This isn't just about losing money. Fu Yan thought about the schemes of the Jiamu group and the fact that the second young lady had created Dundee. No matter how it was explained, this debt would be pinned on the Lin family. Not joining President Yan while also offending the other three families. The future of the Lin family doesn't look good. In the presidential suite 2608 of the Emperor Hotel, a voice said, young master, father understands. The one who possesses Dundee is the second young lady of the Lin family, Lin Jila. But she has a close relationship with President Yan. The overall development replicates the Fadian model and is progressing rapidly. Jiamu placed his hand on his forehead, leaned back in his chair and said, all right, stop talking. He held his head with one hand and looked at the person below. Ling Shuang frowned and lowered her head, thinking to herself, this is bad. As President Yan's secretary, I had no idea this was happening. She immediately stepped forward and exclaimed excitedly, I'm sorry, young master, it's my fault. I really didn't see this coming. Jiamu curled his lips slightly and let out a cold laugh. Wrong. His face twisted with excitement. You call this wrong? Losses over 10 billion, and you think a simple sorry will make it go away? Then Jiamu raised his hand and smashed the ashtray on the table at Ling Shuang, roaring, do you know how much 10 billion is? Who gave you the nerve? He questioned with a ferocious expression. Did I promote you so much that you've forgotten your place? Sorry? Do do you think you're worth 10 billion? Blood trickled down Ling Shuang's forehead as she lowered her head, listening to Jiamu's curses. You're just a dog of the Li family. I gave you a chance to be human, and you couldn't hold on to it. Did you really think you were some kind of talent? Everything you have was given to you by our Li family. He looked at her, held by 2 bodyguards, and ordered, From now on I'm suspending all your authority within the group. Jiamu yanked at his tie and said, You must undergo an investigation. Until your suspicions are cleared, you can't go anywhere. His female secretary heard this and tried to defend her. Young Master Li, Sister Yu would never betray you. We grew up in the Li family. The Li family is our home, Jiamu roared. Betrayal or not doesn't matter. Something like this has happened, I have to give the group an explanation. Ling Shuang's heart skipped a beat. What did he mean? Was he going to make her the scapegoat? In the villa, a questioning voice rang out. Meng Meng, are you home alone? Ruoyu walked in carrying large bags and scolded with some displeasure. Your brother left you home alone, so irresponsible. Meng Meng quickly defended her brother. No, he's in the basement. Hearing this from the little girl, she asked in confusion. The basement? What's he doing hiding in the basement? I haven't been able to find him for days. Meng Meng remembered Chen Yuan was in the basement and had told her not to disturb him, so she speculated. He seems to have set up a lab in the basement researching something. He won't let me in to bother him. Hearing Meng Meng say this, Ruoyu exclaimed in surprise. Doing experiments? She thought to herself. Is Chen Yuan going to do research and experiments? Down in the basement, a purple liquid had been successfully produced. He looked at it happily and said, Mission accomplished. Chen Yuan held a pestle, looking through his glasses and marveling to himself, It's worth my level 60 medical skills researching for so long, finally made it. Suddenly, he noticed someone knocking on the door and turned to look. Ruoyu was leaning in and saying, Chen Yuan, it's Ruoyu. I'm coming in. Chen Yuan's eyes flickered with a hint of cunning as he thought, Xiao Ruoyu is here. Perfect timing. She walked in as he took off his glasses and asked, Ruoyu, you're just in time. Do you have any scars on you? Ruoyu asked naively in return. Huh, scars? She raised her hand to brush her hair and replied, I do have a scar, left from a fight with my brother when we were kids. It's usually hidden by my hair so you can't see it clearly. But she also thought warily, what does Chen Yuan want? Suddenly asking about scars? Upon hearing this, Chen Yuan stepped closer, cupped her chin with one hand and brushed aside her hair with the other, saying softly, Let me see. The close proximity made her blush with shyness. The bag in Ruoyu's hand fell to the floor with a thud. She was momentarily stunned, thinking to herself, what does he want to do? He's not going to kiss me, is he? What if Meng Meng walks in? Thinking this, Ruoyu immediately closed her eyes and pursed her lips, urging inwardly, Forget it, just kiss if you're going to. Chen Yuan suddenly smelled something. She opened her eyes, wondering to herself, why isn't he kissing yet? What's that smell? But in front of her, Chen Yuan was applying something to his fingers. A sly smile on his face as he reassured her, Ruoyu, don't be afraid. This ointment is specially developed by me. It can eliminate all scars. Hearing this, don't move. Seeing this, she asked, what kind of medicine is this? Does it have national approval? Why does it smell so bad? Is it really reliable? He reached out and applied it while saying, you wouldn't understand. Have you heard of stinky tofu? It smells bad but tastes good. My ointment is the same. Then Chen Yuan turned around, wiped his hands and instructed, Don't wash your face for 3 hours. Don't wipe it off either. This ointment can't be bought with money outside. It's my own special product. Ruoyu nodded repeatedly in agreement. Okay, got it, Brother Chen. Then she reached out and continued. And also, before Chen Yuan could react, Ruoyu pulled him closer and planted a sweet kiss on his lips, leaving him momentarily confused about what had just happened. Afterward, she left with a red face, leaving him touching his lips in a daze, thinking to himself, was I just harassed? Ruoyu walked out, covering her face with both hands, feeling utterly embarrassed, thinking, how mortifying. But Chen Yuan's lips were so soft back in the villa. Chen Yuan still had 2 fingers on his lips, savoring the moment, and only then did he come to his senses about what had just happened. His face was also quite red, his eyes looking upward, full of delight, even drooling with anticipation. Meng Meng stood behind the door, poking her head out and asking, Brother, why did Sister Ruoyu run away covering her face? What did you do to make her cry? Chen Yuan tilted his head, reached out his hand and replied casually, She had to go to the bathroom so she went back first, the little girl said with some reproach. Do you think I'm 3 years old? Why would she cover her face if she had to go to the bathroom? Look, Sister Ruoyu's face is as red as an apple. Then Meng Meng leaned in and asked suspiciously, Brother, you didn't do anything bad to Sister Ruoyu, did you? This made Chen Yuan momentarily awkward, his whole face turning red again. He quickly pretended to be indignant and replied, How could that be? I'm a gentleman. Don't wrong an innocent person. But Meng Meng knew better. She puffed out her cheeks and shook her head vigorously. I don't believe you. Then she drifted off in thought. Brother Chen Yuan is great in every way, but he has too many girls around him, too loving. Even so, he will always be my only brother. Lost in her thoughts, she was suddenly startled when Chen Yuan came out holding an experiment bottle and asked, "Meng Meng, do you have any scars? Want to try the ointment I just developed?" Hearing this, the little girl was startled, turned away to dodge, and squeaked, "No thanks." Then she turned and left, covering her nose tightly with her hand in disgust. "The smell is too awful," leaving him standing there holding the smelly bottle, his hand outstretched. Seeing this, Chen Yuan smacked his lips. "Really don't appreciate it. This ointment can't be bought with money outside. It just smells a bit bad. Should I add some fragrance?" Suddenly, the phone on the table lit up with a notification. Chen Yuan recognized it and said, "It's been a while since I checked the group. Let's see what they're saying." The screen showed Imperial Ambition chat group. A string of messages popped up. Kingsman, "Hey Ocean, what's up with President Yan? Haven't seen him in a while. Is his cash flow having problems?" White Keelan, "Really, Kingsman, could it be fake? Fatian Real Estate knows too, right? They've been madly buying land. Suddenly there's no movement. CEO Yu Lingshuang has also disappeared. Everyone says President Yan is preparing to flee." He read with a puzzled expression, sweat dripping down. The screen continued. "Kingsman, makes sense. Big KTV, it's been a long time since he showed up and he hasn't gone to change the songs. This is his own situation. Looks like he really has no money. Hilarious." Zhang Heocean, "Don't say that about President Yan. It's not good if he sees it. Besides, Yi Zhou is still as strong as an ox. I believe even if there are difficulties he'll get through them." After reading, Chen Yuan chuckled. "I knew you rich second-generation types were flashy, but I didn't expect you to be this flashy. I disappear for a few days and you start singing my downfall, saying I'm bankrupt and on the run." Suddenly, a message popped up that surprised him. The screen continued. "Way out. Text and image. Is President Yan an emperor? Can't even speak." Zhang Heocean, "If you want to be a dog, I don't have time for you." White Keelan, "Way out. Text and image. Watch your mouth. Who the hell are you calling a dog?" Text and image, "Talking about you guys. Aren't you all dogs following behind Chen Yuan?" Text and image, "I heard that guy offended the Li family in Modu and has fallen out with the Lin family. Now he can't even protect himself. You'd better worry about yourselves." At this moment, two men were also leisurely looking at messages on their phones. The screen continued. "I don't understand. Young Master Way Out is right. Given the current situation, we small fries should distance ourselves from President Yan to avoid getting caught up." Blue Brady, "Agreed," he read with a frown, gritting his teeth and saying, "Before, everyone called me President Yan, trying to befriend me. Now they want to rebel? Fine, I'll give you what you want." Then Chen Yuan sent a message. "Lonely cigarette. All right, stop talking. If you want to leave the group, get lost. I won't keep you." Another message appeared. "I don't understand. The real deal has appeared." Over there, Text and Image was replying with a scheming tone. Text and Image, "Chen Yuan, you're cornered now and you're still putting on airs." Seeing this, he didn't hold back either. "You're tough. Your Text and Image family is tough. I'll say this now, anyone who cooperates with the Text and Image family from now on is against me." The scene shifted to a vast, boundless green grassland. A white-haired young man held up his phone and shouted, "Wow, Brother Heocean, get in the group chat quickly. President Yan has started firing shots. Isn't he afraid of losing all his friends like this?" The club sent the ball flying, and a voice spoke at the same time, "Friends." Heocean maintained his swing, holding the club high, staring at the ball, and continued, "True strong people aren't afraid of losing friends. Xiaobai, don't get involved in the group's nonsense. I'm on President Yan's side in this round. He's not a simple person." He raised his hand to adjust his hat, his eyes sharp as he added, "Based on my understanding of President Yan, even if the Li and Lin families join forces, they can't outplay him." The screen then showed Kingsman. "So what if it's over? Who are you trying to scare?" "I don't understand, President Yan. I didn't want to say this, but you're too arrogant. I'm on Young Master Way Outside this time." Kingsman, boring. "I'm leaving the group." Then the screen showed a notification, Imperial Ambition chat group. Text and Image has left the group. Kingsman has left the group. I don't understand has left the group. Blue Brady has left the group. Watching everyone leave one by one, Chen Yuan said, "Great, over 300 people left in one go. These rich second-generation types are really realistic." Imperial Ambition chat group, total 204 members confirmed to be in the group. Join this group chat. His eyes full of sarcasm, he continued, "But it's good that they're gone. All these fence-sitters can get lost. Even if they want to cling to me, Chen Yuan, in the future, they won't have the chance." Then Chen Yuan picked up his phone, tapped on something and pressed it. He leisurely crossed his legs, sat back in his chair, leaned against the backrest and asked, "Don't you all think I'm bankrupt? Today I'll show you something." The phone screen then displayed various top-up amount options. Chen Yuan looked and exclaimed happily, "Oh, there are even options to top up 100 million and 500 million. Chairman Zhao really knows me." Then he lowered his head, a sly smile on his face, and said, "Then I'll just top up a few billion for fun." The scene shifted to a towering office building. Fadian was sitting at his desk looking at something with a panicked expression, quickly reaching out and calling, "Sister Shen, come here quickly." Suyi walked out in a hot outfit, her hand resting on the chair, asking what's wrong. He put his hand on the table, his face darkening, and said, The auxiliary channel just reported that someone topped up tens of billions. She frowned slightly, a hint of suspicion in her mind. Could it be him? Chen Yuan was intently watching a female streamer's live broadcast, commenting that it was too explicit. The screen kept showing extremely beautiful and charming girls, accompanied by long comments. He lay there watching, constantly evaluating. What do you think? Just average, obviously not a good girl. Suddenly, Chen Yuan saw something and exclaimed with wide eyes. On his phone, a girl dressed in a play outfit appeared. Dressed in a black cat costume, she raised her hand and softly introduced herself. Hello everyone, I'm a new streamer called Xiao Guai. Today is my first day streaming, thank you all for coming to watch. The comments scrolled rapidly. Happy Feng Nan entered the live stream. Happy Feng Nan. Little sister is so cute. Happy little frog, I want to touch the little sister's cat ears. SpongeBob, the person above is way too ridiculous. Happy little frog rolled her eyes. If you don't speak, no one will think you're mute. Silence 7 entered the live stream. He raised his hand to his chin looking thoughtful and said, this female streamer looks familiar. A notification popped up on the phone screen. Happy Feng Nan gifted a litter box. Seeing this, the girl immediately made a cute cat paw gesture with both hands and said happily, thank you brother Happy Feng Nan for the litter box. Xiao Guai wishes you all the best, blessings as vast as the eastern sea and a lifespan as long as the southern mountain. After a moment, Chen Yuan finally remembered who she was. It was Meng Meng. Then he looked at his phone and said, so that's why she wasn't clinging to me today. She went off to stream. Blessings as vast as the eastern sea, what the hell, lifespan as long as the southern mountain in a live stream? The comments kept flooding in and more content appeared on the screen. Happy Feng Nan gifted a rocket. Envious comments piled up. Happy little frog actually gifted a 2,000 yuan rocket. A big spender. SpongeBob, big spender, awesome. Happy Feng Nan. Streamer, can I add you on WeChat? Wahaha. 666. SpongeBob, streamer little sister, are you tempted? You came in with such a bang. What did I miss? 1377 entered the live stream. Everyone here is a clown entered the live stream. Everyone here is a clown. I'm here. After reading, Meng Meng responded shyly. Speak harshly? No way. My brother won't let me be mean to others, but thanks anyway, brother. Another notification popped up on the phone screen. Happy Feng Nan gifted 10 rockets. Then huge rockets appeared one after another, and the notifications didn't stop. Meng Xiao Guai's live stream. 350,000 online followers. Popularity value 190 million. Comments appeared again. Happy Feng Nan, streamer, can I add you on WeChat now? Chen Yuan had been watching from the sidelines and when he saw this he gritted his teeth angrily and said, 20,000 yuan and you want to keep my little sister? Dream on kid. Meng Meng stared blankly at her phone feeling a bit upset, thinking to herself, what's wrong with these people? I already said I won't add WeChat. Do they think money can buy anything? Then she put on a gentle smile and responded, sorry brother I can't add WeChat, and please don't send any more gifts. It doesn't feel right for me to take this money. What am I supposed to buy pork ribs with it? Notifications kept popping up. Slept and ate gifted a carousel. Hit the wall and sang gifted 20 rockets for good fortune. Fairy of the Wandering Fairy gifted 10 rockets for good fortune. Wandering and Wandering big spender awesome 20,000 yuan. Love eating melon grandma. 20,000 yuan for a WeChat. Generous. Happy Feng Nan. Streamer, can I add you on WeChat now? Forget the teacher. Autumn showed no respect. Raised eyebrows and a big temper. Roast Goose 66.66 doesn't give the big spender face. Unexpectedly, the other party released even more rockets, and a red notification lit up. Happy Feng Nan gifted 100 rockets, causing the comments to go wild. Wandering and Wandering 100 rockets. 2 million. Love eating melon grandma. Feng Huang really splurges to pick up girls. Da Gang Guan La Zi Ren. I don't believe this girl can hold out anymore. Happy Feng Nan. I really want to be friends with you. I've already sent you a private message. Please reply. Meng Meng raised her hand to her chin thinking, isn't this just bullying? Using money to force me to add friends. So annoying. Just as she was thinking, she suddenly widened her eyes and stared at her phone in surprise. On the screen, an overwhelming force overshadowed the rockets. Everyone watching the live stream was stunned. They all widened their eyes and opened their mouths wide, reading the notification text that popped up. Lonely takes a smoke gifted a planet collision X1. The scene cut to the company, where a young man stood up in surprise and turned around to say, President Shen, someone just gifted the most expensive item on the entire platform. A planet collision worth 1 million. Xu Yi thought to herself, could it really be him making a comeback? The comments kept jumping. Forget the teacher Autumn, I saw it, it's Yan Zong. The tycoon Yan Zong sending gifts, I heard there's a big move. When Yan Zong makes a move you know it's real. 1 million in one go, raised eyebrows. Looks like this new streamer is about to become Yanzong's prey again, roast goose. Yanzong, that man is back. The screen kept showing notifications. Added 70,000 online, 10,000 people. Popularity value 10,000 plus 50,000. Popularity value 80,000, 80,000 online. Then Meng Ming's channel also gained a lot of followers. Meng Xiao Guai 152 followers. Popularity value 130,000. 13,000 online. She couldn't believe her eyes, covering her mouth with her hand and exclaiming in surprise. The planet collision just now, 1 million each. Comments appeared again. Da Gang Guanla Zi Ren, that's right, this streamer is really lucky. Love eating melon, grandma. You must hold on to a tycoon like Yan Zong. Seeing Meng Ming still confused, Chen Yuan held his phone and snorted lightly. Just a few rockets and you think you can keep my little sister? Then he said with a determined look. Today I'll use money to turn Meng Ming into someone you'll never be able to touch in your lifetime. Then notifications kept popping up on the phone screen. Platform-wide notification. Lonely takes a smoke-gifted Meng Xiao Guai X2 planet collision. Every screen lit up and everyone was shocked. Platform-wide notification. Lonely takes a smoke-gifted Meng Xiao Guai X3 planet collision. Some people couldn't believe it and leaned in to look. Platform-wide notification. Lonely takes a smoke-gifted Meng Xiao Guai X4 planet collision. On this end, Chen Yuan was frantically tapping his phone with a fierce determination. Let's see if you still dare to mess with my little sister. All notifications were sent to everyone, leaving them all stunned and amazed. Platform-wide notification. Lonely takes a smoke-gifted Meng Xiao Guai 3000 planet collisions. Seeing this, Meng Ming said worriedly, "What's going on? Stop sending. I can't even see myself anymore." A notification popped up on the screen. Popularity value 100 million. She couldn't hide her surprise, covering her mouth with her hand and exclaiming, "Am I seeing this right? He sent 3,000 planet collisions." That means everyone shouted in shock, 300 million, ignoring everyone's astonishment. Chen Yuan kept his eyes on his phone, extremely smug, and said, 300 million scared you, huh? Suddenly a message popped up. Bro, is that Lonely takes a smoke you? Seeing this, he immediately replied, "It's me." "Why did you send me so much? What a waste of money." Chen Yuan continued messaging. "What waste? It's just moving from one hand to the other." Meng Ming immediately understood and thought to herself, "That's right, Billy is also his. Recharging Billy is like recharging himself." Then she replied, "That's true, but don't send any more. My live stream is completely flooded with gifts and comments." Seeing this, he replied blankly, "Okay." Chen Yuan raised his hand to his nose, thinking, "I was planning to send 10 billion. I just recharged 10 billion anyway." The scene cut to the media company. Then a voice full of surprise rang out. "You said Chen Yuan just sent 300 million. Shu Yi raised her hand and stammered, "Yes, but this is a bit." Yu Qi saw this and responded, "Sister Shen, do we need to beat around the bush? Just say it directly." After hearing this, she no longer held back and said, "It's just that the 300 million was sent to his sister Wang Mengming." After hearing this, she raised her hand to her chin, frowned slightly, and replied, "Sending it to his own sister, isn't that just moving from one hand to the other? What exactly is he?" Suddenly, Shu Yi noticed something, leaned over the desk and said seriously, "Yan Zong is pulling the rug out from under them." Yu Qi looked up confused and asked back, "What do you mean by that?" Shu Yi raised her hand nervously and continued, "Yan Zong has already completed a counterattack against the Li Group and others. Now that the land is in their hands, they must be planning to secretly sell it to recover the losses of Li's Hongshan Bank." But just then, Yan Zong directly and loudly announced his strong comeback. This way, the rumors about Yan Zong's funding chain breaking are disproven, and anyone with eyes will know that Li made a huge mistake. Seeing this, she responded with admiration, "What's even better is that he chose to send money to his own sister, but outsiders have no idea it's just moving from one hand to the other. Sister Shen, you're amazing." Hearing Yu Qi say this, she pretended to be modest, raising her hand and waving it, saying, "Not at all. Even if I didn't say it, President Zhao would figure it out with his wisdom." Then Shu Yi walked out, leaned on the glass window and said thoughtfully, "Long time no see, has he grown to this level?" Then, thinking of Chen Yuan's coldness, she secretly thought with satisfaction, "If I could be possessed by a man like that." Shu Yi's face was now full of enjoyment and intoxication. Thinking it must feel amazing, just then, a notification popped up on her phone. The next day, the tycoon Yan Zong struck again, spending 300 million just to win a smile from a beauty. Two platforms offered a 50 million reward to find a Go Master to compete against a Japanese player. Bai Yi was enjoying himself with Heoshin at the moment. Seeing the notification, he jumped up in surprise and said, 300 million, Yan Zong is slapping faces. That kid Tang Shuwen is probably scared shitless. Brother Heoshin, you're right. Heoshin chuckled lightly. Yan Zong and I are sworn brothers. Yan Zong's strength is unfathomable. Playing with them is like an old man playing with a top. Hit whichever one you aim at. After saying this he frowned, sweat trickling down his face, thinking that actually yesterday he wasn't sure what Yanzong was going to do. He was just bluffing casually, but he didn't expect Yanzong to really deliver. Bai Yi was still looking at his phone when suddenly his eyes widened in surprise. The phone screen showed Imperial Ambition Chat Group 99 messages. He said, "This group is blowing up again." The phone screen displayed Imperial Ambition Chat Group. "Last night, Yanzong sent over 300 million on BK. Is he bankrupt? The spare change he sent is more than my entire fortune. Good thing I didn't leave the group. Those who left must be regretting it. I recently heard that Yanzong's conflict with Li has been resolved." A hand was typing quickly to edit a message. Yanzong conspired with Lin to establish Fei Tian and D. Two real estate companies acquired a large amount of land and successfully broke the deadlock. Now Li and several financial groups are in a tough spot, holding land that's like a hot potato. At this moment in the mall lobby, Bai Yi held his phone with a playful look, pouted and said, "So that's it. Yanzong fought 1 against 4 and still counterattacked. Truly terrifying. A true emperor." Another message popped up. "Yanzong is awesome, the pride of Hancheng. It's estimated that the entertainment industry in Hubei province will undergo a major reshuffle in the next 10 years, and even the national entertainment industry needs reform." The scene cut to Chen Yuan's home. He and Meng Ming were sitting on the sofa, both focused on their phones. Chen Yuan thought to himself, "Those who stayed are on my side now." He glanced to the side, frowned slightly, and continued thinking, using them wisely could also be a help. It's time to give them a little sweetener. Then he smiled slightly, picked up his phone and edited a message to send. "I just want to make the cake bigger so everyone can have a piece. If anyone is interested in the Film and Television City project, feel free to join in and earn some pocket money." A young man sitting in a car quickly replied, "Great Yanzong, my family runs a retail department store. We can definitely make shopping in the Film and Television City more convenient." A friend also messaged while walking, "Bro Yan, my family is in the catering business. We'll definitely set up shop in the Film and Television City." Another man stopped to join in. "My family runs a hotel. Yanzong, your Film and Television City definitely needs hotels." A group of friends were sitting and calculating. Then added, "Yanzong, our family has cut off all business cooperation with Tang. Leave the procurement of building materials for the Film and Television City to us." Suddenly, Chen Yuan was startled by something, threw his phone up and yelled, "Scared me to death." He quickly turned to Meng Ming and asked, "What's wrong?" The girl didn't look back, just pointed at her phone and answered in surprise, "I'm trending." Meng Ming held up her phone, her face full of excitement, and continued, "Bro, look, my live stream from yesterday is trending." Seeing his sister so happy, Chen Yuan raised his hand and gently patted her head, smiling slightly. "Okay, I get it. You became an internet sensation overnight," Meng Ming retorted. "I'm not some internet celebrity." Then she said blankly, "It's just bro, they're all talking about you." Meng Ming continued, "They say you're a heartless rich guy who only spends money on women to get attention. The platform even offered a reward of 50,000 to 10,000 yuan to find a Go player who can win glory for the country, but you only know how to send money to female streamers. They call you a wastrel." Her words pierced his chest like an arrow, making him spit blood and step back. Hearing his sister say this, Chen Yuan rubbed the back of his neck with one hand and raised the other to wave it off, replying, "It seems like they're not wrong." Seeing him say this, Meng Ming got a bit angry and retorted fiercely, "No, you're not like that. Sister Ruoyu said long ago that showing off wealth is just your tactic. You're actually a business genius." Upon hearing this, he immediately raised both hands and waved them in refusal. "Actually, I really am not." But before he could finish, the girl interrupted enthusiastically, "Don't treat me like a kid anymore. You spend money to create hype. In reality, you've been secretly planning, laying out your strategies in various industries and fields. You're a master strategist." Chen Yuan listened, raised his hands to his head in frustration, and thought, "Oh no, even Meng Ming is starting to overthink." Then his eyes sharpened, and he continued thinking, "If I let her keep overthinking like this, I'm worried our sibling bond might change. I need to change the subject." After thinking this, Chen Yuan turned his head and pretended to ask, "Meng Ming, by the way, what's this about the platform offering a reward for a Go player?" The girl immediately shifted her attention, forgetting the previous topic, and replied, "You don't know yet?" Meng Ming then said seriously, "This has been blowing up recently. A Fusong Go player came to Washa and swept through the Washa Go scene." The girl recalled the image of that dangerous man slamming the table and continued, "He even said that Washa Go is a joke, all weaklings." Hearing Meng Ming say this, Chen Yuan also asked in surprise, "Really? A guy from a small country actually knows the idiom weaklings?" The girl raised a finger and replied, "That's not the point. This Fusong player is named Kimura Ichiro, and he's not even 20 yet." Meng Ming continued to describe him, then said, "Under the guidance of the Japanese Go master Rizaki, his first match made the famous Washa Go player Li Zhongru spit blood 3 times." Recalling the scene of him sitting and playing chess with an old man, she said, A few days ago he also defeated the Washa Go master Zhang Muzi, causing a sensation. Then, recalling the scene of him standing in front of a crowd and speaking, she added, he publicly stated that Washa has no opponent in Go for him. He accepts all challenges openly. Hearing this, Chen Yuan understood. So the platform got pissed off by this kid. Meng Ming turned around, raised 2 fingers in agreement and said, exactly. Now many wealthy people are offering rewards to find someone to beat Kimura Ichiro. The total has already exceeded 200 million. Are you thinking of putting up a bounty too? He picked up his phone, glanced at it and said, not interested in posting a bounty but collecting one sounds fine. Hearing this, the little girl exclaimed in surprise, you want to claim the bounty? Are you serious? Chen Yuan replied calmly, of course I'm serious. I'm going to compete. The screen was showing Kimura Ichiro openly challenging Chinese Go. He then curled his lips slightly, thinking that he had already acquired the Go skill and could always use enhancement points to upgrade if needed. This huge bounty was practically free money. Meanwhile, Meng Meng, the little girl, thought nervously to herself. Brother is going to compete in Go? When did he learn Go? Meng Meng reminded him, Go isn't like Gomoku. You can't just play it casually, and the learning costs are high. You have so many businesses to handle, you'll be too busy. Chen Yuan turned his head upon hearing this and asked innocently, busy? Do I look busy to you every day? This made Meng Ming admit that indeed brother Chen Yuan always seemed very relaxed. The little girl thought about how he lounged in a chair enjoying himself, doing nothing all day but spending time on fun, not looking like a wealthy man at all. Then she recalled him lying down drinking cola while playing games, even when driving a race car in protective gear. She held her head, feeling a bit stressed but determined, thinking, could it be that his time management skills are so good that he can be this relaxed? No, I have to work hard too. Chen Yuan, seeing his sister holding her head with a confused look, wondered why she was so down. Then Meng Meng sat in front of the live streaming phone writing something and cheerfully said, hello everyone, I'm Meng Xiaoguai. I'm live again. Today's stream theme is reviewing lessons. Thanks for your support. A notification showed the popularity value increased by 2 million. Meanwhile, Chen Yuan was busy on the computer muttering to himself, is this the place? He looked at the screen, interlaced his fingers, and continued, this is the online battle platform where Chinese Go players like to compete. He pondered for a moment and said, let's pick a modest name. The screen displayed login register account login via SMS with the ID Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster confirmed. Chen Yuan remained seated in front of the computer screen, focusing intently on the players' names and the board. He then clenched his fist and raised it with a smile, saying, I've already acquired professional Go skills. Let's find an opponent to test my level. The game appeared on the screen, Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster versus Ping Wu Qi. He watched confidently and whispered, begin. Then he placed his hand on the mouse on the table. His long fingers moved continuously, clicking the mouse pointer repeatedly. After a while the time showed 10:33 a.m., and Chen Yuan shouted, I won. The computer displayed Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Ping Wu Qi, and he rested his chin on his hand, saying boredly, the battle ended in 10 minutes, not satisfying enough. Then Chen Yuan decisively stood up and continued, warm up over, time to form a team. I'm going to take on 10 people. But soon a series of notifications showed victory leaning his way. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Da Lai Ba. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Tian Mingju. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Gan Xie. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Lu Wanyan. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Yi Du Envy Bai Ling. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Casio. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Wei Shenmi Bu Dai Mao. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster defeats Ding Renkai Do Fu Ding. The time was now 6:33 p.m. Chen Yuan didn't notice the time, just stared at the screen with some confusion. 30 consecutive wins, 100 win rate, and only reaching Amateur 5 Dan, the screen displayed. Destroyer of Sun Chessmaster, Amateur 5 Dan, 30 matches, 30 wins, 0 losses, 100 win rate. After reading it, his face stiffened and he complained, the requirements are too strict. Then he quickly made a bowl of instant noodles, eating while focusing on the screen, saying, at this rate, I probably won't reach 9 Dan today. Chen Yuan wiped his mouth with his hand, frowned tightly, and added nervously, the higher I go, the tougher the opponents. It takes an hour to deal with them, but with my Go skills and over 10 points of mental strength, it's enough. Then he raised his hand to stretch, closed his eyes, and sighed thoughtfully, life is lonely like snow. I wonder when I'll get to play Kimura Ichiro again. The scene shifted to another house where the sun was setting, casting its glow on the building. Inside, a Chinese voice said, a wise man adapts to circumstances. The screen showed Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand defeats Yagami Light, surrender. Murakami placed his hand on the keyboard, looking at the computer screen and laughing. Surrendering means he's smart. Ha ha ha. He clasped his hands behind his head and said leisurely, it's been a day, 20 consecutive wins, but no one can beat me, Kimura Ichiro. China has no talent. Then he frowned arrogantly. Murakami reached for the mouse and muttered, let me see who else is there. He He squinted and read, Destroyer of Sun Chess Master. The screen displayed the names Steel Pipe Drop Player, Destroyer of Sun Chess Master, Wen Li FM Pai. Seeing this, Murakami gritted his teeth in anger and cursed, "What audacity!" Chen Yuan was still staring at the screen in irritation. Suddenly he shouted, "Someone's challenging me." The screen finally showed the inviter, "Someone challenges you, reject accept." Chen Yuan read the opponent's name and asked in confusion, "Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand?" He paused and teased, "That name is so stupid. Is it a grade schooler?" Chen Yuan then turned to check the opponent's record. The screen showed 20 consecutive wins, 100 win rate. On the other side, Murakami was also reading Chen Yuan's record with interest. The computer screen displayed, Destroyer of Sun Chess Master, Amateur 5 Dan, 30 consecutive wins, 100 win rate. Then a notification appeared, Destroyer of Sun Chess Master versus Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand. Chen Yuan immediately placed his hand on the mouse to enter the match, clicking the mouse arrow on the white stones. On the other side, he also got into the zone. His long fingers moved the mouse continuously. Murakami clicked the black stones with his mouse and the screen showed, Destroyer of Sun Chess Master versus Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand. Seeing this, he said nervously, "This person's playing style is extremely treacherous. Every move seems careless, but on closer inspection, they all hide deadly traps and schemes." Then Chen Yuan looked up, realizing something, and continued, "This style resembles the legendary Heavenly Demon transformation." Chen Yuan imagined the cunning Heavenly Demon transformation standing on the board, constantly moving pieces, saying, "Heavenly Demon transformation is known for its deceit and endless variations, but few in the current Go world can play this style." The screen again showed 30 moves, Destroyer of Sun Chess Master versus Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand. Seeing this, he was now in trouble and said worriedly, "It's over. I'm at a disadvantage. My calculation ability isn't weaker than my opponent's, but my habits and experience are inferior. If this continues, I might lose." Chen Yuan raised his hand to hold his head, gritting his teeth and continuing, "If I break my winning streak, it'll take a lot of time to climb the ranks." On the other side, Murakami was leisurely playing while chewing on food, looking very composed. Then he wiped his mouth with his hand and commented, "This opponent is quite strong. It took 30 moves to fall into the first trap. His skill has reached the level of a professional player." After saying that, Murakami rested his chin on his hand and chuckled, "But trying to beat me is like showing off in front of an expert." He misspoke. Chen Yuan, stuck in a bind, said, "System, give me 50 years of Go experience." A notification appeared, "Successfully exchanged for 50 years of Go experience, consuming 10 enhancement points. Host's current Go level is Professional 9 Dan. Remaining enhancement points, 25. He immediately stood in the middle of the board grid, forming a circle around him. Chen Yuan looked up at the grid. The moves of the stones were displayed above. Then he closed his eyes and the grid spun around him as if absorbing. Finally he opened his eyes wide, jumped up and said, "I understand." Chen Yuan sat in the chair, now showing a confident smile, and said, "The best defense is offense. Heavenly Demon transformation. Appear now." He now exuded a murderous aura, his eyes red, reached out to pick up a stone and placed it down, saying coldly, "Isn't it just Heavenly Demon transformation? I can do it too." On the other side, Murakami asked in confusion, "Why hasn't there been any movement all day?" Then he looked at the computer and chuckled, "Looks like he can't solve it." He slipped up. After saying that, Murakami ran his hand through his hair and praised himself smugly, "In this vast world, I'm still the lonely master." Suddenly he noticed something, one eye closed and the other open. Murakami looked at the computer and exclaimed in surprise, "What kind of move is this?" He stared at the screen and asked suspiciously, "He has no rules at all, like he's playing randomly. Has he given up?" Chen maintained his expression and said, "True Heavenly Demon transformation is about advancing step by step, seemingly without rules, but actually hiding deadly traps." He used the mouse to select the white stone next to the black one. Murakami saw this and said in shock, "This." He stared blankly at the screen, realizing something, and continued, "This familiar feeling is..." Then Murakami suddenly stood up, his eyes darkening, unable to believe his eyes, and blurted out, "This is Heavenly Demon transformation? How is that possible?" He waved his hand and slammed the table, shouting, "Impossible." Murakami was now filled with rage, yelling, "He can't know Heavenly Demon transformation. I don't believe it." He raised his hand, hovering in the air, his body trembling, teeth clenched, and said through gritted teeth, "This person's Go skill is very strong. I had him in my trap, but he still escaped and even made me fall into my own trap. I was careless." The screen then displayed, "Destroyer of Sun Chess Master defeats Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand." Murakami dropped his hand and stammered, "I." His face now showed clear signs of dejection, and he continued, "I actually lost." Murakami held his head, still unable to believe what had just happened, and said, "I became a famous figure in the East Asian Go world at a young age, and I was defeated by an amateur 5 Dan online using my own specialty style." Then he gritted his teeth, his eyes determined, and said, "I won't accept this." Chen, after several hours of intense play, now won and raised his hand to sigh in relief. Finally over. Then he looked at his watch and said in surprise, "It's just past 10 o'clock. Chen Yuan rubbed his hands together and said enthusiastically, "I can still play another game. Today's momentum is unstoppable." Wait, an email popped up on the screen. "You have a message. Click to view." He saw it, his eyes wide with surprise, and wondered, "Who is it?" The screen displayed the message content. "Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand, please stay. I still want to play a game with you. Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand, please teach me." After reading it, Chen Yuan concluded, "He's broken. Even the wording is wrong, it should be please advise. He really is a grade schooler." On the other side, the messages kept coming. "Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand, please stay. I still want to play a game with you. Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand, please teach me. Destroyer of Sun Chess Master, you're no match for me. Don't humiliate yourself. Go do your homework." On the other side, Murakami was trembling uncontrollably, his eyes darkening. He was now extremely furious, gritting his teeth and cursing. "Bastard, this is too much." Murakami was pushed to the limit, shouting angrily, "I'm a Go prodigy. How can I endure such humiliation? This destroyer of Sun Chess Master is too arrogant." Then he sat down and continued sending messages. "Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand, your words are too arrogant and harsh. I wasn't serious earlier. Please accept my challenge this time." Chen chuckled and replied, "Are you a donkey, so stubborn? Fine, since you won't accept it, I'll play along. Match begins." After saying that, he placed his hand on the mouse and clicked the Start Match button. The time showed 10 minutes later. Then the game screen also displayed, "Destroyer of Sun Chess Master defeats Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand." Murakami was now like a ghost, his hands raised to cover his ears, still unable to believe what had just happened, shouting, "Impossible." His eyes wide, sweat covering his face, he trembled and said, "Only 30 moves, and I lost. How did he become so strong?" Murakami clenched his fist and slammed it hard on the table, gritting his teeth and saying, "This is an illusion. It must be an illusion." Again, but the screen still showed, "Destroyer of Sun Chess Master defeats Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand." He was now in chaos, pulling at his hair and shouting, "I don't believe it." Murakami's whole body trembled, his grievances and anger turning into tears as he said, 20 moves, only 20 moves, and I lost. Since my debut, I've swept through the Go world, thinking I had no rivals." He recalled the honors he had won and continued, "Only to be crushed by a Chinese amateur 5 dan." Thinking this, Murakami's eyes widened, the blood vessels clearly visible. Anxiety surged within him, and he said, "If I can't beat him, he'll become my inner demon. I'll struggle to improve in Go from now on." Then he sent another message. "Heavenly Demon Ghost Hand, please give me a chance to redeem myself. Let's play another game." Chen saw this and said mockingly, "Still want to play? I'm not your sparring partner. This platform should have an anti-addiction system. It's not good for grade schoolers to be so addicted." Then he put down his hand and typed back rapidly, "No more. You're too weak and it's boring. I'm not into bullying the weak. Don't waste my time. I still need to climb to amateur 9 dan." On the other side, Murakami read this and felt like spitting blood. He was now furious, restless, but also humiliated, asking himself, "He says I'm weak, he says I'm weak." Murakami then grabbed the computer and shouted, "How can this be?" He kicked the computer into the wall, shattering the screen. He gritted his teeth and cursed, "Go to hell." Suddenly, a girl's voice came from behind. "Kimura-gun, what's wrong?" Murakami turned to look at the girl, who saw his state and asked worriedly, "Why are you so angry?" She was Kimura Ichiro's junior, Sato Mai. Kimura-gun then explained softly, "I lost a game in China to someone called Destroyer of Sun Chess Master. Sorry, Mai. I'm not angry about losing, just unwilling to accept it." Mai looked at him, raised her hand to comfort him and said, "Victory and defeat are common in battle. Besides, this is an online match. How do you know the other side didn't cheat?" Murakami heard this and asked back, "Cheat?" Mai continued, "Exactly. Kimura-gun should know about Alpha, right?" She imagined the opponent's moves and added, "In an online match, it's easy for the opponent to use Alpha to play against you." Mai's face tensed up and she raised a finger, saying, "You think your opponent is just an ordinary player." He was still dazed, listening intently as she continued, "But in reality it could be a world-class expert." After hearing this, Murakami gritted his teeth and replied through clenched teeth, "No wonder he was mediocre at first but suddenly changed like a different person." "How despicable," Mai added. "A few days ago, you defeated Zhang Muzi sweeping through Chinese Go. Now someone has posted a bounty of over 1 billion to invite you to a match. Kimura-kun wouldn't be crushed by a small failure, would he?" It was as if he had regained his strength, a sly smile curling at the corners of his mouth as he said, "How could that be? Your journey won't stop here." Tong-kun looked at the little girl and continued, "Mai-chan, starting tomorrow, I'll only accept challenges from one person. I need more time to review the game we just played." Hearing this, the little girl obediently replied, "Yes, Kimura-kun, I'll arrange it right away." With that, he regained his arrogant air, thinking to himself that he had a feeling that if he could absorb the experience from this, his skills would surely reach a new level. Mai watched this scene, pondering silently as she walked away. After all, he was just a young man in his prime. A few words were enough to lift his spirits. Then she looked at the computer Kimura-kun had smashed in a fit of rage. a hint of worry crossing her mind. If not for that, this blow might have thrown Kimura-kun's mindset off balance, causing his strength to plummet. Mai stood sideways, hand on her chest, her face unable to hide her concern as she thought. Father, you've passed on all your life's knowledge to Kimura-kun for him to carry on the legacy, but it seems a bit too rushed. His state of mind can't keep up with his chess skills. The little girl lowered her head, asking herself, in the end, just one brilliant move could completely break Kimura-kun. Even father couldn't do it. Does such a person really exist? The scene shifted to Chen Yuan's villa home, where a voice rang out, "What's wrong?" On the screen it read, "Extinguisher of the Sun Chess Master, Amateur 7 Dan." You're looking at this, utterly confused, blurting out, "It took you a whole night to reach Amateur 7 Dan," Chen Yuan commented, looking at Kimura-kun's record. "To challenge this guy named Kimura Ichiro, I have to reach the professional level, otherwise they definitely won't let me in." At that moment, Chen Yuan's face showed a hint of worry as he propped his chin with his hand and continued, "At this rate, it'll take another 2 or 3 days to reach Amateur 9 Dan. Forget it, there's no rush." With that, he clasped his hands behind his head, leaned back in his chair and began to evaluate himself. What level was his chess skill at now? Was it strong or weak? He felt that Amateur 7 Dan sounded pretty amateurish. Chen Yuan sighed to himself in confusion. Our country really is full of hidden talents. I almost got tripped up by a random elementary school student. Good thing I have the system. Then he raised his hand, his eyes firm, and said, "No matter what, I need to work even harder. The reward is definitely mine." Night fell over the villa with light shining through the windows. A command rang out. "You, Ling Shuang, you can come out." Then 2 bodyguards helped out Ling Shuang, who was covered in bruises, while another person said, "The young master wants to see you." Upon hearing this, she slightly lifted her weary eyes, revealing a haggard face. A man crossed his arms and said coldly, "So after 3 days in confinement, have you found anything?" Kei Yan, holding a stack of documents, said softly, "Reporting to the young master, my uncle did find something. During Yu Lingshuang's contact with President Yan, her behavior was suspicious. She provided a large amount of false intelligence to the group, causing heavy losses." She pushed up her glasses and continued, "We also found 30 billion in liquid assets in her account." Jia Mu picked up the documents, looked at them, and blurted out in surprise, "How much? 30 billion? How could a secretary like her have such a huge sum of money?" Kei Yan immediately replied, "Yes, young master. That's one of the key reasons we judged she was problematic." He slightly lowered his head, closed his eyes, and said, "I see President Yan is quite generous, spending 30 billion to make her betray the group. Betraying the Li family might be understandable. Even I might not be able to resist such temptation." Jia Mu turned his gaze to Ling Shuang and continued, "No wonder your tone has become so arrogant. Someone's been feeding you well." Upon hearing this, she quickly explained, "Is that how you see me, young master? Do you think I would betray the Li family for money?" He angrily waved his hand, scattering the documents in the air, and roared, "Isn't that the case?" Jia Mu frowned, furious, and said, "If you hadn't betrayed the Li family, why were you so secretive in Hancheng? And why was this money never mentioned? What are you playing at?" Ling Shuang lifted her eyes, stammering in response. Seeing her like this, he roared, "Speechless, huh? Can't argue anymore? You were bought off, plain and simple. The facts are clear." Then Jia Mu adjusted his collar and lowered his voice. He walked to the window, clasped his hands behind his back, and gazed into the distance, saying, "You should know the consequences of betraying me." The room fell into a dead silence, with no one speaking. The documents lay scattered on the floor, and Kei Yan could only stand silently. Finally, Ling Shuang spoke, "I know the consequences of betraying the young master, and I don't want to argue anymore. Let's just end this quickly." Hearing this, Jia Mu turned around, squinted his eyes, and asked, "What do you mean?" Her face covered in bruises, she continued, "I know this failed plan has caused heavy losses to the group and might affect your inheritance rights." His face tensed, and he listened sideways as Ling Shuang continued, "I'm willing to offer this 30 billion to repay the Li family's kindness to me over the years. I hope this 30 billion can earn the young master's forgiveness." She added in an extremely soft voice, "After you take this 30 billion, from now on I'll have nothing to do with the Li family." Ling Shuang closed her eyes, filled with guilt, thinking that this was her only way out for now. "I'm sorry, Chen Yuan. After I return to Hancheng, I'll spend the rest of my life making it up to you." Jia Mu was silent for a moment, then burst into laughter after hearing her words. He turned to look at Ling Shuang, who was taking a phone from Kei Yan, and said, "Good, you know what's good for you. 30 billion for a dog. A very good deal. Transfer the money and you can leave." Ling Shuang picked up the phone, her fingers moving quickly. Jia Mu continued, "In Shanghai I always keep my word. I said I'd let you go and I will." But as his words trailed off, a sinister look appeared on his face as he thought to himself, "But after you leave I can't guarantee what might happen." Night still enveloped the vast silent villa and the screen showed a payment notification. Jia Mu laughed heartily after receiving the money, thinking of it as his private stash. With this money he had power and no longer had to bow to those damn old men on the board. After finishing her business, Ling Shuang got up and left. He watched her back and said arrogantly, even if I'm kicked off the board, I can use this money to make a comeback. I have you, Ling Shuang, to thank for this. Kei-yun, surprised, asked, young master, are you really letting you, Ling Shuang, go like this? She knows a lot of the group's secrets. This was Li Jiamu's new secretary, Qin Qian. Jia Mu glanced sideways and asked coldly, are you teaching me how to do my job? Realizing she had overstepped, she lowered her head and replied, I'm sorry, young master, I spoke out of turn. He remained lounging in his chair, stretched, and reminded her, watch your words and actions. Kei-yen kept her head down, but a sly smile curled at the corners of her mouth as she thought, you, Ling Shuang, you used to rely on the young master's favor and always put me down. Now you're like a stray dog. She watched Ling Shuang's retreating figure and continued to mock inwardly, do you really think the young master will let you off? Outside, night enveloped the bustling, noisy metropolis, with car lights and street lights intertwining in a busy scene. Ling Shuang wandered the streets in a thin dress, shivering from the relentless cold. She moved through the crowded throng, but her mind was a whirlwind of thoughts. Would the young master keep his promise? After all, I've risked my life for the Li family. The wounds had been bandaged. Ling Shuang stared at the ground, unable to help but think to herself, but I really do know too many of the Li family's secrets. What if, suddenly, a blinding car light shone on her? The honk startled Ling Shuang, and she spun around sharply. Lost in thought, she had wandered into the middle of the road. A massive truck was now bearing down on her. Her eyes wide with terror, realizing she was on the brink of death, she leaped forward, landing on her hands. The truck's tires swerved sharply, sending sparks skidding across the ground. In an instant, Ling Shuang was lying case down on the pavement under the truck. The truck had now passed her and was about to turn away. Ling Shuang struggled to get up, but suddenly noticed the vehicle was reversing toward her. Her high-heeled feet moved like lightning as she sprinted toward the bustling crowd. As she ran, a glint of murder flashed in Ling Shuang's eyes, and she cursed inwardly, Li Jiamu, I gave you 30 billion and you still want to kill me? You're forcing me to become an enemy of the Li family. In the distance, a black-clad bodyguard silently watched her figure disappear into the crowd. The man raised his hand to his earpiece and said quietly, listen up, the driver missed. The target has vanished. On the other end, Jia Mu replied calmly, missed, huh? Then he leaned back in his chair, stretched out and laughed. Forget it, pull back. You Ling Shuang escaped, but the monk can't run away from the temple, can he? That's 30 billion. Then Jia Mu's eyes sharpened, turning cold and piercing as he thought, I let you go, but will President Yan let you go? Once you've spent that 30 billion, do you think he'll forgive you? The scene shifted to the next morning in the villa, where a bowl of noodles appeared on the table, accompanied by a voice. Brother, time to eat. Meng Ming turned to look at Chen Yuan, who was stretching tiredly, and asked, you've been playing chess for 2 days straight. Don't you get bored? He turned his head and replied softly, no, I find it very interesting. You don't understand the joy of easily defeating an opponent. The easier it is, the more satisfying it gets. The little girl stood up and looked at the screen, asking, easily defeating opponents? Brother, what rank are you now? Meng Ming looked and said, you've already reached amateur 8 Dan. A few more wins and you'll be at amateur 9 Dan. The screen showed Extinguisher of the Sun Chess Master, amateur 8 Dan. The little girl clasped her hands together, full of admiration, and said, in just a few days, brother, you're amazing. Are you really going to challenge that Kimura Ichiro? Chen Yuan, eating his noodles, replied, do I look like I'm joking? With my talent, getting the reward is a piece of cake. Meng Ming turned to look at him, thinking to herself, I've never seen him so focused on something. A strikingly handsome image of Chen Yuan appeared in her mind, and she continued, he's putting aside projects worth billions to immerse himself in figuring out how to beat a Japanese chess player. She cupped her flushed cheeks and sighed inwardly, this is what a real man should be. Then Meng Ming raised her hand firmly and said, brother, I know. You don't care about the 2 million prize money at all. You've tipped female streamers over 100 million. You don't say it, but what you really care about is the country's honor. A prompt appeared. Wang Meng Ming's affection 1, current affection 93 points. He immediately turned his head, spraying out the noodles he hadn't swallowed. Chen Yuan was puzzled and asked himself, what the hell, why did her affection go up again? Then he turned to look at the little girl lost in her fantasy and thought, damn, she misunderstood again. I really only care about the money. Chen Yuan was as anxious as an ant on a hot pan, thinking firmly, that's not the system's money. This money is earned by me. Then he propped his chin with his hand and continued thinking, and this girl clearly has inappropriate feelings for me. If it breaks 95 points, turning my sister into my simp, that would be too beastly. His expression quickly changed, his brows furrowed and his eyes sharpened as he thought, no, I have to stop this tragedy from happening. I need to cut the knot quickly. With that in mind, he lowered his voice and called out, Meng Ming? The little girl, hearing her brother call her, replied, Chen Yuan leaned back in his chair, covered his mouth with his hand and said, I have a few things I want to tell you. Meng Ming, sensing the sudden tension, stammered in response, brother, just say what you want to say. Just then, the doorbell suddenly rang. The siblings turned to look at the door where a girl was standing and knocking. Meng Ming quickly ran over, saying as she ran, brother, I'll get the door. Chen Yuan could only watch silently as she ran to open it. He muttered to himself, "Am I being too hasty? Meng Meng has been hurt a lot already. I guess I need to find a better time." Meng Meng meanwhile was running and shouting, "Coming!" She grabbed the door handle and pulled it down. The door opened and Meng Meng poked her head out, a bit surprised. It was Ruo Yu. Seeing the little girl come out to open the door, she raised her hand and greeted her warmly. Meng Meng then took a gift bag and said, "Meng Meng, this is for you." Meng Meng took it, a bit embarrassed, and replied, "Ruo Yu Jia, you're too generous. This must be expensive, right?" Ruo Yu, hearing this, humbly replied, "Not expensive." "Meng Meng, where's your brother?" Meng Meng looked up and asked, "My brother is in his room playing Go." "Ruo Yu Jia, why did you change your hairstyle today?" Upon hearing this, she raised her hand, touching her forehead with one hand and flipping her hair with the other, happily saying, "I used to hate the small scar on my forehead and always covered it with my hair. But last time your brother gave me some ointment and the scar completely disappeared." Meng Meng's eyes lit up at this. "That amazing, that stinky ointment really works? I used to make fun of it." The little girl remembered when her brother had asked if little Meng Meng wanted to try some, but she had refused desperately. "No." Ruo Yu walked in. Chen Yuan saw her and turned his head, teasingly complimenting, "Ruo Yu's here? You look prettier, don't you?" Ruo Yu blushed instantly, frozen in place. He continued, "Make yourself at home. My room doesn't have much stuff. You can sit on the bed." She then sat down on the bed, supporting herself with her hands. Ruo Yu touched the mattress and thought, "So this is Chen Yuan's bed where he sleeps at night." Then she felt a bit proud and shy, thinking, "I'm probably the first girl to sit on this bed." Then she turned her head to face Chen Yuan and said, "Chen Yuan, the ointment you gave me last time was really amazing. Can I have some more?" Upon hearing this, he puffed up with pride, leaned back, touched his nose and replied, "Now you know how good it is. Last time I offered to apply it, you said no." Ruo Yu then said apologetically, "I know I was wrong, don't be mad, okay?" Unable to hide her joy, she continued, "Your ointment is really magical. If it could be mass-produced, it would make a fortune." But his response was cold. "Mass production is too troublesome." This answer left her in an awkward silence. Then Chen Yuan took out a piece of paper covered in chemical symbols and said, "If you're interested, here's the formula. I can invest in setting up a company for you." Ruo Yu looked at it and thought, "He's just giving it to me like that, such a confidential formula. This ointment is a groundbreaking product." Then her face flushed red and she thought with anticipation, "He's so sincere with me, what more could I ask for?" Then 2 streams of hot tears rolled down Ruo Yu's cheeks and she thought with determination, "Once the company is set up, I'll transfer all the shares to Chen Yuan." With that, she excitedly pounced on him, pressing her 2 full mounds against Chen Yuan's face, hugging his head and saying, "Chen Yuan, you're so good to me." Meanwhile, Chen Yuan, crushed by those 2 full mounds, instantly turned red, his nose bleeding, his face distorted with one eye closed and the other open. Still in Chen Yuan's home, 2 arms pushed open the door, and a tightly wrapped girl with pink hair appeared. She asked him vaguely, and then the girl pulled down her mask, revealing a somewhat melancholic face. The little girl shouted. Yu Lingshuang said softly, "Meng Meng is the boss home, I want to see him." Before Lingshuang could finish speaking, Meng Meng forcefully turned and pushed her away, saying with disgust, "Get out, you're not welcome here." Lingshuang stammered and backed off. The little girl looked up angrily and said, "I trusted you, treated you like a sister, and you schemed against me. You were never sincere, and you even wanted to harm my brother." Outside, shouts kept coming. "Get out, get lost right now." Ruo Yu and Chen Yuan heard the commotion and turned to look at her, saying, "Meng Meng seems to be arguing with someone." Yu said, "It's rare to see her this angry, I'll go check." Then they both went downstairs and saw Meng Meng still entangled with someone. Chen Yuan recognized her as Yu Lingshuang. His eyes lit up and he thought happily, "Great, perfect." Chen Yuan recalled the mountain of heavy work piled up on the desk and thought finally back. "Big sister, I've been waiting for you to help me spend money. There are so many contract documents and work emails. Finally, someone's letting me out of hell. I can focus on playing chess." The little girl, on the other hand, was furious. She pointed outside and said through gritted teeth, "Get lost, don't come looking for my brother again, he won't see you." Lingshuang turned and left, replying softly, "All right, sorry for the intrusion, I'll go now." With sorrow in her eyes, she thought, "It was just wishful thinking. Someone like me, raised as a tool since childhood, loses all value once the user is gone." Lingshuang asked herself in despair, "Where's my home?" Suddenly, a hand grabbed her arm and pulled her back, calling out, "Wait!" Lingshuang was surprised to be pulled back. Chen Yuan then showed a very friendly smile from behind and said, "Come inside, quickly." Then he pulled her along. Meng Meng was shocked and asked, "What are you doing?" Chen Yuan just turned his head and replied softly, "Let bygones be bygones. Secretary Yu is my senior personal assistant. Meng Meng, go cook some noodles." The little girl was furious and was about to rush over, but Ruo Yu quickly reached out and wrapped her arm around her, pulling her away. "Meng Meng, let's go to the kitchen." Chen Yuan had already let go of Lingshuang's hand and was walking ahead saying, "Secretary Yu, come with me to the basement. There's something I want to give you." She followed him down, and as she walked, Lingshuang stammered, "Boss, I have something to tell you." She lowered her head, her tone full of guilt, and continued, I lost the 30 billion you gave me. Hearing this, Chen Yuan kept walking in silence while she was terrified, thinking anyone would be furious hearing news like that, losing 30 billion. Ling Shuang pursed her lips in fear, but she raised her hands and looked at them, continuing to think, I made such a big mistake. Even if Chen Yuan hits or scolds me or does worse, I deserve it. When he turned around, he said calmly, I thought it was something serious. It's just 30 billion. Ling Shuang couldn't believe her ears and asked herself, just 30 billion? Before she could recover, Chen Yuan leaned in and said, Secretary Yu, you haven't let me down. From the start, I knew you were talented. Then he walked out, raised his hands and continued, I need someone like you by my side. Ling Shuang stared blankly and asked, Are you serious? He immediately turned back and said with a hint of teasing, It takes others at least a year to spend 30 billion. You went out and spent it all in one go. That's your talent. The joke, however, terrified her, and sweat kept dripping down her face. Then Chen Yuan lifted Ling Shuang's hands and continued, Secretary Yu, I sincerely invite you to join my team again. Please don't refuse me. Hearing this, her cheeks flushed, her eyes blurred, and she stammered, Boss? Ling Shuang's vision went dark, her lips tightly pressed, full of suppressed emotion, as she recalled all the training from Jiamu and thought, this unconditional trust, this tolerance, it's 1,000 times better than the Li family. With tears in her eyes, she said pitifully, you, Ling Shuang, have drifted through half my life only regretting not meeting a wise ruler. Then Ling Shuang knelt down, respectfully raised her hands and continued, If you don't mind, I'd like to take you as my adoptive father. Chen Yuan was embarrassed and reached out to help her up. What are you thinking? I'm your boss, not your dad. Get up. Then he glanced at her with a hint of teasing and said, Don't think I'll go soft just because you're crying. This time you're back, I'm going to work you hard. Rest today, and tomorrow you'll take over Fadian real estate. Ling Shuang couldn't believe it and asked, Really, that fast? Actually, if you think it's too much, I could start from the bottom. Chen Yuan scratched his nose again, squinted one eye and replied coldly, Stop talking nonsense. If I say you're taking over, you're taking over. The company is swamped with work, and you need to lead everyone to push forward. Then his face darkened and he pulled out a card, saying slyly, I don't trust anyone else, they don't have your talent. There's 50 billion in here, and the password is 6/8. She took the card, her body trembling, thinking, 50 billion? Tears welled up again, and her face was full of pain as she continued to think, Why is he so good to me? I keep letting him down, yet he still trusts me. As before, a notification showed Yu Ling Shuang's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability is 95 points. Chen Yuan was delighted, raised his hands and thought happily, Not easy, damn it, finally broke through. Notifications kept showing, Congratulations, host, counterattack successful. Target 13, the Simp, spent a total of 106.1 billion. Reward host 106 billion. Yu Ling Shuang successfully converted into the host Simp. Reward 50 enhancement points. He was a bit confused after reading, and the notification continued, Congratulations, host, obtained skills, disguise and infiltration, business management, boxing mastery, hacking mastery, tea art mastery, cooking mastery, wine mastery, securities investment mastery, painting mastery, English mastery, fashion design mastery, cryptography mastery. As Chen Yuan read, drool kept flowing, his eyes lit up like stars, and he blurted out, What a treasure trove. With so many skills and enhancement points, he thought, I should have given her a few 100 billion more. Behind him, Ling Shuang raised 2 fingers and shouted, Boss, I, Yu Ling Shuang, swear here that I will never betray you. If I have second thoughts, may lightning strike me. Chen Yuan reached out and put his hand on her shoulder, replying, That's more like it. Secretary Yu, from now on, we're family. Then Ling Shuang brushed her hair aside and said shyly, Boss, from now on just call me Xiao Yue. I like it when people use my nickname. After hearing this, he turned around and opened the door, saying, All right, Xiao Yue. I called you to the basement because I have something to give you. Then the two entered the lab. Chen Yuan walked ahead, hands in his pockets, and said as he walked, I've been doing some research lately, and made a cream that can heal the scars on your face. He reached out and took out a box. With a sly look in his eyes, he handed the box to her and instructed, Apply it 3 times a day, and it should work in about half a month. Ling Shuang's eyes widened, tears glistening, and she asked in surprise, All for me. She took the box and kept thinking, He's a wealthy man with a million things to do, yet he researched and made medicine for me. Ling Shuang was deeply moved, both aggrieved and guilty, as 2 streams of tears fell, her face full of pity, thinking, Why is everything still so gentle with me, so touching? Downstairs in the kitchen, a pot of steaming noodles was boiling on the stove. Meng Meng held chopsticks, still a bit suppressed, and said, Sister Ruoyu, why did you stop me? The little girl was more anxious than a fire, angrily continuing, That bad woman actually has the nerve to come back. I don't know what my brother is thinking, making me cook noodles for her. Then Meng Meng picked up a bottle of chili and said viciously, I'm going to pour the whole bottle in and make her choke. Seeing this, Ruoyu broke out in a cold sweat and soothed. Meng Meng, calm down, she said softly. Don't be angry, Meng Meng. You almost ruined your brother's plan. The little girl stopped and turned back to ask, What plan? Ruoyu raised her hand to her chin and explained to Meng Meng, Miss Yu's undercover mission failed. Your brother let her go, and the Li family will definitely make her take the fall. She had no choice but to come to your brother. She looked at Dan Zhao and said, that's where your brother is smartest. The little girl was confused and asked, how is that smart? Ruoyu then recalled when Ling Shuang was still Jiamu's secretary and said, as the Li family's senior secretary, Miss Yu must know a lot of secrets. She gave a slight wink and said, with her help, dealing with the Li family will be much easier. Meng Meng understood, covered her mouth with both hands and said cautiously, so that's it, I misunderstood my brother. I knew it. He's usually so good to me. How could he be mean to me? Ruoyu saw that the little girl realized her mistake and advised, so don't blame him, he's under a lot of pressure. You need to be more understanding to help him out. Meng Meng obediently lowered her head and replied, Sister Ruoyu, you're right, I'll be good. She showed a very friendly smile, reached out to pat the little girl's head and praised, good girl. Then Meng Meng looked at the pot of noodles and thought, if this is my brother's plan, then this bowl of noodles must be important. She picked up the chopsticks, her face unchanged, but her heart was full of determination, thinking she must help brother Chen Yuan well. The bright sun still shone on the spacious villa. Seeing the two coming down from upstairs, Meng Meng called out, Sister Yu, come quickly, the noodles are ready. Hearing the little girl call her that, Ling Shuang thought in surprise. She was so fierce just now, why the sudden change? Now a bowl of noodles with all the fixings appeared before her, looking very delicious. Seeing Ling Shuang still frozen, Meng Meng handed her the chopsticks and said with a smile, Sister Yu, you must be hungry, come eat. Chen Yuan looked at the bowl of noodles, scratched the back of his head and felt a bit awkward. She saw this and frowned in surprise. He then spoke up and said, Meng Meng, you're going too far. Don't tell me you poisoned it. The little girl was a bit angry, stuck her chopsticks into the bowl, and replied through gritted teeth, what are you talking about? I'll eat it to show you. Then Meng Meng picked up a shrimp and put it in her mouth. Still angry, she wolfed it down and said, see, no poison. Ruoyu could only smile wryly on the side. Suddenly, she looked ahead in surprise. Ruoyu saw the ointment box next to Ling Shuang and said, so this ointment was prepared for Miss Yu? Then she pointed at the box and continued, this ointment is no ordinary thing. Ruoyu brushed her hair aside and added happily, I had a scar on my forehead for decades and it disappeared after just a few applications. This ointment is extremely effective on scars. Hearing this, Ling Shuang picked up the box and asked, that powerful? Ruoyu replied proudly, of course. She then reached out and touched the wound she was bandaging, thinking movedly, so my face can be saved. Ruoyu raised a finger and continued, Chen Yuan and I are discussing whether to mass-produce this ointment. We can go for a high-end route, build a brand and let quality speak for itself. Ling Shuang was also interested and replied, we could also get a celebrity endorsement. Gao Kuanyin seems good. Ruoyu smiled and added, we plan to go soon. Chen Yuan, hearing this, felt a bit dizzy and called out, hey, Meng Meng doesn't care much. But looking at the bowl of noodles, she turned to him and said, brother, it seems Sister Yu isn't very hungry. Why don't you eat this bowl of noodles? Don't waste food. Chen Yuan gritted his teeth in annoyance and said, are you treating me like a dog? I just ate. On the other side, Ling Shuang kept talking about the ointment. We could also find a strategic partnership with Big Cat TV, get streamers to promote it, and win on both profits and traffic. Ruoyu, like she'd won the lottery, couldn't hide her joy and replied, right, we can discuss this with Yuki. After saying that, she winked and thought silently, watching him forced to eat the noodles. Big Cat, Gao Kuanyin, the ointment. Did Chen Yuan plan all this? Otherwise it's too coincidental, can't waste it. By now it was night, and the darkness enveloped the entire villa, with beautiful lights shining through the windows. Chen Yuan was brushing aside Ruoyu's hair and sighed, it really disappeared. Then he looked down at her and said, it seems the ointment works better than I expected. He turned around, holding a piece of paper with something written on it, and continued, if we add this ingredient and improve the process, the effect should be. Suddenly, a pair of arms hugged him tightly from behind. Chen Yuan turned around and saw Ruoyu holding him, saying shyly, finally got my chance. She stood on tiptoe and gently licked his earlobe with the tip of her tongue, then said, Chen Yuan, no one can disturb us this time. Chen Yuan held Ruoyu's shoulders, making them face each other at a very close distance. He leaned down slightly, caressed her, and then whispered teasingly, aren't you afraid someone's outside? Ruoyu, dazed, her cheeks flushed, asked back, someone? She remembered that Meng Meng had gone upstairs long ago. Ruoyu judged that Ling Shuang was probably busy with work emails. She leaned into Chen Yuan, taking the lead and whispering, I don't think anyone will disturb us. Hearing this, he tightly grasped Ruoyu's hand, their bodies close. They exchanged a passionate kiss, full of love and longing, letting it all out. Ruoyu thought secretly, finally here, this time I swear I will have you, Chen Yuan. They kissed more deeply, their hands tightly clasped, never separating for a moment. Then they parted, panting after the passionate kiss. Ruoyu took the initiative to press her hands against the man's chest and pushed him down. Chen Yuan lay on the bed, staring blankly at her. He turned his head to let Ruoyu kiss his neck, thinking secretly, is Ruoyu trying to take the lead? I can't let myself be outdone. He quickly took off his t-shirt and thought again, with all these enhancement points, tonight I'll show you what I'm made of. As they were immersed in the ambiguous atmosphere, a knock suddenly came from outside the door. Both turned their heads to look, feeling a bit annoyed, thinking, so late. Who's so rude? Meng Meng stood outside the door and called, Brother, are you asleep? I have a question I can't solve. Can I come in? Hearing the little girl's voice, they quickly dressed. Chen Yuan hurriedly replied, Coming, wait a moment, my foot's asleep. The next morning in the castle, a call rang out. Good morning. Chen Yuan and Ruoyu met in the hallway. The atmosphere gradually became ambiguous and awkward. She looked at him infatuatedly, thinking to herself, what's wrong with me? Every time I see Chen Yuan, I get this strange feeling like I'm in heat, but last night was really thrilling. Chen Yuan then spoke, Sister Ruoyu. But before he could finish, Meng Meng walked past nonchalantly and reminded him, Let's go eat breakfast. Sister Ruoyu, come along too. Chen Yuan glanced at his sister, cursing inwardly with annoyance. This girl did that on purpose, didn't she? Definitely on purpose. She ruined my plans last night too. Why hasn't she started studying yet? In the living room, after applying medicine to Ling Shuang, Chen Yuan carefully advised, All right, be careful not to get it wet for the next couple of days. Apply the medicine 3 times a day and it'll work quickly. She stared at the long scar on her forehead in the mirror. Then Ling Shuang stood up and said, Thank you, boss. Chen Yuan reminded her, Don't thank me yet. After breakfast, head straight to Fadian Real Estate. The company's in chaos. She bowed respectfully and replied, Yes, boss. I won't let you down. Then Ling Shuang turned and left, her mind full of plans. Li family, Hongkan Ruanjin, just wait. I'll lead Fadian and teach you a lesson the boss would be proud of. The sound of the door signaled the room had fallen silent. Chen Yuan breathed a sigh of relief. Finally gone. Now I can play games to my heart's content. But his joy lasted only a second before Meng Meng came to bother him. Can you come here for a moment? Chen Yuan was startled and turned to look at the little girl. Meng Meng looked shy, her cheeks flushed, seeming a bit scared. Chen Yuan walked over with concern and asked, What's wrong, Meng Meng? When she didn't answer, he sat on the bed to lighten the mood. Tell me, Meng Meng, whatever it is, just tell your brother. I love you the most, the little girl stammered. Actually, I want you to help me apply medicine. Meng Meng lifted the back of her clothes, revealing a rather serious wound, and then continued. I can't reach it there. Chen Yuan was stunned after hearing this. He thought, what does she mean? Even if you're my sister, don't you know boys and girls are different? This girl. Then he turned the little girl around and reminded her sternly, Meng Meng, girls can't do this. There's a boundary between men and women. It's not good if others see, the little girl replied firmly. But brother, there's no one else here and I only showed my shoulder. People wear bikinis and see-through clothes. Just apply the medicine quickly, don't dawdle. I don't mind, so why do you? Chen Yuan analyzed calmly. That's different. Meng Meng, you'll get married someday. A girl should have self-respect and self-love. Only then will your future boyfriend respect and love you. Meng Meng leaned in and teased, Then can't I just find a boyfriend like you? Chen Yuan coughed in shock at this. He reminded her, Don't look for a guy like me. I'm very fickle. After saying this, Chen Yuan sighed inwardly. Why does the atmosphere feel weirder the more I talk? I need to nip some of her forbidden thoughts in the bud. Meng Meng affirmed seriously, I won't let you say that about yourself. It's them who like you, not you who pursued them. I think you're the truly devoted one, very cautious about love. Hearing this, Chen Yuan sighed helplessly and thought, Forget it, she's got me beat. Whatever, I'll stop struggling. He had to compromise. Fine, you're full of logic. Let's just apply the medicine. I can't argue with you. Meng Meng happily turned around, sneaking a glance at her brother, thinking, I still won. Chen Yuan began applying medicine to Meng Meng. He took an appropriate amount of the liquid, gently touched the wound with his finger and spread it evenly. The little girl was secretly pleased. Brother is applying medicine for me, so I'm not completely lacking in femininity after all. After finishing, Chen Yuan wiped the medicine off his hands with a tissue and announced, Done, all set. Meng Meng turned back in a daze and asked, Done that fast? Chen Yuan emphasized, Yes, that fast. The little girl got jealous. No way, you took forever with Sister Xiao's. Why was it so fast with me? He replied cleverly. Maybe I got the hang of it. Anyway, I have things to do. Seeing Meng Meng sitting on the bed fuming, Chen Yuan thought, I need to find a chance to teach this girl a lesson. She's getting out of hand. He silently promised himself to go back and keep improving his Go rank. A few more games and I'll reach the amateur level. But as soon as he entered the computer room, Chen Yuan was shocked by what he saw on the screen. He was surprised to find a line of green text on a black background. It didn't take him long to realize someone was trying to lock onto his IP address. In another part of the house, a voice rang out, Kimura, I'm almost locking onto the IP of that Go player called Zun Mie Ri. Mai, typing rapidly, explained, I've pinpointed his location in Seoul. Give me 10 more minutes and I'll find his exact address. Kimura encouraged her happily. Go for it, Mai-chan, the little girl commented. This player Zun Mie Ri is strange. He's been climbing ranks continuously lately, but he didn't log on last night. Kimura cursed angrily upon hearing this. That damn guy, after beating me a few times, he refused my challenges and didn't give me a chance for revenge. Damn it, Mai added. He's become your mental block. If you don't beat him, it'll be hard to improve your skill, he then declared with determination. I must find his exact location, go to his city, and settle this once and for all. To break this mental block, just as everything was going smoothly, Mai encountered a problem that made her groan. Kimura, confused, asked, "What's wrong, Mai-chan?" The little girl replied. "My computer's been reverse hacked. The other side is highly skilled." An image appeared of a man in a sexy cat cosplay outfit holding a shiny saxophone. Mai screamed in fright, "What the hell is this? He's downloading porn and BL videos onto my computer." The little girl covered her eyes and cried, "I'm going blind." Kimura comforted her. "Mai-chan, calm down, deal with the computer." But after tinkering with it for a long time, Mai could only sob in pain. "No, the other side is way better than me. What do I do? I'm done for. I can't." As night fell, in a magnificent villa only one room was lit. Chen Yuan sat at the computer desk typing rapidly, muttering to himself, "Tracking me? Didn't expect I know hacking too, did you? Let me see who's so bold." But just as he was working, he froze at the information displayed on the screen. Chen Yuan wondered, "It's a girl from Fusang." Lines of code scrolled on the screen as he continued his relentless operation. He chuckled contemptuously to himself. "When did I provoke some Japanese and they want to track me? Has the name Yan Zong become known to foreigners too?" After finishing, Chen Yuan carefully shut down the computer and stood up. He stretched, walked around, and muttered softly, "Forget it, I gave her a bunch of videos. That should keep her busy." The next day, the screen showed news. Wo Trend 24-hour hot topic. Kimura to visit Seoul, launching open challenge. Undercover investigation of Junyue hotel hygiene sparks outrage. Chen Yuan, brushing his teeth while scrolling, saw these reports and said angrily, "This Japanese guy actually wants to come to Seoul." Another headline read, "Undercover investigation of Junyue hotel hygiene sparks outrage." This piqued Chen Yuan's curiosity. "Junyue, isn't that Lin Jiluo's family business? Something's happened. Someone's targeting the Lin family." In a skyscraper, an angry voice echoed, "Li Jiamu, that bastard is going too far." Fu Yan was reporting the details of the current incident. He worried that if this continued, they'd suffer heavy losses. Lin Yi suddenly thought of a countermeasure. "We can sell some land to recoup losses. Wasn't someone interested in buying our Tianmen land before?" Fu Yan hesitated to report, "Young master, don't you know, those who wanted to buy the land have all run off." Lin Yi couldn't believe it. "Run off," he narrated. "I heard it's because Fatian Real Estate and Dundee Real Estate merged. They think our land's depreciation rate is too high, so they all left." This news drove Lin Yi mad. He slammed the table and roared, "Damn it, why is the whole world against me?" It wasn't over yet. Lin Yi's phone screen showed a call from Jila. As soon as he answered, he got a barrage of information. "Brother, our hotel's in trouble. It must be the Li family's doing. We should contact a media company to handle the public opinion," she affirmed. "I guessed right. But besides the Li family, Hong Kan and Ruan Jin are probably fanning the flames. I'll handle it." Lin Yi, hearing this, thought with satisfaction, "Jila, this girl, she's still on the Lin family's side in critical moments. She's finally grown up." Jila happily promised, "Brother, don't worry. This is bad news, but I have good news too. Fatian and Dundee merged. I'm now the CEO of a 100 billion company." Lin Yi scolded angrily. "You brat, still showing off. Do you know what you've done?" she retorted uncomfortably. "What did I do? I brought honor to the Lin family. Instead of praising me, you criticize me." Lin Yi explained, "Our family never intended to really cooperate with Chen Yuan. Sending you was just for show, and now you've made us look bad to everyone, and our former allies have stabbed us in the back." Jila, hearing this, retorted angrily, "Then why didn't you tell me before?" she complained aggrievedly. "You never trust my abilities. You only know how to deny me. Brother Chen Yuan is the one who treats me best. I don't want to talk to you anymore." With that, Jila hung up without hesitation. Lin Yi stared at his phone screen, then threw it in rage, cursing under his breath, "You brat, throwing my phone, you ungrateful thing, and Brother Chen Yuan, who's your real brother? This girl's lost it." Fuming, he complained, "Is there any logic in this? I've doted on you for over a decade, and it's less than Chen Yuan's 10 days. Fu Yan, seeing his expression, immediately said, "Young master, I think we might really need the second Mrs. Help this time. Let's reconcile with Yan Zong." Lin Yi turned and snapped, "Impossible, no reconciliation. The Lin family isn't at the end of its rope yet. The group still has reserve funds. I'll send a PR team immediately to fix the Junyue issue." He quickly reminded, "But that money, the chairman said it's only for emergencies." Lin Yi remained firm. "No buts. This is an emergency. Uncle Fu, please leave now." Fu Yan had no choice but to obey, bowing and saying, "Yes, young master." Lin Yi gritted his teeth and cursed inwardly, "Want me to bow to that trash Chen Yuan? I'd rather die." The scene shifted to Chen Yuan's villa, where the TV announcer's voice came through. Recently, Fusang's young Go prodigy Kimura Ichiro has arrived in Seoul. He sat in a chair, focused on the screen, listening intently. The Open Go Challenge will be held at the city's sports stadium. Seeing this, Chen Yuan jumped up and cursed. Damn it, I said earlier I wanted to change it to an open challenge. I've been playing Go for 3 days straight just to rank up. Then he calmed down, stroking his chin and thinking, but being in Seoul saves me the trouble of traveling far. His expression turned cold as he planned, I can directly challenge that Japanese guy and take that 2 million prize. Just then, the phone on the table rang, interrupting his thoughts. Chen Yuan picked it up. It was Jila, which surprised him. On the other end, Jila sobbed, Brother Chen Yuan, my brother yelled at me again, called me a traitor. I just wanted to have my own career and show them, but they still don't understand me. After hearing this, Chen Yuan thought, so Jila has been ostracized by her family because of me. He quickly coaxed, don't cry, don't cry. How dare they bully our little princess Jila, that's not right. Brother will buy the Lin family and give it to you. From now on you'll be the boss of the Lin family. It sounded unbelievable, and she immediately laughed. Brother Chen Yuan, you're such a joker, Jila continued. See, Brother Chen Yuan is the best to me. It makes me want to marry you, he immediately affirmed. Who said brother's joking? I'll buy it and show you, Jila replied. Brother Chen Yuan, tomorrow I'll come to Seoul to hang out with you, he answered on the phone. Okay, it's a deal. Looking at the hung-up phone screen, Chen Yuan thought, Jila is not a bad girl, but she's been looked down on since childhood and a bit starved for love. Then he pressed a button to call his secretary, Yu, with a plan in mind. Since you call me brother, I'll do something good for you. The scene shifted to a luxurious skyscraper where Ling Shuang sat in her office answering the phone. Boss, your orders, Chen Yuan announced. Xiao Yu, acquire the Lin family group. Whatever the price, I'll pay. Hearing this, she immediately understood. This is the start of revenge. The Lin family and Li Jiamu schemed against the boss before. Now it's time to strike back. Looking at the bustling city before her, Ling Shuang's mind was full of thoughts. The Lin family's public relations crisis has caused their stock to plummet. Striking now is pure opportunism. Thinking of Chen Yuan's demeanor, she sighed inwardly. No wonder he's my boss, handsome, wise and brave. Early in the morning with dew still hanging on the leaves like sparkling gems, the doorbell rang at Chen Yuan's luxurious villa. Mengming went downstairs to answer the door and froze when she saw the guest. Jila, why are you here? She approached Mengming and teased, long time no see you internet addict, I heard you're famous on TV. The little girl, thin-skinned, blushed shyly and replied, not at all, you're the impressive one, becoming the CEO of a 100 billion group. I saw it in the papers. Jila just crossed her arms and declared, don't admire me, I'm just a legend. Chen Yuan, watching the two girls banter, could only say helplessly, enough you two, get ready and we can go. Mengming got in the car excited and curious, asking, Luo, where are we going to play? Jila replied, to Seoul Sports Stadium. I heard some Japanese guy is holding a Go challenge there. My cousin's already gone. Chen Yuan, hearing this, thought curiously, Japanese, Kimura, he's here that fast, what a coincidence. Mengming also asked in confusion, cousin, what's your cousin's name? How old is she? Jila answered. Her name is Chu Yumo. She's a bit older than me. To brush dust off the car door, she coughed a few times quite heavily, worrying the two girls nearby. Jila asked, what's wrong with your brother? Mengming looked on blankly and replied, I don't know. Chen Yuan turned around and asked, Chu Yumo is your cousin, she replied. Yeah, do you know my cousin? Chen Yuan, afraid of being found out, broke out in a cold sweat from guilt. He forced a laugh and brushed it off. Just met her once by chance. Let's hurry up and go. Then they opened the door and got in the car together. Jila sat in the back staring at Chen Yuan in the front, her mind wandering. Yumo Jia is so beautiful and elegant. Could they be involved? The car drove steadily on the national highway. The weather was clear that day at Seoul Sports Stadium. Chen Yuan looked at the scene and sighed. There were too many people. Luo proudly showed off, of course. The moment Kimura's challenge news broke, it was all his doing. Everyone came to join the fun. People outside were whispering, why won't they let anyone in? Heard you need to buy tickets to enter. 500 each. Chen Yuan ordered. Luo, go buy 3 tickets, she replied with a smile. Okay. This made the onlookers curiously watch their footsteps and murmur, who is this guy, bringing 2 stunning young girls out, and most unusually he can even order the young beauties to run errands. Someone even exclaimed in awe, who on earth is this man? The atmosphere outside was very lively. People gradually moved into the arena. As the match began, everyone was excited and full of energy. Chen Yuan walked in and, seeing the scene, also sighed, saying he didn't expect so many people. The $500 was worth the ticket price. Luo looked around curiously, but still, she hadn't seen Kimura Ichiro. Mengmeng was also searching, and indeed she hadn't seen him. She pointed at the stage and asked curiously, who is that sister? She shouldn't be Kimura, right? On the stage, a girl with striking red hair was intently focused on the chessboard. The watching audience murmured among themselves. President Huang Wei, the president of the Hancheng Go Association, is about to lose to a woman from Fusang? And this is just Kimura's assistant, already this terrifying. Just how strong is this Kimura? They were discussing animatedly. Isn't that right? Heard you only get to challenge Kimura if you beat that woman named Sato Mai. These little Fusang folks are really cunning. Chen Yuan stood nearby catching every word. He thought to himself, why does this Fusang woman look so familiar? Like he's seen her somewhere before, in the distance. Meng Meng signaled, bro, I found out you can sign up on site to challenge Kimura. She happily reported the news. If you have the strength of a professional 9-dan, you can directly challenge Kimura's assistant, Miss Sato. After hearing this, Luo commented that this rule was clever, avoiding a war of attrition, and even with 9-dan strength you might not necessarily beat his assistant. As soon as she finished speaking, the match on stage ended amidst the crowd's sighs. President Huang lost. Everyone started blaming that man. Didn't expect President Huang to really lose. This Fusang woman is no pushover. Definitely professional 8-dan, maybe even 9-dan, not inferior to Kimura. A pair of feet in delicate high heels stepped onto the stage. Everyone realized that next they excitedly discussed they could only let Miss Chu take the stage. Her eyes flashed with high determination. But she was also startled when she saw a familiar face in the audience. In the distance, Luo cheered enthusiastically. Cheer them on. Yumo wondered in her heart, why is my cousin Luo here? And that guy Chen Yuan, why is he here too? She sat down at the chessboard, her face turning serious, reminding herself internally. But for now, focus on the game. Looking at Mai sitting across from her, Yumo assessed that this Fusang woman's chess skill was astonishing. If she wanted to challenge Kimura, she had to defeat her. The match began, and Mai made the first move, placing a white stone. Yumo also carefully calculated and placed a black stone in the corner. The people around watched anxiously, some even sweating nervously. As the board grew denser, Mai decisively placed a white stone among the surrounding black stones. This made Yumo panic and break out in a sweat. A black stone fell from the board in her fluster. Yumo lowered her head, sweating profusely. She announced in disappointment, I lost. This caused the audience below to panic and murmur. Even Miss Chu lost. She studied under Master Wei Changtian. I remember now, that Fusang chess demon is also named Sato. This Fusang woman must be related to her. That makes it tough. Such a vast China can't even beat a Fusang woman. Another player stepped onto the stage. He patted Yumo's shoulder to comfort her. He spoke up, Yumo, victory and defeat are common in battle. Let me play against her. Yumo looked up and recognized him. Senior brother Shao, she greeted happily. Senior brother Shao, you're here. Yi Jun pushed up his glasses and announced seriously, you lost, I'll win it back for you. The audience below immediately started murmuring upon seeing him. It's actually Chess King Shao Yichun. He's here too, Meng Meng asked blankly. Who is this? That's Master Wei's senior disciple Shao Yichun, nicknamed Chess King, 3-time consecutive champion of the online Go tournament, the undisputed #1 of the new generation of Chinese Go. Mai had also heard of his reputation and stood up to greet him. So it's the Chess King. I've long admired your name. Please. The two sat down calmly and cautiously placing stones on the fateful board. On Kimura's projection screen he recognized the Chess King. Kimura recalled, is he the new Chess King of Chinese Go? Could he be the Annihilator chess master? He said firmly. Whether he is or not, I must spar with this person. Off stage, Luo approached to comfort Yumo. Cousin, what a pity, you almost won just now, she asked curiously. Luo, you're here too, how come you're with Chen Yuan? Luo answered frankly. Chen Yuan, he and I are good friends. Yumo didn't say more. Assessing internally. Why does Luo seem weird? With Chen Yuan's taste he shouldn't be going after a little girl like this, right? On the stage another calculated stone fell. Mai then spoke cheerfully. Chess King, your skill is extraordinary. I lose. The watching audience immediately cheered. Chess King is the Chess King, so cool, so satisfying. Awesome, brother Shao is amazing, Yi Jun proposed seriously. So am I qualified to challenge Kimura? Mai stood up to confirm. Enough, I'll go inform Kimura, he interrupted and announced. No need, I'm here. Kimura spoke up, I've been waiting for you for a long time. His eyes showed clear eagerness to win, and he thought to himself, it seems this person is the Annihilator chess master who beat me online. This time I must avenge my shame. Kimura introduced, I came from Yanjing to Hancheng just for you. He added, I lost to you before because I wasn't skilled enough, but you shouldn't have insulted me. This news left the watching audience bewildered, asking each other, what? Chess King Shao actually beat Kimura. Yi Jun just smiled at these words, thinking, beat me and I insulted him. What is this little guy talking about? The two then sat down at the chessboard, and under the witness of dozens of spectators the match grew even more intense. The game began and stones fell one after another on the board. The entire space fell silent, only the sound of stones clashing could be heard. Chen Yuan watched the match and keenly sensed that Kimura's playing style seemed somewhat familiar. Looking at Mai he suspected, and this Fusang woman, recalling previous scenes, Chen Yuan suddenly realized, wasn't this the hacker who invaded his computer? he pondered. Why would Kimura's assistant hack into his computer to monitor him? Could it be? Chen Yuan analyzed. Could Kimura be that elementary school student he directly beat online? Ghost hand, he judged. Did he come from Yanjing to Hancheng? Because he was unconvinced and wanted to lure me out directly. So I've been overestimating my opponent all along. And it seems Kimura mistook Xiao Yichun for me. This should be interesting. At that moment beside him, Meng suddenly asked, Brother Chen Yuan, who do you think has a better chance of winning? Kimura or Chess King Xiao, he replied. They're evenly matched. If it were their peak, Chess King Xiao would have a better chance, but his playing style is a bit outdated. Chen Yuan made his prediction, saying that in chess, the young and strong prevail. The Chess King's form is declining while Kimura is at his peak, so he thought. Chess King Xiao would lose. Hearing these words, the spectators standing around indignantly spoke up. Who are you, a clueless little brute daring to criticize the Chess King? Ridiculous. Do you even understand chess? Are you the Chess King? If the Chess King can't beat Kimura, can you? Some even slandered Chen Yuan, calling him a traitor who disparages Chinese players. Yu Mo, standing nearby, also thought Chen Yuan's words were a bit arrogant. She thought uncomfortably. Someone who doesn't understand Go has no right to comment on this game. Chu Yumo's favorability decreased, currently at 65 points. Nevertheless, Chen Yuan still confidently announced, Then I'll go. Meng, sign me up. The little girl obediently complied. Okay, the match continued and the sun gradually set, disappearing behind the buildings. 20 minutes later, the board seemed almost full of stones. Yichun sat in his chair, but his heart was racing like an ant on a hot pan. Sweating profusely, holding a white stone, he thought anxiously, just one move, and the opponent's dragon would be complete. Damn it, but failing, Yichun could only helplessly announce, Kimura, I lose. This made the disappointed audience below murmur. Chess King Xiao actually lost. Time passed like this, and a very intense match was taking place on the stage of the Hancheng Gymnasium. After the match, Kimura also sneered smugly. I won. He jumped for joy and loudly announced, I finally won. Kimura taunted with a laugh. So-called Chess King, nothing special. Your playing style is outdated and you lack energy. How could you beat me? He kept mocking. If you represent the peak of Chinese Go, then I've come for nothing. What a waste. Off stage, Meng tugged at Chen Yuan's clothes and said, Bro, you were right. Chess King Xiao lost. These words accidentally reached the ears of an elderly man who angrily scolded the little girl. How dare you speak like that, little girl? You're happy that Chess King Xiao lost? Are you even Chinese? The crowd then surrounded and scolded Meng. People like this were probably traitors before, always siding with the little country of Japan. You might as well just get lost, the little girl, furious, retorted fiercely. You're going too far. Earlier my brother predicted Chess King Xiao would lose, and you said he was pretending. Now that he was right, you're convicting him instead. On stage, Kimura was still celebrating his victory, sighing and mocking the crowd. Looks like today is nothing special. Go originated in China, but it's truly in decline. Suddenly, a challenge sounded from behind. Rookie, you haven't played me yet. Trying to run? Chen Yuan walked onto the stage amidst the bewildered gazes of the crowd. What is he doing? Trying to grab attention? What does rookie mean? Kimura retorted defiantly. You're the rookie, he shouted loudly. Who are you? Chen Yuan confidently walked onto the stage and replied, Annihilator Chessmaster. Hearing this name, Kimura was startled and his brow immediately furrowed. He asked in panic, You're the Annihilator Chessmaster? Chen Yuan calmly approached and said in a low voice, Aren't you unconvinced, thinking I cheated, wanting to beat me in real life? He emphasized, Today I'm here, and I'll make you admit defeat. Looking at Chen Yuan's stern face, Kimura felt as if he had fallen into an abyss, asking in fear, how does he know what I'm thinking? So terrifying. The audience below watched blankly and asked each other, why has Kimura's face turned white? He's starting to tremble. He seems really scared. Who is this guy? Yumo also watched and thought. Chen Yuan, on stage, he urged, Don't just stand there. My time is valuable. Let's start. Chen Yuan sat down at the chessboard, stretching his limbs and yawning, looking tired. Kimura gritted his teeth and thought, I didn't expect him to be the Annihilator Chessmaster. Truly, you can find something without looking for it. Mai stepped forward and demanded, Kimura, he hasn't played me yet. According to the rules, it's not allowed. Kimura announced, rules are only meant to constrain the weak. The strong, he said forcefully, are the ones who make the rules. Mai stepped back. Kimura's eyes showed fearless confidence. He was crazed with desire for victory, thinking, Chessmaster, this time I will definitely defeat you. Standing off stage, Meng proudly showed off. See, my brother is the real master. You have no idea about his strength. Lua asked doubtfully, Meng, when did Chen Yuan learn to play chess? The little girl replied. He's never lost a game online. Nearby, Yichun was furious, thinking, where did this arrogant brat come from? If he beats Kimura, then I, the chess king, will become a joke. Damn it. On stage, Chen Yuan and Kimura began to play. He held the black stone and took the initiative. Chen Yuan calmly picked up a white stone and slapped it onto the board. The two moved skillfully. and in no time the board was almost full of stones. Yumo frowned and noticed that Kimura's attack was too fierce, a level stronger than before. She also realized that even more terrifying was that Chen Yuan could match him evenly. The match grew increasingly tense, the board covered in stones, and the clacking sounds added to the extreme tension. Yumo watched the game, sweating nervously, and discovered what? Chen Yuan was playing faster compared to Kimura. She couldn't understand. Does this chess master guy not need to think when playing? Watching Chen Yuan's deft hands on the board, Kimura worried internally. How is he so fast? Even Teacher Sato never gave me such a strong sense of pressure, he asked himself. Is this the profound heritage of Go's birthplace? On the board, Chen Yuan continued to set up his formation calmly. When a white stone fell, a black stone had to leave. Overwhelming power, a wild yet incredibly calm aura completely suppressed the opponent. Kimura stared blankly at the already decided outcome. Chen Yuan rested his chin on his hand and announced, "The game is over." "You lost, rookie," Kimura, furious to the point of spitting blood, roared. "How is that possible?" The people watching were also stunned, their mouths wide open in disbelief. Then they cheered. "Kimura Ichiro lost, Chinese Go is invincible," people shouted. "We won, the Fusong lost." Yi Jun snorted coldly, thinking he actually won. It must be that Kimura played too long with me and ran out of energy, letting this kid take advantage. He lowered his head and noted silently, "Chen Yuan, Annihilator Chess Master. I'll remember you, over here." Chen Yuan strode proudly off the stage under the admiring gazes of the crowd. Luo happily hugged Yumo and announced, "Cousin, look, Chen Yuan won. He's amazing, way better than that bastard Lin Yi." Since then, Lin Luo's favorability increased by 1 point. Current favorability is 97 points. Chen Yuan was surprised to detect that the favorability of his simp target, Lin Luo, had broken 97 points, rewarding him with 10 enhancement points. Meng also cried tears of joy, spouting a string of flowery words. "Your hard work paid off. Playing chess day and night without sleep, you finally beat Kimura and brought glory back to the country. This honor is well deserved for him." Watching the crowd around her cheering, the young girl realized these people had been cursing her brother just moments ago, now pretending nothing had happened. How hypocritical. Meng praised happily, "Brother Chen Yuan is still the best." Chen Yuan then received a system notification. Wang Mengming's favorability increased by 1. Current favorability at 94. Modu was stunned, thinking to herself, he actually won, and so effortlessly. She smiled faintly, painfully realizing that a village that had swept through Washa was defeated by him so directly. He truly had the right to judge any chess player. "I was too arrogant." Recalling the scene at the auction when Chen Yuan said, "I bid 300 million, Modu realized how much hardship he must have endured to reach such chess skill with his family background and wealth. The bulletin board lit up again. Chu Moyu's favorability increased by 5. Chu Moyu's favorability increased by 5. Current favorability at 80 points. Chen Yuan could only smile wryly, thinking after beating Kimura, Chu Moyu's favorability indeed went up again. He looked at his sister, feeling troubled, but Mengming's situation made him scratch his head helplessly, thinking, Mengming is at 94 favorability. One more point and it'll backfire. But we're siblings, how can this be? It's incest. He broke out in a cold sweat from the headache, needing to find a way to lower her favorability. Just then another notification sound startled Chen Yuan. He broke out in a cold sweat, thinking anxiously, what's wrong? But seeing the notification content, Chen Yuan remained unusually calm about the increase in Lin Shutong's favorability by 1. He rubbed his chin, pondering for a while without understanding. Lin Shutong, what's going on? In the city, cars lined up bumper to bumper passing bustling shops. Shutong sat in the car, silently pressing her phone. She stared at the name on the screen, Chen Yuan. Shutong's heart ached as she realized the distance between them seemed to be growing. She looked up out the window, thinking heavily, we already belong to 2 different worlds. What are you doing now? The world kept turning, just like the traffic lights, always showing signals, never stopping. The cars came to a halt at the red light. Ji Hao was driving, asking with concern, Shutong, are you happy today? You seem to have something on your mind. Shutong interrupted. I'm very happy, just sorry you spent so much. He could only smile wryly at that, making the atmosphere in the car even more awkward. Then Ji Hao turned to face forward, his face still calm, showing no obvious emotion. Shutong observed that expression, urging herself inwardly. That's right, it's time, she reminded herself. Time to forget Chen Yuan. Start a new relationship. Shutong resolved to begin a new life looking forward. The car stopped in front of a courtyard. In a high-rise villa complex, Ji Hao chatted. Shutong, do you usually like watching Go? There was a very exciting match in the Go world today. Shutong replied, not really interested, but if it's something you like, I want to learn about it. He happily boasted upon hearing this. Let me tell you, there was a very impressive guy today. He won honor for the country, Shutong asked curiously. Won honor for the country? Without thinking much, Ji Hao opened his phone to show her a photo. Look, As soon as the image appeared, Shatong was stunned, her eyes wide with surprise. Ji Hao hadn't noticed her change in mood yet, chattering on, "Look, this guy beat that arrogant Japanese who looked down on China. And he got a 200 million prize too." He didn't hold back his praise. "He's my idol now. Even though I've studied Go since I was a kid, I'm just a frog at the bottom of a well." Shatong clenched her fists in disgust, a name constantly surfacing in her mind. Chen Yuan? She covered her face and wept weakly. "So I can't forget him at all. He gave me 3 years. I've only been neglected for 3 months and I wanted to give up. I'm really not human." Seeing this, Ji Hao asked hurriedly, "Shatong, why are you crying? You're too patriotic. It's not that serious. Wipe your tears." Then she demanded without explanation, "Get lost." This left Ji Hao dumbfounded, frozen in place. Shatong, tears streaming down her face, still declared firmly, "I already have someone I like. Give up." Then she got out of the car and slammed the door as if shattering Ji Hao's heart. Shatong ran quickly into the high-rise building, her heart anxious but filled with determination. "Chen Yuan, I'm going to reclaim my lost love." Meanwhile, at the competition venue, the atmosphere was still very lively. Meng Ming stepped forward, earning a lot of praise. "Brother is amazing. This time you'll probably be famous nationwide." Ji Luo also chimed in. "Yeah, this match will definitely be broadcast nationwide. You beat Kimura, so you're a national hero now. I doubt you can be modest even if you want to." Chen Yuan sighed in response. "That would be terrible." This statement left the two girls stunned, not understanding what he meant. Chen Yuan then explained, "Your brother has always been humble. The little piano prince, the little track flyer, the basketball star, the enemy of Hunan." Realizing he had gone a bit overboard, Chen Yuan stood still, his expression serious, sweating on his forehead as he thought, "But even if I'm exposed, it doesn't matter." He remembered that the Washa Grand Medical Inheritance skill included something called disguise art. He'd try it another day. Suddenly, the system panel notified again. He Ziying's favorability increased by 1, current favorability at 97. This information hit Chen Yuan like a thunderbolt, catching him off guard. He lamented, "Here we go again. What's going on? How did favorability go up again?" In a city in the northeast, a voice of firm encouragement came. "Jian, you have to seize this opportunity this time." She hesitated. "Xiao Wu reminded. "Li Ma and Li Mei aren't like you." She pointed at the boy playing basketball, hinting, "You broke up with your boyfriend too. This summer break is a good chance." Xiao Wu continued, "Senior Lu finally came back this time. Didn't you have a crush on him in high school? Go give him some water." Jian still worriedly replied, "I did have a crush on Senior Lu, but watching them play just now I felt something was off." Xiao Wu still naively replied, "Off? Isn't this great? 20 shots. Senior Lu made 15. Jian recalled the image of Chen Yuan leaping high and sinking the ball into the hoop. Her heart suddenly filled with mixed emotions. She couldn't put it into words, only feeling that watching them play was a bit boring. Like my grandpa playing with the old guys in the neighborhood. The intensity too low. Xiao Wu asked worriedly, "No way, those old guys aren't as handsome as Senior Lu." Jian, could it be that you've gone to college and your standards have risen? Jian handed the water bottle back to her, affirming, "No way." She looked at her phone screen, stubbornly reminding, "Anyway, don't guess randomly." While scrolling through web pages, Jian suddenly noticed information on the screen. "This is the mysterious chess player Chen Yuan defeating Kimura Ichiro, promoting righteousness, reviving Washa Go." Below, on the court, Lu Han was celebrating a goal, showing off a little skill. "What cup?" "Jian Xiao Wu, the B3 juniors, are you here to give water to your senior, Tan Yu?" But when he turned to look at the person he wanted to see, he suddenly paused. Lu Han stepped forward and asked, "Where's Jian?" Xiao Wu could only smile and reply, "I don't know either." On the other side at Chen Yuan's villa, the phone rang. "Luo, what's up?" she teased. "What, can't I call you for no reason?" Chen Yuan sat happily on the sofa and replied, "How could that be? What are we, right?" Luo chatted, "Nothing. I saw a video of Brother Yuan playing chess on Douyin and called to congratulate you." Chen Yuan humbly replied, embarrassed. "Not at all, just empty fame, fleeting clouds," she asked. "Brother, you haven't been to Qinyuan community in a long time. Don't plan to live there anymore." Chen Yuan replied, "No, it's just summer break. I bought a house outside. I'll move back to Qinyuan when school starts." Luo said happily, "Is that so? That's great. I can't wait for school to start now. Then I can cook for you every day." Hearing this, Chen Yuan suddenly felt a pang of sadness, thinking to himself, "Luo sometimes seems too mature." Recalling the past, he realized her past wasn't good, but now she had become gentle and considerate for him, always silently giving. Thinking this, Chen Yuan looked at the phone screen where the call had ended, muttering to himself, "Giving other women millions or billions without a second thought, I should treat Luo better too." Meng Ming then pulled out 2 suitcases and announced, "Bro, the luggage is almost packed." Chen Yuan reminded, "And the clothes I bought you, bring them. How can a girl not dress up?" The young girl pointed embarrassedly at 3 suitcases lined up behind her, complaining tiredly, "I've brought them all. I really can't carry any more." "Bro, can I bring less?" Chen Yuan said firmly. What's there to be afraid of? I'll take you to school, leave it all to me." Hearing this, Meng Meng happily shouted, "Really?" The young girl ran over and hugged him tightly, saying happily, "Brother, you're so good, I love you the most," Chen Yuan replied. "After all, you're my only sister." Meng Meng hugged tighter, feeling a surge of warmth and security. "Brother's chest is so solid, so reassuring, I wish I could hold him like this forever." She smiled, thinking to herself, he wouldn't have noticed anything, would he? Should I find a chance to tell him we're not blood-related? Meng Meng looked up at her brother's face, her eyes showing unspoken thoughts. Will he still accept me? Maybe this brief princess dream should end. Thinking this, Meng Meng hesitated to speak. "Bro, I have something to tell you." Chen Yuan looked at that expression, cursing inwardly. Oh no, is she going to confess? No, we're siblings. Big sis, favorability at 94. He reached out and covered the young girl's mouth, cleverly reminding, "Meng Meng, I actually understand, but you know what? I've always seen you as my real sister. I don't like you saying things that affect our sibling bond." Meng Meng looked at him, realizing with immense surprise. "So you already knew?" Meng Meng's eyes widened with shock, her cheeks slightly flushed from the surprise. "So you already knew?" The young girl's eyes sparkled with gratitude and emotion. Yes, he's so smart, how could he not know? He already knew she wasn't his real sister, yet he still treated her like his own. Meng Meng's cheeks flushed slightly, her eyes shining, shyness mixed with a hint of happiness. "Doesn't that mean he likes me too, and I'm special to him?" System notification. Wang Meng Meng's favorability increased by 1, current favorability at 95 points. Detected that Simper Wang Meng Meng's favorability towards the host has exceeded 95 points. Wang Meng Meng's total spending 3.5 billion, reward host 350 million. Wang Meng Meng transformed into the host Simper, reward 35 enhancement points. Congratulations host on obtaining skill. Skill. General level performance acquired, skill auto-upgraded. Chen Yuan raised his hands to the sky, his face filled with despair and indignation. Behind him the sky was covered with dark clouds, thunder and lightning flashing. Damn it, how did it still backfire? Heaven, he held his head, his expression extremely conflicted and confused, his brows furrowed as if unable to accept something. Didn't I explain clearly enough? I rejected her so plainly. How did favorability still go up? Chen Yuan's eyes blazed, his face red, his mouth wide open as he roared in anger, showing extreme fury. Damn it, what do you mean? Are you crazy? Can feelings develop between relatives? Are you an animal? System. Suddenly, Meng Meng slightly turned, her cheeks flushed, and gently planted a kiss on his cheek, leaving him frozen, his eyes wide with confusion. Then she quickly turned and ran away, covering her face with her hands, both embarrassed and shy, the atmosphere awkward. No one knowing what to do, Chen Yuan covered his cheek, his eyes weary as if he had just experienced a mental shock. Is this karma? For flirting with women. In Shanghai at the Li Group, the glass curtain wall of a modern skyscraper reflected light. A file was angrily thrown at the girl's feet. Jia Mu clenched his fists, showing anger. His tone rushed as he shouted at her. How could this happen? It's absurd. His face twisted with rage, his brows furrowed, his eyes cold, suppressed emotions erupting. Not only did President Yan not punish Yu Lingshuang, Jia Mu raised his hand to question, his tone filled with extreme anger and dissatisfaction, but he also let her continue as CEO of Fatian. Kei Yan's eyes showed worry, her brows slightly furrowed, her tone helpless. It seems President Yan trusts Yu Lingshuang completely, even merging Fatian and Dundee into capital. Dundee is under her control. The market value has already exceeded 100 billion. He sat down, his eyes showing contemplation and calculation. Picking up a cigar, lighting it with a lighter, his expression cold and powerful. Jia Mu frowned, his eyes narrowing, showing vigilance. It seems I underestimated him. This Yan guy is indeed deep, he thought calmly, both suspicious and admiring. What kind of person is he? 3 billion gone just like that, not angry at all, and even continues to trust her. Jia Mu's expression was both stern and irritated, cigar in his mouth, eyes narrowing nervously, questioning. Such an important matter, why report it only now? She lowered her head, looking flustered, sweat showing anxiety, her brows furrowed from tension. This, young master, weren't you abroad the day before yesterday? I thought. He stood up, his expression serious, his tone turning colder, his words carrying a warning clearly showing pressure. You thought? Since when do you get to think? Do you think you have so much power now that you can handle things without my approval? Jia Mu was in a state of extreme anger, gritting his teeth, his eyes narrowing angrily, his voice loud and sharp. Get out of here. If this continues, our Film City project bid will be completely lost. You're such an idiot. Kei Yan's expression was calm but hidden with deep thought and sympathy, her fingers lightly touching her glasses frame as if deep in thought. Yu Lingshuang, is this what your life was like before? Now I kind of understand why you wanted to run away. Chen Yuan introduced. Meng Meng, is this Modu University? It looks much bigger than Huda. The scenery is beautiful. The campus was a modern university park, wide and open. He said regretfully, if only I had scored a few more points back then. There are quite a lot of pretty girls in Modu. Meanwhile, the young girl was radiant, her eyes bright, a brilliant smile on her lips. Meng Meng glanced at him, her expression displeased, her tone carrying a hint of reproach but still gentle. "Bro, quiet down, stop looking." Chen Yuan's expression was calm, his eyes confidently narrowing with a hint of defiance, a light smile, his tone flat. "Looking at pretty girls is a man's nature, what's wrong with that?" The young girl looked at him, her expression dissatisfied but with a hint of teasing, her tone both scolding and slightly sarcastic. "Can you put away that disguise next time? If people don't know you're my brother, they'd think you're my dad." Chen Yuan smiled slightly. His gaze was gentle, his demeanor calm and confident as he explained calmly, "You wouldn't understand, this disguise technique is a secret method of ancient Chinese medicine. Lately your brother has been too famous, so I need to keep a low profile." Meng Meng was surprised at first, but then her expression gradually softened, her eyes lit up and her cheeks flushed as she gave a faint smile. He was afraid his fame would affect her studies and bring her trouble. Her brother was still the same gentle brother. Seeing her raise a hand to her forehead as if tired, he showed concern. "Meng Meng, you must be thirsty, I'll go buy you some water." Meng Meng looked up, her eyes glistening, cheeks slightly reddened, and gave a warm, grateful smile. "Thank you, brother." The friends standing outside all sighed in admiration. What a good brother, fatherly love is like a mountain. In the sky, a helicopter was speeding toward them. The people below looked up, their expressions a mix of surprise and excitement. "Look, what's that?" A girl showed envy. "It's young Master Qin's private jet, young Master Qin's capital, one of the 4 young masters of Modu." The helicopter landed in the middle of the school's sports field, kicking up a cloud of dust. A figure stepped out of the cabin, exuding confidence. He was Qin Wufeng, one of the 4 young masters of Modu, confident in appearance and elegant in manner, his wind-tousled hair adding a touch of rebelliousness. A group of female students crowded together, their faces filled with infatuation and envy. "So handsome. I've seen people driving luxury cars, but this is the first time I've seen someone flying to school. He's got style. Capital A. One of the 4 great families of Modu, the real elite among elites with assets in the billions. If only I could be his girlfriend." A bodyguard pushed aside a girl blocking the way. "Watch out, young Master Qin is coming. Pay attention." He glanced at the girl, his eyes sharp, showing disdain, his face carrying a hint of makeup. But suddenly Wu Feng saw something and widened his eyes in surprise. In the crowd, Meng Meng stood in an inconspicuous direction, her gaze distant, not captivated like the other girls. At that moment she was worried about Chen Yuan, her face full of anxiety. Where did he go? Using the disguise technique is really inconvenient. I'll go get to know this classmate. Hearing someone call her, Meng Meng turned her head, her eyes still cold and calm. Wu Feng gave a gentle smile, raising an eyebrow slightly to show elegance. "I want to add you on WeChat." The girl suddenly turned her head, closed her eyes and crossed her arms, looking impatient. "I don't want to add you." He felt a bit embarrassed but insisted on explaining. "Just adding a friend, getting to know each other. You might not know who I am." Meng Meng still didn't look at him, her face full of disgust. "No, move aside." Wu Feng's eyes sharpened, mixed with confusion, and the corner of his mouth twitched into an awkward smile. "So tough? Is she really that strong-willed, or is she playing hard to get?" He showed an expression of displeasure and contempt, his eyes cold with a hint of mockery inside. "Who's she pretending to be aloof for? Which girl isn't like this?" Wu Feng was convinced of his own thoughts, revealing a pragmatic mindset and disdain for hypocrisy. In a place like Modu, material things matter. Without money, you're nothing. Aloof, when you're hungry and squeezing onto the subway, can you still be aloof? He stepped closer, his tone soft and persuasive. "Hey, classmate, don't refuse just yet. There's a freshman party tonight, and it's for the children of influential families. I can take you in. This is a great chance to enter high society." A group of students nearby immediately started discussing. Freshman party? Could it be the legendary Modu Alumni Association? That organization has been around for 20 years, filled with all kinds of elites. Getting to know them can be a shortcut to success. "I hate that I wasn't invited." Meng Meng's face was cold, her gaze firm, and she answered directly, "Sorry, I'm not interested. Also, I suggest you stop bothering me. When my brother gets here and sees you pestering me, you'll probably have to admit defeat and surrender." Wu Feng raised an eyebrow slightly, his eyes both surprised and amused. "Admit defeat? Is your brother that tough? Harder to deal with than my bodyguards?" He imagined the other person must be extremely burly, and his eyes showed some caution. The girl pointed ahead, her gaze fixed on Chen Yuan in the distance, and said, "My brother's here. You're on your own." Wu Feng quickly turned to look, curious about what the other person looked like. But all he saw was a man of average build with nothing special about him. "What kind of joke is this?" Chen Yuan walked up to Meng Meng, his eyes red with anger as he drove him away. "Get lost." Wu Feng frowned, his eyes cold and his mouth twisted in anger at being spoken to like that. The people behind started murmuring again. "Did I hear that right? He told young Master Qin to get lost." That's an eye-opener. So arrogant. "The last person who spoke to young Master Qin like that is already dead and gone." He sneered contemptuously, showing a confident attitude. "You've got guts. Do you know what happened to the last person who spoke to me like that? Before he could finish, a hand shot out quickly. Chen Yuan slapped him hard, leaving a large handprint on his face. The people behind opened their mouths wide, both surprised and scared. Oh no, he hit young Master Qin. Wu Feng gritted his teeth in rage, trembling all over. Blood trickling from the corner of his mouth from the slap. His eyes were wide with fury, in a state of extreme anger. Are you all blind? Get up there and kill this bastard. Two tall, muscular bodyguards strode over menacingly. But then both were ruthlessly knocked down by Chen Yuan, sent flying into the air by his punches. Wu Feng's face turned pale, his eyes wide with shock and fear, stammering, "This can't be. One of my bodyguards is an underground boxing champion, the other a special forces instructor. This can't be real, it's an illusion." He grabbed the other man by the collar, pulled him close, stared intently, and said in a low but threatening voice, "Kid, this is my final warning." Chen Yuan's eyes were red, his face angry, and he shouted through gritted teeth, "Stay away from my sister. The consequences are severe and you can't handle them." Wu Feng was thrown heavily to the ground, his face contorted in pain. He yelled, "Get lost," rubbing his neck with one hand and holding his head with the other, his face still pale with lingering fear. That killing intent was terrifying. For a moment I thought I was going to die. Wu Feng seemed to realize something and looked at Meng Meng. I thought she looked familiar. I remember now, she's Meng Xiaoguai, the popular streamer from Demiao TV. The onlookers buzzed with discussion. Meng Xiaoguai, the girl who got tipped 3 billion by Mr. Yan. No wonder she ignored young Master Qin. She's Mr. Yan's woman. That spiritual old man is probably a bodyguard arranged by Mr. Yan. No wonder he's so tough. He gritted his teeth, his eyes full of anger, his expression tense, showing rising fury. So what if it's Mr. Yan? If he's got guts, come out and meet me. Wu Feng looked at his phone, both annoyed and self-soothing. I don't believe it. Modu is my turf. I'm not going to let you bully me. Just then, Wu Shuang walked up from behind, shouting angrily, "Qin, Wu Feng, what are you doing?" She pushed through the crowd, tall, with a cold face and sharp eyes, both captivating and commanding, drawing everyone's attention. The surrounding boys cast admiring glances. "It's Miss Qin, the goddess of Modu University." Wu Shuang's expression was icy, her eyes stern, her words carrying reproach and authority. "Causing such a scene is bad for our reputation and tarnishes the Qin family's honor. Have you forgotten everything?" He looked at his sister in surprise and panic, his voice tinged with fear and confusion. "Sis, why are you here?" She pointed directly at her brother, her eyes stern, her tone cold, filled with disappointment and anger. "What, can't I come? First day of school and you take a helicopter, making sure everyone knows the Qin family is rich, and now you're causing trouble here." Wu Feng lowered his head slightly, covering his still swollen cheek with his hand, his voice weak, his eyes full of grievance. "Sis, this time it really wasn't me starting trouble. I was the one being bullied." Her eyes sharpened, her brows furrowed, and a short sentence exuded cold, killing intent. "Who did it?" Everyone around pointed in Chen Yuan's direction, but he remained calm. Wu Shuang looked at him and asked, "So you hit my brother?" Chen Yuan didn't avoid it and admitted directly, "That's right, it was me." Just then the system prompted. Detected host Simp named Qin Wushuang, 23 years old, height 170.5 centimeters, weight 51 kilograms, appearance score 9.6. Completing the reversal posture consumes 10 of the spending amount, gaining 50 enhancement points. Skills acquired: firearms proficiency, stock proficiency, close combat proficiency, logic proficiency, psychology proficiency, English proficiency, military strategy proficiency, racing proficiency, aircraft piloting proficiency. Current favorability toward the host is minus 90 points. Wu Shuang sneered and laid out a condition. "Since you admit it, I'll make sure you pay the price. But I'll give you a chance so I don't seem like I'm bullying you." Chen Yuan asked in confusion. "What chance?" she replied. "Kneel and apologize, and I'll consider going easy on you, including the girl behind you," he said expressionlessly. "I'll give you a chance too. Have your brother kneel and apologize to me. You bow 90 degrees to me, and I can forgive you both." As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Shuang swung a punch, cursing, "Idiot!" But Chen Yuan quickly caught her wrist. They froze for a moment, and looking at her trapped arm, Wu Shuang felt some pain. She gritted her teeth, frowning, thinking, "How dare you touch me with your dirty hands, die." With that thought, she pulled back her leg to knee Chen Yuan. Wu Shuang charged forward angrily, kicking fiercely at him. Her eyes like knives, he leaned back, dodging the sudden kick. Chen Yuan's eyes widened, cold sweat on his forehead, thinking angrily, "This vicious woman. I only hit your brother, and you want to make me infertile? Do you really think I'm a pushover?" He swung his hand and slapped her hard, making her eyes widen in shock. Everyone, including Meng Meng, was startled, all dumbfounded. He actually hit her, such a delicate girl. Wu Shuang touched her face, her eyes red with rage. "He hit me." The crowd erupted in intense reaction. A man clenched his fist and shouted, "Damn it, hitting my goddess, get him so arrogant." After that, send him to jail. The atmosphere turned chaotic and the crowd surged forward. "Let's all gang up on him. We outnumber him. Protect the princess of Huasha. Your knight is here." The girl gently grabbed Chen Yuan's sleeve, showing fear and instinctively seeking support. Meng Ming looked up, her eyes red, her voice trembling. "Brother, I'm scared." He looked at her tenderly, his eyes full of concern, and said in a low voice to soothe her, "Mengming, don't be afraid, I'm here." Chen Yuan shielded her and sternly warned the approaching crowd, "You lot starting a fight and scaring my sister, do you want to die?" The man raised a brick, shouting angrily, "Who are you pretending to be? Still so arrogant, go to hell." He closed his eyes, pressed his hands together in front of his chest, entered a meditative state, and a strong blue-white light radiated around him. Chen Yuan delivered a lightning-fast strike, sending the brick-wielding man flying high into the air. Ultimate technique. Catch, transform, release. 3 boys standing outside were all stunned, some gritting their teeth, others with mouths wide open. A group of people, furious, faces red, eyes fierce, charged together to take him down. He stood firm, eerily calm, lowering his center of gravity, forming hand seals, and a dazzling blue energy erupted around him, returning to the source, opening the mind. Tai Chi secret technique, 5-link lightning whip. Chen Yuan swept past everyone, the light striking fiercely, creating an effect of extreme speed. 2 girls standing outside commented in shock and anger. How is that possible? 1 person beating 30. This young man has no martial ethics, bullying 30 people alone. An iron rod whistled through the air. Finally, someone started using weapons. His gaze was icy, calm, and alert, slightly frowning, emphasizing calmness and clarity in danger. Chen Yuan barely dodged a sudden attack, his expression calm but alert. Too fast, dodge. The sunglasses-wearing bodyguards walked forward simultaneously, in neat steps, dressed in suits. He took a slight step back, clenched his fist, sensing a different fighting aura. These guys were experts, not like the riffraff. Wushwang's face twisted in rage, her eyes red, showing a vicious smile. "Beat him to death, I'll take the blame. Each of you gets 10 times the year-end bonus." Several bodyguards cracked their necks, sneering with confidence. "Kid, you see you've messed with the wrong people. Your fate is sealed. Don't worry, we'll at most break your limbs, not kill you." Chen Yuan showed absolute focus and determination. System, strengthen my strength, physique, and agility. All 3 attributes to 80. Host's current strength 59, physique 45, agility 55. Full strengthening requires 81 enhancement points. Confirmed strengthening. A dazzling and violent pillar of light erupted in the night sky. Tearing through space, he closed his eyes tightly, as if enduring some intense sensation, his eyes red as if releasing energy. Chen Yuan was stunned by the surging power within him. An uncontrollable change. This feeling, several bodyguards wielding iron rods charged at extreme speed, the atmosphere extremely tense. He opened his wide red eyes, his gaze sharp with surprise. The whole world has slowed down. His foot stomped heavily on the ground, making a sound. Sensing something wrong, "No!" Chen Yuan shot out at an astonishing speed, leaving a trail of white smoke and sparks behind. In an instant, he stopped midair, spun around, and delivered a fierce kick to one guy. "I've become faster." Chen Yuan's figure seemed to split into multiple afterimages, moving at incredible speed. Lion combo. Everyone's mouths dropped open in shock. What the hell is this? Wire work? Among all the thugs, I'd call him the strongest. Wushwang's eyes widened, her mouth agape in extreme shock. Her expression was a mix of surprise and anger. These bodyguards are top-tier international mercenaries, hired at great expense. Each one is as strong as Leng Feng, and they can't even beat a thug? He walked slowly, his steps calm but exuding an overwhelming presence that made her afraid. Wushuang instinctively stepped back because Chen Yuan carried an aura she dared not resist. She shouted, her face red with anger and fear, her eyes full of caution. "What do you think you're doing? This is a society governed by law. You can't act recklessly." He turned around, his voice low and eerily calm, showing restraint and determination. "Nothing. Can you apologize now? And your brother, make sure he promises never to bother my sister again." Wushuang gritted her teeth, her eyes sharp as if about to explode, her voice trembling with emotion. "Dream on. So many people saw you picking a fight and injuring others. When the police come, you'll be waiting in jail," she said arrogantly. "And your sister, she'll be expelled from Modu University and no other school will take her." Chen Yuan's anger erupted instantly, his expression tense, his facial lines rigid, his eyes red, his cheeks flushed, and he shouted through gritted teeth, "Qin Wushuang, let me tell you." He slapped her hard across the face, the motion sharp and decisive. The system notified that Qin Wushuang's affection had increased by 20. Chen Yuan stared at his own hand, his face a mix of confusion and bewilderment. Sweat trickled down his cheek as he frowned, thinking to himself, what's going on here? A slap increases affection? Could it be? She lowered her head, her expression complex and silent, as the system indicated another 20-point increase. Chen Yuan raised his hand and slapped Wushuang again without hesitation. She squeezed her eyes shut, her cheeks flushed, letting out a soft sound, yet the system showed another increase of 20. He forced a faint smile, but his eyes gleamed with excitement. His expression was brimming with confidence. "Great, I'll just call a real man over." Wushuang's face turned red with rage as he pinned her down and she shouted, "What are you doing, pervert beast, hitting a woman? Shameless, let me go, I'll kill you." Chen Yuan spanked her hard on the buttocks several times. Wushwang's face burned with shame, her eyes widening in shock at the act. But the more he hit, the more her affection visibly increased. The system notified affection 6, affection 10, affection 8, affection 5. Everyone was stunned, their eyes wide as they watched. Wu Feng was also frozen, frowning slightly, unable to believe what he was seeing. Several bodyguards looked equally bewildered, not knowing what was happening. Wushwang's cheeks flushed, her eyes closed with a shy expression as she cried out a few times, "Stop hitting me, it hurts enough." Yet she showed a look of satisfaction, her eyes filled with comfort, and she even grinned. For the first time in her life, someone dared to offend her in public like this. Wushuang was a lofty girl, always carrying a cold and proud demeanor. She reflected on her daily life, living in the clouds, enjoying the adoration of countless men. Wushuang had always been smug, her gaze both arrogant and contemptuous. She was their goddess, but this man named Chen Yuan was different from the rest. He dared to slap her in front of so many people. She glanced back at Chen Yuan secretly, a shy expression on her face. Though her body ached, she couldn't help but crave him to be rougher. "Am I being cheap?" Several boys standing outside wore angry expressions. "If I could beat him, I'd step in and be a hero." "No kidding, but he's so arrogant, the law will catch up with him eventually." Meng Ming watched the crowd, but a warmth surged in her heart. "Brother, this is for me." Defying the world, the girl shyly blushed, her eyes filled with happiness. "This is even more desirable than the female lead stories online. I love my brother so much." The system notified Wang Mengming's affection 1, current affection 96. The simp target Wang Mengming was moved by the host's reckless protection. Affection broke through 96 points, reward, enhancement points 10, current enhancement points 69. He was stunned. Chen Yuan was sweating profusely, his mouth twisted in confusion. "Damn, another counterattack, what's going on?" He immediately turned back, staring at Meng Ming with curious eyes. At that moment the girl was looking at him with a gaze full of love and infatuation. Chen Yuan gave a dry laugh, his face twisted. "Meng Ming, this is a twisted kind of love. The affection can't increase anymore." He then released Wushuang, causing her to fall to the ground unexpectedly. She looked at him with regret, still lingering on the feeling from before. "Why stop? I haven't had enough." "Why are you running away?" Wushuang watched his back as he ran off, holding Meng Ming's hand, feeling uneasy. Wu Feng cautiously approached, scratching his head, and awkwardly asked his sister, "Sis, are you okay?" She glanced at him with annoyance and coldness, her voice full of authority. "Be human, do I look okay to you? Help me up." Wushuang brushed the dust off her clothes. She blamed her brother's attitude. "Where were you when I was being hit? What use is your concern now? I've spoiled you for nothing." Wu Feng was angered by the scolding, gritting his teeth and frowning, clearly showing rage. "Damn it, it's all that Hick's fault. I won't let him off. I'll throw his bones away sooner or later." Though he spoke harshly, Wushwang's heart was filled with longing, wondering when she'd see him again. At the Modern Research Institute campus, white buildings with square designs and many green glass windows. A sign hung with the men's restroom logo. Violent knocking sounded. Outside, several male students were pounding on the door, their faces both angry and panicked. "What kind of dirty trick is this? Oh my God, open up. Locking the toilet is a sin. In 5 minutes it'll be a flood." Inside on the shelf were several bottles of solution and masks. Chen Yuan looked in the mirror, holding a makeup remover pad, muttering to himself, "I have to do this makeup carefully." After meticulous wiping, he looked at the mirror with satisfaction, gently touched his chin and flashed a confident smile. "Perfect. No one can recognize me now." His phone vibrated, the screen lighting up with a ringtone against a pure white background. Chen Yuan picked up the phone and answered, smiling slightly. His eyes shrewd, his tone calm. "Hello, is that Haoshin?" On the other end, Haoshin sounded excited. "I've arranged everything for the plane for you." His expression suddenly changed, his eyes widening, his mouth opening in surprise. "A plane? When did that happen?" His face lit up with excitement, his eyes sparkling like stars, full of interest. "A few days ago you said you wanted to buy a plane, so I found a way. You're at Shanghai University now, right?" Back then, Chen Yuan was sipping wine and saying seriously, "Looks like finding a plane is up to you." Haoshin was so surprised he spat out his wine. "Really, bro, you're too much." He raised a hand to his forehead, laughing and crying, closing his eyes helplessly. "I guess I did mention it." Chen Yuan walked down the hallway, hands in his pockets, his tone relaxed but confident. "I'm at Shanghai University. I'll have my friend pick you up." The group of boys started shouting excitedly as if he'd come out of the door. "Come out, I'll smash your mouth." He walked out calmly, still on the phone as if nothing had happened. "Just give me a call then." The group looked at each other, their eyes widening in surprise. "Is this guy?" Shouts rang out. "Is it Haoman? The legendary Haoman is really at our school. Oh my God." Chen Yuan looked confident, one hand in his pocket, the other holding his phone, his expression calm but exuding a cool aura. Striding forward, a group of boys surrounded him, their eyes shining like stars, both admiring and excited. "Brother Min, can I have your autograph? Brother Min, take me as your little brother. I don't even know who my dad is. Can you be my dad?" Cut to outside the university administration building. Someone asked about the situation. That guy disappeared. When fighting with him, Wu Feng still had a bit of dried blood at the corner of his mouth, his voice urgent and pressing. Big brother, help me catch them. This is serious. Shenzhou looked serious, tall and stubbly, speaking in a low, firm voice. Don't worry, we won't let any bad guys get away. A bodyguard reported. I saw a stranger run into the bathroom. There might be clues there. Everyone, head to the suspect area and check quickly. Shenzhou looked at the crowd gathering in the distance, his voice mixed with curiosity and caution. Why is it so lively over there? Go check it out. Xiao Li immediately followed orders and ran over. Yes, Captain. A female student turned to answer the police, looking excited. He ran back to report, his face showing both surprise and admiration. That's Mr. Heoman. He's come to Shanghai University. Several female police officers beamed, their eyes sparkling, cheering excitedly. Heoman, he's our idol, handsome and rich, young and powerful. I'm his fan too. Wu Feng and Wu Shuang widened their eyes, both nervous and confused, their gazes full of doubt. Why is he here? The teaching building stood under the clear blue sky. A female police officer reported, holding a notepad. Report, we checked the bathroom and found no suspicious persons. He frowned slightly, resting his chin on his hand in thought, then turned and ordered firmly, this is tricky. Xiao Li, go to the school security office and pull up the recent surveillance footage. Xiao Li immediately stood at attention and saluted. Yes, Chief. Wu Shuang's eyes flashed with a hint of playfulness and sharpness, a faint smile on her lips hiding an elusive curiosity. That guy just disappeared? Interesting. She suddenly heard a sound from the other side. Wu Shuang looked at the crowd gathered at the school gate, dozens of girls surrounding someone. She walked over to greet them. Hello, are you President Yan? Wu Shuang's eyes showed confidence and calmness, her long hair tied high, gently fluttering in the wind, highlighting her cold beauty and captivating charm. Chen Yuan's eyes widened, both surprised and on guard. Her, the system notified. Qin Wu Shuang, current affection 60. He thought to himself, a good beating brought her affection from negative to 60, and she still wants more? Several students parted to the sides, whispering among themselves. Is that Qin Wu Shuang from the Qin family? Is she also a fan of President Yan? I don't know. I heard she was beaten by some thug earlier. Look at all those cops over there. Who's so bold? She frowned slightly, her eyes showing a hint of suspicion, her expression turning serious as she coldly scrutinized him. This President Yan's build looks a bit like that thug from earlier. Wu Shuang's eyes widened, her pupils seeming to contract, clearly showing judgment and alertness, as if she'd discovered something crucial. She looked down at the shoes he was wearing. Noticing this detail, her eyes lit up. These shoes, Wu Shuang recognized the similar figure and an important clue. These are the same pair. Her face gradually flushed, her heart a mix of surprise and palpitations. No matter how careful, there's always a slip, President Yan. I thought the one who gave me that amazing experience was a bodyguard, but it turns out he's a billionaire tycoon and so handsome. The system notified. Qin Wu Shuang's affection 10, current affection 70. Wu Shuang smiled slightly, holding her phone, her gaze direct and confident, her voice gentle but proactive. President Yan, hello, I'm Qin Wu Shuang. Can I add you? Chen Yuan smirked lightly, holding up his phone with a QR code, his voice low with a hint of mockery. Sure, scan me. I'm all alone. He tilted his head with a smile, a hint of mystery in it, thinking to himself, looks like she recognized me. I didn't change my shoes anyway, but it doesn't matter. Chen Yuan and Wu Shuang both stared coldly at each other, their eyes full of calculation. I'd like to see what tricks you can still pull. She tilted her head, her voice soft but her eyes probing. What brings President Yan to the Magic City? He gave a natural smile, scratching his head, his tone so relaxed it was hard to fault. My sister studies here, so I came to drop her off. I heard Miss Qin has good connections in the Magic City. If the opportunity arises, please look after her. Wu Shuang's face gradually darkened, her eyes turning cold, gritting her teeth in anger. How despicable, he just hit me, and now with a different identity he wants me to take care of his sister. How can anyone be so shameless? She retorted. You said sister. Chen Yuan raised a hand to rub his nose, putting on an indifferent expression, seemingly unconcerned by her doubtful gaze. Of course she's my biological sister. Do I look like the type to fool around? Wu Shuang was stunned, her eyes full of confusion. So these two are really siblings, she pondered, touching her chin, her gaze cold and deep as if scheming. I heard that President Yan once tipped a female streamer named Meng Xiaoguai 300 million, earning the admiration of countless netizens. This incident proved his terrifying influence, with massive traffic pushing Big Cat TV into the top-tier platforms in no time. Wu Shuang glanced to the side where Chen Yuan was bending down, gently rubbing Meng Ming's head. Her eyes lit up, and the corner of her mouth curled into a sharp half-smile. President Yan is truly a man who can toy with an old fox like Li Mu in the palm of his hand. Wu Shuang's face was flushed, her cheeks reddened, as if stimulated with a hint of excitement. Choosing a man should be this kind of suit-wearing thug, both wise and brave. The system notified. Qin Wu Shuang's affection 5, current affection 75. His face froze as he looked at the soaring value panel, cold sweat dripping down his cheek, exclaiming in surprise, "It's rising again, way too fast." Seeing her outstanding looks, he thought she'd be a tough nut to crack, but she went from -90 to 75, a surge of 165 points. Chen Yuan's eyes lit up, his gaze firm but with a hint of fear. "Can't let it rise anymore, or I'll lose the chance to make her spend money," he thought to himself. "As the eldest daughter of the Qin family, if you don't spend hundreds of billions of mine, can you face your ancestors?" Then he turned around, smiling gently, creating a warm and reliable feeling. "Miss Qin," Wu Shuang, hearing herself called, looked at him in surprise, then let out an "ah." She blushed a bit shy, but her eyes still held coldness and impatience. "What is it?" The crowd outside watched them and whispered. "Goddess Wu Shuang is talking to President Yan. Could they be hitting it off? They're a perfect match, both talented and beautiful from equal families. Over here," Xiao Li reported. "Chief, we've checked the surveillance." Zhenzhou frowned, eager to know the result. "Quick, Xiao Li, play it." He watched with intense focus. Xiao Li stared at the screen, showing doubt, having found something off. In the video, after the suspect entered the bathroom, no one else went in. He analyzed, the suspect might have needed to do something he didn't want seen, so he locked the door from inside. 10 minutes later, President Yan came out. Wu Feng leaned in, his eyes flashing with suspicion and excitement. "There's no way it's a coincidence. I suspect President Yan knows disguise. He's the suspect." He frowned impatiently, then shouted, "Chief, arrest him." Zhenzhou remained calm, showing caution, trying to defuse the situation. "Young Master Qin, you've read too many novels. There's no such thing as disguise in this world." He became serious and steady. "The surveillance isn't without blind spots. We can't jump to conclusions." Zhenzhou frowned slightly, weighing the pros and cons. On one side was President Yan, on the other the Qin family. If ending either was bad, Wu Feng was red with anger, clenching his fists. "The evidence is so clear, what are you hesitating for?" He smirked, showing a mocking and provocative smile, his anger rising. Or Wu Feng took out his phone, his expression burning with anger and resentment, showing a faint but extremely tense smile. "Do I need to call my family for you to make an arrest?" He was sweating profusely, his face clearly showing tension with a hint of helplessness. "Fine, Xiao Li, go make the arrest. Old Ma, you don't want to offend people, so let us go arrest President Yan. This is President Yan, you can't afford to offend him, but can we?" Outside, dozens of military helicopters were flying in simultaneously, the roar of rotors filling the sky. Everyone below was stunned. Where did the helicopters come from? And there were over 20 of them. The crowd below all had their mouths wide open. His eyes were wide as saucers, his face a picture of utter shock. Was this how the rich flaunted their wealth? A helicopter probably cost millions, right? A boy retorted fiercely, his brows furrowed. "Millions? Are you kidding me? This is an ASS-332, a luxury helicopter for the super rich, priced at over 15 million with unimaginable opulence." You stood there dumbfounded. That expensive? And how could you tell from this far away? Everyone's gaze was fixed on the two sisters. As expected of the Qin family, over 300 million flying through the sky. Quite the spectacle. Wu Shuang frowned, tilting her head with a puzzled look. "We don't have that many helicopters at home, do we? Where did you call them from?" Wu Feng looked flustered, stammering as he replied, his hands waving as if to dispel the misunderstanding. "I didn't. Wasn't it you who called them, sis?" The rotors spud rapidly, creating a powerful downdraft, white lights flashing everywhere. "So who actually called them?" Just then, Xiao Li walked over with a serious expression. "Mr. Chen Yuan, you are suspected of being involved in an intentional injury case. Please cooperate with our investigation." Chen Yuan looked up, his face darkening. A mix of surprise and annoyance in his expression, his brow slightly raised and the corner of his mouth twitching. "Intentional injury? Is there some misunderstanding?" He maintained a stern demeanor, his face cold, his tone firm and unyielding. "A misunderstanding, Mr. Chen Yuan, come back to the station with us and explain." The girls reacted strongly, their faces flushed with indignation. "President Yan, intentional injury? He wasn't the one who hit anyone just now. Didn't you check the surveillance? Our old lady's eyesight is better than yours." One girl clenched her fist, shouting angrily, "Exactly, President Yan is such a gentleman. How could he hurt anyone? You can't just arrest him without evidence." Others began to chime in, defending him. "You're all covering for each other." Qin Wushuang harassed a girl and got taught a lesson. And now she's falsely accusing an innocent person. How are you even enforcing the law? That's right, they all stepped forward to block Chen Yuan. "Yes, you're not taking President Yan away today. Protect President Yan. Who else but us?" They were united in purpose, a gathering of beauties protecting President Yan. Chen Yuan gave an awkward smile, not knowing what to say in this situation. The girls grabbed hold of Xiao Li's men, and he shouted as he was pulled, "What are you doing, resisting arrest?" You stood in the noisy crowd, your hands slightly extended in a calming gesture. "Ladies, please calm down. I'm willing to cooperate with the police investigation. A clear conscience never fears false accusations. Justice will prevail." Several girls stared with wide, watery eyes, filled with emotion. "He's been wronged and he's still so gentle I could cry." My idol really has high class and intelligence. Wu Shuang stood quietly in the back, her eyes slightly narrowed. Her gaze was sharp but full of suspicion. He hit someone so hard and still acts like the victim. He deserves to be arrested by the police. She exuded a strong and sharp aura, confident yet provocative. Her gaze was fixed straight ahead. A strong dragon can't crush a local snake. Let's see how you turn things around in a place where you don't know anyone. How will you turn things around? In the sky, rows of military helicopters appeared, forming a dense formation. The sunlight slanted off the metal shells of the aircraft, reflecting dazzling light. After the helicopters landed, someone stepped down. He was Yi Yaozu, the head of the Yi family, the leading family among the 4 great families of Modu. He held a walkie-talkie and announced, "The guest has arrived. Follow my command, you may begin." The helicopters hovered in the air, confirming receipt of the order through the walkie-talkie. "Boss." Red silk banners were lowered from above, reading, "Welcome President Yan to Modu." Wu Shuang and Wu Feng's mouths dropped open in shock. It felt unbelievable. These planes were here to pick up President Yan. Shen Zhou frowned, sweat beading on his forehead from worry. This is Yi Yaozu of the Yi family, and he came personally to pick up President Yan. He glanced at Chen Yuan, a hint of wariness in his eyes. President Yan actually has such connections in Modu. He looked up confidently, realizing this situation was tricky. The Yi family was the leader of Modu's 4 great families, overshadowing the other 3. Although Yi Yaozu was a collateral member, once he was tied to the Yi family, he was heading your way. Shen Zhou's face stiffened with fear, his brows tightly knit. This was no longer something a mere bureau chief like him could handle head-on. He quickly turned to the other side, making a decision, and said hurriedly, "Young Master Qin, based on my years of experience, President Yan is probably not the suspect. The matter is clear." Wu Feng shouted angrily, "Director Ma, you sure change your tune fast." Shen Zhou showed decisiveness and a sense of responsibility, giving orders in a resolute tone. "Xiao Li, call off the team. We can't disrupt the lives of good citizens based on mere speculation." He stood straight, raising his hand to signal the withdrawal. "Yes." Xiao Li's attitude shifted, the tension in his face easing, his eyes apologetic, sweat on his forehead betraying his embarrassment. "I'm sorry, President Yan. It was all a misunderstanding. It's fine. Cooperating with the police is my duty and responsibility." His face darkened, his brows furrowed, and the corner of his mouth curled in disdain. "You dodged a bullet this time thanks to the Yi family's influence. You won't be so lucky next time, bastard." Yaozu's expression was calm and confident, a slight smile on his lips, his gaze sharp yet gentle, radiating the aura of a person in power. "President Yan, hello, I'm Yi Yaozu, a friend of Haoshan." Chen Yuan responded with a slight smile, his expression serious but not cold. "President Yi, hello, it's an honor." He pointed up at the sky, his gesture both elegant and slightly teasing. "Isn't this a bit too much of a show?" He laughed heartily, his smile full of confidence and pride. His voice was loud and clear. "It's not too much at all. I've long heard of your reputation, President Yan. The customer is king after all." Yaozu's smile gradually faded, replaced by a sharp contemplative look behind his sunglasses. He was calculating internally. "The economy is down lately. Everyone's tightening their belts and planes are sitting unsold. If this deal with President Yan goes through, it might cover the entire year's sales target. You're my lucky charm." Chen Yuan turned his head and looked tenderly at Meng Meng. His voice was low and gentle. "Meng Meng, come on, big brother will take you to buy a plane," the little girl replied cheerfully. "Okay." Outside, some of the girls were envious, some jealous, extremely so. If only they had a brother like that. "President Yan, why aren't you my boyfriend? How infuriating." Suddenly, a shout from behind drew everyone's attention. "Brother Chen Yuan, how could you go buy a plane without me?" You also turned around in surprise at the voice to see who it was. Ji Luo stood behind, fuming, her brows furrowed, shouting, "You came to Modu without even telling me?" She ran over and grabbed you by the neck. Her eyes were full of anger. "Don't you care about Luo Luo anymore? Is there no room for Luo Luo in your heart?" Chen Yuan clasped his hands in apology, smiling gently to show remorse. "How could that be? You're my little salt wife. I was planning to give a plane to Luo Luo this time." Ji Luo looked up, questioning if it was true. He smiled slightly, his eyes sparkling with mischief pointing upward, his tone decisive and confident. "Really?" Chen Yuan lowered his head, a helpless smile curling at the corner of his mouth. "Giving away planes did seem like a good idea. I'll give one each to Yayu, Bing Shui, Chairman Zhao and Luo Luo. One must be fair." Suddenly a voice came from the other side. "President Yi, what a coincidence. I've been thinking about buying a private jet recently too." It was Wu Shuang. She looked at you while making a coquettish gesture and demanded, "President Yan wouldn't mind if I hitch a ride, would he?" Against the backdrop of a clear blue sky, white helicopters flew in formation, steady and smooth. Chen Yuan stood with his arms crossed, leaning back in his seat, a slight smile on his face, his gaze half serious, half teasing. "This is a nice plane, President Yi." He tilted his head slightly, his tone playful but his eyes were sharp and shrewd. No wonder it's a multi-million-dollar helicopter. It's a completely different feeling from bumping along in a car. Yao Zhu laughed heartily, his face beaming, giving off a friendly vibe. President Yan, you're so funny. Meng Meng pressed against the window, her eyes sparkling with excitement. Ji Luo, it's so high up, is that the TV tower? Ji Luo was also full of surprise and excitement. Yeah, it looks so small from this angle. Wu Shuang tilted her head, casting a cold gaze at the two happy people ahead and sneered contemptuously. Just as I thought, a couple of country bumpkins who've never seen the world. She showed extreme disdain for the two girls. Such hicks. Wu Shuang crossed her legs and folded her arms, exuding an air of arrogance. Ji Luo looked at her warily. What's with that look from that girl? She doesn't seem like a good person. Her gaze shifted from suspicion to scrutiny, a glint of jealousy in her eyes. The eldest daughter of the Qin family is so beautiful and comes from a good family. Ji Luo's expression was awkward, tinged with bitterness, a vexing thought popping into her head. And the key thing is, her chest is bigger than mine. Her eyes blazed with fire, a look of anger and determination. I'm not letting Brother Chen Yuan go to a big-chested monster like you. Meng Meng stood by, watching the two girls, sensing something was off. What's going on? The atmosphere feels weird. At the Longhua Aviation Base, Yao Zhu announced, We've arrived. President Yan, let's go down and take a look at the goods first. As they moved on an electric cart, he raised his hand to introduce, These are all the various passenger planes we sell at Longhua Aviation, with luxury configurations, and we offer various customization and maintenance services. Yao Zhu explained in a calm and confident tone, This plane is an imported and modified American Boeing. Its configurations and safety features are top-notch globally. He gave a thumbs up, still maintaining his confident smile, a satisfied glint in his eyes behind his sunglasses. The bed in the cabin bedroom is also equipped with various high-tech features, so even in strong turbulence there's no danger. In short, it can give you a different experience. Meng Meng's eyes widened, her expression one of extreme surprise mixed with confusion. A different experience? What kind of experience? Different. Yao Zhu curled his lip, a meaningful tease in his tone, ambiguous, half joking and half serious. You're too young to understand, but President Yan definitely gets it. Chen Yuan's face darkened, his mouth twisted, his eyes dark with anger. What the hell is this bastard talking about? Corrupting a child. Ji Luo tilted her head, a mischievous glint in her purple eyes, a sly and meaningful smile on her lips. Is it really that amazing? Brother Chen Yuan, you have to take me to experience it too. He quickly regained his composure. His gaze was serious, his voice low and decisive. President Yi, I want this private jet and all the helicopters we just saw. Yao Zhu was stunned, completely frozen. All of them, Chen Yuan replied calmly. That's right, all of them, he explained calmly. There are a lot of these planes. I'm going to give them away, so I'll need you to handle the transfer procedures, President Yi. He tapped quickly on the screen. Yao Zhu's mouth dropped open in shock. This guy must be the son of the god of wealth himself, giving away planes as gifts, 10 of them at once, at the Modu Jinden Global Tower. The sky was clear and the sun was bright. Yan stood straight, reporting information. Young master, I just received news. President Yan has arrived in Modu and even hit the Qin sisters at Modu University. Jia Mu's mouth dropped open in shock, a hint of doubt in his eyes as he pressed. Hit the Qin sisters, the Qin family of the 4 great families? She quickly confirmed the information. Yes, and it caused quite a stir. He laughed heartily with satisfaction, a hint of smugness in his smile. Offending the Qin family as soon as he arrives in Modu. How arrogant. Yan gently pushed up her glasses, her gaze cold and deep, shining with confidence. Yes, but in the end it was Yi Yao Zhu of the Yi family who helped President Yan out. Hearing this, Jia Mu's eyes widened, a look of shock and slight panic in them. He clasped his hands on the table, his expression deep and unreadable. He sent 20 helicopters to pick up President Yan. Jia Mu's eyes held confusion and doubt, his brows furrowed. How did the Yi family get involved with President Yan? He reached into a wooden drawer and pulled out a letter sealed with red wax. Jia Mu stared at the letter in his hand, his gaze serious and focused. Yi Han, the daughter of the Yi family, is about to hold her birthday banquet. All the young masters of Modu are buzzing with excitement. Yi Han has never appeared in public before, and after this appearance she will officially take over the Yi group, become the vice president. Marrying her is like inheriting half of the Yi group, and at this very moment this lecherous President Yan shows up in Modu. Chen Yuan's face looked extremely lecherous, his expression serious but his eyes full of displeasure. Could this kid be trying to become a son-in-law of a wealthy family? Jia Mu stood up angrily and fiercely, his eyes wide, his gaze sharp, his breathing rapid. Yan, make the arrangements. I want you to do whatever it takes to create negative press about President Yan. Make sure this scumbag's image is firmly planted in everyone's minds, she replied in a serious and professional tone. Yes, young master. At the Longhua Aviation Base, Chen Yuan asked curiously, President Yi, do you have anything else here besides planes? Yao Zhu was so surprised he couldn't even smile. His eyes glazed over. What do you mean? Haven't you spent over 300 million yet? He showed an excited and proud expression. Of course, there's more. Our company also sells luxury cruise ships, yachts, and if you ask, I can even send you on a space trip. The corner of your mouth curled into a playful smile, your tone flat and teasing. I'll pass on the space trip. How about a luxury cruise ship? I need it for fishing. Yaozu's face showed a slightly awkward smile, a hint of disbelief seeming to flash behind his sunglasses. I checked, and there happens to be a luxury cruise ship listed for sale here. What kind of tycoon is this, using a cruise ship for fishing? Is he fishing for whales? He held a tablet, the screen displaying an image of a massive cruise ship. The ship was called Ocean Light, ranked 5th among the world's top luxury cruise ships. Priced at over 700 million, it had everything for entertainment and leisure. The seller was in urgent need of money and was selling quickly. Yaozu showed a confident smile, his expression full of pride and showing off. This ship is currently chartered by my Yi family for the birthday banquet of the direct line eldest daughter, Yi Han. It will be docked in Modu in the future. He handed over an invitation. This is the invitation. I'll arrange a meeting with the seller. You can attend the banquet and check out the ship's condition in person. Chen Yuan took the invitation, his mind racing with thoughts. The daughter of Modu's top financial conglomerate family, his expression suddenly changed, a calculating and interesting smile appearing on his face. I'll go take a look. My system is already itching. The plane sat on the runway, still gleaming with luxury under the overcast sky. Everyone stepped down calmly. Chen Yuan's tone was flat, but his eyes held a hint of friendliness and curiosity. By the way, President Yi, are there any good houses near Modu University? Can you recommend some? Yaozu replied in a calm and smooth tone. Housing isn't really my specialty, but I do know someone who can help you. You widened your eyes, leaning forward slightly, and asked softly, Who? He pointed directly at Wushwang's face, his tone decisive. Housing is Miss Qin's area of expertise. Yaozu stated a fact with a wave of his hand. The Qin family is deeply rooted in the real estate industry. They own 2 buildings near Modu University, prime real estate that money alone can't buy. The corner of Chen Yuan's mouth curled into a confident and slightly teasing smile. Her voice carried a casual tone, but it was laced with provocation. Oh really, Miss Wushuang, why don't you sell me a building? I'll buy it at market price plus 5. She frowned slightly, her red eyes shimmering with calm pride. If you're buying 1 or 2 units, that's fine. I even have properties in Thompson Riviera. But a whole building? I'd need to discuss it with my family. A glint of shrewdness flashed in Wushwang's eyes, and the corners of her mouth curved into a meaningful smile. This was the first time she'd heard of buying houses by the building. He'd just spent hundreds of millions on a plane. President Yan truly lived up to his reputation. She straightened up, her gaze firm, her voice carrying a hint of coldness. Besides, with the current purchase restrictions in Shanghai, you'd have to pay a huge tax. The commercial tax on a building would be even higher. It's not worth it. He shrugged lightly, spreading his hands in a casual, confident gesture. No problem. Give me a unit in Thompson Riviera and I'll give you a cheetah helicopter. We'll call it an even exchange. Wushuang could no longer stay calm. Her red eyes flickered with indignation. My apartment isn't worth more than 150 million. I'm not taking advantage of you. Chen Yuan leaned closer, a half smile on his lips, his voice low and teasing. They say, out of blows friendship grows. This time you're the one getting the better deal. Next time it might be me. Her cheeks flushed, her expression a mix of surprise and embarrassment. What does he mean by that? Is he trying to chase me? Are all men this impatient? Wushuang regained her composure, took a deep breath and spoke in a firm tone, though still slightly rushed. Fine, I'll take you to see the apartment now. I'm busy. I might not have time tomorrow. She looked resolute, her eyes proud, her voice sharp. I won't let you off that easily. I still need to test you. He frowned slightly, a wry smile on his lips, beads of sweat forming on his forehead. A look of confusion and helplessness crossed his face. Wasn't it just buying a house? Why was this girl so stubborn? He really couldn't understand. A luxurious white helicopter sat on the runway, reflecting the soft morning light. Ji Luo leaned lazily against it, glancing at her phone with a bored expression. They're too slow. Her eyes widened in surprise and panic. On the phone screen, a striking red headline article appeared. Bombshell, a tycoon messes around, abandons his 3-month pregnant girlfriend, leaving her on the streets. Ji Luo sat up abruptly, her face turning angry. Such a heartless man. Let me see who it is. On the screen, Xiao Xiao poured her heart out. Dear sisters, my name is Zhang Xiao, and I'm President Yan Chen Yuan's girlfriend. Her eyes were red and swollen, tears streaming down her face, her voice trembling and choked with emotion. I'm 3 months pregnant with his child, but I found out he has other women. Now he wants to break up with me. I really don't know what to do. Ji Luo angrily and resentfully threw her phone to the ground. Meng Meng looked surprised and confused. Luo, why did you throw your phone? The phone screen lit up on the ground, and Xiao Xiao's voice came through. I don't mind sharing President Yan's love with other women. I just hope he won't leave me. What am I to him? Ji Luo's eyes were red, her expression one of utter shock and heartache. "What is this?" Chen Yuan opened the door, glanced inside and called out his sister's name. "Hey Meng Meng, you." Meng Meng walked up to him, pointed at the phone and said with tears in her eyes, "Did you really do this?" What Zhang Xiao said. The phone screen displayed bold red letters. "President Yan is a player, gets his girlfriend pregnant and refuses to take responsibility." Chen Yuan gave an awkward smile, sweating as he explained, "How could that be? Don't you know me, Meng Meng?" He was startled, veins bulging on his forehead. What was all this nonsense? Behind him, a girl's loud shout rang out. "Chen Yuan?" Chen Yuan turned around in confusion to see Wushuang appearing with a displeased look while a notification board flashed. Qin Wushuang's affection -5, current affection 60. Seeing this, he was sweating profusely, his expression troubled as he said, "Of course it's fake. Do I look like that kind of person? I don't even know this Zhang Xiao." Ji Luo placed her hand on Chen Yuan's as if comforting him, and lifted his hand to advise, "Brother Yuan, don't hang around with those shady women anymore." Hearing this, Chen Yuan thought angrily, "What kind of talk is that? She's putting on an act. With her saying that, I'll never be able to clear my name." Wushuang frowned in displeasure, thinking, this little girl looks under 20 and is already this deceived by Chen Yuan. He really is a beast. Not only did her affection not increase, it dropped even further. Qin Wushuang's affection -10, current affection 50. In a big city called Thompson Riviera, a helicopter landed on the rooftop of a high-rise building. Inside was a modern, luxurious room. He glanced around the room and silently evaluated it. This Thompson Riviera looks just average. With that thought, Chen Yuan shoved his hands in his pockets and walked to the huge floor-to-ceiling window. He thought, the space isn't that big either. It doesn't even compare to my villa in Hancheng. Chen Yuan looked out at the city, grinned and surveyed a few more spots. But this prime location, close to Pudong and the Bund with a great environment, was worth the 90 million. Suddenly his eyes widened as something occurred to him. After looking around, Chen Yuan felt uninterested. Damn, have my standards gone up? I can't even appreciate Thompson Riviera anymore. Wushuang followed behind him and asked cautiously, "How's the apartment?" Satisfied, Chen Yuan didn't nitpick but instead said, "It's solid good." Ji Luo appeared, her expression joyful, cheeks flushed, and said, "They only love your money, but I'm different." Ji Luo's next words almost made him spit blood. "I can give you money." Chen Yuan's heart was screaming for help, but his face was blank as he shouted, "Who wants your affection? I haven't been with any shady women, don't wrong me." Hearing this, Ji Luo's face darkened, and she said sadly, "I understand, men all crave novelty, but Brother Yuan just needs stability. Luo Luo will be your shield, never leaving you." She then smiled with narrowed eyes and said, "Luo Luo even wants to have children for Brother Yuan." Wushuang still wore that displeased expression and replied, "If you're satisfied, I'll have someone handle the transfer." Chen Yuan agreed and reached out his hand to ask, "All right, let's do it. Miss Qin, it's getting late. How about we grab a meal together?" Hearing this, Wushuang's gaze turned sharper than she intended. "Here it comes, he's asking me out to eat. Can't these men upgrade their tactics?" A city of towering buildings appeared before them. Chen Yuan stood in front of Meng Meng and Ji Luo smiling, while Wushuang thought, inviting me to eat in front of other women without any hesitation. What's this guy thinking? The more she thought about it, the worse her expression became. How pathetic. A notification board appeared. Qin Wushuang's affection -15, current affection 35. Seeing this, he scratched his head and thought, it dropped again. I didn't say anything wrong, did I? Even being polite lowers affection. Chen Yuan rubbed his chin, frowning, and thought, could this girl be so difficult that she can't stand anyone being nice to her? After a long pause, Wushuang finally spoke, "President Yan, if there's nothing else, I'll take my leave. I'll have someone contact you later." As she was about to leave, she turned back to remind him, "Oh, and the door code is 6 digits. If you want to change it, just press the up and down buttons." The door slammed shut behind her. Seeing that everything was settled, Ji Luo nudged him with her elbow and said, "Brother Chen Yuan, that Qin girl seems to have a big grudge against you." Chen Yuan didn't back down either. He bent down and pinched her cheek, saying, "You little rascal, still talking, were you trying to ruin my image on the plane just now?" Ji Luo, her cheek pinched, cried and apologized to him. "I'm sorry, Brother Chen Yuan. I just care about you too much. I don't want other women to have their eyes on you." She hugged Chen Yuan and said, "I don't want Qin Wushuang to take you away. Even if you hate me, I won't let a bad woman steal you." He returned the hug, his tone like coaxing a child. "All right, how could I hate you? You're my cutest little genius, Luo Luo." After some comforting, Ji Luo cheered up and said, "Brother Chen Yuan is the best to me. Dad doesn't like me, always yells at me. After Mom passed away, my brother doted on me, but now," she started crying again as she told him her story, "my brother doesn't care about me anymore. He says I've brought big trouble to the Lin family." His expression softened a bit, thinking, this little chatterbox, usually so lively, actually has such a fragile side. It seems she's been keeping all the pressure inside lately. Placing his hand on her shoulder, Chen Yuan comforted her. "Luo Luo, don't worry. I've heard about your family's situation. You took the blame for me. I'll transfer 2 billion to you later. The Lin family's cash flow problem will be easily solved. Hearing this, Ji Luo's eyes widened in surprise. Then her expression turned to one of wanting to cry. Wiping her tears, she asked him, "Why are you so good to me? I know what you're thinking without you saying it." Suddenly a notification board appeared. Lin Ji Luo's affection 1, current affection 98. It then enlarged in front of Chen Yuan. Simp target Lin Ji Luo's affection has broken 98 points. Reward host with 10 enhancement points, he thought to himself. Another counterattack triggered. I'm awesome. Ji Luo stepped forward, reached out to touch his cheek. She stood on tiptoe and kissed Chen Yuan on the lips, making him blush with shyness. Chen Yuan and Ji Luo stopped kissing, leaving Meng Meng standing nearby, trembling all over. After the kiss, Ji Luo covered her flushed cheek and said, "Brother Chen Yuan, that was my first kiss and I gave it to you." He also shyly touched his lips and thought, the sensation was pretty good. Unable to bear it, Meng Meng shouted, "Luo Luo, you're so bad, how could you kiss your own brother?" Ji Luo turned to the little girl and said smugly, "Why can't I? He likes me, I like him, so I'll kiss him." Meng Meng, don't disturb us, what comes next might not be suitable for children. The next scene was exactly as not suitable for children suggested. He was on top of Ji Luo. Just imagining it made Meng Meng's face redden to the point of steaming. She suddenly rushed over, grabbed Chen Yuan's arm and shouted, "No, he's mine. If you fight me for him, I'll really get angry." Ji Luo responded coquettishly, "Who's fighting you? Can't we just get along? I can accept you, so why can't you accept me? Good friends should share." Hearing this, Meng Meng asked with a red face, "Can you even share this?" She thought to herself, "Is Luo Luo this avant-garde?" Then, with a hint of regret, she asked herself internally, "Am I really being too selfish, wanting to monopolize brother's affection?" Seizing the opportunity, Ji Luo hugged Meng Meng from behind and happily replied, "Of course we can share. Even if I'm with brother Chen Yuan, it won't affect our friendship. Maybe we'll even become closer. Don't worry that brother's love for you will diminish." The little girl still wasn't convinced and continued asking, "Really? Is that really okay?" Ji Luo's expression darkened slightly as she thought, "Little girl, I'll be your sister-in-law soon." Meanwhile, Meng Meng blushed, thinking, sharing him together, that's so embarrassing. Ji Luo leaned in and said happily, "It's settled then. Meng Meng, call me sister quickly." The little girl turned her head and responded with a displeased look, "Peeved, I'm the older one here." "I'm older than you, okay?" Meng Meng, offended by being called short, looked angry. She shouted, "You called me short? Just wait till I get you." Ji Luo wasn't afraid either, her tone provocative. "Who's afraid of who? Bring it on." Chen Yuan could only stand by helplessly watching. Is this the magical bond between girls? He then breathed a sigh of relief, hoping Ji Luo's presence might slightly curb Meng Meng's forbidden thoughts because otherwise it would be really hard to handle. The vast city with its towering buildings appeared. The next day, Ji Luo looked at her phone to check the balance in her account. She looked at Chen Yuan and said firmly, "Brother Chen Yuan, don't worry. I'll use this money to invest in the Lin family under the name of Faden Capital. I won't take it for nothing," he replied casually. "Spend it however you want. You're in charge." Chen Yuan reached out, his expression softening, and said, "Luo Luo is worth more than just a few billion in my eyes." This alone moved and delighted Ji Luo. A notification board appeared. Lin Ji Luo's affection 1, current affection 99. She leaned closer to him, and the board still didn't disappear. "Congratulations, host, on a successful counterattack. Reward 10 enhancement points." Ji Luo continued to kiss Chen Yuan on the cheek. Standing nearby, Meng Meng angrily reached out to her and shouted, "Luo Luo, you're cheating, I want one too." She stood on tiptoe, her purple hair swaying, and also leaned in to kiss him. So Ji Luo kissed one cheek and Meng Meng kissed the other, putting Chen Yuan in a tough spot. Ji Luo, Chen Yuan, and Meng Meng stood at the apartment door. The door opened to reveal Man Ying, followed by her assistant. The assistant whispered, just loud enough for the two to hear, "Sister Man Ying, are these our neighbors across the hall? They look kind of familiar." "They're quite something." Man Ying also bent down, glancing at Chen Yuan, but said to her assistant, "Isn't this the scumbag exposed online? I didn't expect him to live in Thompson Riviera and keep 2 little girls." He stood there sweating. The assistant said, "Ah, so he's that President Yan." Man Ying looked at him with displeasure and said, "What bad luck running into someone like this first thing in the morning." With that, Man Ying and her assistant left, leaving him to ponder. "You're saying all this so loudly, aren't you afraid I'll hear?" That girl in red looked very familiar. Meng Meng excitedly said, "Brother Chen Yuan, that's the film queen Zhang Man Ying." Ji Luo chimed in, "It really is her. I didn't expect our neighbor to be a film queen." Then a scene of Man Ying receiving an award appeared, and Meng Meng began to introduce her. Zhang Man Ying entered the film academy at 18 and starred in a hit movie. At 23, she won the Golden Rooster Award for Best Actress. Her career has been smooth sailing since her debut, with no scandals, making her an idol for many. Even more impressive, after starting her own company, she publicly revealed her relationship with her college classmate. Both came from ordinary families, and rumors said her boyfriend held back her career, but Man Ying never responded. Chen Yuan approached the standing Man Ying with a friendly expression. He greeted her first, then complimented her. "Hello, are you Miss Zhang Man Ying? I've seen your movies, you act very well." Man Ying seemed indifferent, just glanced at him and replied, "Thank you." A beautiful image of Man Ying appeared along with a notification. Simp mission begins. Name Zhang Man Ying, age 26, height 172 centimeters, weight 52 kilograms, looks 9.2, affection toward host -60. The next line on the panel read, counterattack complete, reward 10 of simp amount, 50 enhancement points. Skill rewards: mastery of violin, mastery of acting, mastery of singing, mastery of composition, mastery of directing. Then the 5 of them were crammed into the elevator again. After a moment the elevator doors quickly opened. Man Ying stepped out first, while Chen Yuan stood there thinking, what's her name? I'm not her fan, I don't care about her reaction. He took out a white cap and put it on his head, looking outward. It seemed Chen Yuan saw something and was quite surprised. HMPH, it was Man Ying about to get into a luxury car with her assistant. The person in the car boasted, "Man Ying, look at my new car." Man Ying got in, glanced at it and asked, "Why did you suddenly buy a new car?" Wen Dong said excitedly to her. "Aren't we going to try on wedding dresses today? A new car is the only thing worthy of your precious Man Ying, right?" Man Ying blushed, closed her eyes and said, "You're such a sweet talker. I'm hungry, let's go eat first." The car sped off, leaving the assistant shouting behind, "Hey sister Man Ying, what about me? What am I supposed to do?" Seeing this, Chen Yuan's face darkened with displeasure as he thought, she has a boyfriend and is so happy. My own constraints feel a bit half-hearted. Ruining someone else's relationship would be asking for lightning to strike me. On the road was a shiny car with voices coming from inside. "What, from now on, Auntie will drive this car?" That was Kui Hong's voice. She was driving Chen Yuan, saying the car was hard to handle. This car was very expensive. The nanny Zhang Kui Hong. He leaned back in his seat, looking at the nanny, and said, "Aren't cars meant to be driven? A Rolls-Royce isn't that big of a deal. Just relax, Auntie." Kui Hong looked at him, sweating nervously, thinking, "Relax my foot." She recalled when Chen Yuan had come looking for someone who could drive. The guy went to the domestic service center saying he wanted a nanny who could drive. Who would have thought it meant driving a luxury car like this? If I damage it, how could I ever afford to pay for it? He looked over and said, "Auntie, don't worry. It's written in the contract that you won't have to pay if the car gets damaged. Your task," Chen Yuan pointed to the back seat, instructing the nanny to take good care of the 2 of them. "Just do your job well, and I'll give you a bonus at the end of the year." Meng Ming asked reluctantly, "Are you leaving?" Ji Luo frowned and said, "Are you trying to abandon us so soon?" Chen Yuan wasn't worried and reassured them. "Brother isn't leaving today, but I won't be in Modu for long, so I found someone to take care of you. Be good, okay?" Kui Hong glanced over, feeling a bit sentimental. These 2 kids are really lucky. If I were 20 years younger, it would be great, but even then it wouldn't matter. I'd better just be careful in my work. Someone's phone was lit up with countless comments scrolling across the screen. "Cute little fairy, that bastard President Yan never learns his lesson. Is no one going to deal with this guy who harms girls? Why hasn't he been arrested yet?" Onion bread roll from Peace City, "Aren't you going to do something about President Yan? Is there no law anymore? How much did you take from him? All my fans up in heaven, anyone who likes President Yan just leave. We're not on the same path, not even the same species. Heartbroken. 1,000,000 signatures for a petition. Stop that heartless President Yan from exploding." At Jinhao Building, the online uproar was intensifying. 5 girls were sitting in the meeting room. Kuan Yin, though her eyes were on her phone, still said, "Did Chen Yuan really do something so heinous?" Meng Ming excitedly retorted, "Impossible. Chen Yuan might not be honest, but he's not bad." Bing Shui also frowned and said, "That's right." Meng Ming, not giving up, argued forcefully, "I checked the household registrations of those girls who posted online. They're all from Modu. Chen Yuan has been in Hancheng the whole time, he couldn't have reached them." Ruo Yu rested her chin on her hand and reasoned, "Besides, we know exactly where Chen Yuan has been these past few months. He's been so busy dealing with us. How could he have time for all that nonsense? Someone must be smearing him." Yuchi stood up and said loudly, "Sisters, Chen Yuan isn't fighting back because he doesn't care about outside opinions. Can we just sit by while others slander him? I have to find out who's behind this and teach them a lesson." The 5 of them stacked their hands together and said in unison, "Protect the best Chen Yuan in the world." Then the scene cut to Chen Yuan leaning against the car door, listening to music. As if sensing something, he opened his phone and saw it was Yao Zhu calling. He said happily, "President Yan, the Ocean Bright cruise ship has arrived in Modu. Are you free for lunch?" Chen Yuan responded cheerfully, "Sure, where?" Yao Zhu stood in front of the dock and said, "Right on the Ocean Bright. I'll send a plane to pick you up." They were now sitting on the plane, and Chen Yuan asked curiously, "President Yi, who owns the Ocean Bright?" Yao Zhu frowned and replied, "Actually, it's not a secret. The Ocean Bright is the Dong family's entire fortune, one of the 7 great shipping kings." After hearing this, he tilted his head in confusion. Which Dong family? At this, Yao Zhu began to explain. Although the Dong family is one of the 7 great shipping kings in recent decades, with the rise of other emerging industries, they've taken a big hit and are no longer what they used to be. He continued, the current head of the family, Dong Tianba, is very ambitious and wants to make changes for the family, but he's tried many strategies and failed, suffering heavy losses and running a deficit. Yao Zhu shrugged with a smile and sighed, this cruise ship is indeed a money pit. Maintenance, repairs, procurement, and employee salaries, every day it's docked, it's burning money. Hearing these 2 key points, Chen Yuan was startled and thought to himself, burning money. He revealed a sly smile as he calculated. That's perfect. I've bought myself a treasure. Even if I don't use it for business, I can totally use it for team building for Faden, or events for Dumiao at 5 in the afternoon at Wasanko Dock. The plane slowly descended onto the open ground and landed gently. Someone announced, President Yan, we've arrived. Then they finally stepped off the plane. Chen Yuan made a private decision. Only by being here did he realize how huge this cruise ship was. Today it would belong to him. Just then a group of people walked over. The leading girl smiled and said, Hello President Yan, I'm President Dong's assistant. You can call me Xiao Luo. Let me show you around the ship. He didn't refuse and replied with a smile, Sure, I was just thinking that. Thank you for your trouble. As they walked, Xiao Luo introduced the ship. The Ocean Bright had 15 decks, 2,358 guest rooms, could accommodate 6,000 passengers and had over 1,000 employees. Then she took them to the first place, which had 3 things inside. Next was another place decorated mainly in white, the cabins. Then a place equipped with modern equipment, the gym, and then a magnificent grand ballroom, a banquet hall with a complete design. Xiao Luo added with a smile. The most luxurious suite currently costs 100,000 yuan a night. Then she ended the tour saying, You two must be tired after walking so long. President Dong is waiting for you in the restaurant. Enjoy your meal. Just then another man walked over. President Yan, President Yi, you're here. This is the captain Dong Tianba. The table was already set with a feast of delicacies. He said professionally, Sorry for not coming to greet you. Tianba warmly shook Chen Yuan's hand. I am Dong Tianba. A pleasure to meet you. He also replied politely, Chen Yuan, a pleasure. Then they sat down. Yao Zhu spoke up, President Dong, we're old acquaintances, so let's keep it brief. The Ocean Bright is listed at 700 million. President Yan just took a tour and is very satisfied, saying we can proceed with the transaction directly. Upon hearing this, he replied, That would be best, but I hope it's a one-time payment, no installments. I hope you both understand. Also, I'd like to keep as many of the ship's employees as possible. Chen Yuan immediately answered cheerfully, No problem. One-time payment it is, but as for employee arrangements, I have my own plans, he calculated privately. A new broom sweeps clean. How can I be the boss without establishing authority? Hearing this, Tianba smiled again and invited them. All right, let's eat first. We'll sign the contract after the meal. I've specially prepared bluefin tuna for you two. You must try it. A little while later, Chen Yuan walked up to the stage with him. Tianba picked up the microphone and said to the crowd below, Everyone, I've gathered you today to announce something. From today on, the person beside me is your new boss. Please let him say a few words. At that, 2 people below exchanged glances and then scoffed. The new boss, he looks familiar. The person next to him chimed in. Yeah, I've seen him somewhere before. Chen Yuan stood on stage with the microphone, smiling warmly, and said, Hello everyone, I'm Chen Yuan. First, I've decided to allocate 50 million to pay everyone's wages. Hearing these words, Yao Zhu and Tinba's faces immediately changed dramatically, shocked. Everyone present was stunned, their mouths agape as they stared at Chen Yuan. Then everyone immediately hugged each other excitedly, overjoyed. The young chef wiped away his tears and shouted, Oh my God, we're finally getting paid. My son at home can barely afford milk powder anymore. The captain also roared, Where can you find a boss like this? He's really solved a huge problem. Watching the increasingly energized crowd below, he smiled slightly, thinking to establish authority the best way is to give money. Then Chen Yuan suddenly lowered his voice and said, Second thing, all department managers and above, take 1 step forward. As soon as he finished, everyone stepped forward in unison without hesitation, each with their own calculations, hoping to benefit themselves. The new boss is so generous. Is he going to give management a big bonus? But then he pointed at each person and started counting. 1, 2, 3, 11, exactly 11 people. Chen Yuan continued coldly, I announce that you 11 people are fired. The faces of those present immediately changed as if struck by lightning. Everyone gaped in terror. Fired just like that. This new boss is way too unpredictable. A man rolled up his sleeves and shouted, I don't accept this. I've worked on this ship for 5 years. You want to fire me? On what grounds? He smiled at him and said, On the grounds that I'm the boss. The whole ship is mine, got it? Hearing this, the man raised his fist aggressively and charged forward. I'll kill you. Chen Yuan was unafraid, covering his face with a smile. "Kill me, let's see who kills who." Just then another person bushed over and shouted for him to stop. With incredible speed he pinned the man down firmly. He roared angrily, "Dao Hongda, what the hell are you doing in front of the boss?" Seeing this, the man said furiously, "Let me go, Wu Chegang, you're insubordinate. I'll dock your bonus." Seeing this guy's reaction, Chen Yuan asked from above, "Your name is Wu Chegang?" He stammered, "Yes, boss." Without hesitation, Chen Yuan put his arm around Chegang's shoulder and praised him. "Very good, Wu Chegang. I now appoint you as the new captain of this ship and also the overall person in charge." Upon hearing this, he was so shocked his mouth fell open. The others were equally stunned. That actually worked. The other two were already crying and wailing. If only I had rushed up there. I missed my chance to change my fate. Wu Chegang becoming captain hurts more than losing my own mother. Yao Zhu had been observing from the side and thought nervously, suppress one group, win over another. This President Yan's skill in managing subordinates is unfathomable. No wonder he's the modern-day prodigy of a reclusive family. Chen Yuan walked down and said to them with a smile, "Everyone saw that. I'm a reasonable person. I reward and punish clearly." He picked up the microphone again and said, "Next, the third thing I want to announce is that if anyone in any department has been embezzling funds or misappropriating company assets, reports and whistleblowing are welcome." At that moment the sky gradually darkened, and streaks of lightning flashed down, but they couldn't overshadow Chen Yuan's words. "As long as the evidence is solid, whatever amount they stole, I'll reward the whistleblower the same amount." Tianba looked up feeling a bit flustered. Why does it suddenly feel like it's about to rain? The atmosphere is weird below. Chen Yuan's words still echoed in their minds. Reports and whistleblowing come with rewards. Instantly, those people revealed gleeful, malicious smiles. "Those guys, we've put up with them for too long." A girl above couldn't help but shout immediately, "I report Dao Hongda has been harassing female subordinates for a long time, and he's been colluding with the head chef and the procurement department to fake quotes and take huge kickbacks." Hearing this, he smiled and said, "Very good. Security, call the police." Then Chen Yuan approached her and added, "If what you're saying is true, you'll be the new director of the food and beverage department, with a reward of 50,000 yuan. As soon as he finished, others also shouted, "I report that the HR manager arranged for his sister-in-law to embezzle funds. I report that the service department manager openly solicited bribes. I report that the cleaning department head secretly misappropriated company property." Seeing such a chaotic scene, Tianba trembled in fear. There were this many? I had no idea before. Yao Zhu also looked at Chen Yuan thinking, no wonder I kept losing money. It seems President Yan is better at business. Management is a real skill. After a while, the atmosphere inside the ship calmed down and a group of people stood gathered in front of Chen Yuan. He smiled at them and spoke with resolute words. "Among the 11 department managers, only you 5 have clean records. No one reported you." Chen Yuan continued, "When I said I was firing you earlier, it wasn't meant as a dismissal. I wanted you to take on bigger challenges." Everyone listened with serious expressions. He leaned back in his chair, arms crossed, and said casually, "I don't mind telling you. Soon my company, Faden Capital, will acquire all the Junyue hotel chains nationwide. Those hotels happen to need a few people in charge." Chen Yuan pulled out a stack of papers. "If you're willing to transfer," he placed the papers on the table, "I promise you a management position and a 30 raise. These papers clearly state the employment contracts." At that, the group immediately laughed and shouted, "We're willing, of course we're willing." Then Chen Yuan looked at Yao Zhu with some confusion, and asked, "President Yi." At that moment, Yao Zhu looked at him as if he were seeing something incredibly precious. Chen Yuan was puzzled. "Why are you looking at me with such a strange expression?" Yao Zhu immediately grabbed his hand, full of admiration. "President Yan, when you bought the plane before, I only thought you were generous. I never expected your skill in managing subordinates to be so unfathomable." Chen Yuan listened, feeling speechless, and thought to himself, "My skill in managing subordinates, it's just my habit of showing off." On the other hand, he smiled and calculated, "A person of such caliber, a dragon among men, will surely catch the eye of my Yi family's eldest daughter. Then a powerful alliance wouldn't be impossible." The scene shifted to a building in the city. High on the building were several large characters. Faden Capital. The newspaper featured Chen Yuan's photo and a line of text. Faden Capital acquires Junyue hotel chain. Lin Group crisis declares bankruptcy. The girl looked at the newspaper, feeling surprised. "I didn't expect that after Fadian and Dundee merged, they managed to swallow the fat piece of meat that is Linzhong Junyue." Across from her, another girl immediately spoke up in praise. "This is all thanks to President Yu's decisive and swift actions." Others also sighed. "President Yu is impressive in terms of ability, but it's a pity that heaven is jealous of beauty." Just then, someone coughed lightly to remind them. "President Yu is about to arrive. She doesn't like people discussing her appearance. You need to be careful." Hearing this, they immediately replied, "Got it." Then Ling Shuang walked in and asked, "Xiao Chen, is everyone here? If so, let's start the meeting." She turned around and replied, "President Yu, everyone's here." However, the people in the room looked at her and immediately showed expressions of surprise. With that, part 1 of our story comes to a temporary close. We have to admit that Chen Yuan is far more than just a rich guy throwing money around. Behind his seemingly random actions are incredibly sharp strategic moves. Faden Capital seizing the opportunity to smoothly acquire the Lin Group's massive Junyue hotel chain right in the middle of their crisis is the perfect proof of his far-sighted vision. Under the decisive leadership of the powerhouse female CEO, Yu Lingshuang, Chen Yuan's empire is rapidly expanding by the day. However, as exceptionally brilliant as she is, Yu Lingshuang still harbors deep insecurities about the scar on her face. How will Chen Yuan step in to heal both her physical and emotional wounds? And as other major conglomerates begin to guard against the rising power of Faden, what kind of corporate storms await them next? All the answers will be revealed in part 2 of this story. Once part 2 is released, the link to the full playlist will be updated right in the description or pinned in the comment section so you can watch everything seamlessly. If you enjoyed this video, please give it a like, subscribe to support Hali Recaps, and don't forget to turn on the notification bell so you never miss our upcoming videos. But for now, thank you for watching and we'll see you in part 2.